The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged.
Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
Take it off.
Device converted. Double kill. Triple kill. Perfect.
Oh, renegade!
Mistake by Rich's face off.
Face clan! 10 in a row for Royal 2! He's Royal 2!
Oh, and Gilkey's heating up. Gilkey's cooking.
A triple kill out of Cormia! The triple's in front of him if he wants it! And that's Jesus! It's cooking once more! He win again! He wants it! Killing frenzy for Eco! That's gonna be a triple kill for Corma! The green wall stands tall once more! Your champions! Here in forward! Spark for the double! Beware of the dog because he's vicious right now! Woo. Double kill for Boo Boo! TJ showing why he's a world champion!
1 kill to go here, and C9 will win the series.
Great, my God, put on a show!
Cloud9 doing 50 to 48.
Oh boy, SLG! Do it! Jack! And Glory picks up the big double. Jimbo!
Puts a couple of extra bullets in as well.
Oh!
Has Sniper in his name for a
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome to your 2023 Halo World Championships. It's day 3, it's Sunday. You're already cheering in the arena because it is Championship Sunday, and that trophy will be hoisted by the end of today. But joining me on the desk, I have some very exciting faces. Of course, Clutch, you are one of those, but Michael Shaw, Sketch, so lovely to have you on the desk. And I gotta say, coming in from that break, the community montage sketch, absolutely incredible. We had cheers in the crowd already. You know, this means a lot to a lot of people, and it's been such an incredible season for them.
It really has. It just keeps getting better. I want to give a big shout out on behalf of everybody at 343 Industries to the whole Halo Winifred community. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We hope you enjoyed season 4, and thanks for sharing your favorite moments with us. And now, of course, season 5, days away, and boy, is there a lot of good stuff coming next week.
So much good stuff. I've already seen some tasters, some teasers, but I want to know more about it. So what can we expect from season 5?
I mean, this is our biggest and best season yet. You can get a look right here. There's so much stuff we can't even fit it all on screen. We'll kick things off. We got 2 new maps, of course. Prism, I love this. New art style. We haven't seen this type of aesthetic before. This is actually the cave where the grunts farm the blamite that powers the needles, as we just see here in this video.
Wow.
This is going to be a sweet map. Now, Forbidden, I get some really sweet Sanctuary throwback vibes here. Great aesthetic, lots of long sight lines. This map, I think we'll see come into competitive rotation and ranked later on.
Absolutely.
And now, Wes, I know Clutch, we've got Extraction coming back as a new game mode from Halo 4. I think you've got a little bit of experience with this one.
Absolutely. I love the idea of adding a new map or a new mode to the rotation, and I think Extraction's going to do the job. Halo 4's most competitive mode. The idea behind Extraction is when you control this point very differently than King of the Hill, you are able to leave this point, and once 45 seconds goes by, as you control that point, you're awarded one of those points, and I think there's a ton of strategy that's going to open opportunity for a lot of our competitive teams.
Well, we also saw a quick look at the Bandit Evo, which Tashi shared with us on Friday. Brand new Flood cosmetic customizations. We got the hero rank. It's just too much stuff to fit in. Also, super excited. Community's waited a long time. You can mix and match any helmet in the game now across any armor core. Show us your drip. Show us your drip. But we know the real star of this update, from my perspective, is all the great stuff coming to Forge. Michael Shore, tell us about it.
Lots of great stuff. We've got 2 new canvases. We've got Barrage and Permafrost. Those are 2 like banished themes. We've got 2 new object palettes. We've got the Snow and Ice, which is long requested, and a banished object palette to support those canvases. But the star of the Forge updates is really the Forge AI toolkit.
Wow, this looks absolutely incredible. I think the the creative part of Halo Infinite is so special, and I think that's something that has really kind of allowed people in the community to dive into with Forge, and the fact that you are literally updating that. You can hear the cheers happening in the stadium right now. But, you know, what is so special about this next part of Forge? What can we do? What can we get creative with?
So this is the first time in Halo history and Forge history that players can spawn campaign AI characters into their Forge creations. So we've long had the PvP multiplayer component, but now players can start making PvE experiences in Forge, or PvP VE experiences, you know, combining them both.
Yeah, we were talking, I mean, Clutch, imagine this. 2 teams, you're squaring off, you're going for the power weapon, you come around the corner, there's a whole bunch of brutes and elites guarding that weapon. You got to get through them first. It's really going to be a game changer.
Yeah, very cool to see what the community is going to do with this, right? Because I think like we all have an idea of where this goes, but I'm more excited to get it out to the community, because whenever it hits others' hands and spreads across, that's when you truly start to see the great things that can come out of it. So I'm not even going to begin to think down that road. I'm just going to play what people make and enjoy the fun.
Well, speaking of enjoying the fun, Michael, the team, you guys have been cooking out something special for later in the season, and that's Firefight King of the Hill, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about that.
So that's a new 4-player co-op mode that has been built on the foundation of AI Toolkit. It'll be in matchmaking and customs. And it's basically you capture and defend hills and fight waves of campaign AI. There'll be 5 hills to capture in the mode. If you perfect a mode, which means no one in your fire team dies, you'll get a random skull added to it to make it just a little bit difficult.
Yeah, let me say, I've been playing this in-house a lot with a bunch of the former pros that are on the competitive insights team, and it is not easy on the most difficulty. And when those skulls start to pile up, even we have a very difficult time trying to get through the entire thing. So I love the idea that even though it's a PvE experience, even we feel challenged going into it and feel accomplished when we succeed.
Well, let me give a quick shout out too, because now with Match XP, which applies to custom games and this playlist, there's just more ways than ever to progress your battle pass, right? So it's not strictly a matchmaking PvP experience anymore. So really excited players have more choice than ever.
I love that so much. I also kind of picked up upon the difficulty level, right? You can choose your difficulty level, and that actually changes your weapons and the starting kind of aspect for that. So strategy needs to be there with the squad that you pick up on. That's really exciting for a lot of our community members who get to choose kind of what experience they want.
Yeah, and also like, you know, you might get one of the skulls, you might get blind, which is is a challenge.
It's tough.
And on top of that, you know, on top of the different difficulties and the fun of this mode, we're going to have 9 maps in matchmaking.
Wow.
And 3 of those are community-made maps that we brought Firefight King of the Hill into those experiences. And also, we brought over House of Reckoning, which you're looking at right now, from the campaign. We ported that into the MP environment. And so that's kind of the marquee experience for this. But yeah, lots of different experiences in matchmaking when this goes out.
This looks absolutely incredible. Wes, you're going to have to join up with me, if that's okay.
Absolutely. I'm sure you're better than Aries carries. He got 1v1 by a grunt when we were playing this, and we lost all of our skulls. It was a problem.
Was it a suicide grunt? Was that,
yes.
yeah.
I was like,
those are rough. They sneak up on you.
Even the grunts are a problem.
I love that so much. This looks unbelievably exciting. I can't wait to get my hands on that. But what else can you tell us about some of the new things in Season 5?
So, was that on you?
I don't care. Go for it. What are you excited about besides Forge? That's your own baby.
What am I excited about? Honestly, I think the cross-core is the thing that I'm most excited about. Just expressing myself and putting that Mark 7 helmet on a different core. I can't wait for that.
Well, I know a lot of people waited a long time to actually kind of be Master Chief. So now everyone that hits hero rank, and by the way, shout out to the hardcore grinders. You know who you are.
Yeah.
There's people around the world that have already maxed out hero rank faster than humanly possible. So next week, they're just going to already be rocking that sweet new armor kit.
Absolutely incredible stuff. I've also been told that this will be available to play in this very room after our show match. So you guys, if you are in here, you can get your hands on this a little bit later on and play this, which is going to be absolutely incredible, which also will be on showcase for our show match as well. I can't wait to see what the creators do in this mode too. I think this is going to be really good, Wes.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that go down. Jersey versus Gaskin, I mean, that's a tale as old as time, and whoever wins is going to have bragging rights for the rest of their lives. So good times ahead, and I'm glad I'm not a part of it.
Amazing stuff. Sketch, is there anything else that you can tell the community about Season 5? What, differences I think it's going to make to, I think, just their in-game experience as opposed to the previous seasons?
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't state enough. It's the biggest and best season yet. Teams are working super hard. We've had a lot of feedback from a lot of passionate players. We're doing our best to act on that. We've made a lot of progress along the way. And really, I think, Forge is just going to continue to take this to the next level. And it's like we're really giving the game to the community to do some amazing things. We've already seen over 40+ maps added to matchmaking. We saw some new ones yesterday on the community stage. So just some incredibly talented people. And hey, we all just get to sit back and reap the rewards and play some brand new great experiences in Halo Infinite.
That's music to my ears,
Yeah,
Sketch.
we're gonna see PvE, community-created PvE in matchmaking as soon as we can get them in there for sure.
That's absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to see what you guys do, what you guys come up with, folks at home, when you do get your hands on it. And I can confirm you will be able to play Season 5, October 17th. You will get that update. Make sure you're ready for that one. Make sure you're at home so you get that update as soon as it drops. Really excited. I know I will be, Wes.
It's grind time when we get back, right?
It is.
I can't wait for Season 5. And honestly, the competitive side, I'm obviously selfish towards it, but adding a map like Forbidden with 2 snipes, that's probably my most exciting addition to the map pool, because I think whenever you get an opportunity to have the sanctuaries of the world, you just create so many memorable moments on this main stage for these guys that have so much individual skill. I think Forbidden's going to give the opportunity and the platform for absolute world star potential.
Amazing. Well, Michael, Sketch, you're going to stick with me up here, but thank you so much for sharing all that incredible insight into Season 5. Cannot wait for that one to drop. But we have business to talk about right now. And of course, that is the main stage action, Championship Sunday. Let's take a look at our broadcast schedule coming your way. Starting things off, we do have that HaloWC showdown. You will get to see all these really exciting things that we've been talking about here. And then of course, we get into our elimination semi-final, FaZe versus Sentinels. Then our winners finals after that. Optic takes on Space Station, and we will fill in the blanks as we get through the day. But of course, many finals coming your way as well. But you guys, if you are watching, you can get your hands on our Twitch drops, of course. And just for watching a few hours of our stream today, you can get your hands on the incredible armor cores that are here all weekend long. So make sure you are watching and get those tabs open. They're looking absolutely incredible. So I hope someone at home is doing that for me so that I can get my hands on those Twitch drops as well. I'll have to speak to someone in the back. I've got connections, I think. But I tell you what, though, our show match is going to be absolutely incredible. We're celebrating, of course, the release of Season 5 by having some of your favorite content creators playing Season 5 content and wearing the sweet skins that you guys have been seeing as well. So let's take a little closer look at the Flood that they can add in as well. And Wes, we look at the Flood, of course it's super scary, just in time for Halloween as well.
Exactly.
I gotta say, I think this is honestly hardcore. I love this.
Yeah, it's definitely just so much more immersive. It takes people back to the Halo 2 days when the Flood first hit the scene. I guess that was Halo 1, but either way, like, just like disgusting Halloween type vibes where you're a villain or you're an enemy in a sense. And I love actually the horns. I've seen Greg rocking that for quite a while now in-house, and it's just more individuality and more opportunity for the fans.
It certainly is indeed, and I've got to say the Flood really does take the cake with Halloween around the corner. It is perfect if you want to get into that spooky feeling of this season. Absolutely amazing. But I also want to give you a closer look at the Halloween devil horns. There they are. They look so cool. So fling those cat ears off, folks. Get the devil horns on. Those are definitely in the season of Halloween. If you are feeling spooky in-game, make sure you get your hands on those as well. Love to see all of this. We do also have a series layout for our show match, so you guys can take a look at what is going to be going down. And we've got Prism with Extraction, so really excited to see Extraction back in the mix here. And then CTF on Forbidden, the new map. I mean, so exciting to see these in action already, Michael, and having some of our incredible content creators, you know, really doing it justice out there to show everyone what they can look forward to.
Yeah, I love it.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. Wes, which one do you think you would be the best on at the moment, if you're on that main stage right now?
It's got to be Forbidden. I've been talking it up, and it's because it is going into the competitive and ranked experience. I have a lot more experience on it, but it's also like more of a traditional arena CTF map. I think Prism is going to be fun for like spectators and the immersive experience. I'm excited to see who gets the first kill with the crystals that are on the wall.
Yes.
Surely somebody can catch someone out using that as a tool. It's just a matter of time, and that will be a moment to remember walking away from this.
You know, it's really easy to change your skins in-game. You just go to your armor hall, but Sketch, I didn't know you could do it outside of the game. You changed skin pretty quick there, I'm not gonna lie.
I just leveled up. I hit hero rank in real time while we're sitting here.
I absolutely love it. Look, you've been watching too much cosplay yesterday, haven't you?
I'm inspired, and I want to see that Flood effect on the cosplayers next year as well.
Me too. I think it would be absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see that. You're right. That would be spectacular. And if I've seen anything from our cosplayers this weekend, it's that they can definitely pull that off, because it is so unbelievably realistic. We were walking in today through the Hall of Champions, and we were greeted by the most incredible Spartans cosplayers. You name it, every character you could name in-game. And it felt special.
Security was intimidating, but when we got to the Hall of Champions, it was the Spartans that were actually like, okay, I think we're safe here.
Amazing stuff. Well, let's get this show on the road. HaloWC starts right now.
Infected and fellow Flood to the little game we're calling the Halo 5 HaloWC Showdown as we get ready to bring out 8 imposters to the stage to come out here and fight some ghouls and goblins. But do they got what it takes? Let's find out. Coming out first is Team Abomination with Reclaimer, Oath, Golden Boy, and Gaskin. Going up against Juggernaut with Aliak, Hidden Experia, Uber Nick, and Jersey. Now for the Season 5 HaloWC Showdown, we got some interesting individuals here on the stage. 2 brothers but parted yet again. Loki, what's going on here? Up to mischief again?
Well, they wanted to put us against Golden Boy and Walshy, but they're old, they're poor, they're rubbish at the game, so we thought we'd go against one another to save the world from the Flood.
Man, Golden Boy, I don't know if you like what was being said there, but he's your teammate now on the flip side. Thor, you let yourself go yet again, huh?
The passing of my father hit me pretty hard. Loki, hold this. Listen here, this is a passing of the torch. Golden Boy and Walsh, they're old, washed. They're barely on death's door. It's time for Loki and Thor, Shares and Gaskin. It's our time.
Oh, okay, well, I guess the old is out and the new is in. It's time to get this HaloWC Season 5 Showdown started. Seattle, you ready? I got a nice ghoul and goblin to cast this one. On set, Rob, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. What a start to Championship Sunday here in Seattle. A little bit of fun to kick things off, Andy. HaloWC is here.
It is indeed. Spooky season upon us, as you say, and I think it's awfully fitting that we have a new rivalry on the stage here between Gaskin and Jersey, and might actually impact later casts in the day when they have to be up here in the casting booth. But for now, we'll have fun and a little bit of a Season 5 preview.
Yeah, a lot of people wearing obviously a little bit of fancy dress, getting into the theme on the main stage. Surprisingly, that's actually what Jersey wears away from
Most
broadcast.
days, yeah,
That's how we see him in the lobby most of the time, and it's good to see him just feeling comfortable on the stage. I think it's important. We always know that it's important to feel comfortable when you're on that main stage. And speaking of the main stage, this is what we're going to be seeing. Abomination versus Juggernaut, and a little bit of a preview of Season 5 as well, Andy.
Yeah, indeed. You got to see, if you caught the opening segment, we hope you did, with Michael Shore and Sketch from 343. You got to see a little bit of these maps in action. Extraction on Prison, of course. Long-awaited game type, and also, we got to say, a pretty badass-looking map as well. CTF Forbidden, as you heard Sketch say, a little bit of the vibes that you might see on Sanctuary are coming through, and I think everyone's excited to see more of that map in our game number 2.
Yeah, as soon as somebody mentions that word, I think competitive Halo fans, their ears kind of just prick up a little bit, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, now we're interested. Some incredible fancy dress, by the way.
Yes.
Look at Rock in there.
Look, I mean,
amazing.
Big shout out to everyone on the stage. Oath's looking fantastic all the way down the line. Of course, Gaskin as well, and I agree. Everyone showed up in a pretty big way here in terms of the Halloween costumes.
I do want to question, by the way, does this count as 5 players? Why is GB sweating so much already, by the way? I mean, he is locked in, but is this 5 players? Because GB's got an alien as well. Who's going to play?
Yeah, well, that's what we call an under-the-table deal that GB has brought up to the main stage.
He knows those better than anyone.
We're actually not allowed to talk about the details of said under-the-table deal. Hopefully we'll find no cameras at such a height. Also on the other side of the stage, taking a look here at Team Jersey, almost barely recognizable. Actually, I had to check who the team captain was on this side of the stage. Aliak, Ubernick, Jersey, and Hidden Experia.
Is it Shurs? Is it not Shurs? We would never know.
Jersey has flown in someone else to play for him here. It looks an awful lot like him. We're not sure.
Well, one thing we're going to be keeping our eyes on, because obviously we play quite a lot of matchmaking with Shurs and Gaskin, is who's going to sell out their teammates more? Is it going to be Gaskin or is it going to be Jersey? Because both of them love a flank, but not in a way that kind of commits to, trying to keep the player who's fighting 3 players alive at once. More of a, you do the damage, I'll come in and get a double kill and go, hey, this game's really easy.
It's more for the sake of variety, which makes it quite annoying. Gotta say, once again, big shout out. That's a full send, by the way, from Ubernick. Ubernick gets the full send award in the costume category for his Cortana look. Also gotta say, Aliak also looking fantastic in the Miranda Keys.
I was gonna say, Ubernick proving that one size doesn't fit all in some sense.
Well, actually, look, I mean, Ubernick is such a large, he's such a large guy with such a small bottle of water.
But he's getting down him, that's the important
I'll tell you what,
thing.
it makes him look even bigger. That bottle of water.
That's actually a 4-liter bottle of water that he's just picked up there. He's just so huge that it makes him
look like that. I wonder if Jersey's going to pick that hammer up at some point if they go down in one of these games and maybe launch it across the stage, because we saw this. I mean, Gaskin's been working out. Don't get me wrong. You know, Gaskin put some work in the gym, but he was struggling to get that thing off the floor.
He certainly was. It actually was a little embarrassing what we were seeing on the stage. There's another angle, of course, of Aliek Miranda Keys. And Hidden Experience and I were backstage, and we were actually agreeing along with Aliek. We told her she looks actually a lot like Miranda Keys. So yeah, this is also a very convincing and full send of the costume. But of course, the military honors on the shoulders, on the stripes. Also SJs, as we said. SJ looking fantastic as well, representing the Adams family on stage, as you really need Adams family representation on a Halloween main stage.
Yeah, of course, it wouldn't be spoopy enough for me if we didn't have a little bit of Adams family representation. But then every time I look at Shaz, I'm thinking, do you know what? Maybe we've gone too far. Maybe this is too far. Maybe this is where we cross the line. But Shaz, I mean, I don't know if he's trying to get the crowd going, or if he kind of looks like he's ready to go to bed more than he does to get into a game here on the main stage. But it's the perfect way to start off a Championship Sunday at the Halo World Championships. It's your first look at Season 5. And we're going to start off with a new game types being added, one of the new maps being added as well. We've got Extraction on Prison.
I got to say, also, I love the look of this map. Of course, you see this is where you'll find all of the needles that have ever been shot out of any needler have been farmed from this very location.
Wait, what's going on here?
Uh-oh.
Jersey.
What? No.
No, I'm not having this.
Come on.
I'm not having this.
No way.
Reclaimer, end this nonsense. I mean, I've got to be honest, Andy, if I see you in front of me in a game, I'm pulling the trigger.
Gaskin and Schurz trying to show a little bit of, a little showing off with some showmanship. Like, Extraction actually does hit, though, so now it will be Red Team extracting Alpha here. It's going to be Juggernaut that needs to push back in. If you're new to Extraction, maybe you didn't catch it in Halo 4. Of course, a game type that came to the Halo franchise right around 2012. Just over 10 years ago, we saw the game type debut, but it's been a while since we've seen it in a new title here in Halo Infinite. This will be whoa! Hidden Xperia with an opening no-scope to start off Championship Sunday. But this will be the debut, of course, of the game type, not just in Halo Infinite, but for quite some time in the franchise.
I need to point out, I think that might have been Ubernick, and it might have been the second time the show match has been done dirty, because the first time we thought it was Golden Boy doing something ridiculous. That was a little bit easier to decipher that probably wasn't Golden Boy, but Hidden Xperia there, maybe taking the plaudits once more. But Gaskin, he's given me a huge list of excuses, by the way, for his shot not quite being on. He said, my controller's broken, he said, the horns get in the way of my monitor, and to be honest, I'm a little bit fed up with it. So we're going to have to see if Dan can perform in the way that he should, not the way that he's making excuses for.
GB, of course, on mouse and keyboard, as you see, able to pick up a kill there. One dead for each side, off of the opening. No points on the board just yet, as teams going back and forth, trying to extract this first point.
I will say, aesthetically, this is a beautiful looking map. And we also get a little look at the new bandit, of course. Aliek picks up an assist on her way forward, a repulse up into the air, a little bit of showmanship coming in as they try and move onto this extraction point. Sniper in the back pocket as well. I'm going to see a few clips coming in. Not this time. Gaskin ruins everyone's fun once more.
There's Gaskin now. You see comps coming in as he dies. 2 dead for both sides momentarily. Maybe an opportunity here for Juggernaut to try to fly in. Now on board with the Claimer. See what he can do. Green gun doesn't hit, unfortunately. So he'll be retreating to the death screen. Now back on board with Gaskin.
That controller. That darn controller. It must be the controller. Over challenging. I'm just going to be really critical of Dan's gameplay. Is that okay? Are you happy with that, Andy? And Scherzy's. Scherzy immediately looking to flank.
See what Schurz can do. Schurz is just looking good. There's really no other way to put it here. The point will go for Abomination as they take the lead 1-0. Scherzy is locked in and ready to go. It gets taken down, though. Actually, it's Gaskin who gets the last laugh, and will presumably grab that sniper rifle in a moment as well.
Yeah, the friendship's over by the looks of things. And here is Gaskin looking to pick up another one. Got to reload. A little bit of help coming in from Reclaimer, though. And this looks like it might be an opportunity for them to make a little bit of progress here on the extraction site. And we'll do that indeed. Team Gaskin, Abomination, I should say. Up by 1 at the moment. Here we go, Danny G. What do you got? The man back in Halo 3 was a demon with this weapon.
We should talk about it.
Long time ago.
The long-awaited return of these two to the main stage. Actually, sorry, probably Scherz's first time in the main stage, but Gaskin's return to the main stage. Nice shots here. Also should give a shout out, just in case you missed it over the weekend, Bandit Evo debut on your screen as well. We're seeing a lot of nice preview of that weapon as well.
2/3 of this extraction been completed already by Abomination. Looking to go 2 up, and Gaskin is set up with that sniper rifle. Look at those experienced plays. Look at those shots. Perfect from Danny G. Thank goodness that Ubernick ended it, otherwise we wouldn't have heard at the end of that.
Eventually taken down by Ubernick, and the point will go 2-0. Extraction will be completed on the second one as well. Bravo site successfully extracted. Gives a 2-0 lead here for Abomination, and just in case you didn't catch it in the intro, you probably got the gist of it by now, but for each site, you'll need to approach it, begin the extraction, and kind of like arming a bomb if you were to make a comparison to another game type, and then defend that extraction site. Abomination has done that twice successfully so far, giving them a 2-0 lead.
Gaskin's currently sat at 11-5 as well, having a really, really good game. On the other side, Jersey struggling, 5-8. Maybe that's the difference between the two at the moment. Like Gaskin maybe have got inside of their head, but Golden Boy, I mean, if you're going to pick a player, and this might be a bold claim to make, for a show match, Golden Boy undefeated on the main stage.
Pretty wild.
Which is a horrible sentence to have to say.
Horrible, and when we started the show matches, we never thought that would actually happen. Now we have to deal actually with that fate, which is a little bit difficult for us, and we're still, I think, mentally and emotionally recovering from the fact that Golden Boy is defeated in main stage show matches. The question will be, will he maintain that undefeated streak here in the Season 5 HaloWC Showdown?
So Juggernaut trying to keep this game going at the moment. Him and Xperia, who promised me the firmest handshake this morning. He said it's going to be the firmest handshake you've ever had. Well, I got it. And let me tell you, it was pretty firm. 3-0 is the score now. One extraction away. And that's bad blood. Maybe just blood. It's HaloWC. Fake blood.
Both laying down a little bit of extra spiciness here in our HaloWC Showdown. And I tell you what, Ubernick, by the way, I need to make sure we get proper photos of Ubernick's costume as well. I don't know how long we're going to be able to have...
For the waist up.
Waist up, you'd prefer?
Yeah.
I don't know how long we're going to have Ubernick in that Cortana costume, but it is, as you can see on your screen, a sight to behold. And I'm so glad we have it on screen.
You say, if it's going to be how long he's going to be in it. I don't know if he's going to leave the costume or the costume's going to leave him first.
It might actually be more of it might be a layer that stays with him through the day.
A mutual parting of the ways might be the best way to...
Every time I see him now, I'm going to ask him if he has the suit underneath. He might.
I hope so, honestly. There's Jersey. Can't get the kills though. Jersey goes down. And we might be on the precipice of game one being done and dusted here. Golden Boy looking to keep his undefeated streak up. 12 assists, by the way, for Golden Boy on his way to yet another win on the main stage. And look at...
Oh, what?
Whoa.
I don't know. what is this from Golden Boy?
Is this legal?
This is what I was talking about the under-the-table deals. We got to avoid any of that nonsense on screen. Golden Boy is getting absolutely out of control on the main stage, and someone's probably going to have a talk to him.
I was going to say, no one else could stop him in gameplay when it comes to wins and losses.
This might
going to be him doing it
We
himself.
might be witnessing the end of Golden Boy's era on the main stage, and it won't be due to a losing streak.
It was always going to be down to his own fault.
It will
Let's be real.
Due to the T for Teen rating here at the Halo World Championships. Face
I do wonder if Ubernick's gameplay has been restricted by the outfit.
Despite the antics,
his face is going to be getting redder and redder as the games go on.
Team Gaskin, Reclaimer, Oath, Gaskin, Golden Boy on Team Abomination, as well as the hand. We'll take, and whatever on earth is below the table on Golden Boy's side of the stage,
we need to stop directing attention towards it.
We'll take the win. Team Abomination will win that first game in your series layout. As you see, they will lead 1-0. And now, because we have just a 2-game set in your Season 5 HaloWC Showdown preview, CTF Forbidden is up next, and Juggernaut needs to win this one to make sure they do not lose 2-0. However, Abomination with a chance to do just that and sweep the series.
CTF Forbidden, one of the new maps that we're going to see in Season 5 with that Sanctuary vibe. 3 flags to win here and a couple of sniper rifles to play with as well. And I mean, you got to be honest, Andy, as you know, much respect I have for you, much as I love you.
What are you about to say?
I would want to beat you so badly if it came to a show match. Okay,
right. And I think it's because we have mutual respect for each other.
Exactly, and I couldn't let it be a 2-0.
No, absolutely not. Ubernick now. From the chest up, you're going to take a look here.
Thank goodness.
Probably for all
legal reasons.
Probably for ratings reasons, with all we can show here. Let's see what he can do with the sniper. We've seen Ubernick, of course. Sniper opening on a map like this just feels fitting. A little bit of a Sanctuary vibe here.
I do really hope there's some medical stuff on a close by to Ubernick, because the oxygen is certainly going to be lower than if he was wearing, so we say, some more regular outfits. Although we don't know where the way for this week. This might be it. Misses one shot though. Does manage to clean things up. Going to be 3 dead for Abomination here, and all of a sudden Juggernaut, maybe CTF's their game time.
Still trying to figure out what Golden Boy was doing, not just in game, but on the stage earlier as well. I need to stop thinking about it.
It's going to be really bad for your mental health.
Back over here, Uber Nick, staying alive. Brainer into Golden Boy. We'll find the respawn screen once again. Almost does it to Gaskin as well.
Here's Aliak on our screen right now on Team Juggernaut, who of course are chasing things at the moment. If you need a leader, I was going to say, you know,
Miranda Keys.
Miranda Keys is going to be the person.
She really does look like Miranda Keys.
It
I'm
does.
not kidding.
The longer I look, I'm like, wait.
Yeah,
I can't remember what Miranda Keys looked like.
Because I think we have her on screen here. 2 dead here for Abomination for the moment. Maybe an opportunity for Aliak and Co. to make their move here.
2 dead for Abomination again. Getting outslayed at the moment. However, a couple of kills do kind of even the numbers just for a few seconds. It's always interesting when we watch a new map for the first time, because obviously it's the first time we've literally seen the map that we have on our screen right now, and you're trying to kind of work out exactly the geometry and how things work. But this mid-bridge looks like a pretty good area to try and control.
It does. Gaskin also going to cut across here. Flag is about to go into the stand, but Reclaimer with a very big kill. Very important there. Aliak does get a touch here. Let's see what Oath can do, trying to get the stop or the counter.
Well, there's a shotgun, and here's a flank.
Wow.
We're going to get that first one. Should be able to clean this up.
Ooh, Jersey.
Will he get the touch? Oh my God, no reaction whatsoever from Jersey because it's too much effort for him to do.
Jersey, thank goodness. No hair in the eyes there. You have to think if he had any extra hair in front of his face, that flag probably doesn't go in. He wins a very, very important 1v1 against Oath in the back of the base. Ooh, nice work from Reclaimer as well. Disruptor, Bandit, Evo combo for the killing spree. However, Jersey with a big, big play to get Juggernaut on the board first. If that flag doesn't go, this game would be even still here at 0-0. Instead, we have Juggernaut up 1-0 on your CTF Forbidden debut.
1 up. Wonder what the comms are like. They need to get back into this. Let's jump into a listen-in with Team Juggernaut.
Oh, me! Camera's on me
One
outside.
shot. Come to your flag. He shoot my body.
Oh, no!
Got him.
Not like that!
On flag right now. Dead. Nice. We got 2 dead. Oh, Camel's on flag right now. Camel's on flag.
One hits our flag. 2 guys there. Nice, good one. Nice. Looking for 2, looking for 2.
Let's push this, get top mid.
On balcony.
We hook 2 shot.
There's snipes up.
Nice 3, let's go. Let's hard push this.
Still in that balcony in front of base. One mid.
He's 1 shot. Going to our snipe. Bridge. Yeah, he's good. They got their snipe.
We come in.
Oh yeah, I'm alright. Yeah, he chased me.
Sniping there, like snipe bridge.
Nice, Ali.
Rob, on me. Oh, I'm reloading. Ah! 2 on me, 2 on my right side.
Yeah, overwatching our flag. 2 dead.
Nice, one more.
I'm dead.
All 4 dead. He's on our base right now.
The comms sound pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah.
Very, I would say that the vibes are certainly coming from Hidden Xperia.
I mean, watching Hidden Xperia, Uber Nick with some extra shots into Reclaimer's body. Some statements across the stage, and yes, we're having fun here in the HaloWC Showdown, but let's not forget there's a few rivalries on the stage, to say the very least. Nice shots from Golden Boy. He stays alive, also drops lights out, finally take it down.
Golden Boy with a perfect delivery of a sniper rifle to his opponent's team there at pace, making sure it was delivered as quickly as possible. Aliak on our screen right now. Still a 1-0 lead here to Team Juggernaut.
Also got to give credit to Hidden Xperia for committing to the bit, right? I mean, he cannot really see that much. He
has no idea where he is.
Out of the front of that visor, but he's going strong. But like you said, really strong vibes on the side of the stage.
I mean, Hidden Xperia actually said to me, like, this is a dream for him. He's never played on the main stage before. It's amazing. You would imagine that he'd want to do it and experience it himself, and not through a small
narrow
slit in a helmet. What was the main stage like? It's really dark, actually.
He's not going to have much memory of exactly what took place on this stage. It will be about through a 2-centimeter small window of what he's seen here as Oath runs the flag back. Can she get it in?
We're going to go for a listen-in straight away over to Team Abomination. Let's see if they can get back into this.
Try to live, SJ.
Yeah, I'm living in
Can we look at flag green? Can we look at our flag green?
I couldn't get the read.
It's almost read. They got me. They're on read.
Yeah, they got it.
Alright, it's all good.
They got it. It's fine. We kind of
We gotta put kills
That was
here.
close.
We gotta put kills here.
I should have ran back with you guys. They're pulling it over on the...
They're pulling.
Yep.
Flag's weak.
Nice.
Nice, good shit. Alright, there's 2 kills. Let's push out here.
On sniper. He's trying to get our sniper.
One shot.
Dead. Watch the back left spawns. Level 4 dead with there, I think. Yeah. What the hell just happened there?
I'm watching.
Top left out.
Trying to get to their base.
Good shots.
Very pinned in the base.
Unlucky,
A
unlucky.
lot of them pinned in the base.
Nice, nice. They still got one on their flag. Yeah, he's one shot. Nice, good.
Camo's coming out.
Holy shit!
Nice.
The back flag.
Nice.
Back flag with shot.
And Nick's one shot. He's in the back of his base, though. He's in the back. So don't worry about it.
We were worried about the T for team rating, and Gaskin is certainly pushing those boundaries once more. Also pushing the boundaries of the map. Just about managed to hang on with his camo.
Speaking of pushing the boundaries, we just had a quick conversation with our producers in the back about how is Golden Boy sweating this much. We're not exactly sure, but the angle is showcasing
a classic
Gaskin
flank.
might be more here.
It's a classic Gaskin flank! A shake of the head. And he's running that flag in. Uber Nick. Oh! Counter snipe comes in. Surely this flag's got to be moving.
Oath with a big counter snipe. You thought Uber Nick had to stop. Oath gets the last lap. Here goes the flag.
Here comes hidden Xperia though. There's an opportunity maybe to get a stop here. Jersey just fell off the map.
He did. Jersey. We saw Jersey with a suicide in the kill feed. That might actually change things.
Bigger brain. He's seeing the bigger picture. Here comes Gaskin though.
Pull.
Let's get that flag pull, and it's a little bit of a standoff here. Gaskin showing his experience. It was a triple to get things going, and he gets a double to keep this flag alive.
A very nice triple, as you say. Reclaimer's going to bring that flag in, and only fitting we are tied 1-1 here with 4:50 left. Abomination already up 1-0 in the series. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Season 5 HaloWC Showdown, a preview of Season 5 content coming to Halo Infinite with some of your favorite content creators and casters on the stage here going toe-to-toe. Team Gaskin and Abomination took game 1, but we are deep into game number 2 here. This is CTF on Forbidden coming in Season 5 to Halo Infinite. Juggernaut trying to win this game.
This map looks so fun. It really does.
It looks fantastic.
Kind of loving how it's flowing at the moment, how it's playing. A couple of snipers, dual sniper maps were always here for. Of course, and Reclaimer just watching Gaskin run that flag. Gaskin this time doesn't quite make it, but did the flag stay on?
I think it did.
That's a tough return.
It did. As you're going to see, the flag is going to continue ticking, which means it's going to have just made the plank. Gaskin will not live to tell the tale, but the flag will.
Enemy flag returned.
Flag does go home. 4 minutes left in this game. Camo comes up as well, and it's going to be Uber Nick who gets it. Now, can you make a play? No. Quite simply, no.
Tries to go for the camo Cortana. Easier said than done. 3 dead for Abomination, though. Jersey should be able to pull here. It was a momentary 2v1. Jersey and Hidden Xperia up against Gaskin. Jersey's going to cover a lot of ground here.
Look at him go!
Almost very superhero-esque, you might say.
He fell off the map a few moments ago. He doesn't want to do it again right now with the flag in his hand. He's not making that mistake. Look at Jersey go. He's threading the needle. And he needs to for his team.
And he nades?
Don't think anyone's here to stop it. GB closest. And Juggernaut go up 2-1, and it's all thanks to Big Daddy Shurs.
Wow, Big Daddy Shurs indeed. And
I'm never calling him that again.
No, only on
so uncomfortable.
So did I, actually. That's why I kind of paused. We're going to get to a new train of thought here, but it was a good flag gap in the end, regardless from Shurs. Very good timing with his experience.
Immediately. Gaskin gets 2. 2v2 at the moment. Sniper coming up as well. Gaskin trying to hold off Uber Nick and some nice shots. I'll tell you what, Dan always used to like rip on the DMR. I do not reach you. He's looking pretty good with it at the moment.
He is, and also we got to say, we've been talking a lot about Season 5 content here, Extraction. Ooh, Jersey turns on gas. Big Daddy Shurs. we promised we'd never say it again, but Jersey right now. Jersey wins a big battle against Gaskin there in the end. 2 dead for Team Abomination, but we've been talking a lot about, of course, Prism and Forbidden, but also got to mention to get an extended.
He can't even see it. He gets triple kills.
My God. The ratio of visibility window to triple kill has never been higher here for Hidden Xperia.
It's a ratio that's never been tracked.
We've never
but now we have some stats and data to start.
It can't be bigger than 3 centimeters, that window.
He has no
we
idea
can't even
where
see
he
his
is.
eyes.
Someone could tell him he's in a different state right now, and he'd be okay with it.
You thought the jet lag was bad. Imagine trying to look through a 3-centimeter window on the main stage. Hidden Xperia with a big triple. And they will now still lead 2-1. This is a 2-minute warning here. 1:53 left on the clock.
Both flags are away.
They might also try to run this flag. They need to be careful, though.
Well, they're 3 dead. Abomination are 3 dead, and Juggernaut are running this one. And even though the flag was away,
he has to stay on the map. He has to look down to see where the map is.
Oh, this could be it. Flag is returned.
Here he goes.
Experience running it home somehow. Through the reduced vision, he gets that flag on the board. 3 flags will win it. And even though the players want to keep going, it means we will be tied at 1-1. Everyone's a winner here at the Halo World Championships.
Woo. And look at this, a pop-off here from Team Jersey, Team Juggernaut.
It's annoying that Golden Boy's still undefeated, by the way.
Golden Boy's actually saying you lost. I'm not sure how he's doing the math on that. The series is tied 1-1. Hidden Xperia is indicating through a very small visor something.
He's actually asking for someone to tell him where he is.
He needs help. I think he's asking for a medical assist.
No,
we can't show this camera.
No, we've tried this before.
We talked about this.
This is risky.
This is a high-risk shot there. As GB will slowly make his way
This is the real reason that we only show waist up on the casting camera.
Just in case someone pulls this
Golden Boy
stuff
actually has extremely small legs.
Here he goes. He is not pleased. By the way, Golden Boy's undefeated show match streak continues. However, he does not take the win here. It will be a 1-1 tie between these two sides.
Is he slipping?
Right
That's
now,
the question.
we don't want. If he slips on the stage, it will be an absolute disaster.
It might be the highlight.
Medical service.
Inexperience. Dude shouting at me.
What did you say? How many times did Hidden Xperia have to say what during that match? Oh gosh.
That was a lot of fun though, and I've got to say the maps look awesome. I'm very excited for Season 5, which is just around the corner, of course, for everyone who's watching, either here in the crowd or at home, to get their hands on and play. But I've got to be honest, it was all about friendship a little bit, this rivalry, wasn't it? Jersey versus Gaskin, and the fact that we end up at 1-1 means that no one has the bragging rights, everyone can still get along.
It's awfully fitting, and we got to give a huge shout out, of course, not just to Gaskin and Jersey as they captained these two teams, Abomination and Juggernaut, but everyone on the stage, every creator we had, Reclaimer, Oath, Gaskin, Golden Boy, Alia, Ubernick, Jersey, and Hidden Xperia. Not only fantastic friends of ours, but incredible representatives and just community members here that have been with us for so long. It's awesome to have them here in the HaloWC Showdown, a little bit of a preview of Season 5. It was a special way to kick off Championship Sunday.
And of course, if you want to play Season 5 right now, or if you're in the venue, you're able to do that. So head over, you can see there's some places to play it, and you can get your hands on some of those new maps, and of course, that new beautiful Bandit Evo. But for now, that's going to do it from us. That was a lot of fun, as always. Show match is always my favorite, dude. I got to be honest with you. We're going to send it down to the main stage. Jersey and Gaskin are there with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset, as I get a chance to have to deal with this brotherly rivalry yet again as it's split up 1-1 here. But man, Thor, talk to me about this, okay? Your brother was up here doing triple kills on the stage, trying to take you down. Did you have fun?
So fun. This game's so clean on LAN. I was going to say the victor goes to spoils, but what happens when there's a draw?
Yeah, that's the question. What happened when it's a draw? Honestly, I think the crowd can decide who won. Who won today? Was it Thor? Loki, I don't know if they're gonna give you the love that you want here, all right? It's always tough for you, but it looked like you had fun out there. How was it?
Everyone has to be the villain, you know, someone has to be the villain, but a draw seems fine between us. I mean, great maps though. It was so fun to play those maps. Bandit Evo is gonna be incredible. Season 5 is gonna be amazing. Can't wait to get it started on Tuesday.
Definitely look good on it, and definitely playing Forbidden, okay, old Sanctuary remap. How was that?
Honestly, like, beautiful. A bit big for me, but I was able to get a few flanks on the go. I caught Jersey in a few out BR fights. It was good fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
All right then. Well, okay. You guys look like y'all had a good time, but that's gonna do it for us on the stage. It was great. Give it up for them, everybody, and everyone who competed today in the HaloWC Season 5 Showdown.
Fantastic. We love it. From friends to enemies, back to friends. What an incredible story, especially with our HaloWC Showdown. I gotta say, and thank you so much to all of our content creators for coming, not only on the stage and competing there, but dressing up for the occasion as well. We love to see that, having a little bit of fun as we kick off Championship Sunday. Let's take a look at some of the highlights coming in from both of those matches. It was a draw, it was a tie, folks. But I gotta say, I was actually very impressed with some of the skill sets that were on show here, Wes. I mean, see Golden Boy picking up some clutch kills here, Gaskin having a triple kill at times as well. I mean, it was absolutely incredible.
Absolutely, and that's the thing about these players is that, yes, they're good personalities, but everybody plays Halo, and we've been playing a lot of it. So it's no surprise to see a couple of highlight clips across the way. Uber Nick shooting bodies, and the Shurs out BR on Gaskin with the Bandit on Forbidden was probably my favorite moment.
Yeah, it certainly was absolutely incredible. You see some of the moments here, having a bit of fun. The pop-up. The pop-up of Golden Boy there. Yep, that one should be censored, potentially.
That's a fine.
It is a fine for sure. Tony, when we got into that flag game, it was really good to see Team Juggernaut start to really make a comeback here. And off the back of, I think, honestly, what we heard, great comms, great teamwork, and they start to pull things across the line for themselves. And obviously that ended in a draw.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Hidden Experience get that nice triple kill that really kind of turned the tides. And that's the kind of Uber Nick and I think it was Reclaimer and Oath, they just kept going at each other. Every gunfight you saw body disrespect. I thought this match was about friendship.
No, it's never friendship on the sticks, Tony. You know that. You know what Wes says to you all the time. He's just jealous of your skill set, to be perfectly honest with you. And that's why we hear a little bit of a moan and a groan from our good old friend Clutch here. But yeah, you're right. I mean, some really, really big moments here that open the map up wide open. This is Forbidden, by the way, folks. They're playing CTF on this brand new map. And again, another pop-off on the other side of things. And Hidden Experience, I think his costume was very restricted, but pretty incredible to be able to play Halo, considering that very big helmet and a very tiny little slither of eyesight there, Clutch.
Yeah, not sure how he was actually able to perform as well as he was, but it turns out Hidden Experience doesn't need to be able to see to beat the likes of Golden Boy and Gaskin.
Yeah, very much so. Well, I'll tell you what, it was fun games, but it was also a showcase. Of course, you can get your hands on that October 17th. And here is a little look at everything in Season 5 you guys can look forward to. If you are in the arena, you may have noticed Firefight right there on your screens. You can play that right now. It's King of the Hill. Make sure you are in the venue playing that. Get your hands on it early. And yeah, you'll get the one up on other teammates who are waiting patiently at home for that. But you can see Season 5 here looking absolutely glorious. I personally am so excited. I mean, first of all, I love some of the kind of lore, the storytelling behind some of this new creative maps. And the Needler. I mean, this is where it was formed in those caves, and then you have Forbidden, just looking absolutely incredible. Tony, what are you most excited about with Season 5?
I'm excited about the Needler being a return. As somebody who's maybe not the most precise shot, the BR and the Bandit are really tough to use. I'm all about that Needler. That's where I'm going to shine. Wes, come see me in prison because I'm taking you down.
There you go. You've heard it here first, guys. Don't chow Tony in prison. He's got a Needler in his back pocket. But honestly, for me, it has to be what we're seeing on our screen right now. That Bandit Evo start for me, competitive. It's going to make such a huge shift in meta. The skill gap is really going to be produced here. And I'm just excited to see what kind of competitors our players and how they thrive with this Bandit start and what that means for them.
Yeah, I think we have a large player base from Halo 5 that misses that 5 single shot starting weapon. And this is something that's going to bring back those memories, bring back those opportunities for individual skill. Big shout out to Cleet LaRusso, member of the competitive insights team that did a lot of individual work to get the Bandit to where it is. Big shout out to him. Long hours paid off. I think the Bandit landed in a great spot to have as a competitive starting weapon and really change the meta for Season 3 of HCS.
Love to hear all of that. Cannot wait to see what happens next year and how that one is going to look. We love it. But I tell you what though, this season, this year has been an absolute dream. Some of the plays, the players, what they've been able to accomplish, all of the awards and accolades that come with it has been honestly an absolute magical experience for everybody here. And now we're going to head on over to the stage for our US Marines event commendations of the year. So Guy Blaze, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Seattle, welcome to the United States Marine Corps Event Commendations of the Year, where we help recognize the best players out there. And to help me do that, I have Sergeant Alexander Boom and Captain Nicole Rankin coming to the stage. Now, all year, we've been presenting dog tags to the best performing players and coaches of those events. And finally, today, we are recognizing the best performing players of the entire year. Coming up first, it's Main Slayer.
I think the sort of unspoken thing about a main slay is almost like how much damage you can deal while also just surviving the encounters and surviving the engagements. For everyone that's been supporting me and the team, it's so greatly appreciated. We've kind of had our ups, of course, and our downs throughout the season, but you guys, you cheered just as hard. To the friends, the family, Optic, everybody that supports us, very much appreciate it. Thank you as always.
Congratulations to Lucid. Lucid was ranked #1 overall in KD with a 1.23 and #1 in damage differential, putting out an extra 86K in that damage. He also holds the #1 ranked KD in Slayer and #2 in Oddball and CTF. Give it up for Lucid, everybody. Coming up next, it's Best Support.
The key to my consistency has got to be my teammates. You're only as good as your weakest link, and my team is full of very strong ones. So it really makes it easy when I know what my teammates are doing, for me to know what I'm doing, and I excel at the support aspect of the game, I guess, and they excel at a different one. And we just kind of are yin and yang, all four of us, and it just works out really good. This year has honestly been amazing. SSG has been like one of the greatest orgs I've ever been on, and the fan base has been honestly insane. It's probably the most support I think I've ever gotten in my whole Halo career. And especially like us as a team, it's probably the most support we've ever gotten. So really love to see that.
Congratulations to Penguin. Penguin has had the highest overall assists this season in 2023 and the highest in CTF and Strongholds with a positive KD as well and the 4th highest damage dealt this year. Next up is Best Objective.
The role of an objective-based player to me is really just doing whatever it takes to win. You know, if you're in a Slayer, you have to try to get as many kills as you can. If you're an objective, not only do you need to get some kills, but you gotta know when to rotate, when to set in time, when to cap. It's really just doing everything possible to win the game. The objective is always gonna be to win. That's what you gotta go do. Big thank you to all the fans who've supported me all year long. Cannot thank you enough for supporting me and my team. Could not do this without any of you.
Congratulations to Snakebite. Snakebite holds the #1 rank in ball time per game and ball time per minute. He also averages the highest flag captures per game with a 1.1. Seattle, make some noise for Snakebite. Next is Best Coach.
It's very important to kind of, communicate with the guys and see what they are wanting from a coach. Every team is a little bit different in what their expectations are, or just kind of what they're wanting in game and from comms. I mean, the biggest thing I'd like to say to the fans is just thank you. The fans are a big part of this all being possible. They show up every event and provide that much needed boost when we need it. It's been awesome being a part of it.
Congratulations to Coach Lunchbox. Lunchbox led his team to 2 LAN championships at the kickoff major in Charlotte and HCS Fort Worth major. After a long stretch of less than ideal placings, Lunchbox led his team to their most recent victory right before Worlds. Give it up for Coach Lunchbox. And a huge congratulations to all these incredible humans, and a big thank you to the U.S. Marine Corps.
4 incredible individuals stand on that stage right now, but the job isn't done. They're going to head backstage, talk to their teams, figure things out in order to hoist that trophy for themselves. But a massive congratulations to Lucid, Penguin, Snakebite, and Coach Lunchbox as well. But we've got to get back to business. We got some things to do today, right? Like maybe crown our world champions. What do you think?
I think it's game time. I think all the fun is over, and now it's time to get serious. The 4 best teams in the world are still in the tournament, and I can't wait to watch the action go down, because that's going to be some fireworks up there on that stage.
Certainly is indeed. We're kicking things off for you guys with the Elimination semi-final phase versus Sentinels happening on the main stage in just moments. After that, we've got our winners final. Optic takes on Space Station, a grueling battle to be sure. And then after that, our Elim final, grand final, and then of course, just in case, that grand final reset. Something that we did actually see the last tournament here at the Major as well. Here's our elimination bracket. Sentinels versus FaZe. They've come quite a long way here. Sentinels all the way from round 1, and FaZe get knocked down into the quarterfinals. They take Native Red a 3-0 sweep last night to find themselves now facing up against a very hot and kind of motivated Sentinels that we saw yesterday in that quadrant match. Tony, that was amazing to witness. Sentinels just caught fire at the perfect time, but the question is that fire still lit?
Yeah, the fact that both of those quarterfinals matches were 3-0s is crazy, because there was ups and downs throughout that. They were really exciting, and it's all just to lead up to right now here.
You got to think about Sentinels' journey to get here. Elimination bracket round 1. You're playing for top 8. You're down 9 kills in game 5. Things are looking grim. Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up a stalker. They start making plays. They figure out some way to get through that barrier. And then ever since then, they have played better and better and better every single series. They're going to need their best against FaZe here, but you got to love the journey and the resilience that this team showed with their backs against the wall so far.
You will indeed. Let's kick things off with FaZe and talk about how these guys are going to push themselves to the limit and get potentially back into that grand final, which they had their sights set on from the beginning of this tournament. It's going to be a tough one going up against Sentinels. We have some history between these two teams, not just in terms of matchups, but of course history as well. Now, Wes, when you're looking at FaZe Clan, how they have managed to perform here this weekend, a really close call against Optic, and then a fiery reset last night against Native Red.
Yeah, FaZe were flawless up until the point where they ran into Optic, and that series could not have been any closer. Both of those Slayers, games 2 and 5, were decided by, what, 1 kill and 3 kills? They want to get back in an opportunity to redeem themselves for losing the Slayers, but that's something that you cannot afford to do. They find themselves now in the elimination bracket against the guy that they made a team change for, and that is a big moment for both of these two teams to prove the decision was correct and to also get back on the right page, because they made that change to win a world championship. It's now or never for FaZe.
Now, Tony, when you look back at the rematch from Fort Worth, FaZe won 3-0, the Slayer was a 50-37. Do we see this going their way in that type of fashion again, or do you think Sen have a little bit more strength in them this time?
I think the Slayers are going to be really important, because both of these teams really thrive on their Slayers. As of right now, Sentinel's best game type has been their Slayers, and we already know what FaZe are going to bring to the table in both Game 2 and Game 5 if necessary. So those Slayers are 100% important this matchup.
They certainly are indeed. I'm also looking a little bit at map 4 as well. FaZe, they're perfect in Worlds and Opal right now, 5-0. That is a really good mode for them at the moment, which is kind of ironic when you look back at their season. It's been something that's actually been biting them at the ankles often, where it's been a little bit of a slip up here and there. It's something that they've tried to perfect often. How are you feeling about this series layout for them, Clutch, when you look upon what they've got ahead of them going up against Sentinels?
Well, I don't think FaZe has a bad map or mode combination in the books. They've been putting in a lot of work, having an opportunity to talk to these guys individually. They're so confident when it comes to any combination of the map modes, but it is those Slayers that have eluded them in the series that they have troubles with. So I am looking at games 2 and potentially game 5 to be where FaZe needs to focus the most, because I do feel like in objectives, they're as solid as they come.
Yeah, they certainly are solid indeed. While we're still on FaZe though, who are you looking at right now, Wes, to have a really big game? Who do you want to see step up to set the tone for this day?
I think in this series, this is the moment where Renegade says, I was worth it. I was what you needed to get the job done. You're playing against Lethal. There's obviously that rivalry that is never going to go away with the history these two teams have. Renegade's going to need to step up and prove that he is the player we all know he is.
Now, Tony, let's move on over to Sentinels, because Sentinels, they showed so much resilience so far in this tournament, pushing all the way through the elimination bracket. My goodness, the run they have been on, and rightfully so. They're incredible players. We have seen them get it together. We've seen them go to a grand finals this season. So what's to say that they can't do it this time?
I mean, it's been a tough journey so far. You're coming as the number 7 seed, so it's a really tough pool play to come out of. And then the bracket really hasn't been that forgiving to them as well. But like Wes said, you stepped it up yesterday late. You come in, and right now you're guaranteed top 4, and you have a chance to make it to the top 3 against FaZe, a team that you have already beaten. So Sentinels, now's your time.
Now, Tony, when you're looking at Sentinels and what they have to do here in terms of the actual details of this series, do you think they have to win Strongholds and King of the Hill to have a really, really good chance here? Because, you know, the advantage of the map set, I do feel like sways a little bit more in FaZe's favor at the moment with how they've been working. So what would you say is the necessary components for a win for Sen?
I think that's really important. I think, especially because you mentioned Strongholds. Strongholds Recharge is going to be game number 1, and Recharge is going to be the most important map of this series. Both of these teams have struggled on Recharge, and if you want to come out hot, you're going to have to beat them if you're Sentinels, because after that, like you said, Live Fire, going into game number 3, you're 5-0. That's going to be a really tough matchup for you. So I think you got to come out hot in Recharge. Make sure you get it over toward that game 4, which, by the way, Sentinels are very good at streets, and then beat them out on Slayer when you go back to Recharge in that game number 1 after gaining that confidence in the beginning of the series.
100%. That map 1 usually is a very big indication of the confidence level and the kind of the willingness of a team and how they prepared for this series and how they want to push forward. Now, Clutch, we talked about the components of the team. Let's talk about the actual players here. We've talked about Boo Boo often. We talked about Falcated, Spartan, Lethal. Who are you really looking at right now to have a big, big game for this team in order to take a dub against FaZe?
I think you got to call out Spartan. He's got to find himself with the S7 in hand, and when he does, he has to start making plays, because against this FaZe roster, the only way to slow them down is to kill them quickly. What better weapon to do that than with the snipe or the shock rifle? We know how capable Spartan is of an individual player. We haven't really seen a ton of highlights from him, I feel like, on the main stage as of yet. This is the moment I believe we were waiting for.
I do indeed. I also want to mention Falcated just a little bit. We've seen some real spark from this guy recently in this tournament specifically, but I also like the comparison as well of Royal 2 versus Falcated. And I think you're looking at 2 main slayers, Royal 2, I mean, he's got the 2nd highest KD of World so far with a 1.34, and in CTF, I mean, it's off the charts, 2.13, so he's really making openings here. But Falcated, he's also, as well as Spartan, been helping to lead the way for Sen, having a 1.23 KD behind a 1.41 in King of the Hill. So 2 really, really good slayers. Do you think Falcated is up to the task to challenge somebody like Royal 2 here?
I think Falcated's best is. He's going to need to bring his best. Being compared to Royal 2 is the ultimate compliment, in my opinion. The ultimate damage dealer has been for about a decade now. Falcated has that in him, though. When he is on, he can compete with anybody as far as output and damage. You're going to need a big series out of everybody on Sentinels, but it is those 2 main slayers, Spartan and Falcated, that are going to have to step up and rise to the occasion.
They certainly will indeed. Tony, we saw kind of 2 similar tales yesterday in terms of their elimination matchups. We saw Sentinels go up against Quadrant. They had a really, really hot series, 3-0. We saw FaZe go up against Native Red. Same thing. Which one do you think is bringing the most fire right now with their backs against the wall?
I think it's Sentinels right now. I think Sentinels really caught fire, and some of the some of the weaknesses that they've had in the past that we kind of criticized them for, they stepped it up in those exact same departments, and it really lends to them getting big wins towards the end of yesterday. I specifically looking towards Boo Boo Dubu. We talked about him having a little bit of a slower, methodical gameplay, but sometimes he needs to kind of speed up and get that damage in. And what does he do? He ends up that last series with the highest damage on his team, and he was really picking and choosing his fights so well.
Now we have the series layout on our screens here. My eyes are immediately going to these two Slayers. Tony, you mentioned it earlier on, but Wes, Slayer Solitude and Slayer Recharge right at the end. Two maps that often do give some of these teams a little bit of a hard time. But I'm looking at FaZe right now to step up in the Slayers. Is this going to be a problem for them, do you think? They have an incredible Slayer record, but yesterday, the Slayers just weren't quite working out for them. So, issues there, or are you not feeling too worried about it?
I don't have an issue with the map mode combination by any means, but I think what Optic taught you against FaZe yesterday is when you get control of the snipe and you have the inside of the map, it is so difficult to efficiently try to break that as a setup. Solitude Slayer is one of our more momentum-based games where when a team has control, it is such a difficult practice to try and break that control. Whatever team gets off to an early lead is going to have a major advantage in tempo for the rest of the game.
Yeah, they certainly will indeed. Tony, what are you thinking about these Slayers?
I think the numbers really do lend to what Wes was talking about, and you have to come out hot. And this I was talking about before, where you have Oddball and Livefire coming back-to-back in the series, where, by the way, FaZe are 5-0 in both that map and game type. You have to win the first half if you're Sentinels. Recharge, they got to come out hot. Solitude, you're already 75% as far as win percentage on that map, so I feel good for Sentinels. And then you have to come back in that game number 5. On the map Recharge, where both your teams are struggling, Sentinels, this is your moment, but it starts with winning those first 2 games.
Yeah, it really will be in those first 2 that kind of dictates, I think, the pace. And speaking of pace though, Wes, when you look at both of these teams and you're comparing them, what about the pacing? What about the style kind of clashes that we're seeing from 2 of these teams? They really do kind of read very differently for me when I see them in a game.
Yeah, I think it'd be really interesting to see how they clash, because so often it's about who has the lead, and getting to play from the lead gives you so much opportunity and advantages. As far as how do you determine how the pace is being set, how the tempo is being set? When FaZe have the ability, I feel like, to fluctuate their pace based off certain situations and given the given time. But when Sentinels are able to control the map, they can set the tone for every one of these game modes. And when that happens, it's really difficult, even for the likes of FaZe. Even the individuals of FaZe have a lot of problems trying to deal with how do we break this tempo to get out of this cycle, because that's all what this game is at the highest level, is who is in control of the tempo.
Indeed, it really is all about that tempo, adjusting, making sure everything is working in perfect tandem with one another. Well, I'll tell you what, both of these teams are absolute powerhouses. They are here on Championship Sunday for a reason. The stage is set, folks. We are just about ready to go. So your first match on Championship Sunday at your World Championships starts right now.
When we joined the Halo World Championship, we took an oath. In the blood of our teammates, in the hearts of our fans, we swore to complete our objectives. Those who oppose our efforts shall fail, unworthy of the final prize. And to continue our march to glorious victory.
Used it with all the goodies and putting them all to use. This time the Fighters on board. It's a triple kill. You might get precision has no idea. Has to try and survive. But oh no, Frothy's got hands on 4. Can he hold it? 3 days. Oh my God. Oh, no way. Make it 3. Oh, there is the formation. Make it a hero play towards the end of the game.
Seattle, it's time for Championship Sunday, and we are kicking it off with FaZe versus Sentinels, and this is gonna be a bloodbath. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside the legendary Walshy as we get ready to commentate this game. And boy, oh boy, are we excited for this one, Dave, because this matchup can very well just shape the entire landscape of this competition. Imagine if FaZe get eliminated here.
Not expected, but totally possible. Keep in mind, Sentinels, they beat FaZe 2 times at HCS
Salt Lake City. Can they make it a third for the season at the most important event of the year? We're kicking it off with Recharge Strongholds, and let's jump on board with Snakebite.
That's right, the captain. See what he does here. Pressure's on, and obviously could be a bittersweet situation here as well for the boys on FaZe, because they're going to be going up against their former teammate in Lethal. But how poetic would it be for Lethal to be able to send home the team that replaced him with Renegade here at the Halo World Championship, Walshy? It would be utterly absurd. What a story that would be.
Yeah, they would ultimately have the last laugh, winning 3 out of their last 4 matchups. Absolutely not. Giving up on that one.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. Snakebite's going to have this camo. Pushing it back here. He's just trying to wait this one out. He knows that there's going to be some pressure potentially coming here. But a good read, as they're just going to play this one out slowly. They did have a brief triple cap, but it is going to be responded immediately.
Yeah, and it felt good for a second there while they're capping C, but Sentinels out-rotating, taking both A and B. Sentinels fans will take that trade any day of the week, with C being one of the easier strongholds to capture on this game mode.
Indeed, indeed. As we now see Spartan, he's got himself that shock rifle over in the corner. He's waiting to see if there's going to be any marks, any targets. One's potentially going to be challenging over toward Gold, but Royalty's going to wisely enough back away. He's going to have to deal with 2 players here in a minute.
Valkated just picking up kill after kill. They collapsed on the players in the pipes. And now FaZe, they're down to the last 2 members. Look at them wait, though. Smart play by FaZe. No need to panic. It's early on in the game. They don't need to force anything just yet.
Spartan is going to feel the brunt of that off of a Frosty double kill, and that's going to be a Frosty triple kill. He's looking for one more. It could be Valkated if he's going to show his head over toward top goal, but that ain't going to happen here. Pressure's coming in from Val, though. It's going to force him back, and we're looking at a potential trip cap here for FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe getting trip cap, trying to make up that lost ground. They're down by about 25 points right now, and what are they going to do to make it back? They have their trip cap in effect, but B is being recaptured by Sentinels, and also Lethal has the camo.
Huge opportunity here for Lethal. Certainly the player that you want to have holding this particular power item. He's able to avoid that sticky. So he'll get the flip here on C. You got 2 down though for Sentinel, so Lethal's going to have to be dealing with a few of the members of FaZe here in a moment. Z backs away. He will have some assistance though. Here comes Lethal, and here comes FaZe on the push. Snakebite trying to get a little dirty in there. Pushing in towards C, and Lethal as well as Snakebite. Go toe-to-toe on that one. Very well done, but it was going to be Frosty who picked up the kill and gets the trade 3 down %.
Huge trade there by Lethal, taking out his former teammate Snakebite. Valkated, look at those peak shots. Got more damage there, but can they close out? Lethal comes in to help clear out the elevator, but here come the reinforcements. Royal 2 getting 2 slays and control of Turbine.
Beautifully done there. As they manage to hold A and C, how do Sentinels respond? Let's jump into a listen in.
No, and they killed. XC on me with repulse. Up there. Watch out, XC with repulse. Watching grapple, Mike. Looking grapple. Yo, on my pipe right now.
Yeah, on me.
He's on driveway. On driveway.
Watch
out, absolute pipes. Absolute village.
Alright, you last guy. In long haul, going glass.
Go.
Yeah, glass Renegade gonna go top red. Gonna go top red Renegade.
Watch out top A. I got him.
Nice.
Be in top red.
Renegade gonna be on you, Jesse.
He stuck me. He's top A. Top white. Watch it out too, guys. Top white.
He's on the steps. One there, TJ. Yeah. Weak top A cat, Frosty.
Yo, 25. Kill me. I died. Yeah, we need to get top white, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying. He's still
top.
One's
right side sniping, looking. One top A, Mike. You know you're there, Mike.
20 seconds camo.
And bottom A. Shut top A. Top A and bottom A. One was red sniping. Alright, take our time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 there. One's that red sniping. We shoot red together?
Don't get staggered too
bad. Yeah, I'll try to.
Could be flagging.
Bottom A, Frosty has a repulse. Bottom A has a repulse. Top red. Ballard snipe me. Came on 5. They might try to push up on tower. Give me the glass here. Alright, take your time. Bottom white, one shot, Frosty.
One shot, Frosty.
Jump bottom. Top weak. Top is weak.
Frosty,
one shot, yellow door.
They can't kill me.
And Needles on shot. Yellow door, Mingler.
There's still guy,
Two bottom mid, Mingler pit.
Gonna be long. Yeah, 2 mega pit.
Needles sniping and 2 bottom mid. One has camo. He's stacks for camo. Looking at 2 stacks, one has camo.
Yeah, see.
Well, despite the good comms there from Sentinels, FaZe still managed to have full control of this game. And you know that they're trying to anticipate some of these plays here, Dave, but FaZe have just had their number each and every play. And the only thing that they've been able to do is get one of those, home sites, right? Whether it's A or C.
Yeah, at least they haven't let that expand into a trip cap.
That's true.
But you're right, the comms were great, calling out what they wanted to do. It was the execution where it fell apart. Every single step of the way, FaZe were right there. They were able to get the slays, they were able to back them down, and they put on more pressure. FaZe aren't just defending right where the strongholds are at. they're taking up more ground. They're putting pressure over at control as soon as they have some extra damage on the players.
Yeah, FaZe is just so good at playing with that kind of information, though. Kind of like knowing that Bubudu is going to be weak, so World 2 can just look away for a minute here. He's going to go help his teammate out, Frosty. Bubudu is going to turtle himself inside of World. He got some pressure over toward Gold as well, but at this point in time now, FaZe are just going to be looking for this opening, and this could be materializing here at World, but it's not going to happen. 2 down now, as Sentinels are going to try and get themselves back into this game, Dave.
Yeah, FaZe, the last member alive. Frosty not only getting the cap onto B, gets the slay onto Lethal, and dips away over into the pipes. That win cannot be understated because all of a sudden FaZe no longer have to be the aggressor. They have 2 strongholds. They can play defense.
Well played. Frosty managing to play his life there very well. Falcated wisely enough back in the way. You're seeing a lot of kills now starting to come through in the favor of FaZe Clan. Falcated's going to be between a rock and a hard place. Managed to stay alive, and they're able to get themselves 2 kills off of that. That's pretty big.
They got 3 kills total throughout that entire exchange, and they have to go for a big play here. And you look at it, Sentinels, they're grabbing the camo, they're grabbing B, and they're going to try to defend over at A, but here comes the counter push from FaZe. Players weak in pipes, players weak in the batteries. Falcated's got everywhere. Eyes on both of them.
Players week on a Friday, players week on a Saturday. Bagel bites. I don't know. I was just trying to get a jingle going. But yes, very well done there by Sentinels to get themselves back into this one. And a trip cap could be what the doctor ordered here. You got to watch out and see what's going on with Lethal. He does manage to get a big kill over towards C.
And pay attention to that scoreline. They were down by about 100 plus. And here they're have back. The trip cap going. Can they stop this elevator push? It looks like Falcated crew all collapsing in here. That is going to be reset momentarily, and this trip cap is going to continue to extend.
Quite dangerous here for FaZe Clan. Snakebite's got to win this fight. He's got one in front of him. Body shots, right to the chest to just handle that business, but he knew that the pressure was going to be coming from up on the elevator side toward A. Here it comes now. Got Bubudu versus Snakebite. Bubudu trying to just see if he can predict where he's going to be moving from, but Snakebite, great job as he's just luring a lot of attention, but where is the rest of FaZe? He's been by himself back here the entire time just trying to stay alive.
Bubu's brought a clan with him. When he comes back for this battle, it's not going to be a fair one. 3 people roll into the elevator and clear out that stronghold. And look at the score. All of a sudden, Golden Boy, it's about a 30-point game. Sentinels brought it back to that trip cap.
Yeah, that's the beauty about strongholds, is that at any point in time, you can come back into this game. So at that point, Sentinels not in a bad spot here. 175 and counting. Hold down to A and C control, but Frosty's gonna try and change that up here for a moment, expecting some pressure down low, but it ain't coming.
But this time, FaZe have 2 members in the elevator. Last couple times, they've tried to capture elevator.
That's true.
They've been down a member, and this time, they've actually had full force. This is a setup that we saw so successful from FaZe earlier. They're holding the A-B setup and putting pressure in towards control. Looks like this time, Sentinels opt to push towards the center of the map instead of going from control and catwalk. And it looks like it's successful so far. They take down Frosty, they take down Renegade. Can they get a 3rd kill, and can they get B?
And that's going to be yet another power item picked up here for Sentinels. And they're going to try and use this one to lock down this win, maybe take this lead. It's going to be a tough one, without a doubt. Bubudubu's trying to scope this one out. He's got to win this fight, and he does so. That's the trip cap now for Sen.
Trip cap in effect. Are they going to push this advantage? I don't think they have the opportunity to. It's a 3-on-3, and if they overextend, they could give up some crucial kills and lose not just 1 stronghold, but 2. So you look at Bubudu and teammates reeling back there. That's the correct play. It's okay to push for the trip cap when you have a significant advantage. Right there, they were even footing.
And this is where things are going to get a little dicey now for FaZe. They got a lot of players that are very weak here toward Gold, and some help is coming in. Lethal was able to get 1, but Frosty does find his mark, though. He's got to try and play his life, stay alive long enough here to try and help out.
But what a huge flank there from Bubu. All that damage done, can it be taken advantage of? And the push is coming in towards elevator. Falcated one-on-one against Frosty. Look at Falcated by time. He's not letting Frosty grab the hill just yet. And just because of that Renegade and Frosty having to focus on Falcated and his teammates all across the map, grab and see. And now we have a lead here for Sentinels.
Big one here, of course, Falcated, adhering to the 5 rules of dodgeball, dodge, duck, dip, dive, as well as dodge. Very well effective. Fortunately for Frosty, though, he's going to get back whacking over toward A, and I don't think anyone saw that one coming.
Nobody knew Bubu was there.
Except
Bubu
Bubu
sneaks behind, gets the kill, but damage still done across the map. Lethal and Falcated taken out, and the pipes is going to be a deciding battle right here, and that's going to go in the favor of FaZe. FaZe just have to play defense for another 7 points. I think this has to be a contest over towards B. I don't know how else to get a different stronghold, and that's going to be game. No, B is being contested.
Yeah, B is getting contested here. Frosty's going to try and see if he can win this one out. He's got one player in front of him, but he can't do anything about that. And that is going to be the game. FaZe Clan take map 1 here at Championship Sunday.
They can breathe easy, but not that easy. That game was so close.
Tough.
Sentinels brought that back. There were so many times where they were down by 60 points, even over 110 points at one point throughout the game. So Sentinels claw that back. Shows so much resilience, shows how strong they are playing today.
Well done by the veterans on FaZe Clan. Sentinels, though, merely had their number. These first 2 maps are going to be very pivotal here for both of these squads. It's going to dictate how the series goes. You heard it on the desk. You heard them talk about it.
Keep in mind, all the other times that these teams have matched up, it's either been a FaZe 3-0 for 4 of the matchups, or it has been Sentinels winning 3-0 and 3-1 the 2 times that they have beaten FaZe. So you've noticed that once they get the ball rolling, once they're playing strong, Sentinels can run away and win the series. It's just a matter of getting that ball down the hill.
Yeah.
Get that snowball effect going. Get your team pumped up. Get those advantages. You cannot expect to take down FaZe in any sort of easy fashion when you dig yourself in an early hole.
Yeah, you really can't. It's a tough one to have to deal with, right? Because without a doubt, I think Sentinels felt as if, you know, they had that in their hands. They had the lead, which was something that we were not really expecting today, right? They were able to claw their way back in with a 100+ point deficit at one point. Super impressive nonetheless, but that map does go to FaZe. Now we get ready for some Solitude Slayer. And I think this is where Sentinels, they're going to find a way to answer back here. Even though these series have oftentimes been lopsided, I still think Sentinels are hitting today.
This one's going to be a difficult one to call. Yes, the Slayer stats show that this is more favored for Sentinels. One thing I was taking into account is their opposition. Who are they playing in some of these matches? If you think about the history of this year, Sentinels have had a few more lower placings. They've had some matches lower in the elimination bracket, whereas FaZe have consistently placed near the top and had to play very tough opposition as the tournament gets going.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. This is certainly something to keep in the back of your mind as you're looking at these stats. But to play devil's advocate there for a minute, Dave, I do believe that Sentinels, the caliber of players that are on that stage, certainly know what is at stake here, certainly know what FaZe are capable of, having run into them so many times. So you know that they are, at the very least, prepared for this, but you can be prepared as much as possible. And let's be honest, it's very hard to prep against FaZe because this is a team that is constantly evolving, man.
Constantly evolving, but to be fair, I don't know if you can find somebody that could be more prepared and have more in-depth information than Lethal, their former teammate for multiple years. He's going to know how those players play inside and out, know their strategies, know what they're going to react to when they have an advantage, when they're down 2 players, whether they're going to be cowering a corner or setting up a trap. He's going to know this team so well.
And they're going to need that. They're going to need that info because it's only going to get harder from here, Dave. If map 1 was any indication as to where this is going, look, I think we're going to be seeing these 2 teams pretty much 1 kill apiece. I would be shocked if any squad manages to pull off a crazy lead in the mid game, because at that point, then I think, you know, you kind of have to wrap it up there, because with the way these 2 teams contest against one another, there's surely something's got to give.
Yeah, something's got to give, but Sentinels, they have had some rougher Slayer matches here against FaZe. Their head-to-head matchup is Sentinels have won 1 Slayer against FaZe, whereas FaZe has won 5.
Oof. Not stats you want to see going into a World Championship matchup. That's the reality. World 2 is going to be able to get himself a kill early on. Look at Frosty there. He does have his sights set on Boo Boo Doo Boo. If he didn't get him, his teammate was going to pick him up as well. And the spawns now are going to be popping up behind Frosty, and they're setting up with this snipe, getting it away from that snipe tower.
Yeah, just rotating out. Just because you have someone near that tower doesn't mean you need to hold it. Get out of dodge, bring that sniper to a new location, and just set up and pick off players. Notice how FaZe were even willing to give up that snipe side of the map, even though not a single member has dropped. They've gotten 3 kills themselves and able to rotate that away. But look at this, Sentinels all down low, getting ready to make a hidden push. They don't want to go out to an open spot up high where Frosty can get a free pick.
Yeah, and Frosty actually read this play. He moves away from it, goes over toward, well, actually right here toward the window. And a great read, great response here from Snakebite and the rest of FaZe. They were able to pick up these kills. Frosty lines one up, clean body shot there against Bubu, and that stop just got basically nullified immediately.
Yeah. Near those stairs of that poster, I've seen Frosty use that spot consistently. Seems like he likes to set up that time, not just to get back shield, but also a time where he has full shield. He'll hide behind there, wait for one of his teammates to create a distraction, then jump up and help finish off the fight.
Yeah, he comes in at the perfect moment for this FaZe roster. Now he's got himself some good height here by Ledge. You know the pressure's going to be coming in, though. Falcated was able to get a double kill. Got to back away from this one, and that was just a rough situation, but well done by Sentinels to put that pressure on FaZe.
Yeah, Sentinels not getting off to a large deficit, even though FaZe have had Sniper in their hands for 1 minute and 45 seconds. That can't be understated.
Yeah.
Halo is all about maximizing your gains and minimizing your losses. In a situation where the opposing team has one of the best players in the world with a sniper in their hands to only be down by 3 kills, look at what happened since. They're now on neutral footing, and Sentinels closing that gap even further. Only 1 kill away from tying this game.
This is exactly what we thought was going to happen, Dave. These two teams are going to be neck and neck the entire series. The caliber of player has exponentially increased in Halo Infinite over the course of the year, and everyone here feels that pressure. So much on the line. Spartan now sees 2 in front of him, but he's going to have to make a decision here, and fortunately for him, the decision was made for him. Meanwhile, as we look over toward FaZe, Royal 2 trying to play ring around the rosy here with his player, and that is going to be a trade with Falcated.
Trade is all about there. That is so rare to not have one team get that one-person advantage and to just roll through the other. It shows how evenly matched these two squads are, just jostling for position. As soon as one is weak, that player's getting finished off and then damage trade out onto the next player.
Lethal now has picked himself up a sniper. See what he could do with it now. We saw Frosty wield this weapon earlier at the beginning of the game. Try to repulse himself to get a little quick, like, juke over to the side. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him there. Frosty now back where he feels comfortable with this sniper over toward Nest.
Yeah.
He's gonna wait this one out, and a big shot there on Bubu.
We're gonna see when Frosty grabbed the sniper, FaZe had a 3-kill lead. Are they gonna do more work with it this time? Last time, Frosty not able to find the angles. Not until it's too late. Player lifting up there, easy no scope for someone like Frosty, and once again, going to relinquish control over at Snipe Tower and rotate it back towards the yard. Just feeling too much pressure, too many angles where those set members can come over from.
But good calls were coming in for Frosty, so he looked low and was gifted a pick on a player that was rather weak. Cafe is going to be exposed. Frosty wrapping back around here because they're anticipating where this push is going to come from. They need information, and they got it. They know it's going to be LR push, so Frosty's just waiting this one out. Sees the player at the driveway there. Nice body shot on him just to keep that push at bay for the time being.
And those are the trades that Lethal are known for. It's going to show on the stat screen as 1 kill and 1 death, but he's taking out the power weapon player. He's taking out whether it's a sniper or rocket player, and just creating an opening for his team, saying, "Sniper's down for a second, boys. Make your move."
FaZe Clan's built up a decent lead, 26-20. Let's listen in and see how the comms are.
Getting out.
LR1. One. Front LR. Market.
Top mid. Snipes out ammo.
Can we make another play? On me.
No, we can't. We're getting hit.
You're here.
Two there, John. I'm getting out.
That's fine. Let's get livers.
Yo, let's hold them out.
Flowers.
Are you playing?
One in flowers.
No, 2 flowers, big man. 3 flowers. I gotta live, man.
I think they might be hitting blue here.
I'm about to hit Trim.
One in flowers, bro.
One flowers. We're good.
There's one S4. That's his in. One S4. I got him.
What's up, coming?
That's on tram. You guys can run. One side. U-turn.
Repulse still. Bottom left repulse.
There's 2 there.
You're in back, man.
There's gonna be 2 there. I'm gonna die.
Let's go. I'm dead 2.
You top side.
I'm coming. Alright, you want to just sit here?
So 2 top side. They're pushing posters.
Are you top side? Alright, you want to keep on blue?
Behind me. Behind us a gold.
That's one blue. We're all blue.
Stay far. I'm not kidding. Walk out. Come. No.
Two yard beer. I'm 1 head, guys. No, 2 deep both.
Sniper 15. Yard still, guys. Yard.
Yard beer.
New snipe. Listen. Start pivoting. Pivot. LR. See people we run, we turn around.
LR and blue. LR and blue. Can we look blue? Yeah, blue and blue window. I got shots. Are you? Dip kill me, guys. On me, blue guys. On me, blue. Shot guys. One it.
I need you to stay right here. Stay right. Blue ramp still done. I'm just gonna send the left round. I'm looking at this right now. Yo, top here. High for
Farms that blue truck us.
Nice.
It's one blue.
You can clip them. Yo, run. You can run. I got here. There's three blue guys. Three blue. I repulse right now. I'm baiting him.
Great listening to the phase, but the story's all Sentinels closing that 6-kill gap. You heard all these coordinated pushes from FaZe saying we're gonna push toward Jar. Let's round this corner together. But Sentinels having the correct answer. When players are rolling into small clumps where you have 2 or 3 people in a small area, you just create a little distance. You buy time for your teammates coming from different angles. Throw some grenades, and Sentinels did that perfectly to tie up that game during that last listening.
And also another thing to bear in mind as well, Dave, is you could also hear a little indecision in the comms of what they wanted to do in that particular instance. I think it was Royal 2 saying, like, trust me, like, let's just go ahead and do this. And things were crumbling, unfortunately, for them. But there's still an opportunity to get back into this game, clearly because they have the lead.
Yeah, it's a little questionable at some point. You're like, come on, trust me, bro. Like, at this point, when you're in the World Championship, you should be able to call with authority and say, we're doing this.
Frosty now managed to get that sniper yet again. And this is where things are going to get a little hairy here at the mid-game. Because Sentinels don't want to give up any dumb deaths here. And no one was almost given up because Frosty had the read. And he knows where they are. They're just not giving him angles.
Here's the thing is, you need to spot where that sniper is. And snipers like Frosty are known to get a kill somewhere and then reposition. So they now know where Frosty was. They now know he repositioned over towards bomb center and uncertain what to do. He was shooting his feet through the Kia? Is that possible?
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. More you know. I learned a lot of things this weekend, Dave. There were a lot of really cool, like the palm tree jump up. I didn't even remember that was a thing. Pretty cool stuff there.
36 apiece. Frosty, let's be real, has been pretty much negated with this sniper. We haven't been able to see him go on the sprees that he's known for. Instead, almost feels like Frosty's been more of a distraction as all these players are trying to collapse in and get these angles that players like Royal 2 and Renegade are able to get some picks. There's a kill from Frosty onto Spartan.
There you go.
Gets his help onto Falcated, making use of these last couple bullets, but here comes the fight against Lethal, and that's going to be some much needed kills and room for error here for the FaZe roster as they go into the 41 kill mark.
They only need 9. First to 50. Frosty finds one in front of him. A big fight here. Spartan couldn't get away from that one fast enough. A killing spree as well for Frosty. He's looking for the double, but instead, his teammate's going to have his back and get that one. They're so close to being able to wrap this one up. The Sentinels are so close from being able to tie this.
How do they decide to play this? You don't have the angle you need if you're in Sentinels. You have everyone down low and pushing over towards LR. You need that additional angle from top gold or from Cafe or Market. 1v1, Falcade versus Frosty. Frosty comes out ahead.
They were chomping up that map and not allowing Sentinels to be able to move at all. Finally, though, decisions were made by Sen to break out of this one. But if they keep trading, this is going to spell disaster here for Sen. 47-41, Frosty dips on out of there, has nothing left in the chamber with that sniper. But sure here, if they're not careful, they could get caught off guard. So they got to be mindful of this one, and that's why Frosty, wisely enough, is going to dip away, but the pressure's going to be coming here from
back. He's going to try to repulse him back or get that melee, buy some time for his teammates, eventually taken out there. Not sure if that sniper was able to be slipped away here from the Sentinels roster. We did see it in the hands of Spartan before he was taken out. So if we have sniper in the hand Sentinels, they actually would have a chance here. And the fact that we see...
they don't.
Oh, I was just going to say, the body language from Renegade makes me feel like they had sniper. It felt like he was trying to make a move to not let them get something there. But
yeah.
Royal 2 has sniper. This is going to be a tall order here for Sentinels to pull this one back. Royal 2 also wasting a little bit of extra ammo. He realizes that one of the only ways that Sentinels are going to come back in this game is if they kill him and have a full sniper rifle.
There's the 49th kill. Falcated's going to be a little weak over toward the side. The big fight's coming down low. But here comes Royal 2, but it don't matter. FaZe Clan picks up map 2, and they go up 2-0.
And that is tough here. Not only just being down 2-0 against FaZe, but knowing that game 4 is so statistically against Sentinels.
Yeah.
They're going to have to pull off the impossible. I mean, we've seen them do it already this weekend. They're
That's
basically
very
dead
true.
men walking. Consider their series against Native White. They were down by 10 kills in that Street Slayer. This is Elimination Bracket round 1. They come back to win that game. I believe it's 50-48 or 50-49. That's the difference between them getting 9th through 12th in this event and being in top 4 currently.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Dave. It's been a bit of a uphill battle for this Sen roster throughout the weekend, having to go through, you know, a real smorgasbord of top teams here in the HCS. I mean, don't get me wrong, FaZe did the same thing as well, but for this rather young roster in Sentinels that got together, you know, like toward the midpoint of the season, it's been awesome to see the progress that they've made. But on the opposite side of that, FaZe Clan, even when you think that they're going to be in a tough situation, even when you think that they're going to be down by a sizable amount, they find a way to claw back into the game time and time again. Vastly frustrating to play against, man.
It is so tough. I mean, they play their game so consistently, so well. It feels like you have to not only play out of your mind, you have to play that for a full 10 to 12 minutes in order to beat someone like FaZe. That's why you'll see a time where you're maybe not playing your absolute best or make a mistake. FaZe capitalize, take a little bit of a lead. You start to play your best, you may be tied up, and then you make one little misstep where FaZe makes an incredible play, and all of a sudden they're in the lead again. It's so difficult and frustrating to be playing against this FaZe roster.
Yeah, they do such a great job of playing for one another. But coming up next now, Live Fire, King of the Hill. I honestly, with how this series has unfolded now, Dave, I think FaZe have that ice in them. They feel confident, they feel comfortable. They're not keeling over when they lose these leads. They still have plans, they still have strategies. It feels like they are in a flow state right now, so to speak.
Yeah, that's the most impressive part, is that Sentinels, they're getting down to some deficits and they're able to close those gaps. The fact that they've been down, like I said, over 100 points on Stronghold Recharge. They were down by 8+ kills earlier in Solitude Slayer, able to close that gap. So they've shown that they're able to make the comeback here. Now what really matters is, can they just get a lead? Can they get a sizable lead that they can hold on to? Maybe this time when they make an error, it goes to a tie game instead of them going down by 5 to 10 kills.
Here, of course, is the King of the Hill stats. FaZe Clan, no surprise. And the two teams above them, again, no surprise. But for Sentinels, though, and how long this team has been working on this, I think that if this is it, then this is your tournament life on the line. You have to answer back here and now. The only option is a reverse sweep. And if you pull that off here in Seattle on Championship Sunday, hell, I think that you're on the path, baby.
They'd be on the path to greatness if they're able to somehow pull this off. And what I need to see from Sentinels, if they're going to not only just win this game, but extend the series, is you need to let some of those players off the leash. You need to let Spartan the Dog off the leash. You need to let Valkated do what he's been doing best. We've been seeing incredible slays and flanks out of Boobadooboo. We've been seeing Lethal winning his 1v1s, doing everything he needs to do for this roster. It just all needs to come together. No hesitations, no self-doubt in this roster, and they just need to start to roll through. Because I even saw in game number 1 in Stronghold's Recharge, there was times where they got 2 down, and they decided just like to hold those. They held that 2-cap setup. That's okay if you're on even ground, but if you have a 2-person advantage, roll through, try to stagger those spawns against FaZe.
Get as much value.
Yes, they need to get as much value as possible. They need to be maximizing those situations where they have an advantage. And that's what's going to take here from Sentinels. They need to set a statement right here. They need to start getting riled up. They need to get hyped up once they get those advantages and try to start the reverse sweep. Otherwise, we're going to see FaZe methodically dismantle the Sentinels roster here in a game number 3 and prepare themselves for the Elimination Bracket Finals.
You see Snakebite barking the orders, but you talked about hype. That's the guy right there, Spartan. He's got to be the guy. You know, I lost my voice. He's got to lose his voice up there, too. There's no other choice at this point, Dave.
Let's take a quick look at the bracket kill death leaderboard here so far this weekend. At the very top, we got a couple of members from Space Station Gaming, including the MVP of the 2023 season, Stellar, at the top of the list by a margin. And then there in 3 and 4 slots, we got FaZe Clan members, Royal 2 and Snakebite, followed up by Valkated. 3 of the top 5 KD leaders here in this match.
Very impressive. What a weekend. What a weekend that all these teams have had here. We're not done yet. plenty more to come. This is only just the beginning. Let's see what Sentinels can do here. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Sentinels can bring this back. It's just going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we just haven't seen it yet this season. Anytime that FaZe have won 2 games in a series against Sentinels, they've closed out that series 3-0. Now, can Sentinels do what they haven't done this season yet against FaZe? Can they pull off a reverse sweep? Can they start it right here on King of the Hill Live Fire? We're kicking off with Lethal, the leader and captain for this roster.
All right, so they're going to play this one out, wait and see if anyone's going to get a little reckless toward mid, but instead it's going to be Snakebite over toward the dummies. Good clean up there by Lethal, but the pressure coming in. They really want this tower control with the snipe, and they're going to be rewarded for it with that play. You got one player who's going to be rather weak toward the nest, and Renegade smells blood in the water, so he goes for that. They have nest control, forcing him inside of that garage, but there seems like a player's trying to force him out of there.
But this entire time, Renegades had snipe. They've gotten a little ahead in Slays, but the hill is 75% captured by Sentinels. So OS and Sniper in the hands of FaZe. They now need to clear out this hill and match up 80% of the hill time.
They have no other choice.
I don't think he knows that player's still back there. No? Must have been cleared. Must have been cleared. Yeah, last 2 members over at C-Plat. That's correct.
Well, with Snakebite holding this overshield here, maybe he can use this to good use, but it runs out at the worst possible time. It did not look at the top, and unfortunately
like
for him,
went through the legs or something like that.
Yeah, that sucks. He hates to see that happen, but
I'm gonna start walking bow-legged around the map like that.
Don't make me laugh, Dave. You made me cough. All right, well, Sentinels draw blood first. They get that first point on the board, showing that they are not going to roll over and die in this elimination semifinal.
They got the start they wanted. They are looking so good, and they're getting outslayed. That's the impressive part. They're getting outslayed by a little bit, and they dominated hill number 1 just by being in better position. So what Sentinels need to do is get even in Slays. Yes, that worked on that very first hill. When you're able to out-rotate, when you're able to get so much hill time.
Yeah.
But do not be mistaken and assume that we can get outslayed the rest of this time and win in hill. No. Valkated, one of the KD leaders so far throughout the tournament, showing why he is such a difficult kill. Takes out 2 members
That's huge.
of FaZe with his teammate Spartan.
All right, well, pressure's going to be on Snakebite here because he's going to be dealing with 2 members and an overshield as well. So he's got a lot of work ahead of him, but some support's going to be coming over from the nest side. Great play there.
This is going to be tough here, though, for Sentinels. Fortunate spawns coming out of FaZe. They're pushing over from OS side. They have players coming from Nest, but they are somehow able to clear out most of these members of FaZe, despite having a really good disbursement and multiple angles to attack from.
Yeah.
FaZe push was shut down.
Well read there by Sentinels. You see where the FaZe members are spawning out. Toward the house there, you got some attempts at bottom mid as well. New snipe's going to be dropping in a moment here, so keep our eyes on that one. But this is about to be a 2-0 for Sentinels here, Dave, and it's looking good. They have one more push.
Here it goes. Frosty, they're going to
shut
take out
down.
one angle. Look at this great push there. Both Sparty and Falcated focus over on the plasma side, getting numbers advantage, and now they're going to push on back towards the hill. Cap number 2, and Sentinels off to a great 2-0 lead.
Sentinels have this 2-0 lead. Let's hear how the comms are going as we jump into a listen in.
I don't see make it right. A.
I think could be
Do an A. One shot again.
Yeah, Tyler.
Nice. Last guy.
Yep. I dropped on mid. I'm going pillars behind him.
Gotta live, Tyler. Might not win pillars.
Yeah, I got him.
There's one going off.
Green.
We're trying back green. I'm looking at OS. No, I'll look at OS. You guys are
Show me green.
Nothing OS.
Dude, 2 back green. 2 green. They're gonna have repulse. Yeah, one in big, one in big. Back
It's gonna be.
There's gonna be a blooper.
Mike.
Yeah, but in A, I'm like.
Give
me another one, I think.
Go up top.
Yeah.
One shot. 2 there. One shot in the front. One shot. One more top. Top mid and A plat.
Okay, I'm bottom mid right now.
One's like mid or one's top mid.
15 seconds Ovi.
2A. Go screens, go screens.
Yeah, we need to play for this Ovi.
He's watching keys. He has a sniping no going A pit.
Yeah, one shot screens, didn't die.
Mike, just hill.
He's on front screens. They're not on it yet.
I'm behind you.
Hill guys,
dummy door?
weak sniping.
Yeah, they're still not on OS. Yeah, they just got it. Yo, OS going up cuts, just popped going up cuts.
Okay. What's like, yeah, kill me to red tunnel, really weak, roll 2, red tunnel. Jail. Hill guys weak. 3-0, 3-0. 2 are weak.
OS stay play, OS. Don't sack. You know where he's going?
OS cuts.
Try to be concrete.
He's out of Obi, I think. Almost. He's keys out of Obi. He's out of Obi.
Weak.
Play for kills. Play for kills.
Yeah, he wave.
Look at cuts. He waves up.
He wave first.
Yeah,
Just through that listen, we heard Sentinels trying to coordinate and get some kills there, but FaZe answering right back. We had yet to see really Sentinels get a full push after they start staggering spawns. You notice how frustrating that was. They started to say, all right, play for kills. They have to give up that hill. It's a 4-cap game, and at some points you have to realize when you're at a disadvantage.
buildup now trying to take the fight to FaZe. He's got some help, and it's going to be coming in big time. They got 2 members down. They're going to hold this one. Trying to see how much progress they can get. It feels like once Sentinels get on those points, man, they extract so much value, so much time.
Also, just such a great job from buildup having Halo IQ and awareness there. Originally hiding away from key door and scoreboard side while his teammates pushed in. As soon as they pushed in, rotated to the other side of that silo and blocked any angles attacking from plasma or dummies. Now they just have these multiple angles, and look at these players, 2 in the tunnels. They know where the finishes are going to come from. And all of a sudden, the final member, Snakebite, has to retreat all the way towards mud. They know the spawns are going to be mud, green, or nest.
And they read it. They get 3. Sentinels trying to will themselves back into this game, Dave. I'm so impressed by how they've been just so methodical each and every time. The moment they get on those hills, they just don't let it go.
Yeah, and they've been just doing a great job anytime they get the advantages. The part that's been most impressive to me is when you have seen Sentinels and FaZe in a 4v4 scenario. Sentinels have been recognizing where players are pushing from multiple sides, and they'll push on over, fight one side first, and then revert back with their numbers advantage.
Oh my word, buildup trying to make miracles happen here, but unfortunately, you got 4 members down here for Sentinels. They know where the spawns are going to be coming from. They're anticipating this. Frosty trying to get a cheeky angle there to pop someone, maybe do a body shot, force that player away, which he is successful in doing so. Rotation coming around the side here as well. He's just really, I love the way that Frosty has just a heads-up way that he's just predicting where these players are going to go as much as he can.
Where they're from, but once again,
he's moving around.
Sentinels kind of out-rotating them. Frosty, notice nobody was at garage or green. That has to be a red flag lineup for the FaZe members, realizing, uh-oh, that means there's got to be 3 or 4 players over here towards top center or towards the silo.
Yeah, good call there, Dave.
Halo, like I said, when it comes to callouts, half of it is calling out where somebody is. The other half is deduction. As soon as you see some where players are not at, you don't see them on a quarter or third of the map, your flags need to start going up, and you just say, oh my gosh, they're everywhere else.
Yeah.
You need to run back to get in the action.
You have to make that assumption each and every time. All right, FaZe now. What can they do? Is they're going to get inside of this? 3-1 in the count if you're just joining us. FaZe have been looking pretty solid, but Sentinels have been bringing it to FaZe in every single map. This is do or die now for Sentinels. Elimination semi-final. Frosty goes down. 3 members down. Scratch that for FaZe. And if they continue to hold this, this could very well be it, Dave.
This is looking really solid here for FaZe.
They got to break this.
They are favored on this game type. Keep in mind, though, I believe the records were 7-2 on Live Fire King of the Hill for Sentinels and 6-5 in FaZe land. So, an advantage, but right here, FaZe have a chance to bring this within striking distance. Snakebite coiled up in the corner, trying to fight against buildup. Who's going to win this fight? It's going to be Snakebite.
Snakebite gets the win. And this should be the hill. They got to stop Lethal here. There's going to be 1 player underneath. No one can stop him, and that's 2-3.
This is scary, actually. They not only are getting that hill, they're getting a fresh OS, and there is plenty of time on the board. This would be a different story if there was only 30, 60 seconds left. But all of a sudden, FaZe, they're reinvigorated. They realize that this game is still very winnable, and they are on the charge.
Big pickup there for Snakebite. He knows exactly where the players are going to be located, but he gets that melee off on 1. Renegade now to back him up. They're locking this one down. Green's a tough one, especially with these spawns coming through that big door. There's a lot of bullets you're going to have to make your way through.
And look at this. Renegade knows he's going to get help crossfire from Snakebite over towards the mud. He's watching towards the sandbags, and now prepared to double team anyone through the garage door. Realize the push is not coming, or it's going to be delayed. Uncertain of where she should be helping. But Sentinels, they're deciding to rotate all the way across the map. They want to get control of the C-plat and then push over from Nest Bridge. They want that heightened angle. But FaZe, they already have the answer. They have players sitting all the way at tower ready to fight. And because of that, buildup isolated 1v1. Who's going to win, buildup or Renegade?
He's got to play his life here. Juking around this. Big win there for Royal 2. They're going to keep this one going. And we might have a tied game, Dave.
This one's going to be tied up. Final hill.
Wow.
C-plat. Who's going to take it? Sentinels. Going to breathe life into the series. We're going to game number 4, or FaZe punching a ticket to the Elimination Bracket Finals.
What a comeback from FaZe Clan. Magnum trying to win the battle there, but he's got some assistance. Frosty's got the reads, but he does not have anyone in the hills quite yet, though. Got to hit that shot, but he doesn't find it. He wasn't scoped in for it, and the pressure coming from behind as well, so Falcade is going to be able to take him out.
Okay, what a flank there. Battle's going to be in the back towards the mud. Royal 2 has the weapons. Lethal's the last one alive. This is going to be FaZe putting more time on the board.
Scary territory.
Can Royal 2 hit these shots? OS coming up soon as well. Helps his teammate with the Shroud screen. That's going to be Renegade grabbing a full overshield.
Oh boy.
They have half the hill. This is going to be tough. Sentinels don't really have 2 pushes. They have 1 push here, and they need to do some real damage.
And they got to get through an overshield player here, but Renegade's going to find his mark. Lethal's going to drop low. Snake bites down. They're around 75% here. Pops him. He's able to melee one. Maybe looking for the other as well, but oh, his teammate was there for the pickup with the snipe. That was Lethal, did it. Lethal was down, rather. Only a few more seconds remaining on this hill, Dave.
This one's tough. It's do or die right here.
They gotta
Four
win
Sentinels.
this.
It's Lethal and Boo Boo. Can they get in the hill? And no! FaZe
Oh my!
make the comeback here on game number 3.
How did they do that, Dave?
That is a heartbreaker.
I'm stunned. How did they pull that off? They were down 3-1 at one point, Walshy, and they managed to dig deep, pull that win back. A heartbreaker for Sentinels. They are eliminated from the Halo World Championship 2023, and FaZe Clan move on.
FaZe Clan, top 3, and you know they're eyeing that #1 prize. But that is tough. One of the toughest things in some of those objective games, specifically King of the Hill and Strongholds, is when you take your time to do a push together and that push fails. There's nothing that feels worse than that. Where you take the time, you're saying, all right, we're all 4 alive, we're gonna push over here. That tower push at the end to try to get the flank towards Nest and shoot green was completely shut down.
Well, I mean, look at the, honestly, even that first play, right? When FaZe did everything right. They were getting power items, power weapons, whatever you need, and Sentinels managed to capture it, right? Like in record time. These game modes, they can get away from you so quickly if you're not careful. And unfortunately for Sentinels, that's the result. 3-0 sweep, but what a series we were treated to. If there's one thing we can say about Sen, is that they did take it to FaZe today.
Yes, that was an incredible showing, incredible series. Sentinels, they're not going to be super stoked on 4th place as they have their sights set higher. But end of the day, 4th best in the world. No shame in that.
Indeed, indeed. For now, though, we have Blaze standing by with Frosty.
Thank you so much for the cast, Golden Boy and Walsh. Seattle, give it up for the FaZe Clan as they come out on top and continue their world's run. Now, Frosty, you guys were up 2-0. You guys win this series 3-0. But it was a comeback there in the end. They're up 3-1, just a slither way of sending that to map 4 and getting some momentum. How did y'all shut that down and get those last few caps there in the end?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, they were putting up a good fight to start that first game win of the series, right? But I mean, we're kind of just building that confidence, and that's honestly what led us to be able to win that game. We just know now, like, whatever the score is, it doesn't matter. We're going to keep battling to the end, and that's what happened in that game.
It definitely did happen, okay? Because you guys know, never give up, because you guys have the skill set to get it done every single time. Now, you are here towards the loser side of the bracket. What do you want to change from yesterday to today, as this is the last day of the year for some Halo? What did you want to be different?
Just keeping that confidence, keeping that momentum rolling, and honestly, we're in the loser side, but we're feeling really good.
Okay. Do they look good, Seattle? I think y'all do. Lastly, what you want to say to these fans that's been chanting your name ever since you got up here on the stage?
Hey, shout out all the FaZe supporters. I appreciate you guys, and hopefully I put on a show for you guys, us and the rest of the team, and yeah.
All right, that's gonna do it for me and Frosty on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Wow, what an opening to Championship Sunday. FaZe, they have woken up, their alarms have gone off. They've had a very good breakfast by the looks of it. And part of that breakfast clearly was Sentinels. My goodness me, really exciting things. Wes, talk to me about that series. What did you make of that first map going all the way through the 3rd? I thought we were gonna go to an oddball at one point, but the rally back from FaZe was just so impressive.
Map 1, FaZe started off kicking the door wide open. The score honestly was getting out of hand, but Sentinels showed that they are here for a reason, and they battled back. But it was this game too where I feel like all the momentum went in FaZe's favor, and it was because this man on screen started making plays. What he does at the end of this game with this snipe, a couple of bullets here and there, then gets aggressive with the BR trades, always there in place for his teammate. He goes on a killing spree, doesn't actually die for the rest of the game, I believe. Frosty was the reason FaZe went up 2-0. Frosty was the reason FaZe are cruising to the elimination bracket finals.
He certainly is indeed. Amazing pop-off moments from Frosty here. And you can just see how this entire squad were working in tandem together. It just looked so beautiful. And I also love to see the kind of fight back ability here as well, Tony, in this Hill game. I mean, things were looking pretty bleak at one point, and I was absolutely sure we were going to the next map and Sentinels were about to make a comeback here, but FaZe stopped that. And I think that just shows the resilience this roster has. What do you make of these final moments here of map 3?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy. I mean, Sentinels up 3-1 in the game, and it looks like they're about to close it out, and then FaZe seemingly coming out of nowhere. And definitely want to give props to something you talked about before, Wes, and how if this team is going to win this World Championship, everybody's had to do their part. And it was almost like positionless basketball that we saw. We saw World 2 having most occupation time at times. We saw, you know, Awesome giving the highest KD, Frosty doing his thing, Snakebite getting in the kills as well. Kind of everybody was doing their job when it came to the objective and the slays.
Yeah, I said Frosty was making plays. Obviously, Royal 2 was making some plays with the 1-5-4. That's absolutely insane. But that 4-shot we saw from Snakebite in the top mid-hill was the pivotal one-on-one that really gave FaZe life in that game 3 to make sure it doesn't go to a game 4, because the second it goes to a game 4, all of a sudden Sentinels get a little bit of confidence. That was erased with that 4-shot on the Falcated. That was a massive one-on-one because that hill allowed them to have life going into the full next rotation, and then obviously Hill 7 at the end. So, I mean, everybody on FaZe showing glimpses of greatness. You're gonna need more in series against Optic or SSG, but that's how you want to start your Championship Sunday run.
It's exactly how you want to start it, and I know for one thing, a lot of these teams who are still left in this do not want it to end. We are going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, boy oh boy, do we have something special for you guys. It's your winners final, Optic versus Space Station here at the World Championships on Championship Sunday.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins. There's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Looks like it's gonna be done, but Evolver's formal for the killing spree. Hits the brand for the top, making a double kill. Will he get the...
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
2 games, 2 world championships.
It's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
He is the FPS god.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged. Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
Hello Spartans and welcome back to the Halo World Championship live from Seattle, Washington, the home of Halo. We are here to celebrate our 2023 season, and boy oh boy are we doing some celebrating in here. It has been electric all morning long, and it doesn't stop there as we get into our winners finals. My name is Lottie and I'm joined by Clutch and Tony on the desk. And boys, we've already seen some crazy action this morning. A 3-0 sweep from FaZe to keep their tournament alive. And they've got to go on now to try and reset a couple of things as a squad and hopefully make it all the way back into that grand final. But we've had some incredible plays all season long. I mean, I could count so many. I don't have enough fingers, actually, for how incredible some of these plays have been. So we need to take a little look back at our AMD Power Performances of the year and check out all the incredible Halo Infinite action.
Stellar with Sniper, that's a worrying sign for anybody, particularly for Sentinels and their fans. As he heads towards Dummies, he's doing it again. Stellar picks up 2, looking for Lethal to make it a triple! SS Jesus is cooking once more!
This could be the game right here on this hold alone. Trippy manages to punch a hole in the setup for just a few seconds though. Stella punches a hole in the ankles of APG. There's a second for B. Comfortable double kill for him. Formal going to be challenging. Oh, he's going to do it! Bounce steals it away, but Stella, the reign of terror continues.
Well, there he is, SS Jesus in all his glory. I love that nickname for Stella. He really is
jealous of the hair.
Out of this world.
Honest.
You jealous of the hair, are you?
Very.
I wouldn't know why, actually.
Didn't get that genetic gift. Wasn't an FPS absolute monster like Stellar. Starting to question if all humans are created equal with the performance and charismatic looks that he has as well.
It's a very good question indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, some teams are not made equal and they may find themselves in that elimination bracket because they've had quite a tough journey so far this Worlds. As you can see, FaZe versus Sentinels happened moments ago. A 3-0 sweep for FaZe. Sentinels, we say goodbye to them. Their tournament is over, but FaZe will be in that elimination final, waiting to see who is going to be dropping down from the winners bracket side of things, and of course from our winners finals, which will be primed and ready to go. It is going to be Optic versus Space Station in our winners bracket. And obviously both of these teams have had just the most incredible journey so far. Space Station has been a pretty clean journey, so to speak. You see 3-0s there across the board, the same in pool play. I think they've only dropped, did you say, Tony, 1 map so far this tournament?
Only 1 map this tournament. Meanwhile, Optic haven't dropped a single map this tournament to anybody who's not named FaZe. So pretty impressive on both sides.
Very impressive on both sides of things. And I've got to say, this is going to be an absolute brawl. As you can see, Optic, Space Station on the main stage, ready to go. You see all of our fans gathering there to cheer on their favorite teams. But let's talk about one of them right now, Space Station Gaming. They are primed in position to take, hopefully, their first World Championship as this squad all together. This Collect 4 has been unbelievable this season so far. Clutch, what do you need to see from these boys right now to convince you that this is their time to host a trophy above their heads?
Yeah, I think this series is what they've had their eyes set on since they arrived here in Seattle this weekend. This is the one that SSG know is the most important, giving you that second best of 7 in order to get a reset opportunity if something were to happen in the grand finals. But I just want to see them play, to be honest. I want to see how dominant they are with the snipes. It's a highlight reel every time they get it in their hands. I think that this matchup is so full of superstars that it really is going to be about the opportunities given to those superstars.
It certainly is about the opportunities. I've got to say, is it strange, Tony, to say that I kind of missed watching Space Station play? I feel like we haven't seen them a whole bunch this world. They've been quietly getting on with what they need to do in order to get to this position, and now this is their time to shine, and shine is exactly what they do, Tony. What are you expecting from this squad?
I'm expecting to see exactly what they've been all year long. The deepest team in the league. They have very little map and game type weaknesses. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say they have no map and game type weaknesses in their game. If Optic going to beat a team like SSG, they're going to be firing on all cylinders. They will have to give 100%, make it 150%, because SSG are that good.
They certainly are indeed. Well, on the other side of the stage, though, dressed in green, we of course do have Optic Gaming. The Green Wall have come out strong. They're going to be cheering their boys on. But Optic Gaming, you know, they don't really need the cheering, to be perfectly honest. They're just as skilled. They could do it in an empty room. I'm absolutely certain of it, but I know the cheers are going to help. What also is going to help this team get this victory today?
I think the fact that they beat them at Dallas-Fort Worth in that second best of 7 to win that championship, that goes a long way as far as confidence against a team like SSG. SSG is a very difficult team to beat. I would consider probably the hardest team in the league to beat, but the fact that Optic have been there, done that, as of recent, in their most recent matchup, is the most important, because these two teams have played 7 times this year. SSG are 5-2 in those series, but winning the most recent one goes a long way.
It certainly does indeed, and I do feel like we are kind of looking at a different beast in Optic Gaming right now. They had such a roller coaster season, Tony. Things were getting very, very tricky midway through, but I think the fact that this squad stuck together and pulled it out and managed to do it basically in the same fashion that we saw last year, winning Orlando and then Worlds, and this time winning Fort Worth, and then of course now going for that other ring that they need on their finger. I mean, right now, for me, the sky's the limit for Optic.
It really is, and that's why I'm having such a hard time with this match. I'm looking at the head-to-head stats, which really favor SSG on multiple different game types, but Optic have looked like a different team since Fort Worth, so it's kind of hard to go back on any of those stats before Fort Worth, because this is a renewed Optic Gaming roster. This is an Optic Gaming roster that's trying to go back to back as far as World Championship, and it might be because of that man on screen. Formal has been out of this world.
He certainly has indeed, our USMC service record. You can name so many individuals on that team to take the shine, but I've got to say Formal has been shining bright this weekend, and he is a huge difference maker to this team.
The best player to ever do it, Formal, right now. I mean, you can't say enough about the stats that he provides, but his communication, the leadership he brings, the calmness about him, you saw it in his video, the unlocked version. How he views competition, because he's so experienced, is so rare, and I think it adds so much to the plate of Optic, especially for the guys that are younger on the team. But this team is this team is the world champions from last year. They still hold the belt. And in order to get the belt, you have to take the belt. And I don't see Optic just giving that belt away easily.
Yeah, I've got to say, he has a serious depth to his character as a player. And I think you're right, with the experience, but not only just experience of playing, but winning so much across so many different titles. Tony, that's something you just cannot buy, and to have a teammate like that to lead the way, lead the charge, and also just be absolutely lights out on a main stage still to this day is so unbelievably impressive.
It really is. There's no substitute for experience, and the fact that he has championship experience across 2 different games, like you said, it's the kills, it's the communications, the leadership, it's the aura that he gives off. No matter what, the only thing Formal knows is winning, and that carries off here today in the World Championship.
It certainly will indeed. Let's take a look right now, though, at a series rewind. This was the Grand Finals reset back in Fort Worth. These two went head-to-head and really butted heads quite seriously here. But what's very interesting about this, Wes, is the fact that the first 5 maps of this Grand Finals reset are our first 5 maps of this series. What do you think that bodes right now for Space Station in particular? As you can see, Optic got the better of them here. So how is Space Station feeling about a series layout? They know they've lost before.
I think SSG are fine with this series layout. Looking at a couple of those scores that they lost, 50-49, obviously 1 kill separates the difference there. 4-3 in King of the Hill on Live Fire, the difference was there. The games SSG won in that series were not close. So if I'm SSG, I like to see those familiar game modes and say, you know what, run it back. I think we're the better team.
Tony, are there any stats from these series layout here that you can kind of push forward for either Space Station or Optic that might bode well for one of our teams?
For me, it's really that Empyrean captured a flag. Obviously, Optic won that 2-0 the last time they matched up, but historically, Optic haven't been the best Empyrean team in the league, and so far, we haven't seen them play Empyrean all tournament long. So it's the first time we're going to see them on there. Maybe SSG can catch them slipping this time.
Well, we'll have to see who slips up and who pushes forward, or should I say, super slides literally right into the grand finals. Well, folks, it is time for your winners finals. Space Station versus Optic starts right now.
What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Space Station Gaming, Optic Gaming face off once more. They're all too familiar with one another. It is your winners finals here at the Halo World Championship, and the road here has been paved and it's been arduous. Dan, talk to me about this when you're looking forward to it.
I mean, we have a rematch from our grand finals in Fort Worth. It couldn't have been a better winners final here at the World Championship. And I mean, both of these teams know how important it is to get into that grand final from this position. We have never seen a team bracket reset and then go on to win the championship. So it is going to be absolutely imperative that you get the job done now. And we saw it on the desk. The series layout is identical to that grand final reset. The first 5 maps exactly the same. So this bodes well for Optic Gaming. If that was a best of 5, they would have won it 3-2. So I think they'll be very happy about this layout.
Capture the flag then. The stage is set. The game is ready. As we load in, both these teams very good on this game type, but one slightly better.
So Optic did take down Space Station 2-0 in that grand final reset, but statistically, Space Station seemed to be a little bit better at capping their flags and returning their flags. Space Station have an incredible 80% flag return rate on this map. That means it's going to be difficult for Optic to get that flag back to their base. So just keep a keen eye on how Space Station defend. More on that is Space Station are also our best team in the league at capping flags on this map out of these 4 teams that are left in the competition as well. So just keep a keen eye on how they're going to be pressing the other team, making sure they're setting up around the right places. Sniper rifle control is going to be everything for these guys. Lucid, we know what he can do, but Stellar on the other side, I'm sure he'll have a job to do as well.
There are 6 world champions on that stage. They know what it takes. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway!
And we're not quite underway. Shields down, weapons cold, weapons cold, turn them down.
Lukewarm.
As we'll get back into it shortly. You saw instantly Stella had that sniper rifle, so maybe that is going to be things to come. He is often the one who is given that priority to make sure that they have it. But these are some of the stats that I was talking about. Defending on Empyrean CTF, Space Station with an 80% return rate. Optic still not bad, 72.2% return rate. The flag steals is another interesting thing though. Optic are more likely to get in your base, start to try and run that flag, whereas Space Station usually only pull it when they have that perfect setup.
It's going to be so important to see which way this one shakes out. Dan, Stellar's just won the MVP. Talk to me about how important he is to this team, particularly in this series.
Stellar is one of the best players, if not the best player in the world right now. The only person maybe you could argue against him is that other map, Formal. They've both been lights out at this tournament, and we know full well they are going to be key factors in this winners final to try and push the team to that grand final. Space Station, who haven't finished outside of the top 2 since Charlotte, the first event of the year, will be looking to try and finally make it a Halo World Championship victory. Here we go again as we head into Empyrean CTF.
Take 2. As we load in. Optic Gaming looking to defend their crown. Their title reign has lasted 1 year, almost to the day. They have it all to do here. SSG come back. They've been swatted away time and time again, but is this to be their moment? Shields up, and this time the weapons appear to be hot.
Definitely very hot already, Optic. I've managed to get a couple of openers, and already though the sniper in full effect for Stellar. Again taking position in Sword here to try and catch, but flags are moving and they are grooving. Both teams getting aggressive right now.
The fans starting to find their voice. They could very much be the difference maker, the 5th man to drive their team over the finish line here. Speaking of being driven over the finish line, Stellar, sniper rifle in hand, drop ball goes down for Trippy. Heads up play, recognizing exactly where Stellar was positioned, and he has to back away.
Well, we spoke about Space Station's flag return rate. This is a chance to put it on display. Penguin with a double kill does get shut down. Flag is still moving, but now Stellar can join the action. Lucid though, snipe on snipe here from top tower.
Snipe on snipe prime, I'll allow it. Lucid, he'll lock that one in. That could just be a confidence builder.
Should be able to get a touch on this one. Trippy will keep on moving it. It spawns over towards Snipe as well. So this is going to be 1-0. Optic starting hot in the winners finals. Forget about those flag return rates. We've got to focus on Optic's pull rate and how good they are at getting behind enemy lines.
The green wall, draw first blood. Lucid now. Looking towards long haul. 2 members of SSG in the crosshairs. Gets 1, gets 2. Defense has been successful, and now they can build on it. Now they can push out.
We talk about Formal and what he adds to this team, but you cannot forget just what a superstar Lucid has been throughout this entire season. Since Halo Infinite launched, in fact. Really one of the pioneers of some of the movement around the map. Happy with any weapon from the sandbox, and he makes it a killing spree before he gets shut down. And if he continues to play in the way that we've seen throughout this season, Optic may well just be on that way to the grand final. Space Station have to be careful.
Phase away whoever drops down here. And we know how important it is to win this series. Nobody has ever reset the bracket from the elimination side. This game, this series, could not be more important.
Flags on the move again. Penguin, though, has picked up one onto APG. Eco trying to do his best to stop this flag from running. But again, it's both flags that have gone out at the same time, right from what we saw at the get-go. But again, another nade just shutting down players here. Space Station have lost a couple. Optic trying to press on this advantage.
Formal through green box. The boom box over the shoulder now. Bouncing a step out. Rocket wasn't required in the end. APG done the damage that was needed. And as he looks forward, perhaps contemplates a backstab here from the mid-bridge. Eco and Bound get a couple. Formal's looking at the overshield. Takes down the overshield. 2 dead apiece here on the map.
We have only seen Optic Gaming lose this game type once all season. Space Station have lost it a few times, however they have played it more often than Optic have. Very different brackets these teams often seem to go through. We've got to think about the elimination bracket runs that have happened for both sides at different tournaments. As Lucid again will find his home at top tower with the sniper rifle.
S1 now, shields popped. As he looks towards Banana, nothing doing this time. Perhaps anticipating someone would jump up and try to get the cleanup onto him. He goes on the bridge. Could be the victim of Lucid's sniper rifle if he's not too careful. Trying to break the runway, but he's looked away at an unfortunate time. As he now loops around, tries to get a different angle, tries to stay a little bit loose, not being too predictable. Kills going against Optic for now. Lucid knows the push is coming.
Optic still just ever so slightly outslaying Space Station here, though. Trippy adding to that, and now with that slay, you'd imagine that Optic will try and push out a little bit, but you can see Lucid hesitant to do so. He doesn't want to give up this sniper as Bound gets blown back into Trippy's grenade. 7 minutes and 52 still left on the clock, so no reason to panic just yet as Stella gets his calves ripped away from his legs.
That's going to be sore on the treadmill in the morning. Oh, Penguin! Dispatched. Lucid's in fine form here on Championship Sunday. Space Station need to keep tabs on him. Stellar goes down. Penguin almost got headshotted once more, but Lucid's forced to back away.
And this really was the perfect start for Optic. Sometimes they struggle a little bit if they find themselves behind in a game, but when they have the lead, when they can control the game in the speed in which they would like, that's when they're at their very best. They have no need at the moment to really push on through and go for a second flag. They're encouraging the push from Space Station.
Bound sitting on banana. That is not one of your 5 a day. Lucid's about to find out. He drops back. Overshield's been scooped up. Stellar's got rockets as well. This could spell danger for Optic if they're not too careful. Stellar recognizes he can't push. The timing's not there. He doesn't have teammates in position. Happy to play this one a little bit more patient and invite Optic Gaming onto him.
I think you have to play patient like this. It's such a blind push through green, otherwise you could be pressed from either side and then you give up maybe one rocket. So instead he wants to guarantee these kills. He's listening to call-ups in the moment, but the kills are going ahead of him. So instead it's a reposition for Stella.
Gets formal. No. Lucid answers right back. One rocket down now in green. Trippy looks to close the distance on the Penguin. Lands a haymaker. Optic Gaming happy to play defense here and wait for their opportunities.
And they're asking the question, what do you have, Space Station? How deep does the playbook go? Have you got the ability to break through our setup? Says now Stella, his chance to entertain with a sniper rifle.
The superstar, the MVP, and SSG need him here. As he goes under bridge, and now atop. Looking for targets, looking for enemies. Finds the shins of APG. Only good to crack the shields. Lucid continues to jiggle peek on flag, not stepping out. But Space Station now have full control of the map. This is spelling bad news for the green wall.
And a lot of it was the opening kills from Penguin. He's done it yet again, and now he makes it a double kill. 3 are dead for Optic. Trippy's going to try and make a little bit of a rotation to perhaps stop this flag from being ran down long haul, but Stella's got eyes on spawns. Flag will get down long. This is a fantastic chance here for SSG to get a cap.
SSG setting up to defend it. Now Optic just going to give this one up. They've lost 2 members in the process, and SSG tie up this game. 1-1 the score.
And we knew it was never going to be that easy. Optic wouldn't be able to just sit on the laurels and sit on a 1-0 lead. Space Station never allowed that to happen. They just had to bide their time, wait for those opening picks, and it was Penguin who wrestled his way into the base. Got a couple of kills, and then they bounced off of it.
Stellar falls. APG immediately runs for the overshield. Now one slides out. It's an absolute brawl down there. And in the end, Lucid scoops it up. Pops into his chest, and perhaps this is the opportunity and something to build on for Optic.
Doesn't over-challenge though. He knows what a scary position Stella was in. Just saw a spawn there, a Penguin, and Penguin's life wasn't very long.
Penguins are very quickly being put on the endangered species list. Lucid last man standing though. He is in the SSG half, but he's about to change that as he backs away. Slams it into reverse. And the rev meter hitting max. Happy to hold his ground now, under bridge. Refacing over towards runway now. But these two teams so evenly matched.
So close on slays, just a couple separating the two. Optic have the lead at the moment. Killing spree for Lucid again as he starts to heat up, but gets quickly and immediately shut down under bridge, but Bound makes it 2, but Penguin's there to support him. Flag has been pulled as well here. 2 dead on either side.
Formal throws it out. Recognizes it's probably not on right now. Stellar being a pest, putting down some damage. Grenade goes down too, but Formal wins the 1v1, but it's not for nothing. As Trippy comes down long haul, but has to give it up. This is a successful defense from SSG.
Lucian's managed to claim his hands and grab that sniper rifle away from SSG here. Is he going to toss it off the map? That was my question. Did he manage to throw that one away? Because that will really help Optic's chances here in this next 2-minute 45 if they can just take that SSG sniper away. 2 minutes 40. Not long left before we start to think about overtime, and we're having a little bit of a clash in the middle of the map at the moment as Stella and Eco starting to push up, and SSG starting to catch fire now as Eco tries to make it more. Will get it onto APG.
Flag pulled. They've got long haul locked down. Eco's just trying to be a nuisance here. Provide damage in the back as the rest of Optic look towards the flag. But has he overstayed his welcome? Trippy down to no shield, down to no life now. Lucid in a 1v1. All out of ammunition, and Eco has help, has teammates to support. Formal's the last one to be an influence. Formal falls.
And this is going to be 2-1. Space Station taking the lead with 2 minutes remaining. They may have lost it in the grand final reset in Fort Worth, but now they have the chance to take map 1 here. Penguin, both rockets going into the overshield to shut down Trippy. How important could that be? But Optic really have to now start to up the ante a little bit. They were very slow, very methodical. They were trying to hold on to that lead. They need to be the ones to just try and encourage some pushes now here. They've tried to focus a lot on snipe control. They've been pushing on the bridge, and it could just be some long haul pushes that are required here.
Just over a minute left. SSG need to hold. They have weapons, and they have presence on the map. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. That's just going to eat away at that clock, because they know they need to wait until they have a full complement of players. As that man bound gets another. As we head towards the final minute now. 3 down for Optic Gaming. The green wall's in trouble here.
Not only do they have to try and desperate themselves to the other side of the map, but they're being pressed by SSG. Space Station not sitting on their own side and waiting for Optic. Instead, they're saying, look, let's take the fight to them here. That's another one that goes down. Optic are just running out of time because Space Station just drilling that clock into them.
Optic continue to get penned in. And SSG surround them, swarm them like wolves. 2 dead. Trippy and Lucid have to watch their teammates. Formal's gone down as well. Final stages now. They've got to be quick. And they're just not quick enough as Bound gets 2 more. 3 dead. Triple kill for Bound. He's being a menace. As he waits for his shields, time dwindles away. Space Station Gaming claim game 1.
It was a hot start from Optic Gaming, an early cap that they tried to sit on. They tried to defend. They tried to play the slow and methodical game, but Space Station they were biding their time. They were waiting for that right moment. And they found those opening picks. It was Penguin getting behind enemy lines, forcing his way into opposition base, and getting so many important kills. But everyone on that Space Station roster stepped up at the very end when they had to just press Optic and not allow them to escape their base.
Pressure and nerves all across that stage. All 8 players and the 2 coaches knowing how significant game 1 could have been. And it's gone the way of SSG. The last time these 2 teams met up, we've seen Optic Gaming win game 1. The script is already thrown out the window.
And the good thing for Space Station is, if this was one of the maps they lost, then they would have in theory lost this series 3-2, had the grand final reset been a best of 5. Suddenly, that flips the script, and it's a 3-2 victory if we follow the same sort of antics. But we know it's not going to be that simple. We know from event to event, teams practice different maps. They try and find the weaknesses of their opponent. It was a shame, really, that Optic couldn't build on that first flag cap. They maybe just sat on it a little bit too long. They weren't really pressing SSG as much as they perhaps could have, but it's worked for them historically, so you can understand why they went for it. It was more down to Space Station and the control that they were able to wrestle back.
The shots that were firing, the shots that were connecting. Lucid and Stellar Peeling wigs left, right, and center. We get to do it all again in Slayer. Game 2, coming right up, Dan. Streets is going to be the location, and I know you've got something to say.
It's actually the best Slayer game type for Space Station. They're 11-2 across the season. We've seen them really demonstrate what they're made of, but look at those next 3 game modes. Slayer has been Optic's turf a little bit. 42-16 is a ridiculous Slayer record. They've only just pipped FaZe. FaZe, coming into this tournament, were the best Slayer team. But now Optic Gaming, with their victory so far here at the World Championships, will find themselves at the top. But it is Space Station's better game type when it comes to Slayer Streets. For Optic, it's not really as good. It's an 8-5, still a very impressive record, but it's not as consistent as we've seen Space Station.
Slayer strong for Optic. Street Slayer strong for SSG. Sounds like you're telling me we don't know what way this is going to go. Are we even good at our job?
I think it's a very important distinction, though, to differentiate that. Make sure you separate those two things, because you can be good at Slayers, but you can be bad at certain maps, and it's something that Space Station don't really have a weakness in that aspect. For me, I feel like Space Station are the most consistent across every single map and mode that we have in the HCS. However, Optic Gaming, FaZe Clan, they excel so much in certain maps and modes, and that's why they found themselves lifting that trophy so many times.
Rock and roll, game 2, Optic Gaming down by 1. SSG in the ascendancy, Rockets in the hands of Eco now. As he backs away to the support of his teammates inside PD. And already we have a little bit of a stalemate.
A little bit of a battle in the crowd as well between the Optic chants and the SSG chants, but both fans loud as ever here at the World Championships, and that's exactly what you want to hear. And I'm sure the players will be very happy listening back to hear the support that they have from that crowd. 3-1 in the early stages to Optic. Even despite those Rockets going in favor, Optic still able to turn it around to make sure they're on top here.
Former goes down, as does Eco. 3-kill advantage, make it 2. As Lucid's the latest victim to Penguin's battle rifle. Shots continue to get fired across, but you can see any mistakes here could be detrimental to the cause.
We often talk about the Stalker Rifle, the Bulldog, the Rockets, how important they are here on Streets, but also just watch out for the Sentinel Beam. Something that Lucid has been really focusing on Streets. He often has it in his back pocket, and the amount of damage you can do with a Sentinel Beam, especially over towards the arcade side when people are coming up those stairs, it really is worth picking up, and I'm sure we'll see lots of it here in this matchup.
Eco somehow gets away with his life. Penguin closes the distance with the Bulldog. Point of contention now over towards arcade. As Trippy, Foreman and Lucid fight out, get one. Bound answers back immediately though, to keep this a 2-kill game as Penguin tries to help his teammates. The cavalry's there, APG can do little to nothing about that. He'll go down, but Optic still in the lead here.
Very brave and aggressive movement there from Penguin. He could have really got caught out from arcade, but he knew he just had to help his team take that player down in PD. As Space Station find Rockets yet again. Does Stella know there's someone there? No, he didn't! And suddenly those Rockets are torn away from his hands, and Trippy gets the reward that he was so desperately searching for.
Big game, Trippy. Rockets now over the shoulder. He backs away. Like a high-stakes game of chess here. Pieces moving all the time. Trippy refuses to be a pawn. He's a queen right now. So important on the map. Puncture hole in this SSG hold. And you can see they have the information and they're rotating away from him. Rocket connects. Penguin goes down. But SSG now have the lead.
SSG have a very slender lead, but the game's still slow, still methodical, still a chess game like you said. It's a good time to jump into the comms of Optic Gaming and see what's going in the brains of these players.
One guy just spawned back square. Back square, one shot.
I'll ban it. Clay PD, bandit, weak, bound. And push, push.
He's one shot bandit, and then back there. On this, spawn you guys, bottom net, spawn you guys. He's like sticky. He's like sitting sticky.
Vying now.
Draw the rocket. Guys, you guys,
Saw you, Brad.
Back A as well.
He's right there.
Yeah, reset.
Going tires to...
Yo, they have a stalker going market.
Three going
market side. Right here.
It's with stalker.
Rocket start soon, guys.
In tires to mid.
I have a smoke.
Square to mid.
You're square to mid.
The one guy arcade. Watch arcade.
In bound I'm helping you guys.
I saw arcade. Yeah, rail.
Still arcade, guys.
Absolute purple flight.
One bullet rail. One bullet drive. Where's he going? We can't drop these. Just get eyes.
Okay.
They have a smoke. They're gonna smoke this rocket, okay? They're gonna smoke it.
Wait, purple.
He's sitting cuts.
Three there.
Go rail. Joey, rail.
One shot. Two guys on bulldog, guys. Two guys on bulldog. Bench one.
Rock's pushing bottom end. He's going square to tires. Got a rock. Alright, slow down. Yeah, got a rock.
He's out. Rail. They're already pushing market, guys.
Let's look rail.
Yeah, they stay over here.
Let's press up. Trash wing bounce right here.
Need that, Tommy. Need that.
One bullet. ATM. Still one bullet.
Cuts in purple. That's two. Cuts in purple. Up by the.
Watch your back, guys.
I think he's sitting on spikes. I think he's sitting on spikes, though.
I don't think he's there.
Just check mark push out.
Just check corners.
Yeah, push out marker here. Help me mark this.
Let's check deep press.
I'm down by 6.
Yo, can we maybe hit purple here?
I can.
Yeah, but I think we can just walk at this. Wait, one guy's nest. He just saw us. One shot. Half shot top nest.
Bulldog camping.
Yeah, he just used that, right? This shot. Go on, bulldog really big. Go.
There's two there.
I got getting it.
Watch Joey.
It almost
seeing bulldog.
I can look more.
Okay, listen.
Two there. Be careful.
Listen to this real quick.
He's a shot here. They're gonna have a shot.
I think we need to try to shoot off heaven for Joey and hit market, okay? I think Joey just needs to walk up main. Joey just needs to walk up main once we shoot this.
You guys need to get ready to push
that. Yeah. So walk with me, man.
One's pushing up purple. Top A. Share to me. Absolute back game.
We cannot. Tap in still.
The game was slow, it's methodical, but the comms were not slow at all. Very fast-paced action from Optic when it comes to their communication, but you could hear it's almost like a round-based game type for them, just trying to pick apart their push, trying to work out how to get that early kill so they can break this setup from Space Station. More than happy to slow the game down to take their time. 6 minutes and 20 left on the clock. We may see that clock become a factor with how slow this game has been.
We heard Lucid saying deep breaths. We're only down by 7. Calling for calm. Happy to play this Slayer in intervals and in segments. Break it down. Every time a power-up pops up, that's the time we start to engage. And the Rockets are down now. That Plasminade will send the Rockets back towards Trippy. Combat evolved. They're leaving no stone unturned when it comes to strategies employed. As Lucid continues to ping the Rockets, SSG are coming looking for it.
Well, we got to see how Optic would break a setup. I guess we give Space Station their chance to listen to their comms, how they can stop a break setup.
I can get the rocket.
He went ATM.
Where's the rocket?
I might be able to get it. I don't know.
I'm bitching.
It's gone. It's
right
here.
Can you get it?
Yeah, I can.
One's bandit. One is bandit.
Live, Adam. Live.
Yeah,
we're up by 10. Stalker soon. Just try to live, Adam. Try to live. I have one rocket. We're playing for Stalker. Look at arcade.
You'll become drop.
We're just playing info.
Guy bricks.
Okay. Look at laundry still. Look at laundry still.
All we need is info. We don't have to move. We don't even have to move.
I'm in B. Auto middle. Chinese.
And then tires.
Front C. One shot. Yo, on tires. One guy on shotty.
What's he got top A?
Yo, one on shotty, yep.
APG's on shotty.
Yo, on me.
I'm looking bricks. I'm looking bricks.
Two agents.
I'm just holding. I'm holding for Stalker. Let him spawn there.
Two agents.
Stalker's kind of soon. Block of XC.
You don't have to.
Your top tower going. Going B-gen.
I'm
main team.
Top tower, one shot.
I'm looking shotty.
Okay, running at it.
Looking bricks. Don't run. Okay.
NP half, red room half.
I got two.
Be weak. He has tunnel pings.
Kevin, where?
He's dead.
Watch out, Max.
In the short.
Could be your C-stairs. Could be your...
And you can really see why Space Station have so much success on this map and how they can just really slow the game down and delete players from the map so comfortably with their callouts. No one's able to break through at the moment. Every single time an Optic player makes a move, tries to make a flank, they are spotted, they are punished, and SSG have everything in the moment, all the tools they need to win this game.
SSG have silenced the crowd as they continue to get kills. Penguin with Stalker Rifle. Happy to play patient again. With 4 minutes on the clock now. Rockets up once more. Stellar's got them, he sweeps them away. Getting tagged up in the back, getting pressurized. 2 rockets will go down. That means a win condition removed from Optic Gaming.
Down by 15. Lucid gets a remote detonation onto Bound at the very least. But this would have to be the comeback of all comebacks, even though Optic very much capable of it. Without Space Station are playing at the moment, how consistent they've been across the board. As the SSG chant starts to get a little bit louder in the crowd, because I think they realize they are so close now to leading this winners finals 2-0.
Whiskers away. Trippy with a plasma nade will find a home. SSG just one away. And will it be Penguin to secure it for his team as he puts down damage on the Formal? APG's in big trouble here. APG goes down. And Space Station Gaming double their series lead. One game away from the grand finals.
Space Station lost this one 50-49 back in Fort Worth. That, however, was a dominant performance. That is a team who has been working so hard to ensure that that game type does not let them down yet again. They outdid Optic, yeah, Optic's best game sometimes. Optic were trying to slow it down. They were happy to sit at the halfway line, and Space Station said, sure, we can play this one slow too. We've got the Bulldog, we've got the Stalker Rifle, and most importantly, they kept securing the Shroud screen so they could cover those rockets and pick up rockets every single time.
Bound with 4,168 damage. You can see his call sign on the map is Amen. One game away now. How they've gotten to this position time after time, and they've had to battle through the elimination bracket. The one time they did it in Utah at Salt Lake City, the home of SSG, they won the trophy, they took home the gold. And are they now poised to push on and win the whole thing?
Yeah, just to reiterate that point, we have not seen a team win the tournament from the elimination bracket. Even though we had a bracket reset back in Fort Worth, SSG were unable to get the job done. They lost out to Optic Gaming. This could be everything for SSG's chances of trying to be world champions. Now, two of them have already been world champions back in Halo 5, but for Penguin, but for Bound, imagine the thoughts starting to go through their mind as they are one step closer to lifting that trophy. But it is not job done yet. We know what Optic are capable of. We know how Optic can get a reverse sweep. So Space Station have to stay focused here and have to stay locked in.
Confirmation on our screens of what we've seen. If you're just joining us, Space Station Gaming hold a 2-0 lead. Empyrean CTF was back and forth, but they got what they needed to. 2-1 to score, 50-34. Slayer on streaks, and up next, Strongholds Recharge. And boy, oh boy, am I looking forward to that one.
Strongholds Recharge, this was the one map that Space Station were able to get over Optic Gaming in that grand final reset back in Fort Worth. This is the Strongholds game type that is the best for Space Station Gaming. This is the Strongholds game type that is the worst for Optic Gaming. Things are looking bad for the green wall, but we know that Optic, when their backs are up against said wall, they can get that job done. They have to dig deep now, otherwise they will find themselves in the elimination bracket where FaZe are hungry, FaZe are waiting, and FaZe want another stab at the green wall.
FaZe like the vultures, waiting to pick at the carcass of one of these teams. And right now, Optic Gaming looking very vulnerable. Now, SSG about to put a punctuation on this series and clean sweep the world champions. On board with Formal.
Space Station, one of the best at this game type. Not only do they move around the map together and well, but it's how they can lock down two strongholds already. A and B in their control. C is being contested because Optic have lost 3. And we are going to see an early trip cap. Now, spawns over towards A. Just keep an eye on how Space Station lock this down. They will watch Top Cat, they will watch Turbine. Stella has that power weapon to stop any sort of pushes.
Candles have been lit. SS Jesus has the shock rifle. Eco steps forward, looking to do a little bit of reconnaissance, and he found some trouble in there, a little bit of riff-raff. He goes down. A being held by Optic, converting C now. And will SSG opt to rotate? As Formal recognizes that, he pushes back towards A, attempting to block the spawns. Gets bound. A and C now for Optic.
That was a great push from Optic. They really avoided that shock rifle as soon as there was any indication of where Stella may be. They just made sure they avoided those sight lines, but now A has been taken by Space Station, and this is their desired setup. This is when they usually thrive on this map and mode, but Trippy gets an opener, which means that Space Station can't truly get the proper setup here. Stella is still roaming free at the moment, uncontested with his shock rifle.
Playing heavy metal Halo. Happy to close the distance. Grapple, meets repulsor. Stiller goes down. Formal gets the kill. Eco gets another. Trading slaves for now. 11 kills to 8. But it's Space Station Gaming who have the lead and the strongholds.
The reigning world champions down 52-9 now. Do they believe, though, that they can come back into the game? One of the best ways to find out is to listen in. Let's see what's on the comms.
Looking at it. Yo, on double stack, have shields, grab it. One shot. He choked. Orange door. He's double stack. On me, C-Ply, guys. On me, C-Ply.
They're gonna spawn A probably.
Go for it.
Yes,
Have it. They're gonna get
caution. Neither. In caution. Two guys caution. Two guys caution. Still caution.
I'm looking.
Single stack.
That's in gold
Going
camo.
double stack though.
I'm here. Double stack absolute.
They saw me.
Come on. Still over.
Battle. I'm shooting over you, manning over you, man.
Nice, read it.
Push this out. Still A. You went on top of that, Rabbit.
Nice, man.
Okay.
Yeah, push this.
Clear silo. Clear silo.
Yo,
pass out. Elbow. Yo, still one shot. One shot to you. Back to you. One shot, you're good. Nice. Yo, two guys. One more. Double.
MP guys.
Double stack. He's half shields at 1v1. I can look around.
Take it.
Nice. I'm gonna get on B.
They're gonna be gold.
Yo, I'm absolute.
Chill the comms. Responding back, man. Try to get out, man.
I'm backing up. Watch out.
Yo, long hall's behind me. He's in sticky.
Sticky weak, penguin.
Hear that.
There's a guy bat ledge too.
He's
Yo, caution. One shot.
He's flanking us. They could
Going
gold.
What is something with Sean? We never killed Penguin, right? Yeah, Penguin today was Sean. Okay.
I'm gold.
10 seconds.
Well, it felt like we jumped into that at the perfect time. As Optic, they do believe there is no sense of doubt in their minds. I think they know they still have what it takes here to get back into this series. Very much locked in, all 4 players.
No doubt. But a sense of urgency as well. They've scooped up camouflage. The Space Station just started to eat away at that lead. They got during the listen in. Formal playing this one sneaky. Gold steps now at the point. He's gonna push. Catches Stellar unawares. Not able to get the trade as Stellar 2 down now for SSG. Optic Gaming growing in confidence in this series. Space Station hit them with the Tombstone pile driver. And looks as though Optic could be about to kick out at 2.5.
I think this is what we needed to see from Optic. We needed a bit more pace, we needed a bit more life. Space Station wanted to play it slow and say, well, Optic, you're going to have to turn things up if you want to get back into it, and that's exactly what Optic have done. They've started to press those spawns more. They've started to push for the trip cap. They're not happy with just 2, and it means that Space Station have struggled a little bit on spawn here.
These players so talented. Each team capable of scoring 100 unanswered points. And Optic Gaming, lead continues to grow. 170 now to 100. They have gone 3 dead. This is the opportunity for Space Station to reply.
Considering this is one of the worst stronghold game types for Optic Gaming, you wouldn't know it. But again, that's one of the benefits from going from one event to another. It allows you to practice some of your worst game types, to find where those weaknesses are. And I think what Optic have realized is if they do play a little bit too slow here, if they are taking too much time to try and go for some of these pushes, they get punished for it. So instead, they're leading the charge together. They are pushing off spawn. They are engaging a lot quicker than we've seen in historic times.
Optic still hold B and C. Now pushing A. As it begins to convert, Formal trying to provide cover fire. Eco's dropped down from the heavens. Straight to the battle rifle. Formal gets a stick as well. Take that with you, fella, he says.
And again, they fight for C. They take down Stella. All 4 are dead as Optic making a trip cap once more. And that clock is ticking far too fast for SSG's liking. They have to try and wrestle back either A or C here. B can be contested, but that just opens the gates for Optic to take the fight wherever they might choose.
This trip cap's been locked in tight.
They continue to score, do Optic. SSG have desperation on their minds. 4 dead now as Optic Gaming show signs of life. We're going to a game 4. This series 2-1.
From one of their worst strongholds maps to what looks like one of their best. They found the right recipe. It took a good 50, 60 points on the side of SSG for Optic to work it out. But once they started cooking, boy was it good to watch. We've got a winners finals on our hands now. Optic refuse to roll over and show their belly.
I see. And with that win, do Optic Gaming now just plant the seed of doubt. What could have been a clean sweep, all of a sudden SSG could be a little bit nervy.
Will SSG live to regret not taking them down here in just 3? Because as we go further into this series layout, it's when it starts to look a bit better for the green wall. But as we look back at some of the highlights, that stick was beautiful from Formal. Great game sense, great awareness of just knowing how to pitch that one up to the back ledge. But SSG, once they were kind of down, once they were on that spawn trap, they weren't able to escape it. Optic, they locked it in like you said. And it's an Optic Gaming who usually will just be able to fight for 2 strongholds, play very slow, wait for the pushes from Space Station, but they changed things up here and it worked perfectly.
We have a series on our hands. The world champions not going down without a fight and happy to be dragged into deep water. They've shown resilience in the past. It was being questioned this season. They silenced the haters, silenced the doubters. Looking to go back to back, like Tox and CLG. But right now, it's SSG who still hold the advantage.
But I'm so happy that we get to map 4 of this series layout because these are our 2 best King of the Hill teams that we have in the league. One is 6-2 on this map in mode, the other is 6-3. And that means we can have an absolute war on this map. Space Station, who are one of the first teams to really pioneer how to play King of the Hill when it was first introduced to the HCS. But Optic, they picked up on it very quickly indeed. This is going to be one of the best King of the Hills that you're going to see at this event.
2 of the best on this game type, 2 of the best in the league. And that's why they find themselves in the winners finals. As they clash on live fire. SSG need to win just one more game, and they'll punch their ticket to grand finals. But Optic Gaming will have a thing or 2 to say about that. We're underway in game 4.
Space Station have an 80% win rate across all King of the Hills in HCS competition. One of the best stats you'll hear about any sort of map and mode. But they need to now make sure that that stat counts here in map number 4. You've got to try and pin Optic Gaming right here, right now. Otherwise, if you start to let them get hot, we know what Optic can do. And we know Optic are going to be ready to get back into this one as Lucid starting to cook once more.
Lucid's causing whiplash. And your insurance company's not going to cover it. That much I can promise. Be in control for now of Optic Gaming as they start to eat away at that lead that SSG had. But it looks as though we're going to have a reset.
A little bit of a reset here in map number 4, which will just cool down Lucid ever so slightly, but I'm sure he'll be able to find the same form once we do get going. And unfortunately, just a little bit of an issue for Bound, and we'll get that one sorted and make sure that all the players have everything ready for competitive integrity. Now, Richie, I mean, it allows me to talk a little bit more about King of the Hill and why these 2 teams are so good at it. When you talk about the pace of which this game is played, and I'll just give an example of Space Station used to play the game of Strongholds, for example. Very quick, moving around the map, flying around corners, often double teaming, triple teaming other teams. King of the Hill, you have to play a little bit more slow. You have to try and be a bit more precise in your setups. And somehow, Space Station showed us that breaking setups is everything right at the start of when it was introduced. They were able to break the setup of any team when this was first added into the HCS. It didn't matter if it was Optic, it didn't matter if it was FaZe, they always found a way through. Similarly to what we saw in Empyrean CTF, how Penguin was able to get behind enemy lines, take down 2 players. SSG are capable of 1v2ing at times, and it makes them a very scary team to go up against.
And that was a criticism, if you could even call it that, of Space Station last year. They're this fast-paced team, they're playing hell to leather. But what they have done in the off-season, what they've done from tournament to tournament is develop this hybrid style now. They're no longer just that fast-paced, that one-dimensional team. They can do a bit of everything. And they're going to need to here to close out this series.
They've adapted to the meta time and time again, and you can see in the KD leaderboard, Stella, one of the big reasons of it. He's been the forefront of Space Station Gaming, leading the charge at times, but Penguin, I have to give him credit with how he has been playing, considering he is only one of two on that main stage who hasn't been a world champion. I mean, he just has so much confidence in those gun engagements. And that's what you need. You need to look over at your teammates' POV and trust that they can take down whoever is going to be in their path.
And something that we've talked about Penguin, whenever you mention the name, it's, he's this great objective player. He now finds himself in the top 5 of Slayer leaderboard. He's been getting kills now for his team. He's developed his role.
Well, if you play the objective, naturally you're going to be in more gun engagements in certain game types. You're going to have to be a good Slayer at the same time. And Penguin knows what angles to be taking. He knows the positions that he needs to be holding. He does everything correctly, at times perfectly, when he plays the objective. And that's why he's such an important piece of SSG. On the flip side, there's Penguin's parents as well there, by the way.
Hi.
Great to see the support in the crowd.
That's Papa Penguin.
Papa Penguin. Papa Penguin. On the flip side, for Optic Gaming, they have always lived and breathed a slower game style. But maybe not in that Strongholds game that we've just seen, but they love playing the sandbox. They love having the heat wave available to them. They will prioritize those weapons to try and frustrate their opponents. The plasma pistol will be used. So expect them to try and just annoy and just poke and prod at Space Station a little bit here in this King of the Hill.
As we get things set up once more, Optic, they found an answer. You spoke about how it was going to be SSG's favorite and better game type, and it was Optic who flipped the script, like we've seen SSG do in game 1s and 2. Where does it go from here?
It's literally gone the exact opposite of what we've seen in the grand final reset. Optic won the first 2, and then Space Station won the 3rd, and we flip this now, and Space Station do the exact opposite. And again, it is down to what I was talking about. It's practice between events. You don't really practice your best game types as much. Instead, you want to be focusing on those that you've been struggling in. You watch back the VOD. You look at how the team was able to beat you. I'm sure last night, Space Station and Optic were watching VOD back from that grand final reset. These guys know what map and modes they're going to be playing on the next day, so they would have been doing their research, they would have been studying, and it's definitely paid off here.
We've seen APG's better half briefly. That usually means APD is here, but the doggo's at home, not here in Seattle. Perhaps that's for the best. There's not much grass around here.
Well, fist bumps all round as we're about to get back into map number 4 then. Are we going to see it all done and dusted here? Can Space Station find their way into that grand final, or can we see Optic start the fight back, start the reverse sweep possibilities? Will it be a map 5, or is it going to be Space Station in that grand final with that best of 7 advantage that also everyone desperately needs?
Still time for twists in the tail as we load in. A full reset on the cards. No advantages for either team. They get a second stab at it to change some of the starting strategies. Fix and tweak. It's time to go. On board with Lucid.
The green wall starting to get a little bit louder as they begin to believe the comeback can happen. Optic will start the scoring, but does that mean they give up the overshield? Stella has not only the sniper rifle, but also control of this OB side. I think Space Station will say, okay, we'll give you a little bit of time here, probably just over halfway, but maybe we'll get the OB to work with, but maybe not. It's suddenly Formal, out of nowhere, will take down Stella, but at least Eco has got the OB here.
Optic Gaming already got so much progress in this hill. Eco and Co have sacrificed so much to claim this overshield. Will it pay dividends? Lucid under bridge, down to half shields. Eco gets repulsed. It's a brawl. 3 dead now. Lucid trying desperately to survive, and unsuccessful in his attempt.
Optic would have loved to just put that first point on the board uncontested, but Space Station were very patient. They knew what they wanted. They spawned on that side, on the OB side, and they played for it accordingly. Now, we have to see Optic try and break through here. I credited Space Station for how good they are at breaking setups, but we know Optic are capable of it as well.
Bound. Being a nuisance in green. 2 members of Optic around him. But he has teammates putting down suppressive fire. Optic finally clear him out. Penguin's still going to be an influence. Trippy
and Lucid combined. The Penguin goes down 1-0 to the green wall.
The momentum is being carried over into map 4 here from Optic, even with the restart. Exactly what they needed to keep their dreams alive of getting into that grand final from the winner's side. Obi's going to be up soon. Lucid smokes it, but Stella's already there and might just be able to use that smoke to his advantage. But no, Former with the melee means he gets the kill, and Former will be rewarded here with the overshield.
Optic, much like the Goonies, never say die. Battling from behind in this series. But they now seem to have found that form. Now they switch gears.
And here's the setup from Optic as well, just waiting in the wings, waiting for that push to happen. Unfortunate not to get the back smack there, as Penguin, though, can't even push through top middle either. It looks like Space Station's push might be unsuccessful. Optic had eyes trained on every single avenue that had to be pushed here. There's one last desperate attempt, it's a 1v1, but Former wins it. Spawns, though, over towards the dummies here. This means that there's a slight chance for SSG to still push this one.
Formal's in trouble. Formal goes down. And SSG have control. But again, Optic have so much time, it has to be flawless from here on out, or they'll find themselves down 0-2 in this King of the Hill. Sniper rifle pops out of the oven. We know Stellar's going to want a little piece of that.
Well, Optic broke that first setup so successfully, and they might do more of the same here, especially if Trippy makes it a second onto Penguin. Penguin tries to dance, successfully will stay alive and shut down the Optic push. But Space Station has to be flawless here. They can't allow Optic to even step foot in.
Penguin's a lot more comfortable in the ice. And that's exactly what's required here from SSG. They've almost completely eaten away at that lead. Overshield in 30 seconds. But Optic Gaming trying to push, trying to pressurize, not giving this one up too easy. 2 dead now for SSG. And the hole that they had, Optic Gaming are broken wide open. 2-0 now.
SSG cannot afford to allow Optic to get this much time at the start of every single hill. Optic are just a little bit quicker to the punch. Overshield's coming up. SSG are on the OV side though. They should surely be able to get this one. Got to remember that previous hill was all off of the back of Formal getting that overshield, stealing it from Stella. But now SSG get the chance to have the overshield in their hands.
The crowd find their voice again. The green wall, we're looking shaky. The foundation's starting to dry, looking a lot stronger now. As Penguins in hill, a little bit of overshield left to play with. Optic Gaming slow this one down for now.
It's a big push over sandbags. Penguin has to retreat. It's 2 for Optic. It's a successful break yet again. And now Space Station find themselves just Stella. It could be all 4 dead. It will be all 4 dead. As Optic, they managed to take control yet again here. And SSG just don't seem to have the answer for the pushes that are coming from the green wall.
Lucid, eyes trained, bottom middle. Anticipating that's what's going to be the point to watch. Penguin goes down. Killing spree from the former MVP. But Optic Gaming have all fallen. And it's now for them to break the setup with SSG eating away at that lead and just taking it.
This is why I was so excited to see this mapping mode between these two teams, because they're both so good at breaking that setup. Just calculating which avenue they need to be pushing as APG throws himself into the hill, but it's all 4 dead again for Optic as SSG make it 2-1 and keep their hopes alive in this map. We move over towards the overshield for the hill. Penguin sticks his toes in, but he's not really sure where to be holding in the moment. He's listening to call-outs. He knows that Bound's in trouble and he wants to help him.
Stuck his toes in, didn't like the temperature, stepped out. And with good reason as the bodies continue to hit the floor. Optic Gaming get 3 dead. And Lucid sticks one out to Stellar. And now Optic can claim a little bit of map control.
This next overshield is everything. It can really influence where this hill goes as Trippy desperate to stay alive, and not only that, but he shuts down Bound. He's still alive somehow, and he's got the cavalry with him. APG against Stella, but the overshield is in Stella's hands, but he will get shut down as Optic. They hold strong here, 3 minutes 20 left on the clock, plenty of time, and they will continue to score.
Trippy says bye-bye as he waves them off. 2 dead for SSG, make it 3. The green wall, they're moving and grooving.
Oh! Formal! You filthy animal!
That shot hit so hard it made your voice crack, and I don't blame you. That's Formal starting to get heating up here, starting to heat up in every single way that Optic needs. Stella takes a body shot. And Optic again are so close to taking this fourth hill, excuse me, but their third point.
Patience. That's what it takes now. Bide your time. Find openings. And what a small opening that is. Body shot connects. Penguin will get away for now. But SSG on the ropes here in game number 4. Penguin goes down. Formal truly in championship Sunday form now. 3-1 the score.
And Optic just took an extra second there to start to think about how they're going to set up for next. Are we in position? Do we have the tower? And Formal says yes, but needs to retreat here. He's a couple of shots down to Stella, who goes on to take down APG. But they have top middle control, do Optic. Space Station, how do they fight this one back? Overshield is very much going to be in the sightlines of a lot of these players, but Formal is still alive.
Not afraid of anyone on the map. Continues to put down damage. Like a turret at times. Another overshield for Optic. They're dissecting SSG right now.
I mean, they're up by so much in terms of slays, 62 to 48. This is all Optic's game. They've got the overshield, they've got the hill, they've got all the pieces they need to send us to a game 5. Do SSG have anything left in the tank here? They have to try and first force Trippy out of this hill. You've got to go 2-on-1, but Trippy gets a trade. Optic go 3 down. This is a last-ditch effort now from Space Station.
This is Optic's game to lose. They spawn towards green. Lucid the furthest man forward. Bounce trying to clear it out. Formal on dice. Down to no shields. Continues to jiggle. Peak almost gets the kill with a fadeaway jumper. Bounce shuts them down. SSG need this one, and they also need to keep time on the board.
New sniper coming up. That could definitely influence how this final moments go. Baron is still being a nuisance over towards tower. Assault rifle to try and shut down Lucid, confirms the kill, but suddenly Formal's in the hill. This is what Optic are doing very well now. They're forcing Space Station out of some of these positions by just stepping in that hill, forcing them to do something.
It's a little bit frantic. As Optic continue to apply the pressure, they can force mistakes. They've got so much time. 3 dead now for SSG. It's a 1v1. But Trippy's got the hill. It's going to be a clash for the ages. Penguin has got to do something, and does.
Confirms the kill. Might confirm the hill, but nades coming in. Penguin trying to stay alive. He ducks into the corner. It's 3-2. Game is still going. And Optic was so close to game 5, but now they have to hold strong. Loads of time on the clock. 1 minute and 52. We go back to the reset, back to the first hill over towards green.
Penguin with his head between his knees just stays alive. Pushes this game on. And our SSG now starting to flip the script. Is momentum in their favor. Trippy on big door. Has to do as much damage as he can. But the slays now going in favor of Space Station.
Remember what I said earlier, Space Station were down by about 15 kills. Now they're only being outslayed by 4. They've really just turned this game on its head. Optic, who were just a slither away from game 5 now, might be on the brink of looking at a 3-3 series here. A 3-3 game as Space Station trying to hold strong, but now here comes the push from Optic. 2 down bottom middle, 2 over towards sandbags. They get the openers. Can they confirm them though? All 4 dead for Space Station. And Optic, they hold strong.
Optic hold the line. Continuing to turn the screw. Milking the hill now. Over towards green. Inviting the pressure on. Too easy. 2 kills for Optic Gaming.
This
and
is the setup.
SSG, they have to go again.
Yeah, this is the setup now for Optic. They've got it locked in. All 4 dead again for SSG. As Optic have the chance to send themselves into game 5. Maybe one last push for Space Station as Trippy using that repulsor to full effect.
SSG have got to be calculated.
They've got to go.
And they've got to go now. Damage being put down, damage being exchanged. Sandbags being absolutely lit up as shell casings fly left, right, and center. 3 dead for the green wall. Setup broken wide open now.
Oh, Bound gets it done. It's 3-3. And just like that, Space Station ripped this game away from Optic Gaming. We're back to the second hill. We're back over towards tower. And this game 4 has had everything. I promised you it was going to be one of the best King of the Hills you've ever seen, and it has not disappointed.
Who has the ice? Who has the stones? Overshield gone for Lucid. Being pressurized. He tiptoes up cuts but walks straight into a grenade. Numbers advantage now for SSG. And Optic need to wait to go again.
Slay's almost even, but Optic still just edging Space Station here as Eco gets another one. Neither team really committing to the hill just yet. It is an absolute war down bottom middle. Trippy gets one onto Bound. Lucid falls though. And still, neither team has been able to gain any control because they know if a setup is gathered by either team here, it could be the end.
Formal feels comfortable now to step into the hill. Stellar challenges. Loses his life. Penguin trades it out. Plasma pistol not enough. Not sufficient to do the damage. Lucid and APG, they hold tower. And you know this push is coming very soon.
Eco's a little bit on his own, but he will just make sure he joins Bound. That's the right decision. SSG has to push together as Bound gets the opener. Boy, did SSG need that to break this setup from Optic Gaming. But Optic have got a lot of time here, Shurs. It means it's going to be a big old job for Space Station, not only to break through, but also to get a setup of their own.
Space Station need to tap into their inner Chris Jericho and break this wall down. Optic continue to hold Bound, just narrowly misses. Such narrow margins. What a difference one shot can make. 2 down now for Optic. And SSG start to claim some time.
If Bound can land one of these shots, it could be a game-winning shot for Space Station, because it can really stem a push from Optic Gaming. And they know it, they're avoiding it. Bound has just done enough to be a nuisance and stay alive here on tower, but the push has to come here. Trippy gets the opener. Optic now starting to send their way to Overshield as well. Lucid gets a double, but Bound is going to take the fight.
Lucid's in big trouble, but he comes out on top. 3 dead now. APG with Overshield in chest. This looks like a game 5, baby.
As the green wall go wild, we head to a tiebreaker between the two. It's a game 5 in the winners finals. Exactly what the doctor ordered. And 2 teams who have dominated King of the Hill throughout the entire season clashed in what was one of my favorite games of King of the Hill I've ever seen. Setups broken left, right, and center, but also some of the best holes you'll witness on the main stage. What a game we've just seen, and Lucid 31 kills right at the end in that break. He gets a double, an unofficial triple as well with that final kill onto Bound. And Optic, the reverse sweep has started.
You promised me one of the greatest games of King of the Hill ever seen. And boy, did that not disappoint.
It's one of those where I really hoped it wasn't going to be a dominating performance from one team, but they're just so evenly matched and they all have such incredible strategy at how they want to try and break a setup. It was Optic at times just so confident to push across top middle at times. You've got to try and do the unexpected. Space Station are maybe expecting Optic to slow it down, take their time, try and dissect where they need to go, and then bam! Optic find themselves top middle. You see 3 players just flying at you, and you don't have the time to react. Optic played that one so well. They were down, they were out at times. But Space Station, they fought hard. They brought it back. They forced Optic to play at their very best. And it means now we get a Game 5 Slayer to decide who is going to be in that grand final, who will have that best of 7 lead.
Optic had a 3-1 lead. We said this is their game to lose. And SSG almost found an answer, almost snatched victory from the jaws of defeat.
Honestly, at 3-3, that's what I mean. Optic looked down, they looked out. It looked like Space Station had found that recipe for success. But all it took was one last push. APG secured the overshield whilst Lucid was doing the damage. And the green wall now find themselves 1 game away from a reverse sweep in the winners finals. business, though, on the brain for all the boys as they take a quick break to make sure they're well rested.
Still work to do for these two teams. Neither one going away after 4. Games 1 and 2, SSG. 3 and 4, Optic Gaming. And as the pendulum swings back and forth, Optic Gaming now have a reverse sweep opportunity on the horizon.
And what is going through the brains of Space Station Gaming? What did Elamite say to them backstage? Because they have to focus up now. They've let a 2-0 lead slip as we head into Slayer on Aquarius. Now, I don't know if you remember, but this was one of the most one-sided Slayers we had all tournament long at Fort Worth. It was a 50-23 victory in favor of Space Station. They absolutely pummeled Optic on this map and mode. But again, we've seen how it hasn't necessarily transitioned that way, that it's a guaranteed victory just because it's one of your good game types. Optic would have certainly been looking at why they got pummeled in Slayer Aquarius.
Taking a look at the Slayer stats then, Formal compared with Penguin, 1.37 to a very impressive 1.46. Dan, so little to separate these two.
It's the damage difference that is going to be the key takeaway here from this graphic. Formal is one of the best damage dealers in the league. Now, that's no discredit to Penguin. We've already seen how important he's been to the SSG team. But if Optic are going to win this Game 5, a lot of it has to stem from Formal, how well he can anchor on a map like this, the amount of damage he can do from a distance, because you want to then let the likes of Lucid, the likes of Trippy start to roam around the map and start to cook. Another player we have to focus on, and I always say it, and it seems right at the World Championships to do so, Stella. On Aquarius, he is disgusting. He will be roaming around the map so freely. It reminds me of how Pistola used to play back in the day, just listening to callouts, waiting for a player to be weak, and then throwing himself at his opponent. Stella loves this map, and SSG have found so much success all season long on Slayer Aquarius.
And on the other side, a man that's going to be oh so important is Big Game Trippy. He's been the difference maker on a Slayer Aquarius time after time, scooping up the power-ups, getting himself the heat wave and causing carnage.
Yeah, of course, there was that highlight from an event where we saw Trippy get behind enemy lines, get the sticky grenades out, having the heat wave, getting the doubles, getting the triples. And I think we're going to need to see a big play from either team. It's going to have to be something that can separate you from one of the other greatest teams in the world here, as Optic start to make their way back to the main stage, led by the man himself, Formal.
The world champions are on the march back to the main stage. Team talk complete. And do they now have what it takes to take down Space Station? They were all but out after 2. But here we go, Slayer Aquarius, Dan. It's our last cast of the year, and I couldn't be wanting anything better than this.
It's an extremely exciting prospect because this could arguably be the most important Slayer games you'll ever see at the World Championship, because we've already known we have not seen teams from the elimination bracket win the tournament. It has been the team that progresses from the winner's side winning every championship so far this year. So this could be a Slayer game that wins you a championship almost. And of course, yes, there's going to be a lot to do once you get to that grand finals. But that best of 7 advantage you have is going to do absolute wonders for your confidence. Optic, they have all the momentum in the world. Is it going to be another chance, another stab at a world championship for the likes of Formal? Or can SSG find themselves in that grand final just like they did at Salt Lake City?
And for Formal all those years ago, with a friend's request sent to APG, which was declined, and he responded, "I don't know you." Formal replies, "Get to know me." And now the two of them share a stage, looking to go back-to-back world champions. What a story. He's done it all. And he finds himself here once again under the bright lights in Seattle, looking to punch his ticket to the grand finals.
So Optic Gaming, they're 8-5 at Slayer Aquarius across the season. It's a 7-5 for Space Station, but we've got to focus on the domination of that game in the grand final reset at Fort Worth, where Space Station, they staked them. And if they find any sort of form similar to that, then it could be bad news for Optic. But momentum is so much behind the green wall right now. A reverse sweep on the horizon, fist bumps all round. The world champions are locked and they are loaded, but the challengers of Space Station, they can still get this job done. They can still find themselves in the grand final. I want to see what Eco has up his sleeve. What does the mastermind have prepared for Optic Gaming here on Slayer Aquarius?
When you begin your career, these are the games you want to be involved in. You watch your idols become your rivals. And as you stare across the stage against world champions, on both sides, they've been here before. It's time to show up or show out. And for one last time, shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
And already, Formal gets a pick onto Bound. Optic get the opener. Just what they needed to take a little bit of map control and continue the momentum that they found in the last two maps here. APG gets aggressive onto P. He shuts down Eco. And Space Station, with their tails between their legs, have to be careful. But Stella, bottom middle, as always. A nuisance, as always, gets one kill on the ball.
3-1 the score. Penguin desperately trying to survive with the heat wave. Formal ensures that will not be a possibility any longer. 5-1. Great start for the green wall. Bound's in massive trouble. Just about getting away, but not for long. Formal's there again.
Are we going to see Optic do exactly what Space Station did to them in that grand final reset? We see so many games that just snowball out of control on Aquarius here because of the likes of the heat wave, the likes of the dominance you can have with map control here. Because you can go from spawn to spawn, you can pinch once, you can pinch twice. It's 7-1. Now here for Optic Gaming. It could even be more as Lucid puts another onto the board. Formal will take the fight. Formal will win the fight. It's a killing spree already. And Space Station should be worried because Optic are in championship form.
5 kills without reply in a Game 5 winners finals for Formal. What a way to start. SSG only have 2 here. And they're reeling. If they're not too careful, they're about to be reverse swept.
14-2. The dominance that we saw from Space Station Gaming in the early stages has been ripped away from them. As Optic Gaming now asserting their own and showing us why they should be considered the best team in the world. Lucid makes it 15. Space Station again just trapped in a corner here. It's easy pickings here for Optic Gaming. This could be an absolute blowout.
It's Formal season right now. And he's hunting. Patrolling the map. All of SSG trapped over towards the closet. Stellar spawns back up and tries to help his teammates. And he locks horns with Formal. And he goes down to Formal. He's hitting everything that moves right now.
They need to shut Formal down, and there we go. Finally, they're able to take him out of the game. 21-8, make it 22. Space Station so far behind, but you can flip this game on its head. If Space Station can regain control, if they can get the power weapons, maybe get a QT to help them have those free pushes. Comeback potential can always happen on Slayer Aquarius, but it's whether Optic allow it to happen. 2 more kills for SSG, 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and now Space Station do have a little bit more control, down by 12.
SSG find their feet after that quick flurry from Optic. Down, swing and a miss. Gets the job done, and he answers back with a killing spree of his own.
We have seen gigantic comebacks on the main stage. But Optic Gaming not really one to throw away a game like this, especially when they're in this kind of form. And Space Station will know that. Space Station know they're going to have to play some of their best Halo if they're going to get back into this game. And it has to start really with a little bit more height presence. There's a lot of bottom middle roaming at the moment. There's a lot of trying to push through P1 that's being punished by the green wall. Space Station are getting caught out time and time again. And it's because they were just overwhelmed at the start of this game. They've finally been able to reset, but was the damage already done in the early stages?
Game slows down to a crawl. Both teams acutely aware of what this one means. Have Optic Gaming already put themselves in prime position
As Trippy gets a pick with the commando. Bound unable to survive. And now they can begin to collapse with the numbers advantage on the car side. Lucid gets one more. SSG answer back, but it's a 2-for-1 trade on the map.
Well, the last time we went into a listening with Optic Gaming, they were 2-0 down in the series. Now they are ahead. Let's see what the comms are like. Let's see what the vibes are like for the Green Wall.
Trader Brad. One shot commando.
The other guy's one Matt.
I don't see him.
Nice. He went down there, Joey. Did you get it?
I know I did.
It was yellow pink door. It was yellow pink door.
That's all you do.
You guys yellow gen.
Two of us are pink side.
Yo, breathe, guys. Breathe.
Deep breath, guys.
I'm looking pink. I'm looking pink. Yeah, just sit.
I'm gonna push yellow gen.
One shot yellow fridge. One shot yellow fridge here.
You kill yellow fire behind you guys. Fire behind you guys.
Chasing.
You guys yellow pink. You guys yellow pink.
Pick one absolute.
P2 guys.
Watch out, pick one absolute.
And yellow fridge. Yellow fridge.
Blue street. Behind me. Yellow P1.
Okay, watch out P1.
Absolute P1.
Yes, they have a thrust.
I'm hiding.
Deep breaths are the words from Lucid yet again, but for a very different reason. This time, they are ahead. This time, they are only 10 kills away from the grand final and a reverse sweep against Space Station Gaming. This has been a masterclass from Optic.
The series is in their hands. 1 foot in the door of grand finals. Up by 12 now, needing 9. An APG, the midway point of the map. Looking for targets, looking for enemies, finds Stellar. Does more damage than he receives, gets the trade. And that's all they need right now.
Literally 1-for-1 trades, and Optic will be absolutely fine. 8 more required. 4 more caught, bottom middle will get taken down. Suddenly Space Station only 10 behind. Now, at one point, it was upwards of 15, so at least they are slowly crawling their way back in. They've pinned Optic back here, but if Optic can break out, if Optic can get a set of slays here, this game will be very close to ending, but 2 more on the board for Space Station. This one's not quite done yet.
Lucid lines up 1, tried to get a second. But again, trades are perfect. Trades more valuable than anything else right now, as they require 6. And Optic Gaming all touch tight with one another, able to capitalize on any damage put down. Bound in the fridge, tapping out, crying for help. Nothing's coming right now. But Optic happy to hold what they have, happy to hold the map, and wait for SSG to overstep the mark. APG gets another, but it's 3 dead. Optic so close to grand finals.
It's 3 dead, but it doesn't matter because Optic just need to be getting that 1 kill for every push now, and they will be in that grand finals. They were down 2-0. I was wondering if they'd be a little bit dejected, whether they'd be a little bit slow, but their comms were everything we went to the listening. 2 kills now required for the Green Wall here, and they are on the hunt. They are looking for a...
1 more kill. Brazilian shown. The world champions are going back to the grand finals to do it all again.
An unbelievable display from the Green Wall as the fans erupt here in Seattle. The World Championship has given us absolutely everything, and it's a reverse sweep that sends Space Station down into the elimination bracket, where they will face a very hungry FaZe. But for Optic, it's all about the resilience that you mentioned, to be down 2-0, to still force the game into your way, to have that momentum on your side. Every single Optic member played their part in what was one of the best winners finals we've seen in quite some time.
What a series. Elation for Optic Gaming, but misery for SSG. They now have to pick themselves up off the floor as they're going down to clash again with their old rivals in FaZe Clan. But for Optic, again, far too icy on Championship Sunday. They were down, but not out. They got the shoulder up, and they began to cook. The reverse sweep on your screens. And who could bet against them becoming world champions again?
And it's kind of crazy that only one of those 5 game types had the same result as what we saw in Fort Worth. Both teams putting the practice into perfect play here in the World Championship, turning some of their worst game types into arguably some of the best that I've seen. That King of the Hill, for me, will live on forever. I think that was two of the best teams at that game type, going down, going against each other. It was beautiful.
Fans called for his head this season. He's going to another grand finals. He's a world champion. He's silenced the haters. Blaze is with APG.
Thank you so much, Jersey. Seattle, make some noise for Optic Gaming as they moved on to the grand finals to be our first team there. And man, we know how much of a buff it is to go to that grand finals from the winner's side. But talk to me just in the moment, how do you feel for completing one of the sickest reverse sweeps that we've seen all year?
It feels good. I mean, our team has been working on that kind of shit for a while, like just that resilience. And it shows in our gameplay. We have just some great composure. I love my team.
Yep. Hey, I showed it on the main stage for sure with that composure. Now, let's talk about map number 4, okay? Because that was wild. You could have lost it then, but those last 3 hills right there, they just kept trying to come back. How did y'all close it out right there?
Some great communication by Matt and Tommy at the end. I think Tommy made a great play at tower. Matt was telling me to get the OS, but just hide. Just great communication all around, and we just collapsed perfectly.
All right, okay. Now, you guys are the defending world champions here in Seattle for Halo, and you're going to have a chance to do that yet again. What do you want these fans to know that believed in the chat at home and that never stopped cheering for you guys when you were down?
We appreciate you guys way more than you ever know. We hear every cheer. We appreciate it. We're going to try and get the job done.
All right, they said they're going to get it done. Make some noise for Optic Gaming, Seattle. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Now, I am absolutely shell-shocked with what we have just witnessed. I promised you that the competition was going to get better and better as we go through our roadmap. I didn't expect it to get that good. I mean, a reverse sweep against Space Station Gaming. Optic Gaming, they are here to try and take that trophy once again, back-to-back seasons. Wes, just tell me what is going through your mind right now, especially as we watch that series, because my jaw is still on the floor.
It's just wild to me that some of these guys are still building their legacies. Formal stepping up at the start of Game 5 was everything Optic needed to get on the roll. But it was everyone stepping up throughout those last 3 final maps that really made this Optic Gaming team's run so special right there. And to beat SSG in 3 straight games back against the wall in that series, knowing how important this moment is, this is why they are world champions. This is why they will be favorited in the finals against anyone. This is why, through thick and thin this year, they knew that when the time comes, they can get the job done.
They certainly did indeed. They had every belief, and rightfully so. You're looking right now at a masterclass of King of the Hill between 2 teams who are so evenly matched on this mode. And Tony, watching this back here and how incredible this truly was to actually just experience as a fan of Halo Infinite. I mean, there's so much that you can say about it. What were some of your favorite moments from this incredible map?
I mean, like you said, it really was incredible. Mind you, that King of the Hill, you're still 1 loss away from ultimately losing it. You have to step up, and SSG are making it hard on you at every given turn. They literally steal back-to-back kills in order to force that hill number 7, but eventually Optic, that green wall is stood strong, and they send it to a Game 5, and we know what happened then.
Wes, let's quickly talk about this Slayer to end things off on, because this one wasn't close. It wasn't like the rest of the series. And actually, going back on that series Rewind we talked about, again, similar thing, but for Space Station side. What happened at the beginning moments for Optic Gaming to allow them to take such an incredible lead?
I mean, you lose the first couple of picks, and traditionally, that doesn't mean too much on Aquarius. But Optic took the sandbox on the map, the thrust, the heat wave, and they never looked back. APG and Formal had such a special in tandem situation that went in their favor in a 4-0 fashion that gave Optic Gaming such a comfortable lead. And with that comfortable lead, I feel like the entire team just started to gain confidence and in fact knew in the moment, this one is ours.
I love looking at these stats because it just shows you how toe-to-toe they are. If you look at that damage column, look at how similar, Tony, those damages are between both of our teams. You can see them absolutely putting in all of the work that honestly they had to, right? to get it this close, this was absolutely incredible between two insane teams. I would not be surprised to see these guys back in the grand final after the journey that both of them have been on.
Yeah, looking at these stats, you can really see, it really doesn't tell the story enough that it was really a full team effort. You know, Trippy's 23,000 damage. It doesn't talk about that 3 minutes worth of occupation time that he had in that King of the Hill. Even APG stats, you see that 20,000, you even see a little bit of a negative on the KD. Does that talk about the 20 assists that he had in that match? It was a full team effort that ended up coming out, both in the objective and the assist, on top of the crazy KDs that you see and the crazy damage that you see on your screen right there.
Exactly. You're not going to get 4 crazy KDs across your screen. There's simply not enough Spartans on the map to be able to do that. When it is your turn, it is your turn. I loved what I saw from Optic Gaming, the resilience coming through, absolutely incredible. The reverse sweep, it has been done. They are in the grand finals. We are heading to a quick break right now, but when we come back, who will join them? Our elimination finals will be underway in just a moment, folks. Please go get a drink, come right back, because we'll be seeing FaZe and Space Station.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins. There's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Looks like it could be done, but there's Formal for the killing spree. Hits the brain from the top, making a double kill. Will he get the...
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
2 games, 2 world championships.
It's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
He is the FPS god.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief. Acknowledged.
Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to your World Championships here in Seattle, Washington, the home of Halo, and also the home to some absolutely insane series that we just saw moments ago. Optic Gaming, reverse sweep, Space Station Gaming in our winners finals to knock them down to the elimination final. And Optic Gaming, they're set up in stone in that grand finals, looking to take that trophy once again for another year back-to-back. Let's take a look at the winners bracket side of things to see their journey into this spot. Optic Gaming, a clean run all the way through winners. They haven't dipped their toe into that elimination bracket once and don't intend to do so at all. Let's have a look at the elimination bracket though, because two of our teams have had a little bit of a different journey. FaZe, they only got knocked down into that semi-final position. They had to take down Sentinels 3-0, and now they're going to be meeting Space Station Gaming in this elimination final. It is all on the line here, folks. This is go hard or go home. One of our teams will get into that grand final position and one will be packing their bags. Clutch, when you think about these two teams just in general, what comes to mind?
Confidence on both sides, but for SSG side, it's going to be difficult to regain that confidence after being reverse sweep, especially in the moment of a World Championship winners bracket finals. They know what that means. They know that the road up here is only steep uphill, and for that climb, that can be daunting. So I'm looking at SSG and how they rebound from that loss. I think we see very early in the series how they handle rebuilding their confidence.
I think you're completely right there, and I think there is that mentality that they have to push forward with now, because it only gets harder from here, and it's not necessarily in terms of who they're playing, but in terms of the journey as well. So that combination of both, having to play FaZe for the first time, is pretty nerve-wracking. And Tony, when you look at the competitor, Space Station Gaming, they do not scrim FaZe, they do not play FaZe, they didn't play them in the Complexity warm-up tournament. These guys haven't kind of faced off in quite some time. So there is a slight element of unknown entity going into this, but just in terms of unpracticed. So how do you think Space Station are going to be handling FaZe and their kind of new work ethic, their new dedication, and honestly, their new map pool depth?
Yeah, I think they do it on purpose. I mean, they don't want to give off any strategy they're going to use for moments like this, where you're in the elimination bracket and it's do or die to make it to the grand finals or to go home. So this is where you lean on your preparation. Problem is, FaZe, they've been doing their preparation too. They've been pretty locked for the last month and a half. So this is just going to be such an amazing series, and I can't wait to get into it.
I can't wait either. It looked so crazy in those highlights there, Wes, just seeing the 2-0 on the screen, at one point getting so close to taking that third map, and it just starts to crumble and fall apart. You know, how do you see these guys picking themselves back up after that? You know, in terms of emotions, they're probably one of the teams that shows little to no emotion when it comes to this. Will that actually work in their favor, do you think?
I do, and I think getting back on the right track starts with just getting back into the server and starting to make plays like we know these guys are capable of. For me, I think that you have to be able to wash that out of your memory. You have to be able to move on. It's difficult to do. It's almost impossible to do, but the best of the best are the best of the best for a reason. It's because they are resilient, and then although Optic just showed us the definition of resiliency, I think this SSG team is also pretty resilient themselves, but we'll see what they have to say about it.
They are indeed. Let's take it on over to FaZe, though, on the other side of the stage, dressed in red and ready to go as well. FaZe have been that team who seem to upset people when it matters the most. They have a lot of ice, they have a lot of clutch factor on their side. And Tony, when you do look at this roster and you do think of what they've accomplished, not only historically together, all three of them, but now with the new addition of Renegade on their side, this is the moment, this is the time that they can really take the reins, run with it, and make a really good go as Space Station. How are you feeling about them?
I'm not feeling all that confident right now, to be honest with you. I know you brought in Renegade for this situation to win a world championship, but man, SSG must be out for blood at the moment here, so it's not going to be easy if you're FaZe. You're going to have to somehow win that game number 1, and to be honest with you, you're going to have to somehow get over to a game 5, because I like SSG and some of the objectives that we're going to see. This is going to be a long series. There is no way we're going to see a 3-0 in any way, shape, or form.
Wes, would you agree with Tony in terms of not feeling too confident? I'm looking at some of the stats here. FaZe and SSG, they have actually kind of looked at each other many times in many different tournaments. And they're currently 5-7 against SSG.
I think both these two teams are very confident against each other. The last time these two teams played in Fort Worth, SSG did dominate FaZe, but FaZe have been thinking about that and putting in a lot of hard work since. And just about every single time these two match up, somebody steps up and makes a difference. You really can't call it. There's 8 players that are sitting down on that main stage. Only 4 of them are going to really dictate who's going to win this series, I feel. And you got to have it's a superstar mentality. I think we saw some greatness out of Frosty earlier today. I'm looking for more greatness on the other 3 to step up and make the difference to find yourself in a grand finals.
I think the biggest storyline at this point in time in our World Championships is that our big 3 that we've been talking about all season long are left in this competition. And for me, it's who plays better on the day, who plays better in the moment. And we can see right now who's playing better in different modes across the board here. Tony, what's really speaking to you about this, especially when you consider our series layout?
One thing I'm noticing is that a lot of the strengths are really shared between the two. You look at even from the oddball, 20-4 out of Space Station Gaming. Right behind him is FaZe at 21-5. Look at the King of the Hill, 25-7 at SSG. Well, FaZe have 24 wins there as well, and even CTF is not that far apart. It looks like they share each other's strengths there.
Yes, indeed. Strengths is exactly how I would put it, because they're looking absolutely insane across the board here. Both teams just looking to secure all of those maps and modes as they come up.
What sticks out to me in that graphic is the Slayer differential, because that was the one mode that the two teams have a big differential in. There's 2 Slayers in every series. If this goes the distance, FaZe are looking like a live dog.
They certainly are, and looking right now at our KD leaderboard, Royal 2 still at the top there at a 1.26. Stella has been pushed to a 1.23. We've got Lucid on the board as well as Bound, but also Snakebite stepping up in the slaying department. He just received a commendation for Objective Player of the Year. And West, the fact that he can do it all right now is exactly what this team needs.
He's playing out of his mind right now. Snakebite is having a phenomenal tournament. Multiple pips won in that series against Sentinels to get that 3-0 done. It's maybe not the flashiest Halo, that's what you leave the Renegades of the world for, but Snakebite's consistency is always something to lean on, especially in a big series like this.
Well, folks, it is about that time. We head into our final elimination match, and it is the elimination final between these 2 absolute juggernaut teams. It's going to be Space Station versus FaZe, and it's happening right now.
16 teams started this weekend, and we're down to 3. Space Station taking on FaZe. Seattle, are you ready for this match? Let me hear you.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. All right, folks, we got ourselves a barn burner, and I hope you guys are ready for this one, because Space Station Gaming are reeling after that loss to Optic Gaming, and FaZe feeling pretty hot right now after taking down Sentinels. You're going to see two teams that have faced off against each other time and time again, and each time they learn something more about one another, and that's why these are the 3 best teams in the world, Dave.
As you heard, too, they're not scrimming nearly as much so that they can bring out all the tricks here in this final match against each other in 2023. Taking a look at the map layout, we're going to be kicking off with Livefire Oddball, Slayer Aquarius, CTF Argyle, and close it out with King of the Hill on Recharge and Slayer on Livefire.
Oh boy. I'm actually interested to see what happens in that CTF Argyle game, because Space Station stats on that mode are insane. Meanwhile, I can easily see FaZe just both teams were insane in that statistic.
Well, here's how it's going is games 1, 2, and 5 are favored for FaZe, whereas games 3 and 4 are favored for Space Station. So they're going to try to defend their home challenge maps and win where they can on those others. Let's take a quick look at some of these stats though. Snakebite versus Penguin. When it comes to Oddball, these two have been the objective masters on their squad. Snakebite dropping 30 kills a game along with 45% of his team's oddball
wild.
time.
That is wild. That efficiency is absurd. 116.6 points per game on average. But on the other side though, Penguin's stats also very impressive. He does a bulk of the work, but you know that in Space Station, they always like to share a little bit of that responsibility as well, depending on how the game flow is going.
A little more equitable household over there when it comes to doing those chores, those objective
jobs. A little bit more of a democracy, you know? All right, folks, this is it. Elimination Finals. FaZe Clan, Space Station Gaming, the best in the world. The 3 best teams left in this competition. This is for all the marbles and a date with destiny without the gaming. Let's jump on board with the captain, Snakebite.
Snakebite and team opting to go over towards this overshield side. They spot Penguin up at the sandbags and take him down.
Snakebite now knows that he's going to have to put some pressure on this ball player, though. He does have some help from Renegade up on high. And, of course, Eco, none the wiser there. Picks the kill. He had no choice. You also have that overshield coming up in a few seconds. They got to worry about that. Seems a little disorganized here for a minute. The Shroud screen goes down, but you are going to see that member of Space Station go down in turn, which means it could be an opening here for FaZe to get the overshield, and Royasu's got it.
Yeah, look at those kills across the board. Renegade so far 3-0 against his former teammates. If you're not familiar with the history of these rosters, Renegade, Eco, Stellar, and Penguin were dominating at the early part of the 2022 season, at which point Renegade parted ways. And now they're about to find out who made the correct decision.
Yeah, and earlier on when we saw Sentinels take on FaZe, it was a similar story, except it was lethal on the other side for Sen. And, well, I think FaZe felt pretty confident about this decision, bringing in Renegade and really topping them off and giving them what they need to get to this point. But is it going to be enough, though? Space Station have been playing some exquisite Halo all throughout the World Championship. What a close game this has been so far. 1-4, barely anyone's been able to get control. Really, I think it makes so much sense. This is literally how it has to go. Neither of these teams have the advantage right now, and that's pretty much how it's been all season long.
Yeah, just back and forth when it comes to these slays. That sticky does not hit there with that spike grenade. Bound somehow still alive here and keeping control of the top tower.
Now we'll see what Bound can do here. Space Station does have that control, as you noted, Dave. Let's see, though, whether or not FaZe can crack this egg. It's going to be a little difficult. They're going to be met with a lot of resistance here. Good shots from Bound up on high in the tower side. They got to find an opening to make this push happen. Maybe that kill there could be the opening. That's 3 down now, and that's what they needed. They got to make this push happen.
Bound wanted to push over, being effective on overshield, but just too little, too late. We're going to see if that death comes back to bite him, because Bound could have stayed at tower, potentially bought some more time, and now FaZe in full control.
2 players down low. Frosty's got eyes on him. Big win for him. Overshield's definitely doing some work there. 2 more players over toward the nest, 1 back Mud. And Renegade's going to be able to pick off that player with relative ease because Frosty peppered him with a lot of shots. And Snakebite with rotation going across over to the house. And he finds Royal 2 there, so that was just a good call. You saw the pressure, you dipped it over to grass, and then you make your way over to the house.
And looking at the stats right off the bat, Eco just having a dominating start, somehow winning that fight against Frosty. He is at 9 kills. The rest of his team has 6 kills combined. Eco single-handedly keeping his team in this game off the start.
The thing with Space Station Gaming is, at any point in time, you could say the same thing about Stellar, Bound, Penguin. They have the tools to be able to do this, all insane players.
Yeah, whether Stellar's gotten either a slower start because he's being targeted or just hasn't gotten his groove just yet, he has been shut down throughout this game. 1 kill, 5 assists, 7 deaths. He's gonna have to pick it up. He's gonna have to pull off that 2023 MVP performance if he wants to pick it up here in game number 1.
He almost did it again.
God.
Okay, someone's got to stop him, man. Check the controller. Man's hitting out here. Gorgeous stuff, though, from Frosty now. Still FaZe continuing to get control of this, but you got to give credit to Space Station, even though FaZe have had a good portion of control for the last few minutes or so. The lead isn't that big.
Yeah, the time is not racked up, and like I said, the only real saving grace here has been the amount of slays that Eco has put up on the board. He still has as many kills as the rest of his 3 teammates combined. Yes, he's getting a lot of assists. He has no assist himself since he's picking up his teammates' damage. But just getting those players off the board gives his team so much room to move around. And just as I say that, Royal 2 and crew grab Overshield, they clear out Space Station, and they're gonna put time on the board.
Yeah, this is gonna be real problematic here for Space Station. They're gonna have a lot to work with now. Good positioning as well. Trying to handle this Overshield player. Watch out though, because Snakebite's on the prowl alongside Royal 2, able to get him. Finding another one as well. Stellar does get the better of him there, but look at the communication. Look at the way that FaZe are playing for one another. Every single time they're in a fight, there's another player around the corner to finish it.
And look at this, Frosty picking up some much-needed ball time. Although Snakebite is the primary objective player here on Oddball for FaZe, his teammates picking up where necessary and rotating. This time is going to be so incredibly valuable for the FaZe roster as he's in a play ball position.
And he does just that. Now, this is Space Station's time to strike. They got 3 members down to FaZe, yes they do. But Royal 2 is going to be waiting for that ball. You're also going to have that heat wave coming up in a moment here, which is why Penguin's going to go for that as well.
Enemy has the ball.
A little bit of a fumble there.
Yeah,
not as
it didn't cost him.
like
Didn't cost him.
Doesn't come back to bite Penguin, but the rest of his teammates are taking down Penguin, just trying to buy some time until the rest of his teammates spawn and then make a move. Luckily, he finds his former teammate Renegade down low at the pillar door, gets a crucial first kill. This is going to be the go signal for Space Station. They have a numbers advantage, and they are charging across the map.
Penguin making his way up onto the top. He's going to change that crosshair to get a more flat aim on it, spread a bit more so he can hit that player. And this is already looking pretty solid for Space Station, but again, I got to divert the attention to the bottom of the screen. 69-33 FaZe, even with that run and even with Penguin playing his life, and he's doing a good job with it, FaZe have still been able to keep this lead quite substantial in their favor.
And look at this flank. Penguin sniffed out by Royal 2, gets taken out, and that's going to be another overshield going here for FaZe.
We say it all the time, Dave, you can't expect to win these games if you're giving, well, not giving, but if you're not getting, rather, the power items such as the overshield, the camo. It becomes very challenging for you to do so because it just sets the entire tone of the map. And now you have a green setup here for FaZe that should very well be successful for them here if they keep on playing like this. Wow.
Stellar goes down. Eco's too weak down the tunnel.
This is methodical.
Only 7 seconds, and FaZe are going to walk away with round 1.
This is methodical, Walshy. The way that FaZe played this was utter perfection. Even when Space Station looked like they had an opening, FaZe shut the door immediately.
That is scary because Space Station Eco had an amazing round of 1.
He did. He really did.
Stellar got shut down. We're going to have to see some players step it up and pick it up here for Space Station because I'm seeing them move as a unit, but we just see too many picks happening, one after the other.
Yeah, you cannot expect to win these fights if you're going in it with not the full force of all the players on your roster, right? It's going to be really difficult to go for those 2v3s, even 3v4, depending on the circumstances. And FaZe is doing a great job of staggering these spawns here against Space Station, never really letting them get a comfortable fight.
Penguin doing such a great job. I believe he took out 2 members there at the end as one of the last members alive of Space Station. That's going to stagger the FaZe spawns. They're not going to be in a comfortable position to grab that ball just yet. And there's that OS. We've been calling it out so far throughout round number 1, and let's see what Space Station can do with this overshield.
Stellar's got eyes on one of the targets here. It's going to be Frosty, but he gets the better of him. And that is a heartbreaker. You get that overshield, but you don't really get much value out of it.
Yeah, it got basically melted before he even left that overshield silo.
Might as well have just not had it. With the way it was trained so fast.
So not sure when this ball was last picked up, but could reset anytime shortly. But looks like they're going to grab that. A lot of action going on over at Nest and Green. Bound wants a piece of that action.
They
Look
want to
at
get
this
these guys
target
out of
switching.
here.
He does this so consistently. He'll get behind enemy lines, lay down shots on the first player, lay down shots on the second person, then go back and target switch to the first person. Bound does it flawlessly while curb sliding and doing everything right.
Yeah, and also just his forward position that he was getting for his team, just to deduce whether or not they were going to be in that area off the spawn. Maybe someone, you know, sped up, met their way over toward tower. It's just all those little details that Bound does so well. Now he's going to be behind his opponent here. Finds one. It's Frosty. He's going to be a little weak in the knees. Able to pick him off. That's going to be a headshot, though, courtesy of Eco. Now Bound has the sight set on Renegade here. What does he do? Is he just waits this one out? He's anticipating Renegade to push out, but he's losing teammates, and the calls are coming through, which is why he's just going to divert his attention down low. And that is another overshield for FaZe. That hurts.
That's a heartbreaker too. Bound, uncertain if he could help the ball carry over at Green. Tries to go back and help at OS. Thought they had enough numbers over there, but Snakebite able to slip over that OS. They lost on both sides, and Bound was not a big factor in either of those fights.
Tough to recover from that situation if you're Bound, if you're losing on both fronts. But even then, though, they still manage to acquire the ball. They're still in this one very much so. And that's because of the caliber of player that's on this Space Station lineup. You can always rely on one of them to just come up clutch when they need to. Same can be said for FaZe, though. Nico's going to be tucked away in the corner. Snakebite has eyes on him, expect the play ball to happen here, and that's exactly what's going to transpire. So we're going to get a reset here for FaZe.
And perfect play ball by Penguin, drawing at least 2 members of FaZe all the way towards back Green. Now, if Space Station spawns and get towards tower a little quicker, they are actually going to be in the better spot, even though they're the ones spawning, because of that drawing of attention in the back of Green.
Yeah, now that ball available to grab. Snakebite and the rest of the crew feel rather confident. There's going to be no one in this vicinity to contest it outside of the sniper player.
Nobody except, you know, the 2023 MVP with a sniper rifle. Other than that, it's totally clear.
True that, bro. But he had a very limited angle. He could do a lot with a little. That's why MVP has, or sorry, that's why Stellar, we might as well change his name to MVP. Why not? But that's why he was the MVP, of course. Space Station, though, right back in this one, Dave.
Yeah, trying to bring that ball over. Gets taken out by Snakebite. Not able to continue that run that he was starting. But don't worry, that's going to be Bound slipping and sliding around the corner, helping him finish off those kills.
Sometimes I think Bound is playing Wipeout.
Sometimes I feel like Space Station need to add disclaimers on the skins they're selling. Like, hey, just so you know, when you buy the skin, you are absolutely not going to move like Bound across the map. He is going to be faster, he's going to be smoother, he's going to be better. So just know that even though the skin looks really cool, it's not going to make you move like Bound.
But you should still buy the skin. Anyway. 2 players over toward Nest here for Eco. He's got to handle one of them at least. And he's got that teammate for help. That's Stellar to back him up. Renegade trying to juke around the bottom there, but it's not going to work out too well for him. And this is Space Station roaring at this point in time, Dave. A slow start for them, a rough winter final. But here's Space Station showing why they belong in this situation.
Yeah, Space Station bouncing back, showing why they are the most consistent roster and team here in the 2023 season.
Yeah, the lowest placing this team has had is 3rd place.
That's insane.
That is some wild consistency. Very few teams have been able to do that. So Space Station certainly doesn't want to see this run end here.
And this one's going to be tough. Bounds going for a nice flank, but he's a little too late on this one. His teammates were kind of left out to dry, and now he's trying to pick up the pieces, getting right behind these enemy lines, but the damage was done.
Feels
All
like
now in their hands.
I was going to say, Dave, feels like the strategy here and what we've been seeing more and more from Space Station is like just unleash Bound. Let him go crazy in the backline because you know he's going to be good for at least one, right? But the thing is that FaZe are wise to this. So they're kind of just leaving Bound alone and then going over and then wiping out the rest of Space Station. And they're trying to, you know, like establish themselves here. But then you have Bound who pops up behind him and then is a thorn on their side again. And that's why the score is going to continue to tick for Space Station because Bound has been running around willy-nilly on this map with all the freedom in the world to just harass FaZe.
Yeah, and Space Station have to decide if they're going to go for this OS or not. Looks like it's not going to happen. They're going to have to let that one go. And 3 fall down. Stellar, the last one alive. They didn't get the play ball. This OS is going to go inside the hands of FaZe. They have too many people here. There's no way they can contest it.
That is true. It's going to be really tough for them, but Space Station, all they need is 1 round of slays, and they should be able to lock up this round. You can't let FaZe run away with this. Otherwise, it's going to be real difficult for you to come back into this one.
I mean, Frosty has an overshield, but that was deleted. Huge sticky. And 10 points remaining here for Space Station to tie up this oddball game.
You get 1 decent
Snake
push.
Bite's the only one in position. Gets close to Snake Bite. Somehow gets no-scoped by Penguin. He also has the sniper rifle while doing the objective.
And that's the round. SSG back in the game, Walshy.
Now, one thing that's scary is we talked about how, you know, Stellar, he's the 2023 MVP. We're expecting him to have the biggest and best performance for his team today. However, he's lower on the kill board. Whether that's focus on FaZe, whether it's slow and starting slow, but that's a testament to how strong of a unit Space Station is. They don't just rely or need Stellar to go off every single time. He can be having arguably one of his weaker games, and they still can win.
Yeah. That is why this team has been so consistent all year long. Well, let's see, though. This is going to pay off. Oh, good try there from Bound to kind of try and keep himself alive now. Frosty looking for the miracle shot, but does not find it. 2 players down now for phase 3. Never mind. And that is Space Station with possession of the overshield. They also have the ball to boot.
Just going to put the pressure on FaZe. Yes, Stellar wants to instead focus on Slane.
New combo.
Right there, just making sure his teammate gets the ball right away. There's kind of this replacement theory that happens at the highest level of Halo, meaning whoever's close to that objective, in many cases, needs to be the one that grabs it. You aren't just going to have Penguin run an extra 30 meters to go grab that ball. Instead, Stellar's going to pass it to his teammate and then focus on Slane. And you see that at the highest level, whether it comes to objective, whether it comes to grabbing a power weapon or power up.
Frosty got himself a double kill while Stellar was walking around, and you're right, Dave. He's doing what is required of him to do here. The problem is that, once again, FaZe are wise to it, and then they try and make that push happen. Still not able to get a lot of points on the board here. They're going to have to rotate this one over to green, potentially. Here comes the pressure, though, from the garage door. You got 2 players. They're going to be moving real fast on this one, and a lot of players weak in the knees. World 2, though, playing in a real cheeky corner, trying to stay alive, excuse me. But instead, it's going to be FaZe coming out on top out of that gambit.
What a sneaky setup there by FaZe. Holding the ball over at green. Sometimes it feels like it's vulnerable as soon as you get around that corner and ideally fight a one-on-one the back there. But that player hiding around the corner. Now we're going to have to see. Renegade's late to this fight. Are Space Station pushing there quick enough? Because Space Station has to decide if they're going for OS or the ball. And it looks like Space Station able to grab the ball in exchange with Overshield. Now, how much damage does Renegade do with this OS? And right there, Stellar decides to negate that Overshield. Sometimes you have to decide if you're high talent and run away from the OS, or if you have to deal with it face on. Stellar takes the brunt of that damage. They put 10 points on the board and play ball.
Oh my.
We're gonna see how this transpires here with further map control.
2 down currently here. Eco's going to be not long for this world as well. Snakebite trying to get away from this one. It was not the best position for him to be in at that moment in time. Bounds going to get a trade sticky, courtesy of World 2. You can hear the crowd going crazy here for SSG in Seattle. The organization came out in full force to support their boys.
Also keep in mind, we heard how much of a factor this crowd played in that last series.
Oh, yeah, dude. As
they were chanting for Optic, as they were chanting for SSG. Absolutely played a massive factor in how these teams played.
Eco's going to juggle that ball just to keep it activated here over toward the house. You got 3 members of FaZe tucked away, but here's Renegade trying to make a play, but the heat wave is going to melt them. Now the push is going to be coming from top mid, and a big attempt here from Royal 2, and he's going to succeed in that one. He's got the sniper as well, plenty of ammo. He's got to be careful about how he shoots it. Oh my word! He's looking for another one, but it's not going to be there because his teammates got him covered, and they have the ball.
Doesn't need to even shoot another person. And yeah, Royal 2, you can scope with that weapon, as you can see right here. Most of the time I don't see him do it, but it's a possibility.
Yeah, he treats it like a DMR, right? Sometimes he's so nasty with it. Just like that.
Yeah.
They are going to break that, though. This is going to give a rather loaded weapon, though, to Stellar, a person you do not want to have the sniper in their hands, but never mind. Renegade's going to stop him.
Enemy has the ball.
This game is about even. There's Shroud going down, overshield in the hands of Renegade. And let's see how much damage he does this time. Last time he had overshield. Once he was at sandbags, he basically got it all negated. Goes in for a melee. Most of that overshield melted, so he got 1 kill. We have to see if he can get any more. Time still being racked on the boards. However, this time FaZe have the ball over in the garage house. They're not going to play ball this one if they lose their lives.
No way. He gets the trade.
That was a big one.
That was massive because if that player was still over at that side of the map, it's going to be a little bit more challenging for them to have to deal with on top of the players that are going to be pushing over toward the green side. But they're getting really close here, Dave. They only need a few more points.
Yeah, this is the last push coming in from Space Station. Does FaZe have any flanks, or they know where the pushes come from? There's no other way around it. They're going to be going garage and sandbags. 93 points on the board, and FaZe dropped the ball. They realize they have to win this fight in order to close this game out. Two members drop.
What nade
Royal 2 trying to do everything he can here on the scoreboard. Gets a trade there with the spike grenade, and that's going to be Renegade potentially snagging this ball, but no. Stellar and Bound going to be watching.
Both teams know what's at stake here, but FaZe is going to try and get this ball away. You only have a few more seconds left. What is Space Station going to do? Can they do anything? It doesn't seem like they can, and that is going to be the game. FaZe take map 1.
What a sneaky play with that ball at the end. They did such a good job of pushing and pulling, dropping the ball, going for slays, sneaking that ball away at the end. So well done.
Space Station Gaming in rare territory here. Having lost 4 games in a row, has to be rather demoralizing for a team that prides itself on its structure, its play style, its consistency. It's a bit of a rough one here for SSG, but for FaZe, seems like they are picking up right where they left off after that Sentinels matchup.
Yeah, they look so strong in round 1 and 3.
Oh man.
And FaZe just been waiting for this matchup. Keep in mind, these teams have played each other quite a bit here in this 2023 season, with FaZe coming out ahead.
Yeah, FaZe has always had the number of SSG, well, I shouldn't say always, but they've had the number of SSG quite a few times. But SSG, let's not forget, has also managed to go toe-to-toe against FaZe and has been largely successful throughout the season. These two teams, they're really, I feel like when it comes down to it, you can look at the stats, you can comb over the numbers, but the reality of the situation is, Dave, it's that it's really about who makes this play here, who moves over there. Like, it's the small details that's going to determine who wins this game.
Yeah, and I feel like the main things that kind of happened last ones, I felt like FaZe did a great job of shutting down Stellar, not letting him go off any sort of sprees, not being that dominating factor that we've seen across so many other games. Renegade right there, standing up, taking a look across the aisle at his former teammates and saying, I made the correct decision.
Ooh, spicy, Dave. What level of spice is that? Is that like mild? Is that like a medium spice?
It's a medium spice.
Oh, I can't wait to see what maximum spice Dave is like. Mas picante. Cannot wait. All right, well, here are your stats for Slayer Aquarius. 11-2 record for FaZe and 7-6 for the boys over in SSG. And the reality is that, again, I'll just repeat it. You know, yeah, the numbers are here. Yes, they favor FaZe, but I think SSG is angry, and they're going to try and answer back here.
They're going to have to answer back. You also got to keep in mind, these first 2 games statistically in favor for FaZe. If you're just looking at past history, just look at the math. You look at the series going with first 2 games going for FaZe, game 3 and 4 going for Space Station.
Space Station needs to survive if they want a chance in this one. You're looking at that guy right there, Bound. Could be the difference maker here for this team. He has been the difference maker for this squad when he joined the lineup. A lot of questions about him, whether or not he could perform, whether or not he could be the player that everyone was talking about, the online player that everyone was going nuts over. And I think Bound has undoubtedly proven those doubters wrong. But this is a test unlike any other here, because now not only have you lost, but you've lost 4 in a row at this point. So this is where you see the mental fortitude of SSG and whether or not they have what it takes to bounce back.
Yeah, and they need to bounce back. Once you start getting in those moments of doubt, saying your team needs to alter this, or do we need to change something up, that's where teams can really start to get in trouble. I always advise just making the most minor of changes for these rosters. As soon as you try to change too many things, alter too many variables, you usually do not come up with the right solution and right formula. It has to be very minor changes at this highest level of play, whether that's somebody staying alive just a little bit longer, somebody just upping the aggression just a little bit. Very minor changes. As soon as you have all 4 players trying to do too many different things, rarely does it ever work out.
You know what I think is really fascinating about these 2 lineups? If we think about historically, right, the duo in SSG, the Eco, Stellar, right, they always stick with those rosters and ride it out all the way, right? And this time around, I feel like it's interesting because, well, Tox, then FaZe, and Optic, all these other teams that they were in, they were also an incredibly consistent team, always sticking with the same roster. But you talk about little changes, and I think it's really fascinating how both of these teams, known for sticking it through, working it out, they have made these slight adjustments, and then they're here right now. It feels like nothing's really changed, but it's still so cool to see how good these teams have gotten with the slight adjustments that they've made. But when it comes down to in-game as well, I think everyone has just been firing on all cylinders. You know, you really just gotta, if you're SSG, just realize, hey, this is your last chance. Wake up, you gotta get back in this.
Yeah, and you know SSG are looking across and just saying, what do we have to change? What slight differences? They have the ability to bring the series back. Like I said, they have to look at statistically and say, we are not statistically ahead on these first 2 games, but they can do what Optic just completed in that winners finals. They have the ability to reverse sweep, or if they can somehow steal away this game number 2, they are looking at a potential 3-1 series if the math holds true.
Yeah, got to trust the math. But
you've never trusted math
No,
ever in your
not
life.
at all. Not at all. Math, look, math is a lie, okay? But kids, go to school. Don't be like me, not believing in math. All right, 1-0 in the count. FaZe starts off strong. SSG reeling after that loss against Optic, the reverse sweep. So they're gonna need to dig deep here, and I have no doubt in my mind that they will. Players getting ready as we're gonna jump into the server. Fans coming out in full force. It's been pretty incredible to see how this has honestly been growing. Remember when you and I were at the ESL studio just commentating, and it was like just us in the room, and now like here we are, there's like so many people. So give yourselves a round of applause, guys. Thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate it. We do this for Halo. We love this game.
GB, you realize you and I have been casting Halo for over a decade?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that too, actually. I've been casting Halo almost a decade. My friend told me I was wrong, but we'll see.
Yeah, over a decade. Over a decade. And what a match do we have for you right now? Slayer Aquarius, Space Station, taking on FaZe Clan. This last time, Space Station got off to a rough start against Optic. Let's see if history repeats itself as they go in here in the Elimination Finals. Renegade already have Stellar back down quite a bit. And look at these battles. Bound and Eco picking up the first 2 kills. Much better start than we saw last time.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about that Optic Slayer game in Game 5, that was very uncharacteristic of Space Station Gaming. And even though they were trying to make the comeback happen, there's a point in time where that lead just gets so big that there's just nothing you can do about it. And Space Station knows this all too well now, so they're just going to wait this one out and just try and go toe-to-toe here against FaZe. Try and peel away this lead as much as they possibly can.
Bound being that aggressor on the backside. One thing that's tricky about Bound is if he is making a larger flank, he has to get the timing just right. If he goes too early, he's outnumbered by FaZe. If he goes too late, his teammates are being outnumbered across the map. However, when he gets that timing just right, he is a thorn in the side of FaZe and dealing so much damage and the catalyst for his team to win that engagement. Renegade screaming out against his former teammate, letting him know who's better.
Yeah, Bound got shut down there earlier on, but yeah, you're right, Dave. If he gets activated, it's going to be a problem for FaZe, as we saw in that map 1 when he's on his own and he gets the freedom. He can do some really wild things. They're going to keep this one close within striking distance. 3 kills separating the two of them now. As we jump over to World 2's perspective, the calls are being made. And here you go. You got Penguin trying to get a little reckless up on top.
How's he live?
Yeah, seriously, he just got out of there so fast. I think he had a dash as well.
Another disclaimer added to that skin. You will not get away in situations like that, nor will you somehow get a miraculous nade. We're going to have to add a paragraph-long terms of services on that Space Station skin.
But you should still buy the skin. In any case, though. Now it's a tied game. FaZe feeling this one. Space Station managed to take the lead. They're going to add on to this one here. You got 2 players down now for FaZe. SSG's got to reposition, find out where these players are going to be, and suss them out.
Look at this uncertainty. Just giving so much credit to FaZe, saying, we don't know where they're at. They could have snuck by here. And right now, they're in an information gathering phase, just trying to see exactly where FaZe are at, and then deciding what push to do based on their locations.
And this is why we're at a stalemate here, because I think both teams have figured it out. Oh yeah, they're on the other side. We'll just wait here.
Look at this now, both teams creeping up to that 50-yard line. As soon as one shot starts breaking loose, all hell is gonna break loose. Stellar getting the first kill on Snakebite. Player weak on car 2, and his Spidey senses tingling as Eco knows somebody's gotta be flanking over in the util.
Yeah, and they're able to actually get a spawn off of that as well, so those players are gonna have that yellow side. Basically gonna flip exactly where we were just a few seconds ago. But that was a risky but worthwhile move there for SSG, as they were able to get a kill out of that, keep this lead within 2.
Look at these traps just being set. As soon as someone rounds the corner, they're gonna meet 2 BRs. Royal 2 dishing out so much damage to stay alive.
Yeah,
when these anchor players are the only one by themselves, they want to make sure they're creating as much distance as possible, so that if they get outnumbered, they can run away to safety where their teammates are at. But that's tough when Bound comes behind enemy lines, creating a fork between Royal 2 and Renegade, getting that pick over at the fridge.
And that is going to be a 5-kill lead here for SSG. Snakebite manages to get one over in the corner here. Bound knows exactly where that player is, but he's not going to go for it. He doesn't have the nades either, so no utility to handle Snakebite in the corner. The Snakebite getting challenged here, and a huge opportunity there for FaZe to shut that player down, and now they're within 1.
Bound feeling a little overconfident, or also just knowing that his team was losing the fight across the board. What you'll see at the highest level of Halo is if your team is down in numbers, you have 2 options. 1, run and hide, buy some more time for your teammates. And second option, if you can isolate a 1v1, even if you're down in a shot, you'd rather take that fight before that player gets more reinforcements. Bound opted for option 2 and tried to take the one-on-one against Snakebite.
Yeah, you can even see too in that, like even before that play had manifested itself, like Bound was over toward yellow, and then the Sizzle Sticks came through, and it's like, hey, that damage, that was huge. He couldn't push, and that led a snowball effect to where we are right now. They were down by 5 at one point, and now we're right back into this one. FaZe tying it up with SSG. The Snakebite patrols around here toward P-side.
Penguin getting picked off at top car, and here comes the push from FaZe. They know the players are over at yellow, at the util, at the car, and they're putting the constriction on, trying to take that high ground, but there comes the backup from Stellar.
All 4 players going to be on the Sizzle Stick side of the map there, car side rather.
Enemy halfway to
They're going to be able to pick up 2 kills off of that. That's a 3-kill lead now. Space Station, even though FaZe have been mostly going toe-to-toe against them, SSG has managed to just maintain their lead. If they lose it, they get it back. They have been very good about that. Now we're going to see whether or not this is going to be an SSG that can continue to add on to this. Get to 30, get to 40, end this game, tie the series up. Because you know what's at stake here. You have to stay alive. Get to that point where you're in game 3 and 4. Big double kill there for Stellar. They're looking for another one as well, but they ain't going to give it to him.
Stellar coming online. He's now 2nd highest on his team for kills, and playing a little more confident. As soon as he meets another player, laying down so many shots, sliding across the map, and look at this. Doesn't realize how many players just yet, but preserving every little bit of shield he can. He knows that more players are going to be on that half.
Stellar's trying to get away from this one, just valuing his life. So well played. Unfortunately for him, though, he ran into a lovely grenade there from Renegade. Gets that melee onto him. I actually thought he was rather weak. I'm kind of shocked he didn't get that kill.
Renegade traded out so much damage there. Reading perfectly the challenge coming over from the courtyard. On top of that, thrusting out and getting a melee trade onto another member of Space Station. That's one thing that's so dangerous about Renegade, is he's not an easy kill. If you take him down a lot of times,
Yeah,
he is
just
going
like
to
that.
output so much.
Literally just like that. He managed to keep himself alive, one shot, tucked himself in the corner, great movement, knew exactly what he had available to him, and he's still living inside of his base and still getting kills.
Melee trade once again. Name a better duo. Renegade just outputting so much damage. Can't wait to look at that stat at the end of this. Not just damage output, but damage received. There has been so much focus on him from the Space Station side of the map.
Yeah, he's the highest deaths currently for his team, but he's been in the thick of it quite a lot. 33-32. This continues to just be a 1-kill game, a tied game, a 3-kill game. It's just they're right next to each other. And they're waiting to see where these players are going to be. Snakebite manages to get the kill inside of the yellow util room. Call was made that he was rather weak, so Penguin decided to go and peek and take that shot, but he's going to pay with it with his life.
Also still pinging that, must have known that a second player was there. These players, when they're calling out location, in many cases they're also calling out what player it is. That way they know what their tendencies are, or if they spot a second player there, all of a sudden they can readjust their playstyle. They can say, not only is one player there, half of their team is over that utility. Use that knowledge as you must.
And Nico knows. He's looking at his teammate's screen. He's waiting for the push. He's waiting for someone to come through to help him out here, and he does have a teammate to assist. It's going to be Stellar pushing inside of the base. 2 players are going to be right behind him here toward car side, and this is the push now that they've been looking for. Huge kills coming through. FaZe managing to still keep this one relatively close despite the coordinated push from SSG.
Always one trade after the other. One thing that's always so amazing about these top level players is even when they're in a odd position, when they're down low, they're able to use their numbers advantage and just turn the tide of battle. Still a 1-kill game, Golden Boy.
This is wild, man. It's been a decent amount of time here, and these two teams just do not seem to be giving any quarter whatsoever, and I don't think anyone expected any quarter. World 2 is going to go for the kill there against Bound. Knows that another player is going to be low. The tags are coming in too, but look at that pressure on the util side of the map. World 2 is going to be good for the shot, though.
World 2 know the flank's coming through. He sees that player no longer at pink 1.
Tied
decides
game.
he can take up more ground.
Tied game, Dave, at 42-42. I expect this game to slow down considerably here so that both teams can figure out how they want to try and approach this. But I think World 2 is going to be kind of the tip of the spear here with that heat wave and dash combo that he's got equipped. He's got to stay alive, though.
And sometimes that's the opening. You don't even need a kill sometimes to push across. Just like with that damage against Royal 2, looks like Space Station start to push across, trade out kills with Bound and Renegade. Now what's the play? It's going to be Royal 2 and Penguin fighting it out in the util.
And they managed to get that first win. Big kills there coming through now. One player's going to be toward the Sizzle Sticks, trying to get their way through. But instead now, World 2 still playing his life. 46, 44. 2 kills separating these two squads, and this is the worst possible time for SSG to have lost that lead.
It's a tough time to lose it, but at the same time, Aquarius can be very swingy. If they're able to, one of these pushes, get a pick and stay alive, then they can push that numbers advantage. Try to stagger spawns every single time, though. We've been seeing just kill after kill. Right there, Bound gets after kill onto Renegade. How do they react? Looks like Frosty gets the fish onto Bound. Royal 2 is a player they were not ready for. And there are the kill trades beginning. Stellar falling, Renegade falling. It's going to be 3-on-2. What does Space Station do?
All right, so Bound is making a risky play here. He's by himself, back of the field. And he's looking, checking the corners, doing his due diligence. 4 players clumped up over toward the P side of the map. 48-47, 1 minute 35 seconds left. Here comes the push, but they're clumping up inside of this choke here.
They don't have the secondary angle. They also don't see this trap. They must know it's there, though. You see them just throwing that preemptive nade, saying it's just too good to be true.
They don't
There's
like
no way they would leave there from pink.
Yeah.
Also, their former teammate also looking for a play of their own.
They're waiting for it. They know that this is coming. The Renegade is wise to it here. He's playing this one out intelligently. Bound trying to sniff him out. Where's this player located? Renegade's going to go down. 48-48 now. Tied game with 1 minute left on the clock.
And the Space Station decide to push his numbers advantage. They have a 1-person advantage on the board, but maybe some shields down. Neither team wants to overstep here. They both have their half of the map. and they ain't moving.
Nope. See no reason why anyone should. I think we might end up seeing a draw game here potentially.
I don't know about that.
You don't think so?
I don't know about that, Golden Boy.
Want to take some on? Give your dollar?
We'll see.
Give your dollar?
I feel like with the likes of Bound and Renegade, these players are aggressive. They're going to try to find some sort of flank and opening. They're just trying to find any information they can.
Yeah. The problem is that no information is being given. Neither side, really. They've just been playing this one as slow as they possibly can.
And both teams just have these traps set up as well.
Oh, hey, Dave. Looks like I was right.
It's not. You still got 15 seconds on this one.
Hey, Dave.
All right, looks like
right.
we will be going to the OT and deciding on these last couple kills.
Wait a minute.
Here
Oh
comes
no.
the massive push.
Frosty's in the
They
corner.
know the push is coming. They get Frosty. Can Snakebite get the answering kill? 1 second left.
He gets it! Oh my God, he got the kill! 49-49, it's a one-kill game. Royal 2's up on top on P side. 2 players gonna be tucked away inside of the fridge. They're gonna be so weak. Oh my word! 50-49, FaZe pull off the win. What just happened, David?
Such ice there from FaZe. You saw the great push from Space Station. They get the pick on Frosty in the fridge.
Oh my.
Penguin dropping at that 50th one.
I'm like
the good and bad of that last push was it was all or nothing. They wanted to go for the 1 or 2 kills in that drop. But unfortunately, somehow FaZe were able to get that 49 kill. I don't know who got it. It must have been.
I owe you $1. That's number 1. Number 2, what an ambitious, risky play from FaZe. If I'm being 100% frank here, man, he was by himself in the corner with 10 seconds left on the clock, Dave.
Yeah, there was 10 seconds left on the clock, but FaZe, they didn't expect a mass push. They expected both teams to kind of be evenly distributed across the map.
Fair.
Generally, a squad like Space Station, they're just going to send 3 or 4. But take a quick look at the stats before I go further into that. Like I said, I want to see Renegade stats, and 5,600 damage dealt, 6,200 damage received. Most damage dealt, most damage received out of every single player on that field.
But that's because he was in the thick of it every single time on those flanks. Same thing for Bound as well. What a game that was. And again, another nail biter. And this is the final moments of the game. So Bound was waiting for the opportunity to go button on his side to make the move happen.
Here's exactly what happens is in a situation like this, Space Station know approximately where FaZe are going to take over. FaZe are not just going to give up a full portion of the map. They're going to have somebody at the flag or someone at the car side. They must even spot somebody there, even towards fridge. And so they say, all right, even if there's someone at fridge here, they're going to have back in the pink. We are going to force their hands and try to kill both of these players. And that's exactly what they do.
Look at
they
this.
prep the push at the 10-second mark. All 4 members go and say, we're going to get a 4-on-3 or a 4-on-2 and win this battle. They get the first one in the fridge. They back down Snakebite, and somehow Renegade comes in across the map, gets the first kill on Eco. But like Space Station said, they all come in that direction. They have no additional angles to help support the kills.
Pinned. They were pinned, and that one nade will seal the deal. Oh, wow. What a game. That was the craziest 10 seconds of Halo I've ever seen. That was, and we've had some crazy games today, man.
These have been
wow.
incredible matchups thus far. Now we saw how close those 2 games were on FaZe favored maps and modes. Up next, we're going to a Space Station favored mode. Space Station's record here on Argyle CTF is 7-2, whereas FaZe is about even 5-4.
Ooh.
So still semi-close stats, but clearly a Space Station favored mode.
But do you feel like the math is checking out here? You think it's mathing right?
I mean, it is. Like, FaZe won the 2 games they're supposed to, and the ones they statistically were ahead on. Space Station has shown their resilience. They're too strong and consistent of a team to get rattled after a game loss here or there. They've kept it close all these times. They've shown no fear to push when they need to. They're not playing, they're playing to win. They're not sitting back and playing to not lose.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it goes to show in the last final seconds of that Aquarius Slayer game. And Royal 2 at 2.13 KD. That is a sizable amount of kills that he's been able to accrue on CTF there.
Penguin 1.35. However, I can guarantee you Penguin's pulling a lot more flags. Flag a lot more across the map. Royal 2 is just making sure people see the respawn screen quite a bit more.
Ooh, man, what a game we were treated to there. And here is the attacking stats on Argyle CTF. You saw the defending stats earlier. So a 29 and 28% success rate. You want to round it up, 30. Again, I don't know. I feel like
it's a bit more aggressive than we normally see. I mean, Argyle CTF is generally a low-scoring game. As you can see, these teams are capping between 1 and 2 caps per game on Argyle CTF on average.
But I do like that SSG, they're just going for it more.
They're going for a bit more.
Yeah, and I feel like when you do that a bit more and you have that positioning, they're very good at that. It puts the onus on the other team to have to try and respond, and they benefit off of that more than once. We've seen it throughout the weekend when they, make those flag pulls bottom of the map, right? When they go bottom base and then try and take it over to the pistol side of the map, right? Like that flag run has been very, very good for SSG. And I could potentially see them, yeah, you're right, Dave. I can see the map checking out and them walking away with this one.
Potentially some more pulls here and there, but it's just going to depend on how chaotic that map gets. At some point, these teams are going to prioritize slays.
Yeah. Wow. Good day, huh? Not bad. I think a lot of us are quite enthusiastic about what we've been seeing here today. Top quality Halo across the board. If you're just joining us, welcome, folks. This is it. This is the Halo World Championship, a $1 million prize pool. So much at stake here to etch your name in history alongside all the legends of Halo Esports is a monumental thing. And you don't got to wink there. Okay?
I didn't wink.
You don't got to wink. You know, this guy
wink. I did nothing.
Did something. I don't trust you. But you know what, though? You know what? Most importantly, I think it's just been this experience here and all the people who have just come out full force, support this game, support these players, the chants, the energy. Everyone feels it. This place has been on fire all day long. The noise has been through the roof, and everyone's been bringing it. So you got a lot to be proud of.
Been a long series thus far,
So
and I
much.
don't expect it ending here soon. Yes, FaZe are up 2-0. Games have been as close as they possibly can be. And Space Station gonna try to get this game number 3 and some momentum on their side as they try to extend this Elimination Bracket Finals.
What a beautiful sight. Super cool. Super cool. All right. Sorry, had a moment there. All right, let's go ahead and talk about what we've been seeing this weekend from our top performers. And there's World 2 right at the top. He's been contributing so much to this team and their success throughout his entire career here. I mean, World 2 was, at one point in time, I think everyone would say he was the greatest player in the world, especially in like the early Halo 5 days. This guy has just been lights out, no matter the circumstances or the situation. But you see another player there, and that's Stellar, who, even though he's been a little bit up and down this series, I think you're starting to see Stellar come around the corner, and I think that number is going to be going up.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Stellar step it up here these final games. Not that he's been lacking. More so credit to being shut down.
Yeah.
These teams and players, like I said, they're calling out who they're looking at, who they want to knock off the map.
It's been impressive how both teams know each other so well, but they know where to exploit the subtle weaknesses when those moments present themselves. And they don't present themselves all that often. But here we go. Up next, we got CTF Argyle. Now, if you're, again, just joining us, this is statistically good for Space Station. And as we've been discussing, games 1 and 2, statistically good for FaZe. So now, we could potentially see SSG get the comeback, but man, they have to be reeling after not getting that Aquarius win, because how big of an advantage that would have been, man.
Those ones are tough. Yeah, when you're looking at series statistically, you need to defend the games that you are ahead in and steal one away from the opposing team. And right there, that was such a great chance. That was the best chance that Space Station had to steal a game right there and prime themselves for a 3-game spree.
SSG are going to have to do what Optic did to them. Reverse sweep their opponent, punch your ticket into the grand finals of the Halo World Championship 2023. If not, we're going to get a battle as old as time itself. We'll see, though, how the chips fall when we jump into the game. Players, I'm sure, needed a little bit of a bio break there for a moment, recollect themselves as they get ready for this one. it's a mental drain, man. It really is. You know, the pressure that these players must be feeling on that main stage now, Dave.
Yeah, and generally you're feeling that pressure once you're outside the game, when you have time to think about it. The second that they get inside the game, that's where they're called, cool, collected. They are comfortable there. They've been training at home, online, for months and months on end, here to perform on this main stage and for this exact moment. Throughout the 2023 season, both these teams have had wins on the circuits. Those wins, they don't matter. If you're able to win the Halo World Championship, they would throw out all those other wins for the win here.
That's right. That's your name in history. Funny enough, a lot of the players on those stage have tasted that success before. So they know what's at stake here, especially for FaZe Clan. This is the squad that holds themselves to such a high standard as professionals. They put in work. They improve on the things that they struggle at. Their strongholds has been amazing this event. They've really been on the improvement grind, and it shows. Some even said, I remember seeing the scrim results coming out, and like, I think Halo.hive, shout out to you, bud, tweeted out, had FaZe reached their final form. And they could have, they very well could have, but you know, they're here in the elimination bracket, so what does that say about Optic, am I right? Oh boy.
Looking good from across the way. One thing also keep in mind is that 6 of these 8 players are world champions. They have won the most important tournament of the year when it counts the most.
Yeah, SSG, you know, Stellar, Eco, same thing. Penguin managed to taste his first championship victory, I believe, what was that, over in North Carolina, like last year, I think it was. And then from there, it's just been a pathway to success with this squad, most recently winning out on the SSG Invitational in their home turf, which had to feel really good. But this ain't home turf here. Now it's time to get to work as both teams are prepping and getting ready to go. We had some tech issues on the stage, so we'll make sure we get that all sorted out for y'all before we jump into the game. Oh, good form there, buddy. Okay, that's risky. I don't know if I would do that. You know, he's got to like that. You know what I mean?
I don't know how much Space Station are playing these players, but paying these players, but like, you know, just flip your phone around like that with no care.
Risky man. Risky man is probably
born in a different gaming area.
He's just such steady hands. That's why he's so good at the game. All right, excuse me, guys. It's been a long weekend, by the way. I don't know if you can tell. We've been having so much fun here. Right in front of us, we have the Season 5 playable stations that people have been going nuts for. What do you think about the Bandit starts, man?
Bandit starts, I'm gonna have to wait and see once these top pros are playing with it for extended periods of time. Some people are saying the maps and modes are gonna play significantly different. Yeah. Some people are saying this person's gonna be better. I don't like to speculate as much. A lot of times I'm like, come on, let me just see what happens.
Come on,
let me see what happens.
I wonder if we can I get the crowd to chant speculate, speculate. Speculate.
They do not want a chance. But talking about Season 5, like we said,
how dare you?
One thing that's going to happen around these Evo Bandit starts is that damage no longer is going to be a 33, 66%, or 100% thing like with VR where you can hit 1 to 3 bullets. Instead, it's going to be all or nothing with that Bandit shot.
Yeah.
I know. So that's going to hit way harder. You're going to see a lot more impact when it comes to peak shots. When people get that advantage on a wall or a pillar, they're going to exploit that even further as they can dodge a Bandit shot, go out and do 100% damage instead of those times where players can ping somebody and keep their shields down. And just look at all these new maps and modes. It's going to be so fun for the entire community.
That's right. Season 5 launches October 17th, which is 2 days away. Make sure you go ahead, get on the servers, play the game, have fun, because it's going to be a good one. We also have Firefight coming pretty soon, which I'm really excited for. And you can see, of course, folks enjoying themselves, playing some Season 5, enjoying the Bandit Evo starts and the maps as well. Prism was super fun to play on. I really do like the needler ammo being scattered all about. That was super cool.
And then, yeah, like you see on screen right there, Firefight King of the Hill, you can go play it right there. But I don't think many of the people in the stands are going to want to go do that right now because you got FaZe taking on Space Station. FaZe off to a spectacular start in the series. Up 2-0. Can FaZe close this out? And you know they want to. They want to end this quick, concisely, save their energy. They want to go into that grand finals.
Yeah.
However, Space Station, and math say otherwise.
You have to make a reverse sweep happen if you're FaZe or SSG against Optic Gaming in the grand finals. Or sorry, you'd have to win 2 series in a row, not a reverse sweep, sorry. 2 series in a row in order to do that. How difficult that will be for both of these teams against Optic, but that's the future. This is the present as we get ready for Argyle CTF. Everything on the line here for SSG as they are down 2-0 against Optic Gaming. Sorry, FaZe Clan. Well, they were Optic at one point. They were a lot of things at one point. That, my friends, is the art of the fill. Let's go ahead and jump into the action as the teams are loaded up, ready to go. It's time to rumble.
Let's see who's grabbing these snipers on both sides. I believe it's got to be Royal 2 here for the FaZe side. And then I believe that's going to be Stellar from Space Station. Either of those players getting any picks are going to create the opportunities for the rest of their teammates. Looks like Renegade's getting aggressive right away. Gets the QT, pushes behind any lines, and doesn't care. He's going to create a little more space. Doesn't get a teleport as Bound also takes him out. Opening a great opportunity for Space Station to push on in and see if they get control of a sniper.
Yeah, FaZe are going to be tucked away in the back of the base now. Stellar's got himself a nice angle here toward these stairs. Body shot for forcing that player back. Can't really do much here. And with FaZe turtling inside of the base, I think now that they have to kind of just wait for this next pick to come through, and then they can start to work through it. But here comes Renegade, or sorry, here comes Snakebite as he gets himself the kill, and they were able to take down another one. 3 down here for SSG just like that.
This is such a huge opening as well. One thing you'll notice is Royal 2 is now going to play a heck of a lot different now that there's no sniper across the map. He's going to be out in the open more, put in more pressure, and get more lines of sight. You see the same with Snakebite, not afraid to jump towards top center. He's not gonna get melted that quick.
FaZe are gonna be on the attack here, Dave. Let's jump into a listen in and hear how they're gonna try and pull this flag.
Back flag in their side, back flag in their side. I'm holding that for you, so just keep moving, guys, keep moving.
Our grapple's up for
they're long all on my ping.
Right.
Just sniping their vents.
Our grapple should be up.
Look at they're barrels, guys. One Eco, one at their snipe pod. I'm looking. Back flag. I'm playing for Eco. They're snipe one shot. They're back flag. They're back flag bound in their snipe pod, guys. Watch you, still snipe pod. Yo, one's flank. They're main up to PCs, guys. They're main up to PCs. Everything in 10. In their back flag.
There's 2 there.
Back flag, man. Keep saying, guys. Can you live? I'm trying to. He's gonna kill. He might kill me. You die, you get grappled.
Everything's up.
He's going long haul. He's already going long haul. Yeah. It's bound. Nice. Snipe the snipe. Yeah, they have 2 snipes. One's our front base. Snipe our front base. I'm looking for base. Our base in? Our base one hit. You shouldn't have any more nation. Sniping the street, sniping left side. Our shoddy. Yeah, our base in again. Under base. He's one shot basement. He's in the deep corner, man. One more our under base going front, PJ. Are you? He's our front, still front. He went out. He literally went out. He's sniping top vent. I don't see a guy under. He's under. I'm gonna be playing their base. Sniping, Stellar sniping. He's our sniper's down our side. Pulling your flag. You're solid, man. He's getting a snipe to our side. Nice shot. All good. One shot pulling your flag. Hey, man, he's really slow on this. He's joking. Our front base sniping. Our front base sniping. Nice. Quantum. He's their vent sniping. Our vent as well. Our vent. Quantum ran out. Slow me long. So you're gonna kill me. One. Nice. Good trade. That's sniper down. Play for event, John. I need you to pick up our front base. L1. You might try to grapple this. I go in. Nice. I got him. Yeah, another one running at it. Nice. Keep going. Right side. Make sure we get the tree. Go for re. I'm challenging with you. I'm walking. Guarantee the tree. Call spawners. Guarantee the tree, guys. Wandering. Right this time. Man, I got read. They're gonna aim me left. I'm living for you guys. Nice, John. They can't fucking touch you. Down. He's there. I got it, even. Grapple their snipe. Here. Look like he's on their PCs. They spawn their sniper as well, guys. They're vent. Pushing you. Snipes at 20. Yeah. To the vent. One for the main. 15. Nice, Brad. Keep shooting. I can't get grappled. Yeah, snipe's coming up soon. Yo, one bullet sniper down my body. He's going our front base, guys. Eco. Are you? Towards shot.
Beginning of those call-outs, you heard how much pressure non-stop was going toward the FaZe basement. Frosty was so uncomfortable at that elbow every single time, unable to push out. 2 or 3 different members, separate times, just kept flooding in towards the basement to put pressure and get a sneaky pull. Didn't result in the cap, You did see the kills eventually come up from FaZe and then push out, but this pressure is still continuing.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for FaZe to have to deal with. But so far, so good for them. And on the other side for SSG, it's good to see them continuing to play with that oomph that they're going to need if they want to try and make this reverse sweep happen here. Ray got 3 players, as a matter of fact, right in front of Eco now. Eco does manage to disperse one. Big fight there for him as he wins, and he's got a teammate in the back of the base, but that was Penguin who gets dealt with. Yeah, now have Bound on the outside, so Eco's going to try and work with Bound here, maybe put some pressure. The 2 players of FaZe were waiting for him.
Yeah, huge win by Bound there, but they're a little separated. Right here, got a great flank from Eco, gets the trade, and now wait for Bound to run the flag towards them. Somehow Renegade slips on out towards the vent and is going to be a nuisance until he's dealt with.
He's been instrumental for this team in Game 3 because you even heard in the comms the way they were bigging up Renegade. He was doing some big work for the squad. He's been putting himself in great positions, but here comes a flagpole now. An attempt here for SSG. They're the ones that like to go for those time and time again. So far, so good for them. They managed to get past the 50-yard line.
Generally going for more attempts. Renegade somehow slipping past Bound. Bound gonna get that finish. Gets a double kill. Still behind enemy lines. This flag, I don't know if they're gonna be in position to stop this. They've got the ping onto Frosty. Can they get the kill onto Frosty? Looks like still too much pressure being put on the space station base.
They managed to do it, and SSG get first blood. Put the first flag in, and Bound's gonna try and go for another one, but I think he did not like what he saw. So instead, well, I was gonna say instead he would reposition down low, but he was caught. Now it's an opportunity here. Flag has been pulled. SSG's flag has been pulled. Let's see how FaZe try and deal with this.
Yeah, and this is tough here. Renegade has a full sniper, 5 bullets. They can help protect Royal 2 here. As soon as they get a pick, there's one pick from Snakebite onto Eco. Next pick, Bound is weak, but the closest person to the flag is no longer there. He gets the grapple all the way to the vent, and this flag is moving too quick. Nobody really from Space Station in position. If they move this quick enough, I don't think Space Station can stop it, but there's a little bit of fumble.
Yeah, a little bit.
But 2 kills, making 3 kills on the board. Bound not gonna be able to stop this, and we got ourselves a tie game, Golden Boy.
Renegade, the playmaker for FaZe Clan. Beautiful work with that grapple shot. Can't believe that VR shot to kill that player. That's actually kind of shocking.
These players are so tough to hit. Their movement
they really are.
Is so sick.
Crowd starting to come alive for FaZe Clan here in Seattle. Big shot from Renegade to shut down Eco across map.
5 minutes remaining.
It's gotta be bittersweet.
Yeah.
Playing against his former teammates. You said there's no love lost on who's winning. They both want this W, but these players know each other inside and out.
Clean from Renegade. He's got to deal with a few players in the back. That's why he's not getting too reckless with it and trying to rush. Oh, okay. Eco's like, hey, buddy,
challenge.
I see you. That was an ego challenge, bro.
Ego challenge there by Renegade. You know the definition of Renegade, Golden Boy?
What is it, Dave?
It's a person who deserts or betrays an organization, country, or set of principles.
Wow.
Right there, Renegade. Like I said, teaming with that org for so long, and now making the move on over towards FaZe to team up with Royal 2, Snakebite, and Frosty.
It's also a really cool name.
It is it is a cool name.
1-1 in the count now. 4 minutes left. So much time to play with. New Sniper's going to be coming up as well, but Eco is stuck between 2 players from FaZe Clan. Was shut down immediately. But it seems like we had a technical issue, as the fancy people say. So hopefully we can get that sorted out, folks. It is 1-1 in the count. We'll get the official ruling from the admins in a minute here. But I'm assuming it's 1-1, so
yeah,
not rocket science. It's not math, right? my worst enemy. Admins are going to be checking it out. But to highlight some of the things that were happening in that game. Firstly, Renegade's top mid control, exquisite. He's always making sure that he's putting himself up there.
Yes.
Yeah, the vent control, period, like across the board. He has patrolled that area, and it has been a point of interest, very much so, for SSG to remove him from those situations, and he just seems to keep going back. Even when he's like on the other side of the map, he always has a grapple shot, which I think is also important too, so he can get into that position every time.
Yeah, the second time that I thought SSG was going to cap a flag, I don't even know how Renegade got towards the vent. Generally, once you're already on the opposing side of the map, you're more worried about people spawning over near elbow, or how are they going to make their way towards Magnum. You're not like, wait, he's up in the vent?
Yeah.
How'd he get up there?
Yeah. And that was thanks to the grapple shot a few times there. You saw how that worked out for Renegade. They're going to need to just be more mindful of that. Of course, the admin's letting the players know what's going on, so we should be ready to go here in a minute, hopefully. But on the other side, for SSG, I want to continue to see that pressure that they have been applying. It's been working out so far. They got them a flat cap, Dave. You know, so it's working, but I think FaZe has gotten a little wise to it, as they have been throughout the series. They kind of like picked apart the game plan from time to time for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the game plan executed 3 times in a row over the course of 30 seconds on that one listen, like, guess what? They pushed to our basement again. Guess what? They pushed to our basement again. All of a sudden, it starts to click and say, hey, we need to watch out here when we don't have as much map control on the map. They are going to sneak somebody down low, try to get a flank, and then pull a flag as they get the kills.
It's a part of the map that oftentimes gets not looked over, because every part of the map is important, but it is kind of glanced from time to time in these games, because you don't not necessarily expect it, but you know that that back of the base area is so important. So to see these teams take advantage of the full opportunities the map provides you, the coverage, you know, not exposing yourself on those flag runs, it has paid dividends for SSG. And you're right, FaZe have gotten a little wise to it, but that doesn't mean SSG can't still execute it, because they've been doing it even when teams detect the game plan.
Yeah, that's one of the things about the top teams that you can't ignore. I could tell you exactly what some of these teams and players are going to do. Does that mean you can stop it? No, absolutely not.
Yep.
The best strategy, I've heard this before, is one you know is coming, but you can't stop it anyways.
Yeah, it's always going to be a rough one, but all right, folks. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to review the conditions as you see on screen. When we come back, we'll continue the series.
by Rich's face-off. FaZe Clan, 10 in a row for Royal 2. He's Royal 2. Oh, and Gilkey's heating up. Gilkey's cooking. A triple kill out of Cormea. The triple's in front of him if he wants it. And then Jesus is cooking once more. Penguin again. He wants it. Killing frenzy for Eco. That's going to be a triple kill for Form. The green wall stands tall once more. Your champions here in forward. Spark for the double. Beware of the dog because he's vicious right now. Woo. Double kill for Boo Boo. TJ showing why he's a world champion. 1 kill to go here. And C9 will win the series.
Great, my God, put on a show.
Cloud9 doing 50 to 48. Oh boy, XLG. Do it.
And Glory picks up the big double.
Jimbo puts a couple of extra bullets in as well. Oh, has Sniper in his name for a reason.
Welcome back, Spartans, to the Halo World Championship. We want to give a lot of love to the people who make this show happen. The production crew that's in the back over there, the admins, the staff that's doing concessions, the security team as well. Everyone who is making this event possible. It's been safe, it's been awesome. If you've never come to a Halo event, please, I implore you, it is the best time you could possibly have, hanging with friends, playing video games, and overall just enjoying yourself. And look at this here as we get ready. The stage has been set, 2-0 and the count now. You're just joining us here. There was a reset in the game, and we will let you know how this is all going to break down because the game was tied 1-1. There's just going to be 0 on the clock. 8-minute timer remains in the Argyle CTF. So that's it. 8 minutes to play with, and in Argyle, might need more time.
Yeah, I was going to say, Argyle moves slow. You are seeing very infrequent caps onto Argyle, so we will likely see somewhere between 0 and 3 captures total.
Yeah. Good call there, Dave. Good call.
It could end up 0-0. It could end up 1-2. It could be anywhere in that range, but I don't think we will see any more than 3 captures total between these two teams.
Not at all.
With how evenly contested they are.
Not at all. All right. So remember, folks, it's 0-0. We have 8 minutes in this Argyle CTF game, and the teams are loaded in. Let's rumble now in Argyle. Once again.
Grabbing the snipe just like last time. Last time between these two teams, FaZe got the better. FaZe had the stronger start. It looks like Renegade trying to be like Bound. Getting behind enemy lines a little early. They both build that strong flanker fast roll. And being a bit more aggressive, Royal 2 shutting down Bound with his sniper. There's Frosty getting taken out as well. Evenly matched right off the bat.
Just an FYI as well, when the clock hits 4, the game will be over. So keep that in mind, all right, folks? Let's go ahead and see what Stellar's going to do here. Pressure coming in from Snakebite and the rest of the crew here at FaZe, but they do get caught and pincered. Snakebite's down.
Also, just look at those FPS fundamentals there coming out of Snakebite and Frosty. The person that's furthest up is trying to stay as hidden as possible. Someone back, further away, being the anchor, is trying to find exactly where someone's at, trade damage. So the person closer up, like Snakebite, can go in and finish the fight. Perfect FPS fundamentals right there.
Ooh, Eco came real clever with this here. He was actually hanging out toward this west side of the map, and he knew that there was going to be a player above him, but he was anticipating the push coming in, which is exactly what happened. And he's pretty much just been keeping an eye on this player the entire time, but never mind. Snakebite and crew get the better of him in that situation. That's 3 down.
Yeah, Stellar the last one alive. Stellar about to join his teammates on the respawn screen. Royal 2 and crew flying to the flag, and what a interesting route there. You have Renegade going up high, worrying more about the slays there. I feel like this may have been a missed opportunity here from FaZe. They could have pushed that flag right away and put the pressure on. Now Space Station are taking their time, taking safer routes, and trading out the kills. That flag is no longer going to be ran. Looks like Space Station successfully defend.
Yeah, brilliant job from SSG to stop that aggressive push there from FaZe. Everything looked like it was working out for them, but yeah, that reposition over toward the pistol side and steps to give yourself that little bit of an upper hand in that fight. Brilliant job there by Space Station Gaming to just hold off that attack.
Yeah, great job, like you said, recognizing one, that the flag was not moving, and so to not panic. Sometimes it's okay to panic a little bit as the flag's moving, try to get the damage on right away. Look at that, going straight in for the melee bound.
How does he live?
Zero hesitation. Going on through there to the space side.
Okay, so you got two players tucked away inside of the flag. World 2 and Eco trade. That was going to be above bound. And spawners are going to start to come in here, but the lion's share of the players are going to be over here on the right side. That Bound's going to have to deal with. And I don't know if he can get away from this one, and the nade's going to find its target.
No, getting stuck in that spot. However, Frosty and crew round the corner, try to get that finish off. Bound leading his team in slays to start this game. 7 kills for Bound.
You can see on the screen most flags at 4 minutes on the clock win, so we're basically down to 4 minutes and 46 seconds and counting. Once again, we cannot stress enough, it's not a lot of time to work with. You get one cap probably, if you're lucky. World 2's going to go for this here. He's going to try and see if we can get behind him.
Well, the problem is, this is one of those flanks where he might be a little too late. He was not able to help, and now he's been spotted out.
2 down.
But now that Eco's been taken out, he can grab this flag right away. He was going to try to move it. I like this delay. Delayed for a second. Penguin, the last one remaining. But Royal 2 needs to grab that and run it right at that moment. But looks like Penguin did the delay needed. Person closest to the flag taken out, and Space Station can breathe easier there.
Yeah, it was enough.
I would say Royal 2 did like 7 out of 8 things correct there.
Yeah.
He did almost everything correct, and then missed that opportunity to just grab that flag and run it. He thought that someone like Penguin was pressuring him right on his elbow side. Maybe a missed call out, maybe just a misread of the situation.
Could have been a litany of things that would have set him back there, but that's just the way it goes in Halo, man. Micro decisions can be the best thing and the worst thing at the same time. Frosty now realizing the value of holding this position. He knows where the spawns are. That's why he's making these tags.
Okay, we've seen a couple great flag attempts from FaZe already. They're not able to string it together. Here's the next great opportunity that FaZe have. They have people up. They pushed up far. They have power positions.
Good
but
push.
Somehow, Eco's just going to take more shots to the dome of Frosty and break his team out of this bad spot. There's going to be 2 down for each side. Pressure still continuing. Stellar 1v2 going to try to stop this flag grab from Renegade.
Yeah, you can see him just trying to harass his opponents on the other side of the base. He's in a fight currently here, and Frosty, he's trying to handle the player that's going to be up top. You really need to remove that player if you want to try and get any progress with the flag whatsoever. And Renegade gets a kill, Royal 2 as well. Renegade gets a double in the background too. They're making this flagpole happen, Dave.
Yeah, he gets a repulse off the map on Bound. And this is a great opportunity to grab it. Stellar, the last one remaining. They know where he's at. Royal 2 gets the finish, and Renegade is moving that quickly across the map. I think Space Station are going to have to let this one go.
Well, I don't know, though. You don't have a lot of time to work with here, Dave. Remember, only 2 minutes and 24 seconds remaining in this one in regulation time. It's the first one to really just be able to accrue as many points as possible in this time frame, and this is not a lot to work with. Royal 2 trying to play his life here. He's got support potentially. No, he does not. Teammates die all around him. Snakebite's down too. This could very well be a draw if it keeps going like this, man.
Well, more than that, if FaZe overextend here and give up too many deaths, this could be a counterpull, but Snakebite and Frosty have something else to say. They can rack up a couple kills on the map. That grenade's gonna hit Eco just well. Stellar, the last one remaining, and this flag's moving across the map.
They got it. It's over at the blue base. FaZe Clan puts it in. That's going to be the first cap. But remember, there's 1 minute and 44 seconds left to play here.
Space Station need to step up here and now. Stellar getting the first entry frag onto Frosty, trying to stay alive in the basement. Penguin answers the kill number 2. Can they get one more kill? Can they move this flag across the map? Looks like Eagle gets the kill, but there's too many members here to guard this flag. Bound cannot grab this flag without risking his life.
Space Station playing for their life in this tournament here. They're putting the pressure on FaZe. FaZe knows this. Frosty and Renegade managed to break out from the setup here. One player down low, 2 players down low, as a matter of fact. Snakebite's making the calls happen. He's got 2 down. This is really bad. 1 minute left on the clock here. You got 3 members down for Space Station Gaming. This could be doom and destruction.
Bound last player alive there for Space Station. You know FaZe are calling him out, saying if you haven't spotted him yet, he could be up further than you think. Spot Bound, then we can rest.
Royalty
Bound
found
finally
him.
spot out. Yeah, not in the way you want to find him. You want to find him on better circumstances, but there he is, Bound, the one who's going to be making a play towards this flag. Look at Frosty calling him out. Bound somehow getting a pistol kill onto Frosty. 3 down. Royal 2, the last one remaining. Gonna try to stop this flagpole from Penguin. Desperately charging the back.
No.
Penguin kills him and stays alive.
Snakebite off the spawn here. He got Bound in front of him. The flagpole's starting to happen here. They want to make some moves. They're going to clear this one. They bring it over to the landing now. Is anyone from FaZe there to stop them? Eco. Oh, wait. He runs right into Royal 2. Royal 2 gets the win.
Royal 2 with a fortunate spawn. They weren't certain where the spawns were happening. Royal 2 not sticking the landing there. It is 10 seconds left, and we are staying with it as long as this flag is out. Flag recovered.
Oh,
if Space Station can't get a pull next 3 seconds, that is game, that is series, that is match.
In a tale as old as time itself, FaZe Clan will have a date with Destiny alongside Optic Gaming here at the grand finals of the Halo World Championship. SSG, what an incredible season this team has had. But today, the day belongs to FaZe in this encounter. And now, we await the battle of the century for a world championship.
FaZe gotta be feeling good. They wanted to make quick work of that. They wanted to make a statement. I don't know how many statements were made because those games were awfully close.
Oh, indeed they were. Indeed they were.
But the last step of their journey is beginning here at the Halo World Championship. It is do or die for FaZe in the grand finals.
Again, Dave, we cast another fraudulent 3-0 where it could have gone either way, man. We could have very well been going to game 4 had SSG gotten that Aquarius win. I even have fans coming up to me asking me like, Golden Boy, did you see it said 0? How did he get the kill? Like, they are, this game could have gone truly either way, but it goes the way of FaZe Clan. 3-0 sweep, a tough battle, and now it sets the stage for the World Championship.
Yeah, 1 flag cap, 1 kill, and 1 oddball round is all that separated FaZe from Space Station Gaming right there. Couldn't have been any more close in those 3 games.
Look, I'm just gonna say it, that was freaking awesome. And it's been a pleasure to bring you all the action all season long. Love this game, love you, brother. Thank you so much for everything. Let's send it back over to Lottie, break it all down.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy and Walshu. My goodness me. What a series. I've got to say, though, that is something I did not expect. I thought this was going to go right down to the wire, but FaZe, they're on a whole different level. I think Clutch, when you look at this squad, this roster, what they have done historically, what they can do, clearly, this is exactly what you want on Championship Sunday. It is just incredible to witness. I think there were so many moments in that entire series. I think one, obviously, is that nade from Renegade. We'll get to it in a moment in the highlights, but that nade was the most clutch, icy thing I have ever seen in my life. And it's interesting because I appreciated the push from Space Station Gaming and the call to go Fridge and push Frosty. This team really does live in Antarctica, clearly, because the ice is just insane.
Yeah, to take a look, finally getting to that final moments of that game too. I love the proactiveness of SSG, the risk-taking, the fact that all 4 are flying together. But they don't realize is if when they get a kill, there's a couple seconds left, and Renegade gets a kill with a grenade and a kill feed with 1 second remaining. And as soon as that happens, the game's tied, and all of a sudden there's 3 minutes left on the clock. You're in overtime, and all 3 of the remaining SSG players were stuck in that closet, and there's no chance of getting out of that one without losing 1, and Royal 2 just throws a couple of grenades. Argyle CTF was a battle, but eventually FaZe got the better of SSG, and that's just so heartbreaking for SSG, the fans, the org, everyone. The way their Championship Sunday went, they went 0 for 6 in games right now in a row. And that's heartbreaking because you know how much effort those guys put in and the expectations that they had. So hats off to the SSG boys. I know that their heads are probably down right now, but they have so much to be proud of throughout this season. I know this is going to be a tough pill to swallow, but I think they still have some great things to come in their future.
They certainly do indeed, and I think you look across the stats here and the array of talent that is on show, because let's just be perfectly honest here and very clear. That 3-0 speaks volumes about FaZe, but it was a battle. Space Station gave them such a difficult time in order to get that 3-0. And I gotta say, they are an incredible squad, and you're right, it is heartbreaking. But looking across the numbers here, Wes, what are you noticing?
I mean, that was the Renegade series you had to see. To give you hope that you stand a chance against an Optic Gaming in the grand finals, Renegade showed up against his previous team, proves his decision right in this moment. And that damage is absolutely insane. They needed every bit of that damage to get the job done, but he really did step up and was the superstar we know Renegade to be.
He was indeed, and not only in slays and KD and damage, but Tony in flag pulls, grappling the flag when he needed to, saving a flag. It was just insane, a clinic. And I love what I'm seeing from Renegade right now, and I think for me it's discipline. The discipline that he has had now, I think joining the other three has been so imperative for his gameplay, and you can definitely see that across the screen. He's not only amazing and channeling where he needs to, but the discipline to stay alive in certain situations definitely helped with that Argyle CTF game.
There was one thing you both have pointed out throughout this whole tournament. You talked about the confidence that Renegade goes in with, and it really showed throughout that entire series. I'm glad you broke down that game number 2 and what ended up happening. You said Renegade throws that perfectly placed grenade. You know what I thought was even more amazing? The fact that he got out with his life alive right there. You're staring down the barrel of 3 other players who, by the way, are not weak in that situation, are barely weak, and they easily could have caught Renegade off guard. He gets out of that situation, stays alive, and allows World 2 enough time to finish off that game number 2. I definitely want to give a shout out to obviously World 2, finish off that game and stake fight with his 42 assists to go along with that 50 kills. That was pretty darn impressive, but that confidence that Renegade had to make that play and had all series long, all tournament long, FaZe going to the grand finals for a reason.
For real, and it's the killer instincts, right? I think in a situation like that, those guys are reading that as like, it's do or die. We have no time to think, instinctual, and they get that clutch factor across the board. Absolutely incredible, folks. I hope you are entertained, but the end is not very near. We do have a grand finals to get to. That main stage is going to be lighting up in green and red very shortly. We're heading to a break, but when we come back, your championship Sunday, your world championship grand finals, Optic versus FaZe.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
face-off. FaZe Clan, 10 in a row for Royal 2. He's Royal 2. Oh, and Gilkey's heating up. Gilkey's cooking. A triple kill out of Cormia. The triple's in front of him if he wants it. And that's Jesus. It's cooking once more. Ingwin again. He wants it. Killing frenzy for Eco. That's going to be a triple kill for Form. The green wall stands tall once more. Your champions here in forward. Spark for the double. Beware of the dog because he's vicious right now. Woo. Double kill for Boo Boo. TJ showing why he's a world champion. 1 kill to go here. And C9 will win the series.
Great, my God, put on a show.
Cloud9 doing 50 to 48. Oh, boy, XLG.
And Glory picks up the big double.
Jimbo puts a couple of ultra bullets in as well. Oh, has Sniper in his name for a reason.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
Halo. It's so new, unfinished. I'm not exactly sure what will happen when we fire it.
We'll head for the portal, and we'll all go home.
Okay. I don't know if it's just me. It feels a bit serious.
Why is it so serious?
You sound like gravelly and masculine. Can you just bring the voice up, just up a bit and the pitch more?
Okay. Then we'll all go home.
A bit higher pitch, a bit more cheery.
Higher?
Then we'll all go home.
I think it sounds pretty good.
Welcome home, John.
I think we can get a lot slower with it.
Definitely slower, Jen. Slower.
Welcome home, John.
Even slower. I want to spend a lot of time here.
Welcome home, John.
Okay, that's too slow.
Too slow.
Way too slow. You got carried away.
Arr.
Instead of arg, we go garg. Keith, can we try garg?
Garg.
Garg. Mix it up.
You're a sunflower, Keith. You're a sunflower.
Bright. Just a bit brighter.
Garg. Wait, this is for a cooking show? Master Chef?
It's Master Chief. Keith, can we just try a bit more sultry?
A bit more sultry, please, Keith.
That makes two of us.
I am your shield. I am your sword.
Maybe phrase it as a question.
As a question.
I think we can go faster.
Faster.
I am already dead. I'm already dead.
Steve, can we try it in an English accent?
I need a weapon.
Guys, is lunch coming?
Can someone open this?
Were it so easy.
I don't know if I like the line. Were it so easy.
Were it so easy. Sounds too easy.
It does. Maybe were it so breezy.
Were it so breezy.
Were it so cheesy.
Were it so cheesy.
Wake up, Chief. I need you.
These two are supposed to save the fucking galaxy.
There's no chance.
Jen, can we just try that with a little less blue?
Sir, finishing this fight.
A little bit higher.
Finishing this fight.
Higher?
Finishing this fight.
Wow, okay. I think that's it. I think we got it.
Amazing stuff. Very happy.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Wait, you're paying them?
Hello folks and welcome back to your 2023 Halo World Championships. As you can see, we have a packed house for this grand final. That trophy is going to be in the hands of one of our teams on that main stage. Optic Gaming or FaZe? Who will it be? Well, I'll tell you something. Got to give a hand to that incredible skit by Loose Films, by HCS. We'd love to see that. Some legendary voice actors in the building as well. So incredible scenes right now. But Wes, Tony, things are about to go down. I'll tell you that much. I mean, what an incredible day of Halo we've had so far in Clutch. I have a funny feeling it's only going to get better.
I have a feeling that we're going to see some fireworks. The crowd's going to get crazy. The gameplay is even better. This stage has so much championship pedigree on it right now. It's absolutely insane. Everyone on that stage has a world championship. Some, a few. But the amount of championships, the amount of times these guys have been in the most high-pressure situations and showed us that they are the best in the world, you can only best believe that this is going to be a show.
You can best believe it. Let's take a look at the brackets right now, though, because we've had two different journeys, one through the elimination bracket, a little bit earlier than I think FaZe would have liked, but no problem. 3-0. 3-0. Sentinels and Space Station both knocked out by those FaZe boys. The question is, can they go all the way and reset the bracket? But to do so, they need to take down Optic Gaming. In the winner side of things, they've had a very pretty journey so far this weekend. Now they find themselves in a repeat matchup against FaZe. Now that one was getting very dicey, Tony. That matchup that we saw against Optic and FaZe earlier on to try and get into that winners finals was a tough one, and it was marginal. How are you feeling about this rematch?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, FaZe honestly have been playing throughout this elimination bracket angry. They look upset that they were in as early as you said, and they look like they want revenge, and now is your opportunity to get it. The same team that knocked you down to the lower bracket and put you in this predicament to begin with is now the one you have to go through in order to win a world championship.
Indeed, it's going to be a really, really tough ask, I think, for both of these rosters here. But just to remind folks at home, of course, this is our grand final. We will have a world champion by the end of this one, and you guys at home can actually pick up, of course, that W Championship bundle for you guys. It's, of course, our Halo World Championship 2023 bundle. It is absolutely gorgeous, and just to remind you, a portion of all sales during this period will go to the winning team of our World Championship. Absolutely gorgeous, looking so angelic, and we'd love to see the wings effects there on that bundle. So make sure you are checking that out and support your World Championship team by picking that bundle up. Well, we need to set things up on the main stage because these two teams are getting themselves ready, they're getting themselves prepped, and while we're talking about that, Wes, Optic and FaZe, two different stories here. Optic in the back, shooting, making sure they're staying warm, but FaZe coming off an absolute banger against a rival of theirs, Space Station Gaming, not to mention 3-0ing them. FaZe have to be feeling pretty good right now, and I'm a little bit nervous about how that's going to bode for Optic Gaming. So from FaZe's point of view here, what is their mindset coming into this rematch?
Reset the bracket as fast as possible. You do not want the first series to go the distance. You will be exhausted by the end of the second if that is the case. Stay locked in. And right now, this is a tale as old as time. FaZe versus Optic, and every esport, these two seem to find themselves competing for championships. And once again, that's what we have on our plate for dinner.
And again, of course, back in Charlotte, a grand finals we had seen before. Tony, FaZe, they couldn't get the better of Optic that time around, but that debut performance from Renegade, it was still fresh. This was a team that hadn't had too much experience as a full four, but now they have a bunch of it. How are you feeling about this series?
I'm really liking this series layout for FaZe, especially with the first two objectives being Oddball and CTF. So far this tournament, Oddball and CTF have been very good for this FaZe roster, and to see that as game number 1 and game number 3, by the way, pretty solid as Slayer Solitude. This should lend in your favor, and you already know. I don't want to see a reset bracket. I want to see 14 games.
I think everyone wants to see a reset bracket. Maybe not the Green Wall fans in the building, but I do think it would make it exciting and spicy. And just remember, Green Wall fans, your boys did have a bracket reset on them last time around, but they did manage to pull it out of the bag in the second one and take that trophy at the last major. But the big question is, can they do it? These four boys right here, they want this more than anything. The accolades on the side of this team is ridiculous. Adding to that one more time around, surely that is the biggest motivation here, Clutch.
Well, here we go. This is the reason they put this team together. The reason they picked up Renegade was to try and beat Optic for a world championship. Everything is set up in front of them now. Only the action gets to do.
Very, very true indeed. Let's talk about the green side of the stage. Optic Gaming looking so incredible. And when you think of this roster, what they've had to go through this season, picking up the dub at Charlotte back-to-back from their World Championship the previous season, and it just got a little bit rocky, didn't it? But resilience, it reigned true. This team picked it up when it mattered most, won the previous major, and now find themselves on the winner's bracket side of the grand finals. It's only one series, Tony. Can these boys do it?
I'm getting a little bit of deja vu what happened in 2022, winning the final major leading into Worlds, all that momentum behind you, and then you continue where you left off in the World Championship. This sounds exactly like what happened late in 2022. Maybe history is doomed to repeat itself.
And the fact that these guys have been there, done that, these players on Optic, this team, know exactly who they are. They know that they're the former world champions trying to defend their belt. They should come into this series with so much confidence, knowing they are never out of it and that they are the favorite to win this whole thing.
How are you feeling about the series layout, Tony, for Optic? We talked a little bit about FaZe and how that first bracket potential reset could look for them. What do you think Optic need to do to combat a reset?
You got to get 2 wins, you got to get it early. Because as I said before, you know, the fact that Oddball and CTF have really been favored towards FaZe so far in this tournament, you have to beat them at least 1 or 2 of those. Get to the second half of this series where you're going to really be comfortable on Recharge Slayer. You're going to love the fact that you see King of the Hill as that game 6, and you want to end it on Slayer live fire. As long as you take 1 or 2 games early, you're almost guaranteed to really be favorited towards the second half of the series. So if I'm Optic, come out hot early.
This is going to be a little bit different than the last time these two teams played in winner's bracket. A best of 7 is far different than a best of 5. The Slayers add up in a best of 7. 2, 5, and 7 are all going to be Slayers, and with that, Optic Gaming need to continue to clutch up in those moments. The fact that they won 2 very close Slayers in winner's bracket needs to carry over in this series if they want to be holding that trophy.
Without question, that was the big kind of question mark for FaZe, right? They had such a clean Slayer record, the best that we had this season, and Optic have actually overtaken that, especially after the 2 Slayers that FaZe dropped against Optic. And like you said, extremely close there. What do you want to see out of FaZe to try to come back in those Slayers? What were they doing maybe wrong in terms of Optic doing right?
I think Optic got to play from favorable positions, especially on Solitude Slayer, where they had the lead and control of the map just about the entire time. When that's the case, Optic are at their best. It is so difficult to get Optic out of a setup where Optic doesn't have to force their hand, they force you to come to them. FaZe need to find ways to play from ahead. On the side of Optic, you need to find ways to continue to play your style of Halo, because when Optic play their style of Halo, they are the best in the game.
Tony, are you looking at a particular individual on either side to really step it up in this grand finals and show some ice, show some resilience, and maybe push their team to victory?
You know, I really love what we saw from Renegade in the last series, and I almost wanted to lean towards him, but as I continue to look at the stats, it goes to Snakebite every single time on the FaZe side. The fact that his slays are almost matched exactly by his assists, the fact that he consistently ends up at the top of the objective leaderboard time and time again. He's an overall player for this team, and if he's not doing everything again, there's no shot you're going to reset the bracket, there's no shot you're going to be able to beat Optic.
On the other side, it's no surprise. It's Lucid all day, every day. What he was able to do in that best of 5 against FaZe yesterday was something special. If you didn't watch, go back and watch the tape. That was some of the best Halo Infinite I had ever seen. If he's playing at that level, Optic are going to be so tough to beat.
They certainly are indeed. I've got to say though, looking at Lucid, I feel like he's definitely carried that over with his series today against Space Station. I was seeing some of the most incredible clips from him, as well as Formal, APG. I mean, you can name literally every single person on that roster, including Trippy. I mean, Trippy was just so clutch at moments. That is what is going to make the difference, I think, in this first series. But I do say that the heat up, the flame, the fire under FaZe right now, after that incredible 3-0, that's also something very special and also to be feared. So I think respect is going to have to be shown on both sides of this stage today to get through this. Do you expect another really close series, especially in the first one?
I expect an absolute close series. Do I expect a bracket reset? That's for the players to decide up there. I can't wait to see what entails, because at the end of the day, we're crowning a champion. History will be made. And for those guys up there that have worked so hard to get into this moment, I just want to see everybody at their best.
I certainly do indeed as well. I've got to say that I just want to take a second just to thank all of our fans who have come out in full force supporting your favorite teams all weekend long. We hear you up here. We hear you at the cameras.
You guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely nuts. Keep up the energy because those players, it means the world to them.
The folks at home hear you, and we really appreciate you guys coming out and taking time to be here in this really, really special moment. I'm so excited to get this series started. We're just letting our players get things sorted and ready. And I also do have a little bit of a surprise for you guys that you'll be having a very close and personal experience with some of our players in just a second because, folks, we are ready to go. The main stage is set. Your 2023 Halo World Championships Grand Final starts right now.
He's going to wait this one out and feel the brunt of that off of a Frosty double kill. That's going to be a Frosty triple kill.
Anyone can go off at any time, but right now it's Renegade with a killing spree. Time is Lucid with all the goodies and putting them all to use. This time it was a flash. Of course, it's a triple kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time again for your Halo World Championship Grand Finals. Now, we came into this weekend with 16 squads all around the world looking for one thing: to be great, to make history, be personified in the Hall of Fame, and hoist that trophy on the stage. And now just 2 squads remain, and it's time to get it started. But Seattle, I need y'all to help me because I want y'all to get these players chills, make them sweat, hype them up. Y'all ready to get this grand final started? Get ready, because here comes our first team. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the back-to-back champions, FaZe Clan! We got the sharpshooter, Royal 2. Looking to put his opponents in the chokehold, it's Snake Bites. Followed up by the man, the demon, in full form, it's Renegade. Next up, the player with ice in his veins, Frosty! And last but not least, Coach Royal 1! Seattle, make some noise for FaZe Clan! All right, now, it's time for their opponents. Looking to come to the stage, the defending world champions. Here comes the second squad. defending world champions, Optic Gaming! We got Big Game Trippy! The best on the sticks, Formal! The best player in the venue, it's Lucid! Looking to get another win by any means necessary. APG! Followed up by one of the greatest coaches of all time. Give it up for Lunchbox! Seattle, one more time. Make some noise for Optic Gaming! Man, the stage is set. Once again, FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming about to go down in the history books. But Seattle, I want everyone around the world to hear your voice when I say this. Are you ready to get this grand final started? Hell yeah! On set, Bob, let's go.
In a season that has been full of so many stories, there is a magic and a poetry in the fact that the two teams who take to our main stage in the Halo World Championship Finals are the same two teams who met up in the first grand final of this year. FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming on our main stage to decide who's going to be the Halo World Champion.
It really is poetic the way we're going to end here. Of course, the same way we began with these two teams, it was a table setter for the year. And let's not forget that that first grand final between Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan, of course, went to a 7th game, separated by only 1 kill. How fitting that we find those two teams here for your Halo World Championship Grand Finals.
And just to throw another stat at you, it's not like this is just for the Halo World Championships. Both these two teams have won 2 events so far this year. This is the go-ahead series. This is the dominance kind of defining, the season-defining series for both of these teams. But we've got to start off by talking about one side of the stage, because there's one team who are sat here who are defending their Halo World Championship title. Optic Gaming have the chance to do what many cannot even dream of doing, and that is going back-to-back.
That's right. Let's not forget what also it's held earlier this weekend, as well as we take a look at the series layout. Optic Gaming reverse sweeping earlier on FaZe Clan to find themselves on the winner's side of your grand finals. And now, only one series separates them from a world championship. Here is a look at your first best of 7.
We're going to start off on Recharge with a little bit of Oddball Slayer Solitude. Going to be game number 2, which certainly has some fond memories for Optic Gaming. But as we speak about Optic and that game type, we should of course also talk about FaZe Clan. They have fought their way through the elimination bracket, a nail-biting series earlier on, that game 5 against Optic that pushed them down to the elimination bracket, but they bounced back up with a 3-0 win over a team who is synonymous with the grand finals in Space Station.
They absolutely did, and in the end it was a decisive 3-0, and you felt like for FaZe Clan it needed to be a 3-0 to get back into these grand finals. The question is, can they ride that momentum all the way into a second best of 7?
Well, I mean, the season itself has been one of my favorite of all time. I have to say, so many stories have come out of this year. Whether you're a European Halo fan and you've watched the rise of Quadrant coming through and really putting Europe back on the map, whether you're an Optic Gaming fan and you've been with them through the roller coaster of emotions that this team would have put you through and coming right at just the right time of the season, whether you're a FaZe fan, all of this team, of course, put together to win a Halo World Championship. Everybody who is here has had something to grip onto to keep them watching this season, and now we have the one story that will define it all.
It really will. And let's not forget, we thought we were deep in the FaZe era this year. They dethroned Optic Gaming early on. They win back-to-back events, and they were poised to take a 3rd in a row for the first time. However, that was ended abruptly and ended short. Keep in mind, Optic Gaming, just like last season, comes into your World Championship as the defending champion. Last year, it was in Orlando. This year, it was in Fort Worth. Not only are they defending the World Championship, they're also defending the Last Land title from the winner's side of the bracket. But as you say, FaZe Clan was built to do one thing and that is win a World Championship. In order to do it, they will need to win 2 best-of-7s.
A very tall order indeed for FaZe Clan, but you just felt if there was one team who could maybe reset this bracket and go the distance, it would be FaZe Clan. Optic Gaming though, what an opportunity. I mentioned at the start of the intro, you know, no teams really have that opportunity too many times in their career to call themselves the Halo World Champion. Well, to have the opportunity to be in a grand finals twice, the opportunity to lift that trophy up twice and solidify yourself as one of the greatest teams ever, I mean, what a story that is for them. And they will know more than anyone in this building what that would mean to them.
And for both of these teams, the season has been anything but consistent and clear. Ups and downs. You've heard it from players on each side of the stage. They've tasted victory, they've tasted wins. They've also found themselves placing outside of the top 3, which is unheard of for these two teams. But now, of course, it feels, oh boy, woo! Some very specific statistics there. Maybe you're hitting a bit too real for FaZe fans there coming up. And Optic Gaming, of course, in full force, but you bet, as you see on your screen, FaZe is in the building as well.
Yeah, Optic not just bringing out the big guns on the stage, but also the big guns on the signs, trying to get under the skin, maybe of FaZe, and we'll have to see if that affects them as we go through these games. But one thing, of course, we want to thank everybody who's watching at home, who has traveled to Seattle to be a part of what is going to be a series to remember. And let's just take a second to remember some of the grand finals we had so far this year. You mentioned the first one of the year, the kickoff major in Charlotte, Optic versus FaZe Clan. It goes all the way to a game 7, 1 kill separating the two teams. We go back to the previous event we just had, where Optic Gaming win the bracket reset in a final game 7 against SSG. It has been a season full of some of the greatest finals we've ever seen, Andy, and you just get the feeling with how these two teams look and how they've been playing, we might be adding to that list at the end of the day.
It really does have that feel about it, without a doubt. Let's also not forget one of the most controversial team changes of the past few years in Renegade, placed on this roster to win a world championship. They always had their eyes set on one single series. Since they made that team change about 11 months ago, and it was right here and right now at your Halo World Championship Grand Finals. The question is, can Renegade and company dethrone Optic Gaming twice to take your Halo World Championship?
And we need to talk about a few of the players. What's on the line for them? Formal. We need to talk about Formal. I mean, the World Championship that he won kind of justified his decision, right? He wanted to come back to Halo. He wanted to compete. And we heard his story, right, in the Unlocked episode that we saw debut this week. The opportunity for him to add another World Championship to his illustrious career is one that he will know doesn't come around too often. On the other side of the stage, you mentioned Renegade. We saw his Unlocked episode as well. He wants to be the best ever. He wants to be the player that people talk about in the future as being the one that defined a game. Well, win a World Championship. That's how you do it.
Without a doubt, so much riding on this series, and you and I have the privilege of seeing these guys backstage day in, day out here at the Halo World Championship, and you can tell by the looks on their faces when they come off the series, when they get up to the stage, just how much this means to them here. Let's take a look at your KD leaderboard at the Halo World Championship.
$1 million on the line, of course, as well, just to throw a little bit of a extra spice onto this grand final, right? FaZe Clan's Royal 2 stands at the top of the pile, arguably the greatest KD player of all time. No surprise to see him up there at 1.35, but just in behind him, 2 of the players wearing green this weekend. You've got Lucid and Formal, who have both been electric.
Electric, and then you got to think, FaZe Clan, only with one player in the top 5 of the KD leaderboard, they're going to be leaning on Royal 2 to continue numbers like that. And with Lucid and Formal both there at 1.28 and 1.26 respectively, you know that Optic Gaming will be bringing the slaying power.
They certainly will indeed. And Royal 2 has had some really clutch moments. Let's go back to that Aquarius game that we saw just a few moments ago against SSG. The final moments, Royal 2 stepping up when it really, really mattered for them to get that go-ahead game, that 2-0 lead in the series. If it's 1-1, maybe we're not talking about FaZe Clan being in this grand finals, but they're the margins we talk about. They're the margins these games will come down to, and every player on this stage knows how much talent is sat across from them.
Absolutely, you're going to see a lot of respect shown in these games without a doubt, knowing that it'll be single 1v1s that will decide a lot of these games. In the late game, all it will come down to is one battle, one engagement. That's all they'll need to take the W as we get ready for game number 1 of your grand finals. It's going to be Recharge on ball.
The Halo World Championships is about to reach its conclusion. An entire season of action comes down to maybe one series or maybe just 2 if FaZe can reset the bracket.
Optic in the driver's seat. They come from the winner's side. And it's a Sunday night in Seattle. And you know what that means. It's grand finals time, everyone.
Underway here, FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming, a tale as old as time, and one of the greatest esports rivalries to grace our screens. Snakebite with an early camo grab here, up against the Let's Go Optic chat in the building already.
Yeah, no surprise to hear the Optic fans getting loud. They will be pushing their team to success, pushing them to glory if they can. But Snakebite has just snuck through here with his camo, doesn't take damage and escapes. Really good veteran play with that camo coming in from Snakebite.
They're also able to take down 2. If they can take down Formula as well, this be a free gold hold.
We'll do exactly that. Shock rifle's going to be turned over as well. The oddball will be passed off. So a strong setup here for FaZe Clan off of the rip, controlling the pipes and the power weapon as well.
You talk about veteran plays coming in your grand finals. How about Snakebite? Look at that. Cool, calm, and composed with the camo. He single-handedly dismantles gold, grabs the ball, and grabs Shock as well. That will lead to your first narrow FaZe Clan lead at 10-7.
And you always feel in these first game, it's a little bit nervy, right? It's a little bit of an, oh, you're going to hit the headshot. Sometimes we see a few extra body shots, not quite connecting with the head until those nerves just start to settle. Speaking of settling, though, it's FaZe Clan who have done it best at the start of this game. 17 points and rising and still holding this pipe's control.
Renegade eventually taken down as well, trying to get crafty with the angle. Snakebite is left as your last player alive for FaZe. It's a 1v1 versus Formal at the moment.
Formal trying to decide if he wants to move near that oddball, or maybe he's just trying to influence spawns and get his teammates around him, which is exactly what he looks like he might have done. There are those elevator spawns, and there is Formal running that oddball back to his teammates, going to grapple it past the line of sight of FaZe coming off that respawn. That is such a heads-up play coming in from Formal.
Very elegantly done. By playing the ball like that, he just tricks anyone thinking he might be trailing it, and instead grapples right back in for fast movement. Here's a 2-man push, though.
Oh, it's shut down by Formal. Third player will fall. Camo popping as well. And with those 2 kills coming in from Formal, Trippy will get away with that camouflage, and Optic have a full setup and go into a lead as well.
Wow, what a lead change there, and what timing. Perfect timing on the kills. As you saw, Formal is the one that made the immediate push from pipes. He wasted no time. I think FaZe Clan thought they had more time, but because of Formal's grapple, they get into Whirlpool right away. Now they have rotated to Hydro as well, and they lead by 15.
Trippy's still got a little bit of camo to work with as well. Just some good damage, but can't quite convert onto a kill. But FaZe are going to be worried because they know they don't have that camo. They know that Trippy is about. And with that kill, the ball does get reset anyway. So Optic throw that one off the map, get that play ball. FaZe straight on top of it though. And now Trippy, with his camo run out, is going to work with APG to push this ball.
This is a big 3-man push here. Let's see if they can break. They've got 1 kill. They've got the opening break they need. They're going to try to break the gold setup here.
You can see the play boys are going to be made as well, but the trade is going to come in. So 3v3 on the map right now. There's a little 1v1 going down in and around that oddball, but Lucid is watching over that oddball like a hawk at the moment as he now moves in on Frosty.
Great pre-nade there. Lucid just reading the play perfectly as he pre-nades bottom tower. He's also going to grab these plasmas. Lucid was a spawner off of that sequence. Eventually the ball will be rotated just a bit towards long haul here, and only 6 points separating the 2.
Lucid should be able to clean up this damage as well onto Snakebite. In fact, the team works so good that he doesn't even have to do that. FaZe find themselves 2 dead at the moment, make it 3 dead. Little repoke from Frosty's going to cost him there, and oh, I tell you what, there's Formal helping out Lucid, staying alive once more. Royal 2 will fall too, and FaZe are getting picked apart here by Optic.
3 dead yet again, and unbelievable composure and timing pushes here coming in from Optic Gaming. Right now outslaying and also outscoring, and now heavily in your round number 1. It's 59-29.
Full setup here at Blue as well. Lucid with the commando in his hands. Should be able to get a guaranteed trade of anyone pushing in if you can avoid those grenades. However, Snakebite's making it difficult. And Renegade's made it even more unpredictable about what's going to happen in the next few moments. Renegade gets 2, but Lucid will cut 1 down out of the air. The ball does get played by Optic though. Oh no, it doesn't. It stays on the map. And FaZe may have a chance of stealing away a setup unless APG can get this ball off the map, and that is exactly what he does.
Leave it to APG, the objective master and master of many trades here, as he's eventually going to find 3 dead for Optic Gaming. The ball is played, but it's an immediate grab from FaZe Clan. They were ready for that play ball.
Yeah, need to be efficient here, FaZe. It's one thing that maybe we've been a little bit critical of sometimes in the objective game types for them. A little bit overslaying going on, not prioritizing that objective when there is an opportunity to do so, but no opportunity to make those mistakes in a grand final. 68 points on the board at the moment for Optic, but FaZe are starting to get close.
What can FaZe do here? They've been battered a bit early on in this game, outslayed and also outscored. Now only down by 20, and as you say, still certainly anyone's first round.
This is such a smart route, by the way, from Frosty. He wins the fight against Formal as well. But the way he allowed the player from the catwalk into elevator, Saw the kills go down, means he can re-wrap through mid-bridge and completely catches Formal off guard. It's perfect movement from him. Lucian will finally end this little spree, but with that and the little run that he went on, FaZe are pretty close and might just go into a lead here.
Yeah, they do. What a great hold there. And even though you saw Lucid win the battle at back Hydra, it was a lot of time on the board that comes in for FaZe, but Optic Gaming does answer back. They get 3 dead. Frosty's your last player alive on stacks.
And it's APG who's doing the damage at the moment. Oddball back in the hands of Optic Gaming. And there was a little example I was talking about, right? The shock rifle not quite hitting the head in this game, number one. Maybe a little bit later in the series, heads get popped. But for now, it's the battle for camo that's going to be taking place in around 20 seconds. Trippy's going to get flanked here. Can he escape with that grapple? Just about manages to do so.
First picture traded out, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. This was the push that FaZe needed to win. Right now they're in a 2v1, and with 90 points on the board, they need to win this push.
Renegade has to fly in. Renegade gets cut down though, but the trade does come in. Where is the rest of FaZe? Can they get near that oddball? Lucid's just trying to bait it out at the moment. You can see he's aware of the positioning here. As the camo is coming up as well. 1v1 with Snakebite. Renegade joins the party at just the wrong time. If you're an Optic fan, and Optic find themselves 3 dead. Camo should be stolen away here by Snakebite, but I'm not sure if he picked that up. APG still alive and still causing problems.
APG with good damage there.
Formal gets
Camo
it.
should be grabbed by Optic here. If Formal can stay alive, it's huge.
Maybe a little mistake there from Snakebite. Didn't quite slide out and pick that up. Snakebite will finally go down as well, and this is an opportunity now. Look how tight this game is in the last few moments. 3 dead. 3 dead here. Renegade last alive. Formal. Who else but Formal comes in and grabs that oddball to win the round here for Optic Gaming.
It's a clean wipe there. That'll be it. 2 seconds to go.
Late game composure is going to be something we talk about so many times throughout this series. And no one has been in that position more than Matthew Piper. Formal clutching up in those final moments, but looking back on it, APG as last player alive, FaZe have misplayed that. They could have maybe done a little bit better and converted that round into one of their own.
Optic Gaming somehow maintains presence there on gold as well as glass in the end, just long enough while that camo was popping. And as you said, Formal stealing that camo is a big deal. It's not a surprise that that's what wins the game for them.
Formal going to move in. Is he going to get the burn or is he going to stay alive? For now, he's being a nuisance. Renegade starts to connect with that shock rifle. Trippy last alive here for Optic. He'll make the numbers a little bit more favorable as he takes down 1. FaZe trying to move on that oddball, trying to be efficient and get it back towards Pipe, but at the moment, Trippy's just been a nuisance, and Formal's joining him as well.
Optic Gaming going to be very happy they took that first round in the end. FaZe, though, with quite a comeback. Let's not forget, Optic Gaming was leading by quite a margin for the majority of that round. FaZe almost gets right back in the 80-point mark. Good shots here from Trippy, a double kill on the board, 3 dead for FaZe.
Yeah, beautiful shots coming in from Trippy.
Enemy has the ball.
And he's earned his nickname this season, right? Big game Trip, but Snakebite. He stuck through here, he has to be dealt with, and there is Trippy to win yet another individual battle.
First points on the board here. Took a little bit of extra time. 1 minute of play total here in the game for any points to go on the board, but now with 1 dead each side. Let's get to a listen with Optic Gaming.
You guys top tower. You guys top tower. Go to glass. One shot left goal.
Nice shot. 2 dead, guys. 2 dead.
I'm here, Joy.
2 dead. Another guy. I'm trying to go for ball.
Yeah, bottom tower, one shot. 3 dead if we kill him. 3.
Let's go. Big door. Balls down. He's so long.
He's glass.
That's looking.
He's in Siki, I think.
We can grab the ball here. We're getting ball, guys. Just play one match.
Could be one man. Nothing long, guys. Nothing long.
Camo's in 20. Camo 20.
Glass now. Right now.
Tommy's looking. Glass dead.
Need a Renegade. Go back there.
Yep, just slip around.
2 guys. Top tower.
Make the pit or something.
They are bottom center.
2 guys top tower. 2 guys top cat. They're both. Turn around, Joey. Turn around.
Go absolutely go door. One more shot tower.
Absolutely go. We got one triangle.
Rotate.
Good job.
Camo's down, guys. Camo.
High door now.
Honestly, just play.
Neither.
They got camo. Good play, man. Good play.
Batteries.
They did not burn it. I'm not playing for that camo.
Three dead.
I have camo. Watch me.
Just lock down, guys. Matt's getting one silo.
I have camo.
Go silo with that.
They spawn A and have.
Guys, look where I am, okay? Only way they can kill balls is if they go bottom mid, okay?
Yo, glass.
I know.
They see me with camo.
We glass. They go
Bottom tower and top tower.
One bullet, top cat. I dashed bottom tower. They got silo. They silo right now. Look at right now.
Good job.
He's silo, hitting it on stickies. Pushing your right side. He's near you. He's right on top of you.
One shot back silo.
I'm here.
Where's he going?
Silver blue pipes.
Go for me. Absolutely go first. Got one.
2 dead. 2 dead.
Okay. Two dead. Or 1v2.
They have no time right now, guys.
Still 2 dead. 2v2 now. 2v2 right now.
No guy on me also.
You guys can maybe just get in a goal. Just get in a goal.
Careful.
Push you.
Guys, stop behind this. Mango roll 2.
The last 2 probably elevator.
I have spawn, guys.
Yep, last 2 elevator for sure.
Communication with Optic is pretty much perfect. You heard Lucid giving all of the information, even in the 1v1s, just to give a possible advantage to a teammate to win that battle. Optic Gaming are winning the battle though. 52 points and rising. Already got that first round on the board. The double pipe push is going to come in here. Formal's ready for it! Gets one and some chain damage as well.
Yeah, almost on a chain reaction, gets both. Trippy is your last player alive though for Optic. He needs to be careful if he all-ins here. He's going to play this slow, unsurprisingly.
Frosty going to know where he is though. He's got help from Renegade too. Renegade going to fly in. Goodness. Now we start to connect. APG gets beat down but wins the trade. But Formal now left on his own. So at the end of that team fight, you can see FaZe kind of come out on top. They have the spawns near them as well. And Frosty's just trying to see where he spawns are coming in, where he moves that op-ball. Royal 2 gets one, but Trippy takes him down. And now Frosty looks a little bit lost as to where to go with that op-ball. Decides to just throw it out back onto those batteries and fight for it once more.
Yeah, he wasn't sure if World 2 was going to stay alive in Whirlpool, so he just kind of wraps around the batteries, as you say, to play the ball. However, Optic Gaming was wise to it, but he bought enough time. But here's a big moment in the game. Optic Gaming's lead has been cut in half. APG with the camo with 2 teammates dead. What play does he make here to attack the ball?
Optic have commanded this camo most of the time. We need to talk about that camo play, by the way, a few seconds ago that Lucid made. APG's got to be careful here. Gets hit by that nade. But Lucid wins his 1v1, and now APG has freedom. Optic Gaming have freedom. 2 kills go in their favor. Royal 2 taken down as well, and now the last player alive is Snakebite, nowhere near the Optic Gaming setup. They have the ball, and they will extend their lead.
It's a perfectly clean wipe from Optic Gaming. They have looked perfect so far. Snakebite wins the double melee battle, though, and will stay alive at back elevator. However, Optic Gaming not really interested in whatever's happening at elevator. Instead, they will rotate the pipes.
Ooh, Frosty and Renegade, the Renegade duo, combining here to push pipes, and this might be a really defining moment in this game. Trippy gets 1, but Frosty gets 2.
APG, the only player alive here, is in long haul on Sneaky. This should be an opportunity for a ball grab for FaZe. But right now they're thinking about the kill first. They do get the trade to make sure that they have comfortable opportunity to grab the ball. However, it's a very effective play ball from Optic Gaming. Take a look. FaZe can't grab it at all. They're going to need another round of slays here.
The effectiveness of that play cannot be understated. No trade there for Frosty. Formal comes out standing tallest, and he'll get a shock rifle for it as well. Renegade might find that out as well. Gets the beat down himself though, so a little bit of a janky battle.
Oh boy.
Renegade wins it, but Lucy cleans him up.
As the last player alive, it's a little bit of a misplay coming in from Optic Gaming, right? Renegade's weak on the bat ledge, should have been an easy cleanup. Instead, he takes down Formal with the shock.
Look at APG though, he got out of there, got that op-ball, gets the play. He's doing it all at the moment, and now he wins another battle. APG 23 and 18 with 48 seconds of time in this game. He's having a fantastic game, number 1.
Feels like every time we're on APG's POV this season, he looks better and better. APG, speaking of, overkill, by the way.
Frosty just got an overkill.
Overkill?
Out of nowhere, Frosty gets an overkill, and just as you thought that Optic Gaming were in full control, Frosty takes over. Camo popping as well.
At a time when they needed it most, this is a big battle as well. Vincent against APG. Frosty now heating up, and they keep Optic Gaming 3 dead, 4 dead. Now Trippy was your last spawner, and due to the timing of the kill, it will keep Optic on staggered spawns. And take a look at the scoreboard. FaZe Clan is right back in it.
And if that doesn't sum up what this final is going to be about, I don't know what will. It's going to take something special every time to turn the tides of one of these games. Frosty trying to stay alive. Trippy helps cross map. Royal 2 still with that ball in his hand though. And FaZe about to go into a lead. They overtake Optic Gaming score. And Optic are still 2 dead.
Off the back of the Frosty overkill, FaZe Clan now leads in your round number 2. It was perfectly timed, and it had to happen when it did. Just like that, 85-73 in favor of FaZe Clan.
Formal should win this fight. It does, but Royal 2 still has that ball in his hands. The play ball is going to come in. Formal gets 2. He re-challenges, and now Frosty is last alive. So even though there's only 48 seconds left in this game, there's plenty of time for Optic with the setup they've just managed to get to not only win the round here, Andy, but maybe win this game.
The ball did not play, and how fitting that it's Trippy that grabs the ball from the Trippy spot. The ball did not get played successfully by FaZe to bottom middle. It was an easy grab for Optic, and just like that, here at the 88-point mark, they're only separated by 2.
Frosty got 1. Royal 2 is trying to bait them out of pipes. All of Optic just bunched up at the moment. There's playing tight, and there's playing too tight. Renegade comes in. Royal 2 comes in. The ball gets played. Lucid last alive. Can Renegade survive and keep that ball in his hand? Snakebite trying to take down Lucid. The final kill. Optic are 3 dead. And FaZe, with a last second push, will get their round on the board.
As you said, if this game is any indication, we are set up for a toe-to-toe, head-to-head battle. The two teams on your main stage will exchange rounds in game number 1 so far, meaning we will head to a sudden death round number 3 in Recharge Oddball. The winner of this round will take the game.
The man who started the comeback is on your screen right now. It's going to be FaZe's Frosty. The overkill that sparked them into life. Snakebite going to be going for that camo. It might be a burn situation, but no, he gets away. No, he doesn't. And Trippy might actually pick up the camo there. I'm not sure that Snakebite would have had enough time to pop it, but here's Renegade with the shock rifle taking down Trippy, so not sure where that camo's gone, if anyone's had it. It's been burnt, whatever the situation is. Renegade has decided it's time to stop missing and start hitting some heads.
Feels like Renegade just sending some shocks across the system. We're seeing moments of greatness from him, but it feels like there's a lot more gas in the tank, and we're only just getting started here. All 8 players alive on the map. It will be a FaZe grab back to Elevator. They will hold here. Let's see if Optic can break.
Enemy has the ball.
Optic having to force their way through the pipes, and with a shock rifle in the hands of Renegade, it's going to be a tough push to make. They need to use that cover of the little wave that's in the center of Whirlpool, and they can't do it. 2-4, Formal. He'll fall as well. It's a double kill for Renegade. Lucid last alive, and I tell you what, he's going to fall too. It's 3 in a row. APG challenges.
Enemy has the ball.
I mean, 2 overkills in one game would be a little bit greedy, right?
Inches away from the overkill there. By the way, on different rotations of spawners, almost pulls off the overkill. It will lead to 14 points on the board here, but Formal answers back, and here comes the Optic pressure as FaZe find themselves 3 dead. And if I'm honest, Mark, off of the plays that we saw and the sequences we just saw, I think Optic fans are wishing they had more than 14, FaZe fans are wishing they had more than 14 points on the board.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. They just ran over Optic a couple of times there, but like you say, it doesn't translate into ball time. However, killing all of Optic might well do that. FaZe push again, Lucid last alive. We just saw him in a battle. He'll fall as well. APG fresh off of the spawn, maybe thinking about can I stop this camo pickup? But the op-ball back in the hands of FaZe now, and APG, you have to say, off of the spawn has done a great job to at least contest that camouflage.
The camo is definitely going to determine where the game goes in the midpoint here. The next score run should be determined by this camo grab. Royal 2 waiting for Lucid. Might even get 2. Good damage from him. APG should have a camo grab here. He does.
APG with the camo, but the rest of his teammates, you saw Trippy was no shields, and Lucid and Formal are taking a quick nap in the respawn screen, so he's going to have to play this one slowly, play this one carefully. 41 points and rising here for FaZe. It's been all them so far in this 3rd round.
And you know, right now, perfectly done. Optic Gaming, I was just going to say, would be looking for their first pick. And that's exactly what APG is sure to do. Eventually does not get the melee, so they're 3 dead. And even though they get the first pick, Lucid is your last player alive on Sneaky. He'll be double teamed. That's a perfect 2v1 coming out of FaZe. They will continue to score here at 43-12.
He goes down as well, and Optic is starting to get picked off 1 by 1 here. Renegade going to grab that odd ball and just waiting for a little bit of information of where to rotate from his teammates. This could be a little bit of an obnoxious spot to actually hold it in as well. 50 points on the board here for FaZe Clan, halfway. So not just winning the round, but winning game number 1.
Take a look how Renegade does not immediately go to blue there. Instead, he just uses a transitional hold on the double stack, because just as you say, he didn't want to bring him back blue and get caught off by Optic Gaming stopping the play ball. Instead, the ball will still be held bottom middle. It was 2 dead for FaZe, meaning Formal and company now, with the shock in hand, should be able to hold here and maybe mount a comeback.
Formal, by the way, has got 20 assists in this game. Absolutely ridiculous numbers from him, doing so much damage, but it's going to have to be headshots with his shock rifle. As APG has that ball in his hand once again. Royal 2 finds out the Formal's feeling a little bit fruity here. There's another headshot! It's 2 for Formal, as APG keeps his hands on that odd ball.
And just like that, like FaZe Clan before them, Optic Gaming now has cut the lead in half for FaZe. Just like that, it's a 10-point game.
Renegade trying to force on that odd ball, but the damage from Trippy on the cross is going to allow APG to get the kill. Trippy now hunting down more. It's just 9 points all of a sudden between the 2 teams. Royal 2 will get 2 though. Trippy is last alive. He'll try and scrape a little bit of extra ball time, maybe to tie this game up, but eventually the play ball will come in. And with Optic 2 dead, it's now a fight for the pipes.
Fight in the pipes here. Let's see how this plays out. There are 2 dead. Formal needed to win that. As a result, there will be 3 dead for Optic Gaming. We do see 1 trade coming in for Lucid, which is big. He'll stay alive at top goal for the moment.
He's not going to be able to outshoot Royal 2 when he's got half shields though. Royal 2 comes through and cleans up that damage. FaZe with the ball back in their hands. And a little bit more of a comfortable lead in their control as well. There's 1 kill here for Royal 2. No beatdown going to come in as well. So he survives, he can re-challenge. 2 dead for Optic again, and Royal 2 is on the hunt for Trippy.
By the way, worth mentioning here, as we do see FaZe hit the 60-point mark, Optic was being outslayed by over 8 kills earlier on. They've brought this game way back in the slaying category and in the points category. They only trail by 12 now.
2v2 on the map. Snakebite does have that shock rifle. APG trying to take the 1v1. He misses the shot though. And now Formal comes in and makes him pay. Optic might have an opportunity here.
Let's see how APG plays this. Knows it was a 2v2 on the map. Needs to wait for his spawning teammates to play this correctly.
Ball has been picked up. FaZe all on the map. But Royal 2 gets cut down. It's the first kill going to Optic Gaming. 2 now full. Lucid falls in the meantime though, and APG has to survive. Optic Gaming go into a lead here. 65 points and rising on the board.
And what a comeback it is for them. Still being outslayed in this game overall. However, now leading by 6 points, and so much riding on this game number 1. It will set the momentum for the entire series.
Snakebite about to get double teamed, but he's got some help! Renegade gets one, Snakebite stays alive. And with that FaZe stay alive as well. They'll grab the ball, they'll try and turn this corner. And the support is there, but no pickup on that oppo, and Formal will get one. Formal breaks in and gets 2! Frosty now has to make a play with this camo.
Lucid was trying to eagle out the camo. Lucid was standing still on mid-bridge. He pays the price. Frosty plays it perfectly now. Here comes Frosty in a 1v2 against the oddball.
He knows he's got to kill this ball carrier, or at least do damage and stay alive, but now he's getting zoned out. The double challenge comes in from Optic. Formal and APG trapped in this corner. Trippy's going to grab that ball though, and there might be an escape route for them here to blue.
It's a great rotate. Snakebite was pressuring top gold, but it doesn't matter. Optic does not want anything to do with top gold either. Snakebite rotating here, and now 1 minute left on the clock. Optic Gaming leads by 20 in a huge comeback.
You have to say this might be the last push for FaZe. Frosty gets one with that shock rifle, and they force to play ball. So Optic find themselves 4 dead.
Look at the timing.
And Frosty still has that shock, and he is looking for honors. There's some game knowledge for you.
That was 3 dead at a terrible time for Optic Gaming. FaZe gets the ball right away, and Frosty gets your first spawner here. FaZe trails by 20, but they still have slaying and map control. All 8 players alive on the map. FaZe Clan needs to hold, Optic needs to push.
Optic taking their time though to make sure they get back onto the map. Formal. It's about as close as you can get to a headshot, I think. But Optic have broken. APG. Look at him again, shoulder peeking. Lucid comes around the corner. Frosty can't connect, he gets one. Can he turn the second onto Lucid? It's a killing spree. But are the kills timed well enough for FaZe to get involved with this fight?
Frosty's your anchor player. Look at all the other players on FaZe.
They're running that ball away.
They're pushing across here. They're trying to make the move. But Frosty has a lot of responsibility. They do get the first pick though. They need to force the play ball here. Look at 95 on the board.
Lucid's gonna try and win the game right here, right now. 97 isn't enough to win you a game. But are they going to be on the respawn here, FaZe? Can they get close enough to that oddball? Renegade is on the pipes, he's got the grapple, and he's got that ball as well.
An absolutely huge grapple. This will now be a gold hold for FaZe. A huge play from Renegade. However, the first pick does go to Optic Gaming.
2 dead for FaZe. Lucid's got the camo, and Frosty is trying to escape. The clutches of Formal. The clutches of Lucid. He won't be able to do it, and Optic Gaming will break and win game number 1.
Hey, can't blame him. Trippy's a great guy. Wow. What a game number 1. It had everything. And as no surprise, it goes all the way to 3 rounds, down to the wire. In the end, when you talk about narrow victories, how about FaZe Clan outslaying across 3 rounds, 139 to 138. It was 1 kill total that separated the two across all 3 rounds.
So many great moments in this game. Frosty, of course, getting the overkill. We saw the Renegade almost. Second one that we saw in this game, but I think the defining play was how Optic managed to hold off Frosty, bunching up together around blue, getting the play ball, but then breaking. FaZe had it set up for just a few moments. Maybe they didn't have the numbers in their favor, but in those moments, that's what defines games. And it's Optic who win that first big moment of the game.
Twice, Optic Gaming had to come back from enormous slaying deficits. This is your difference maker, right? Frosty could have had more out of the sequence, without a doubt. And Lucid with the camo, 3 alive. Frosty doesn't get the play ball, of course, and that is all she wrote. I think one clear thing to talk about there, Mark, when we talk about objective play, is overall, when we look at the 3 rounds across them all, Optic Gaming with the better play balls overall. You can think about 2 or 3 different opportunities that FaZe Clan could have had a better play ball. It didn't work out. And in a game and a series with these teams that are as tight as they are, those can be the difference makers.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, we saw how close every round was, let alone every team fight. It's 2-1, the final score in the favor of the defending world champions, Optic Gaming. Now we go into Slayer. We go over to Solitude, which we've already seen these 2 teams match up on. We'll take a look at some of the standouts that we have on the 2 squads.
1.36 and 1.37 respectively. By the way, you may have noticed a trend. These 2 teams and the players on the stage are pretty evenly matched when it comes to your Halo World Championship Grand Finalists, the number 1 and number 2 Slayers at the World Championships so far.
Solitude Slayer, of course, is the game type that Optic won that epic grand final back in Fort Worth, the previous tournament to the one we find ourselves at right now. It was also the game that they beat FaZe in a... It couldn't have been tighter. 3 kills, I think the difference, right at the end. So Optic will be feeling very confident, but the fact that FaZe have already played Optic on this game type, sometimes that helps you out, because you can kind of gain a little bit of knowledge about how Optic want to play on it, how they play on land, maybe different to online. And I think the secret, honestly, for FaZe is you've got to get that snipe side. You've got to get that sniper rifle out of Optic's hands, because their setup seems so tough to break. And we know that Solitude, with the setup, is a tough map to play against the sniper rifle.
It really is, and I think the number 1 thing FaZe also needs to look out for is just never giving Optic Gaming an opportunity. Certainly easier said than done, but in that game number 1, there were several times where they were slaying by 8 to 10 kills, outslaying, excuse me, by 8 to 10 kills, and they let Optic Gaming bring the game back, not just with a few kills, but several Slayer rotations. Making sure you don't find yourselves 4 dead in back-to-back scenarios could be the key to success for FaZe Clan here. Optic Gaming, they lead 1-0 as we head into Solitude Slayer.
Well, Slayer's been the secret to success so far in this tournament for Optic Gaming. Usually we're always talking about FaZe in those game 5s. Well, we're going to have to find out if Optic can keep that going as we head into game number 2 here. Solitude Slayer, they've been superb at so far this season since the new map was introduced. And that battle for the sniper rifle is going down already. Former with the first pick, taking down Renegade.
And as we said, that game number 1 was already a treat. And potentially a way to set the table for an unbelievable World Championship Grand Final.
Frosty going to have that sniper rifle though, and I'm pretty sure that we might have a little bit of an observer bug, but no, we're back into the game. All good, everyone. And it will be the sniper going down. It's 3 dead for FaZe, and this is what they didn't want, right? They've given up the snipe side, they've given up the snipe, and it's APG. Maybe not top of the list for Optic on who you want it. That sniper rifle in the hands off, but showing he can put it to work as well.
What a stretch there. You saw 3 kills get registered immediately. It was 4 dead for FaZe, and APG also connecting, as you say, with the sniper rifle to now give Optic Gaming a 7-3 lead early on. And as we mentioned, the last time we saw these 2 teams play it was earlier this weekend. Very good shot from Trippy up against Renegade. Eventually he'll be cleaned out, but the last time we saw these 2 teams play it was Optic beating FaZe 50-47 on this game type. It came down to the wire.
I was going to say, this is an interesting game plan from Optic at the start of this game. They tried to get really aggressive there onto the FaZe Clan spawners and actually lost that team fight. So FaZe holds strong, and now it's just a 1-kill game. The sniper rifle does look like it's been used up. There's no more ammo to play with for anyone at the moment. And look at this, FaZe are just flying at them. APG's last alive again, and he's going to fall as well. FaZe up by 1, but Optic's still 2 dead.
2 dead there eventually. Let's not forget, this game was just 7-3. That's an unbelievable swing and an unbelievable comeback for FaZe Clan. Let's get into a listen-in with FaZe.
Two loops. Hey, John, I'm gonna go to them. Nothing, Matt. Nothing, Matt. Nothing, Matt. One shot posters. One shot posters. There's 3. Can't see him. I can't see him. They played for me inside. They played for me inside.
Quantum's up now, guys. Quantum's up now.
Two loop.
Yeah, they're heavy stack.
Luke, weak, guys, Trippy.
He's weak. We got behind you.
Top middle. We're trying to push loop. One APD. There's 2. One more turn. Soda and loop. Nice shot. Play for map control here. I want to play for blue. Yeah, get to blue. Everyone get to blue. I'm saying this.
Careful of the posters push though.
One soda. Right here. I repulse. Can I get to blue?
Yeah, you can. I'll love that.
You snipe in 30. Yo, remember the push.
Yeah. Snipe in 30, guys. Snipe
in 30. I'm not gonna get repulsor in chat.
They're probably gonna play for new thrust. They're gonna wait for thrust to do anything.
LR.
For a bit.
They like to ISO.
Can we double walk yard?
Yeah, I can in a second. One loop, one glass. On the corner. I can't. Lose the one in. Yeah, I'm gonna push up on this too.
Yeah, be careful.
Nothing driving. Yeah, 2-15.
Yeah, we're kind of.
I'll see Soda. I'll see U-turn. A lot of us are one. A lot of us weak, man. Let's play for this. LR, you want to re-hit? Yes, LR weak. Watch out. No, actually, PJ, cancel. Yeah, we have time. No, I have time, guys. Can we hold? I got you, man. Keep holding.
Yeah, we have snipe. We hold now.
Yo, listen, one could have spawned weird randomly. Yo, he's like top gold or something.
Try to reroll.
I'm gonna reroll hotel. Can you anchor? Yeah, I got it. They're in under gold repulse. I'm trying to get snipe into blue.
Yeah, I'm getting you. Oh, you're getting into blue? Okay. Yeah, tell us what you need, John.
I'm saying hotel. Map, postage is open, okay? Driveway. They're gonna go top gold and LR then. Nice, John. Keep playing for that. Keep playing for that. Watch on yard. What side?
Well, the secret to success, we're seeing it in front of our eyes right now. Optic cannot get that sniper rifle, and Renegade, well, he's making use of this weapon in his hands.
You have to wonder, as Trippy gets bodied as well, if Optic might be even a bit more disciplined in the peaks that they allow there, as Renegade already has caught one. And once again, it needs to be said after the listening as well. How about the swing? Do not forget, FaZe was trailing 7-3 at the open, and now up by 3 at 17-14. It's been a fantastic hold from FaZe.
Renegade just looking for an opportunity to pull the trigger at the moment, but Optic not giving him one. Formal will poke. Gets away with his life this time. And his head still attached to his shoulders. FaZe now taking control of blue, and something we heard from the comms, Andy, is they're trying to take control of blue, trying to force and pinch them back into yard, trying to force them out of that LR side when Renegade is waiting with that snipe.
Look at Trippy right now. Trippy's about to make the move here in Cafe Window. This is a big push from Optic Gaming coming on.
APG's there as well. Snakebite is there, pushes APG back, and it looks like nobody goes down in that battle. Everyone knows shields, but nobody falling.
Wow, how rare is that? All 8 players pushing. Eventually, the first pick, though, goes to FaZe as Formal falls on S2.
You see, there's a QT down as well. I don't know if it's a FaZe one or if it is for Optic Gaming, but Trippy will at least slow things down for a second. Trippy with that kill on Frosty now has to escape with his life. Formal gets another as well, and it's a 2-kill game as Optic pick up back-to-back.
Optic with very good patience and discipline there. A very nice 2v1. Somehow they keep Formal alive bottom middle. That will bring the game within 1.
Great teamwork there, baiting and switching. So Lucid flying, he's got that thrust away, but even with the teamwork, it's FaZe who come out with a few extra kills themselves. 20-18. Still just 2 kills between the two teams.
Another thing to keep an eye on across all game types is just how tight Optic Gaming is playing in each and every game type. You can tell that in the 6 weeks since HCS Fort Worth, they are playing even tighter as teams of 2. Take a look at that bottom middle push, for example. That's a high risk, high reward play to push 2 players and wrap them around bottom middle when Formal has no shields. But they do it perfectly. Lucid comes with them and they keep Formal alive through it. Watch Optic Gaming playing in really nice packs of 2 and making sure their pushes are perfectly timed.
Game plan here from Optic. They are playing for the sniper rifle. You can see they're timing their push around when that weapon comes up. But Frosty's going to get 2. Lucid, he's left on his own. It's 4 dead for Optic. They made the play to try and steal that sniper rifle. Not going to happen. FaZe wise to it, and they will have that weapon right now.
Not going to lie, when you saw Lucid's POV there, just sitting in the notch in between posters and snipe, and you saw 2 players actually on the posters ramp. It's a little bit risky, and once again, that was an all-in attempt to grab the sniper rifle, and Optic Gaming pays the price in a huge way. It leads to a 7-kill lead for FaZe, and a player like Frosty with the sniper rifle on a killing spree.
Frosty has been so impressive today. Narrowly misses the shot onto Formal, switches to the BR to try and do a little bit of damage for a teammate to clear up, but now it's about keeping the sniper rifle in the hands of FaZe. Rotates away, Royal 2 gets another. APG challenging from the truck. Frosty once again just firing out a couple of warning shots here, but it doesn't take him many before he starts sounding the alarms.
You may have wondered just what a loss like that in game number 1 would have done to FaZe in terms of being so close to taking that first game in your 3rd round. And it looks like in terms of mental fortitude and resilience, with an 8-kill lead, they have bounced back in a big way. Now up by 7. They'll find themselves 3 dead, though. Frosty's your last player alive here on Luke. He will have spawners to help the push.
Yeah, really interesting actually from FaZe here. And Frosty's going to come under pressure. Can't connect with one. Does connect with one body. Can he survive, though? I want to take a second to talk about that as Optic make their push as well and try and get back into this game, because it felt like Frosty was the anchor. He was going to watch all of the snipe side and try and protect his teammates as they made a 3-man push into blue. The problem was, no one from Optic showed, and it became a 3v4 that Optic won. And now Frosty was under pressure. Optic can push, and it's a 5-kill game.
It really was a fantastic counter there from Optic Gaming, and they also flood in to perfectly not just kill Frosty, excuse me, but also kill Renegade the spawner. That brings the game within 5. What was an 8-kill lead has been reduced here to a 30-25 lead for FaZe Clan, and Optic Gaming chipping their way back into this.
It's a team fight away. 4 minutes left on the game clock. Formal knows that maybe it's time to make some moves, but Frosty gonna cut him down. And it's another kill to the tally of FaZe Clan. Lucy gets one. Renegade should trade this out and manages to do so as we go back on board with Frosty here, who might have the timing on this flank. He's gonna find one here. He's got another in front of him in APG. He picks up the thrust, but it's not good enough. Double kill here for Frosty, and every kill he picks up, FaZe move closer to tying up this series.
2v1 there. Snakebite is going to try to keep World 2 alive, unable to do so. He also tries to wrap the kill. Gets taken down as well in a big moment here for Optic Gaming. Now the game only is a 4-kill difference.
FaZe trapped in the yard. Snipe side control is Optics. And with this QT, Lucid has so much freedom. He can run in. He can clean up damage. If he had a grenade, then maybe he'd have even more fun. It's 3 dead as Lucid picks up 2. Optic are back into this. It's a 1-kill game with 3 minutes or so left on the clock.
And now they're chasing down Frosty.
Tie game!
Tie game here. Let's get into a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
Tommy is behind them.
Yo, low window, 2 guys here. Behind Joy.
Cafe on me. Absolute cafe. Absolute cafe. Use the thrust. Absolute.
Top side,
Flower door, roll 2.
Yeah, behind poster stairs, guys.
Nice. Flower door, roll 2. Flower door, just live. Just go.
Yo, top concrete, one shot. Sniper, one shot. He's going low snipe. Lift up, Brad.
Behind you, Brad. He has sniper on the repo spawn.
Stay down, Brad. Quick. They're sitting cafe. There's 2. Back up this real quick.
Matt's going bottom center here.
They are cafe. I hear. I'm watching left, Joey. I'm watching left.
That sniper might get out to hotel.
Yeah, these guys are stuck in
I got sniper. I got sniper roll 2 weak.
Yo, drop market. 2 guys flower door.
They drop market. Oh, that's 4 still. I'm absolute still.
Yeah, stay alive, Joey. Stay alive.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, we're down by 2 here. Thrust.
Cafe weak and flowers.
Yeah, they have a snipe, guys. They have a snipe.
They have sniper?
Try not to get
Yes, they have a snipe. Just pull shoulders here.
Yeah, I kind of want to just play for the spawn, bro. Be careful, they're watching. We see that sniper at all? Oh my god. Where's he? He's one. I need help, guys. Come here. 2 there. 2 flower door. Nade flower door. Nade in the door. Hit him with that. Weak guy.
Thrust is up.
I got it. Watch top. 2 there. I'm going to go top.
Yeah, I'm going top eleven. Roll 2's one shot close right.
Joey's hitting up for you.
They're watching here, Brad.
We got him.
Was Optic Gaming try and close in on FaZe Clan? It's only right that we go over to the FaZe side and see if their comps can close this game out.
Guys, look bottom. Push. Yeah, blue ramp. You two blue.
Another one weak, Matt.
Two on me.
Hotel. 3 hotel.
I can run.
Waste
Can you get out, Peter?
You're good. Yo, new thrust is 54. 54 is base thrust.
I'm getting the Suntos.
You can literally just hold this and
I'm getting nades, guys. I'm getting nades.
Matt, you're solo right now.
Top goal, push him.
Yeah, top goal. I hear you. Top goal.
He's weak.
Yo, get out, Matt.
Yo, minute left, guys.
Top goal, guys.
Yo,
drive. We should walk forward. Tramp. 2 yard.
I'm running, Matt. I'm running.
Yeah, they're gonna kill. I'm gonna flank this, guys. I'm gonna flank this. YRBR 1 in Matt. YRBR absolute.
All you red.
Thrust is up now.
I'm gonna die.
Let's go.
The late game composure is always going to be a talking point here, Andy. And Optic look like they have it once more. 45 seconds left on the game clock, but they're up by 1.
How fitting with these two teams. We've seen time and time again, it's so often 1 kill or the game clock that separates them in the late game Slayer. Now 43-44.
Fake get 2, fake get 3! They turn it around and it's a 1-kill advantage here as Lucid is last alive for Optic. But Renegade somehow or other comes out of that situation with his life, and FaZe turn the game on his head once more. 20 seconds left. 1 kill between the 2 teams.
Optic Gaming has to push. They need the kill. They're going to look for the damage here, and they're going to look to go.
Repulse has been used. Lucid walks in. Lucid gets 2. It's a 1-kill advantage here for Optic Gaming. 3 seconds left. Make it 2. Lucid secures it. And Optic Gaming once again show that the late game belongs to them.
And I think APG's expression there and an opening of the water bottle sums up how we're all feeling here. My word, Optic Gaming with perfect timing on the push. Lucid wraps through that rifle tunnel. The damage comes in from the nades, and just at the right time, They coordinate the perfect timing push to yet again narrowly steal out a Slayer with a final score of 48-46 as we take a look at the highlights from game number 2.
It's going to be all about that late game, right? It's going to be all about that push, the chaos. FaZe get 3 dead, FaZe almost get 4 dead immediately. But Optic, having been forced to push, they get the kills and somehow come out the better side of the trades. We're going to have to watch this back to see exactly what happened. But here, look, they're up by 2. All of Optic are dead. And with just 10 seconds left, Lucid somehow just walks through the LR tunnel.
An unbelievable play here, and take a look right at the end as well. They're going to get an extra one. Icing on the cake on Royal 2, the fade away from Lucid. By the way, Lucid goes 18-9 in that game, and not only that, ends the game with more than a killing spree. It looks like he also ends it with 1 kill away from a frenzy with back-to-back double kills after the killing spree. An unbelievable ending to that game from Lucid with 9 consecutive kills in the late game. Unbelievable numbers to win the game by 2.
Unbelievable series so far. Good news for FaZe fans is that one of their best game types is coming up next, but Optic showing how good they are at the moment. It's looking like a tall order for FaZe to try and get back into this one. While the players just step away for a few seconds, just to take a little bit of breath, and to be honest, I think they need it after those first 2 games. We're going to send it down to Blaze, because I'm hearing he's got a very, very special guest for you.
What's up, gamers? I'm here with someone you all know very well. It's Phil Spencer, head of Xbox, and we're here at the Halo World Championship in Seattle. Phil, how you doing today, man?
Great day to be here in Seattle. It's a little rain outside, so we're inside watching some esports. How fun is that?
No, it's so fun, okay? A classic Seattle day out here, but it's no other day because it's the Halo World Championship, and we got the 16 best teams all around the world here. What has the atmosphere been like in this venue, and how much fun have you been having?
You know, anytime we get all the fans, the community together, it's just awesome. Not only what's going on stage, but also in the back of the hall. You've got a lot of the causes that we support, a lot of the teams with their booths. It's just great. It's great to have everybody here supporting what's going to be, I think, an amazing finals, maybe a back-to-back championship. Like, that's pretty special for Halo. It's great to see.
No, it is. It's super awesome to see, okay? We may get that back-to-back championship. We got a lot of awesome vendors here as well. And, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, we want to be able to just bring gamers together, have a great time, and that's exactly what we're doing here. But when it comes down to all the gamers out there, what do you want to tell them? Give them a message out there because, you know, Xbox has been dear to our heart for a very long time, and we love hearing from you.
Yeah, you know, well, we're here in Seattle, so it's great to have a lot of our local fans. We're also on the cusp of Season 5 for Halo Infinite launching, which is great. But, you know, Halo fans have been with us for a long, long time. You know, I go all the way back to CE, and then getting to these kind of events, seeing everybody here, a real positive attitude in the hall, which I love. You know, people wanting to see new things happening on stage. Seems like every year the competition brings something to the stage that I haven't seen before. It's just great to see the teams evolve, continuing to support Halo. We just want to say thank you to everybody for all you do. This is why we're here. We're here to support the fans in the community, and it's awesome.
You heard it from the man himself, Phil Spencer, head of Xbox. And Phil, thank you so much for talking to me and having a conversation, okay?
Thank you.
All right, that does it with us.
Great to have Phil Spencer in the house here in Seattle, and I'll tell you what, it's probably the place to be. Some big names in the building, and why wouldn't you be here? Optic Gaming up by 2 at the moment over FaZe Clan. It's finals. Maybe it's leaning in the way of Optic.
Optic Gaming only 2 games away from becoming back-to-back Halo World Champions, and FaZe now with their work cut out for them, to say the very least, in your first best of 7. Let's take a look at the CTF duo here of Renegade and Royal 2.
I mean, I did mention just before we threw to that piece that the next game type is a good FaZe game type. Aquarius capture the flag. Usually, they're able to close out. Here's some of the stats from the CTF duo that you can see on your screen, Renegade and Royal 2. No surprise to see a huge damage difference, a huge KD for both of them. But this isn't any normal game, right? This isn't a scrim. This isn't a tournament game that isn't a grand final, and this certainly isn't a tournament game where FaZe are in control. Down 0-2 at the moment. You can see the FaZe Clan members having to talk about what's gone wrong so far and how to put it right.
So much, as we said, riding on this event for this team. They were assembled to win a world championship. One of the biggest team changes in the past decade of competitive Halo was made to bring Renegade onto this team with their sights on one single event, this very grand final before you. Now, after being reverse swept earlier in the event, they find themselves down 2-0, and Optic showing not only in the last series yesterday, and not only in Game 2 today, that they can show up when their backs are against the wall. FaZe Clan was leading by 8 in that Game 2 Slayer. However, they forfeit Game number 2 as well. How deep can they dig in your grand final? That is the question.
Saw Royal One, the coach of FaZe, on Twitter saying they're going to have to dig deep. And echoing what you just said there, they know they've got their work cut out for them, as this series is almost ready to continue. Optic Gaming, 2 up at the moment. This is their CTF duo to keep an eye on. No surprise, Lucid and Formal.
Lucid and Formal, KD just below that of Renegade and Royal 2 that you saw, 1.42 and 1.35 for Lucid and Formal. And these two players have been playing out of their minds. Some of the best gameplay we've seen from Formal, and I think many would agree that Lucid looks to be back on Halo Infinite launch form. Like we said, in game number 2 that they win by 2, he goes 18-9, stepping up when the team needs it most. Question is, can they do the same thing here in CTF Aquarius?
I think the thing that's been impressing me most about Optic has been every member taking their turn to step up in clutch moments, in close moments. There's a moment for me that stands out, and it was when they were down 0-2 in that SSG series, and Formal just grabbed the series by the scruff of the neck. The start of the Recharge Strongholds game, he was just hitting everything. And from there, the momentum continued for Optic to win those next 3 games. That man on your screen, well, I say cut out on your screen, had a phenomenal tournament, as you say, as well, but you have to always remember that APG and Trippy sometimes allow those two to do what they do so well.
And if you're a neutral fan of competitive Halo and you just want to see a fantastic grand final, we got good news for you here in this game number 3. As Onset mentioned, one of FaZe's best game types, but we should get into details there. FaZe Clan is 10-0 on the year in Aquarius CTF. Optic Gaming is only 5-4. If there was ever a game type that FaZe Clan wanted to see in a game number 3, especially when trailing 2-0, it would be this very capture the flag.
I was just looking at the series layout, actually, and, you know, FaZe Clan, like we mentioned, unbeaten on this game type. Then you go into Strongholds live fire. Boy, they put some work in, and trust me, Snakebite was chewing SLG's ear off about Strongholds on live fire, and they started beating them on it.
Call out save lives, by the way.
Pings also save lives, by the way, if you're one of those people.
Make sure you're pinging and calling out there. You might be enjoying your grand finals, but don't forget, you can bring all this into matchmaking. At least send some pings down. Come on, please. Please, God. 2-0 here for Optic Gaming as they look to go ahead 3-0 in Aquarius CTF. FaZe Clan, though, on their best game type here. Home turf for them. They're undefeated in Aquarius CTF. And now they're going to lean on that undefeated record, maybe more than ever, in your grand final. Here's game number 3 up next.
Well, Optic will know, though, if they can win this one, that would crush FaZe. If you are unbeaten on a game type throughout the season, and you lose it, not just losing it, but to go down 0-3 in the series, that could be FaZe Clan's mentality completely and utterly crushed. A massive game in this series. And no surprise, we're starting off with some Lucid POV.
Here comes the push already. It's a double Frisch push that comes in. We'll see if it pays off for them. So far, kills traded out. This Renegade probably going to try to get out of the fridge if he can.
Well, Lucid's trapped at the moment. You can see he's trying to peek, he's trying to prod, he's trying to survive, and just about manages to do so. Faced with some early map pressure here. You would expect maybe a flank to be coming in pretty soon, but APG with that kill gives him a little bit of an outlet here.
And it needs to be said, based off of what we just saw from Lucid and what we've seen from him all weekend, FaZe needs to find a way to shut Lucid down. As you can see on your screen, it is certainly easier said than done. Lucid's been playing some of the best Halo we've seen in about 2 years' time, and I'll tell you what, he never really misses, but he's on a completely different level this event. FaZe needs to prioritize him on the map.
Optic 2 dead. Finally, Frosty will for him. It's the only way to take him down is to meet him head on sometimes. And now you're going to see that flag moving, and this is why FaZe are so good. They're efficient with those flag runs. But if he gets one, though, which is going to slow things down, and even though that flag has crossed the 50-yard line and halfway across the map, it's now a battle of slays. APG going to try and move in for that return. But Optic now find themselves 2 dead. Flag does get sent home, though.
I think it's an interesting play call there from Frosty because he throws the flag bottom car and he fakes like maybe he's going to go bottom middle. Now, keep in mind, Trippy was the only player alive, but APG has spawned in time, so APG nades car 1, and Frosty takes the car 1 route. It costs them. They can't get the kills, and the flag goes back home.
Now they clear out the closet as well, and Frosty will be taken down. So for the first time, it's Optic Gaming with some numbers, and they can push up the map. Royal 2 will take down Trippy, who's the furthest forward. The flag is out, but should be pretty comfortably returned, unless Royal 2 doesn't fall, but indeed he does. Lucid throws that flag out, and you can see that Optic aren't completely happy with the setup of players around the map and the amount of kills they have.
Kills traded out again. They lose Lucid and APG. That's why Formal knows he needs to get a few more kills here. He's going to play this slow.
Thinking about grabbing this flag and turning the rest of FaZe around. Running this back towards his spawners, and this is such an intelligent play from Formal. Now he knows FaZe are going to be hunting him down. That's going to allow his teammates back on the map, and it's not just back on the map here, Andy. It's a 2v2. He comes back and gets one. If he can take down Frosty here, then maybe this will be one of the most intelligent plays we've seen in quite some time. Trippy gets it back, and it's all because of Formal.
Here comes the push. Frosty will get a pull here, presumably. Yes, both flags are off the stand.
Lucid gets the kill, though. He takes him down. Double push now coming in. There's a QT in operation as well. And Frosty's got that, as you can see on your screen. Trippy trying to survive, trying to dive. Renegade's going to take him down, though.
Both flags still out here. And a big brain play from Formal, but Frosty does get the pull off the stand, keeps the flag alive.
APG gets a touch. 2v2 right now. Lucid picks up another. And if a touch comes in the next few moments for Optic Gaming, or they hop on that return, then they might be up 1-0. This is a fascinating standoff that we're watching right now.
What a win from Frosty, by the way, from Connector. Not only did he need to kill Formal, he needed to start the two-man push to get the pull.
Optic are on the re. APG, though, he gets taken down. He loses the 1v1. Royal 2, no shields whatsoever, but he sends that flag home. It's a hero play from Royal 2.
Both flags now back home, and it feels like every single engagement, every single game type between these two teams is just perfectly executed. So dramatic. Both flags in the end of what was almost a 4-minute flag standoff will go back home, and we will stay here tied 0-0.
You mentioned at the start of this series how things can just be decided by 1v1s sometimes. And there was another example of it. APG just couldn't get the trade. Got caught off guard a little bit by the flank coming in from Royal 2. He gets that return with no shields whatsoever. But after the 4-minute epic is done and the standoff, it's still tied up at 0-0.
And still 2 dead for each side right now. Optic outslaying by a very, very small margin. It's 26 kills on the board to FaZe's 24.
Snakebite trying to overextend on that pink side once more. Gets cut down, and now Formal, who made a pretty good play from this position a few moments ago, is looking to get aggressive. Has the heat wave. And with that, we'll put more pressure onto FaZe! Thrusts away and snaps back for the double.
That was 4 dead, but what a play from Snakebite. Snakebite was your first spawner. He spawns Fridge, he gets back in, and he takes down Formal, who was the priority. Formal was the biggest threat for the flagpole, and Snakebite, as your last player alive for FaZe, makes a hero play. That won't show up on the scoreboard, but it saves the flag stand for the side of FaZe Clan.
2 dead here for Optic. FaZe have controlled their base well enough now to flush them out. Trippy with that QT managed to get out, and Snakebite might be finding that out himself. A little bit of help starting to come in. I like this reposition here. He's trying to be aggressive here with this QT. It's going to be expiring now, so he's not going to be able to return to top middle. It looks like FaZe Clan might have forgotten about Trippy.
Worth mentioning just how impressive the QT usage has been as Trippy scans the back of the base. You saw Lucid in that last game as well, and compared to mid-season, the QT usage has just been min-maxed so well. Royal 2 with great shots from the high gen. But you think back to just how instrumental that QT was in Lucid's sprees in the Game 2 Slayer, and to think that he had a spree of 9 as part of that QT run. Keep an eye on that QT without a doubt throughout the rest of the game.
APG been a nuisance right now for FaZe. He's just managed to overextend into the base. And now it's about, do we go forward, do we go back for APG? Well, APG gave away his position and he was taken down by Renegade. Optic find themselves 3 in the death screen. This is a huge opportunity to move this flag for FaZe.
Trippy was your last player alive. He's going to push back towards spawning teammates. Royal 2 presumably going to look for a kill here if he can. He does, and that's a big one. 3 dead. Formal is your last player alive. Formal gets the stop. What can he do? He's down. 4 down for Optic Gaming. This flag should go for FaZe.
All Optic can do right now is watch this flag be run home. Lucid comes off the spawn, but Frosty's already back in his base. This is why it's one of FaZe's best game types. They get that first flag on the board, and there's life in FaZe.
Worth noting here that Optic Gaming was able to hold FaZe scoreless off of the opening 6 minutes, 15 seconds. Not easily done against a team that's 10-0 in this game type. However, FaZe now with even more control from top mid.
I mean, look at the control they have. All of Optic are just trapped in the base. Renegade's going in with the QT. Can't quite pop it in time. I kind of love the idea. If you could have got that flag out and QT'd away, then Optic are forced to overextend out of the base to try and return that flag. Frosty now left on his own, and I tell you what, defensively, Optic have done superbly well.
FaZe impressively, though, with that first flag in. They're 3 dead. Renegade is your last player alive. Should pick up 1. That's a double kill. Now a 1v1 momentarily against the APG.
Yeah, APG's just come off spawn. The flag does go back.
Oh, boy.
Lucian finds out the Renegade can shoot pretty well. As Optic still find themselves 2 in the death screen. It's been complete control for the last minute or so from FaZe.
It really has. It's been a fantastic minute, and maybe even the last 3 minutes here from FaZe as they bring that flag in. Not only that, but they're also outslaying right now 48-40. Keep in mind, the last time we checked in on the slaying total, it was Optic outslaying by 2. So FaZe just completely dominating here. And they know, even though it's 1-0 here in Aquarius CTF, which is very low scoring for this game type, they know all it takes is 1 flag to win.
Heatwave as well here. Optic pinned in their base. Formal going to be trying to push out. Not going to be able to do so. The fade away again for the killing spree. As Optic just cannot get numbers on the map at the moment. It has been stifling. Map control coming in from FaZe.
Killing spree, as you said, for Renegade. Finally, he's taken down. It was 3 dead for FaZe, though. Can Optic Gaming answer back here?
Finally, Optic get a flag moving. And even though it's been a very dominant period of slays for FaZe Clan, it only takes 1 run for Optic to get back into this game. Snakebite's last alive now for FaZe. Formal's trying to move in. He spotted him out. He's got a heat wave as well. APG needs to buy time. Just needs to buy enough time. Snakebite, though, gets a beat down, and Formal cannot run this flag yet.
Snakebite also gets a kill on APG there. He had to win a 1v1, and he had to get that damage as well on Formal. It's another hero play from Snakebite as the last player alive to keep FaZe in this. Keep an eye on the flag re. Royal 2's already there. That flag's going to go back home. And what a play yet again from Snakebite, who's 15-11.
Now Optic, with their opportunity taken away from them, stolen away from them, have to think about holding their side. APG gets traded out in the gen. FaZe keeping this pressure up. Frosty with another. Royal 2 going to be stuck behind himself. As now Formal with that kill will allow Optic to move up the map. Formal just has a look in the way he's moving on this map at the moment that he wants to get inside that base. Going to challenge Renegade, but cut down by Frosty, who was just playing that position inside of the window.
Really important wins there from bottom middle. Formal, he was about to get right into the base. However, the spawners, as well as the work in courtyard from FaZe Clan, will keep them here with a 1-0 lead, and the flag still on the stand. 2:45 left.
I mean, can we talk about how close these teams are? We've already seen it, but it's 1-0 with just 2 minutes left. Nothing between the two. It's a moment of brilliance or a mistake, usually, that separates the two.
And you have to wonder just how much pressure FaZe is feeling here with 2:30 left on the clock. And with flags starting to get pulled off the stand. Let's get Joel listening with FaZe Clan.
Oh, NRP.
Soppy, where? Is a call? Kill me.
Our engine in top B.
Top to us. Going up forward. Flag guys weak, car 1. Another one, Arven.
He's gonna pull flag in a second.
Another one bottom edge right next to you.
Yeah, live John.
I'm spawning in a second. I'm coming. Where? Our front base. Can we get re? It's 2 on 2. Yeah, shoot it. Nice. RP.
He's going top B. He went top B. Guys, pull the flag. Pull the flag in their base.
Con guy weak. His wave as well. Lucid.
Their engine.
He's on the heady. One shot. One it's still. One at the heady.
RP weak. He is con TP.
Con back to you. They're kind of making plays, boys. Front base. I'm here, John. I'm here. Our front, I don't know any way.
Our stream.
Guys, I'm at their base.
I'm here.
I'm here. And our flag pulling. Our stream.
Our flag.
Two dead. Our flag, one shot.
And PJ, they're front base or something.
Inside bottom.
He's our front base.
Let's go, PJ. Let's go. I'm gonna flag is one. Flag. You just 3.
Gonna be another one. Nice.
Play kills, PJ. Play kills hard. Hard.
I want to top you.
Watch out the peak. Watch out.
Nice. Yo, they're injured, PJ. Can you kill this guy? On the pistol.
Every.
The
Run. Spawn call.
1 minute left in this game. Optic 2 dead, and the flag moving again here for FaZe. Snakebite has got it all the way back. Tricky was last alive. The spawn comes in on the gen. They have to be careful.
Snakebite wisely stays alive there. He needed to prioritize his life over the flag touch. They're going to look for more kills here on the gen side, and they will get them. 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
This is going to be the second flag going in, you would imagine. Last 2 players alive, desperate from P1 though, but surely it's just a matter of time till FaZe come off the respawn and can get that home. Frosty with the touch. And maybe a little bit more heavy lifting than we expected in this situation.
What does Lucid do here? Lucid gets taken down. Lucid was the player high gen. He was the big threat. APG now is your last player alive, and he's a spawner.
Renegade going to try and force this one home and should be able to do so. With that second flag, FaZe Clan are back in this series. There's 10 seconds left, and as good as Optic are, you can't see them getting back-to-back caps in that time. That's such an important game, this, for FaZe, and they will, with 2 seconds remaining, be back in this series.
FaZe Clan will remain undefeated, 11-0 in Aquarius CTF, and as we said, they win the game type when they wanted to perhaps win it the most, more than any other time in the series here in your Halo World Championship Grand Finals. In the end, they outplay Optic Gaming 84-70.
The amount of respect that FaZe actually showed Optic in this game was something that really stood out to me, right? They were never going to pull that flag until they felt comfortable doing so. That meant excess slays. That meant making sure there was 3, 4 dead every single time, because they know how good Optic are at looking for counter-cap opportunities. By the way, the flag standoff at the start of this game, it was so fun to watch as a competitive Halo fan. You were just waiting for someone to create something, to make a play, and it was Royal 2 who made that play to send it back home.
These teams have just delivered time and time again, season after season. FaZe versus Optic Gaming, it's a series that never disappoints, and it's only fitting that we have these two here in your grand final once again. And as you say, Mark, the opening to this game, to be honest, the entirety of the game, the flag goes in right at the 550 mark, right at the midway. And it took a whole game for the second one to go in as well. Renegade puts the Air Jordans on for the 360 style points, brings the flag in. And one thing you have to respect from the side of FaZe, and you heard it during the listen-in, is consistent calls, both from Frosty and Royal 1, to say, let's pull a flag, right? As you always talk about, so rightly so, Mark, as you take a look at the series layout here, Optic leading 2-1. So important to be the aggressors in CTF. That's exactly what they did.
Get that flag out, cause a problem. If it's in the courtyard, someone's got to jump out into the open and try and send it back home. Optic finally taste their own blood in this series, as FaZe will strike with their first game. It's 2-1 now, and how different does that sound to 2-0, right? As we head into game number 4. Strongholds on live fire. I mean, this one's going to be ridiculous.
Look how narrow it's been.
Such a perfect game time, right?
1 round separating them in Oddball. 2 kills yet again, separating them in Slayer. And it's just 2 flags that determined the game in game number 3. As we said, and we always knew going in, it would be a game of margins, not just on the scoreboard, but with the individual battles between these players. 8 of the best in the world going head-to-head. Speaking of, let's take a look at Formal and Frosty.
These are the Slayers for each respective team in Strongholds. KDs, you can see them on your screens, kills per game, damage difference, and looks like Frosty gets in and out a little bit more, takes a little bit of damage on his way to getting those kills, but Formal has been very impressive, as we know, throughout Strongholds games that we've watched so far. But I think this is very interesting, because there's a story to this game type, right? And I want to talk about this on the FaZe side. They kept losing to Quadrant on it, and it got to the point where they were happy to get 160, 200 points on the board every time they matched up. Snakebite said to us after one of those games, he was like, oh, pretty happy with that, actually. Yeah. To the point now where they have found themselves in a position where they think they've mastered it. They've put that work in. The question is, have Optic put the same work in as FaZe Clan to take this away from them?
Here we go then, everything to play for. Does your grand final at the end of this game become 3-1 for Optic Gaming, or will we be tied up at 2-2? The opening slays go the way of Optic Gaming. See if they can make a push off the back of it.
Lucy gets that sniper rifle as well. Rule 2 will get a kill. It's a heat wave, and that's certainly going to chunk. 3 dead for Optic momentarily. Trippy, he's going to be weak as well. Renegade trying to play around that OS. The Shroud goes down beautifully as well. FaZe Shroud off the cut so no one can challenge, and this is early pressure for Optic to have to overcome. They're 2 dead. And look at Snakebite. He is holding forward. He wants to kill everyone, including Formal.
Fearless here. He gets the help as well. Renegade with a perfectly timed push on the big door. And you look at the fire in Snakebite's eyes in his player cam here. You have to think that game number 3 fired them up.
And look at the Frosty was already in position to contest A as well. 2 kills again for Optic Gaming. It's still pressure coming in from FaZe. They want this trip cap, and they're going to get it.
Lucid narrowly gets those bullets into Nest to win that 1v1. Snakebite's the first to fall, Royal 2 as well. Kills will be traded out with APG.
So Optic get a foothold for now, but you can see the game plan for FaZe. They want to put the pressure onto Optic. They want to keep flying at them. Look for those trades in and around those strongholds that they control. And it's something we were talking about that Quadrant do so well, right? They're so good. If they control a stronghold, to trading inside of it, it means you have to take that extra few seconds to jump back into a stronghold off of respawn to convert, and then you've got to fight again.
Such an important part of the gameplay that we'll keep a very, very close eye on, as you say. FaZe already 1/5 of the way done in the game, leading 51-17. They're also outslaying just by a bit. It's 13-11.
Snakebite playing a little bit of whack-a-mole there. He was cosplaying as the mole. Lucid is the man who has the mallet in his hands. Optic making the play onto A though. And Optic finally seem like they've got a little bit of control. Overshield coming up as well, but the 2 kills going down. Formal's going to have some heavy lifting to do with this OS in his hands. Heatwave coming up, and it looks like the play call from Optic is to play for that weapon.
It was a very important grab there. They were 2 dead. Formal needed to grab that overshield if he had it. First of all, you also see they lose APG as well, so he is the last player alive, technically, though he does have spawners here. They needed this overshield. He narrowly avoids the green gun twice and stays alive.
How many times do we see that green gun connect with an overshield, rip those shields off, and all of a sudden the OS is completely negated? Well, this time it doesn't connect. And FaZe, now they're under pressure themselves. AB is in the control of Optic Gaming, and FaZe Clan finding themselves 3 dead and under pressure now.
Trying to get your first spawner. How does Formal approach this? He's going to check back tower. This will be a big 1v1 as well. That was your first spawner. They will keep FaZe on the respawn cycle, and just like that, Optic Gaming is back in the game. It was just 51-3, now 65-33.
Strong challenge coming out from Royal 2 there. Sniper rifle coming up top middle as well, and that certainly can help you with a 2-cap setup, let alone a triple cap. Royal 2 with a slide, no trade though for him. Formal might be able to turn 2, but Renegade will clean things up with that sniper rifle. It's a double kill for him, and off the back of it, Optic find themselves 3 dead, and it's going to be a trip cap here momentarily for FaZe.
And Lucid was your first spawner as well. That's going to give them a clear trip cap here, the first of the game. 74-41. FaZe starts to pull away yet again.
Optic allowed to cap A. Not enough map pressure from FaZe, not enough damage done to try and collapse and keep that triple cap in their hands. Renegade being a good teammate, overlooking Snakebite. Renegade says to Formal, I prefer you not to cap this stronghold. Just shoves him out with that repulse for a few seconds.
Buys just a bit extra time, as you say. B eventually is going to flip, so that means Optic Gaming will be scoring, but not before. Nice distance here from Renegade to just be the Guardian Angel, as it says on the screen.
Formal's been such a nuisance here, and finally, will be sent off the map and away from this fight. To be honest with you, it was like Renegade kind of swatting a flyaway that was just bugging him in and around that tower.
How rare of a mind the gap angle is that? All the way from the ramp, all the way off. Formal on the unlucky receiving end of that. Pings going down. Royal 2, though, most importantly. They find themselves with a 3-man advantage. That was 3 dead. They're going to get Sniper over Shield and will continue scoring. And here comes the push to C.
Immediate pressure on the respawners as well. Trippy will fall as another player in the nest that Royal 2 is trying to hunt down with this overshield. APG and Lucid working together. APG will be traded out, but they want the triple cap here. Lucid tries to fly around the corner. He has the green gun and the repulse, and Lucid will not win the fight as Royal 2 trusts that battle rifle like he had so many times before.
He's going to also finish on B here. The pressure will come in, but Royal 2 plays it so well to ensure that FaZe continues scoring. Renegade's already 13-4, by the way, and Royal 2 is 12-6. These are the 2 Slayers that we talked about. And surprise, surprise, they're popping off here in game number 4.
APG with the first pick, Formal with the second. Snakebite answers back. The game wants to try and finish off that damage, but can't. Gets baited out just a little bit too hungry for that kill. And Optic with some great teamwork again. Keep themselves alive and manage to flip B. But look at FaZe, out-rotating here at A. And even though Optic are going to play for C, Snakebite's going to be able to take this fight at B with a Heatwave.
Let's see, he's getting Pillar Challenge, though, from Formal, which is a really important angle. However, the spawner is certainly going to help them as they push out a big door.
APG now left to defend it on his own. And like I mentioned, taking this battle with a Heatwave usually gives you the advantage, and even though APG does an amazing job to get that kill, eventually with Optic 2 dead, FaZe will be able to retake B and C as well.
Renegade now going to make that push as well. Like I said, still a 2-man advantage. Renegade's going to need to go here. Trippy starts at A. He has Lucid's help as well, so they need to be careful with how they play this.
Trippy will be taken down. Lucid now last alive, and now it's time to try and triple cap. Lucid's trying to be sneaky, trying to be obnoxious, and hopefully buys himself enough time to survive and get his teammates back on the map, but Renegade is having none of it. FaZe Clan looking for the triple cap once again. They are starting to run away with this.
And with another clean wipe and perfect play and another overshield, FaZe Clan looks to be firing on all cylinders. Let's get to a listen with FaZe Clan.
Here, I'm looking back. Inside.
I'm sliding at this person.
Yo, John, can you look up?
I got cap.
Yeah,
Can you get cap? Can you get cap?
Yeah, I got a PJ. Just go.
Actually, we're just gonna hold.
John, I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
A-plot.
Yeah, we're holding. 25 PJ? Big door near me. Yeah, I have big door. Nothing big door. Look pillars. I'm watching pillars. Yeah, bro. I think they're gonna hit. Right. Repulsor. Repulsor. A-pot weak.
Yo, big door. They're gonna come up, Angel. They're gonna come up.
The one inside kick Trippy.
They're gonna hit me. They're gonna hit Big door.
Pillar's coming. Two pillars, man.
Weak down. Training week. Three down. The other one's one at back B. Training and two back B. Waste ammo.
Pillar's on you.
Yeah, make sure snipe goes off, John. Nice shot.
Hey, I'm here, PJ. He's one shot. Yo, go play, guys. Play.
He was like in like 5 guys. They're gonna be a 5 guys.
Are you play? He's on jail. Trippy jail.
Yo, if anyone can check Heatwave, it's up.
Yeah, they haven't got C. Can we go B?
Yeah,
Matt, come in. All three of us.
I think Heatwave is up as well, guys. Oh, bottom end, he has Heatwave going pillars.
Right here.
One pillars. Nice. Back B with repulsor, inside repulsor. Two.
He's inside. He's back. Blue's also. Hey, would you want it back B?
I got caps.
Good cap.
Make a new play.
New play.
We know where Heatwave guys is?
It was down.
Training.
We're getting this.
Alright.
I'm gonna go big door, guys.
No, two bottom mid. They're weak. Yeah, they're going pillars.
Cozy. Yeah, I'm gonna clear your mud.
Nothing much. I can cap Matt.
OS,
guys. I want OS.
One hit big, and then the other one's capping. We should go for early, guys.
This guy was in A somewhere. I can double cut.
He's going key door.
100%
one key door.
Key go do it, Brett. Go do it. We'll be in 5. Let's go. One key. I'm gonna try to just go. I stuck one. One in on it. They're gonna get it. We're good.
We can get me.
They're gonna push EC with us.
One tower, John.
Combo.
Yeah, try to get combo.
I saw. Yo, there's one again.
Optic get the next overshield. There could be a real opportunity for them to turn this game around. They have the heat wave as well. And now the phase comms, maybe it's time for Optic to start having their say in this game that we have in front of us.
Let's see what they can do. Lucid now, still working here on C3, dead. Frosty's your last player alive here. The 2v1 with Lucid and Formal.
Frosty wins that battle though, and it's so important because he keeps B in the control of phase. Now they can take A off the rotation, and that one win has completely kept FaZe in control of this map. AB still the hold. 3v3 on the map right now, as Formal's probably thinking about A.
When you talk about the scoreline here, still 185 to 102. How much momentum did FaZe take from that Aquarius CCF? You could argue the perfectly positioned game type for them to get back into series, not just on the scoreboard, but also in terms of momentum and energy as well.
Just a shout out, by the way, Renegade, he's 21 and 11 in this game. Absolutely ridiculous stat line, but you're gonna have to make sure that that stat line turns into a win. Optic now making their play onto B. 3 dead here. Snakebite last alive here for FaZe.
One thing we got to hear during the listening, which was fantastic, was Renegade making the play call for things like Victor. Let's go all 3, let's go right now. Or even times when they needed to reset, saying new play, wait for each other. Really good communication and coordination has given them this 100-point lead.
Renegade with a win bottom middle. And now maybe a different play call coming in as well. They've got a little bit more freedom to decide if it's going to be C or B. A kill does get traded out though, which means it's going to be a 3v3. But Royal 2 causing a distraction here. Should, let's say should, allow Snakebite to uncontested take B, because Optic, they're going to play for A.
You saw Formal was the man who it's a base trade. Formal coming all the way around here. However, FaZe now going to respond to that base trade. They're going to get to C right after Optic gets to A as well. Here's the 1v1.
Should be able to get C, but now there's a player on the cusp, but here comes Snakebite. He'll take 2 to the grave with him. The overshield has just come up as well. If FaZe get this, then oh my word, they might be close, but Trippy has something to say about it.
It was a 2v2, now Renegade's your last player alive. After Trippy hits the brainer on Frosty on Sandbags, Trippy will be able to flip, presumably, and he also has Heatwave and Repulsor as well, to not just secure B, but push out to A as well.
He's gonna get reset. See, they just almost a slither away from getting themselves, but a double cap will have to do here, but look at the power that Trippy has in his hands. Heatwave, Sniper, Repulse. But Frosty, he's got the moves and he's got the shot with the barrel rifle to match him. Oh my God! Trippy puts it to use though.
What a reversal here. Trippy somehow stays alive in a very, very difficult scenario. However, it's FaZe that at back B gets the last laugh. Clear it out by Snakebite. He'll grab the Repulse, he'll grab the Snipe as well.
Royal 2 already on the flank and tower. They use the ammo up. There's 4 repulses here, by the way, for Snakebite to play with. 2 dead for Optic. And FaZe now looking for a triple cap. It will be a triple cap. APG is last alive. And although the start of this series was looking all FaZe, Optic, I should say, excuse me, FaZe are coming back into this one. And if they win this fight, they should win this game.
Snakebite gloves off. He comes back to B with 2 tap at the Heatwave as well. He gets the clean B reset. And at 241, FaZe will continue scoring.
From 2-0 down to potentially tying this series up at 2-2. FaZe will do it.
We got a series on our hands, everyone. By the way, Andy and I just looked at each other and went, hey, surprise? No.
No surprises, but all smiles here in Seattle. And I think we've got what we came for. It's 2-2 between Optic and FaZe. And let's not forget, in this total elapsed time, we could have seen Optic Gaming hoisting their second consecutive World Championship trophy in a row. However, instead, that trophy stands right on your screen at the front of the stage, and we are all tied up at 2-2 in your first best of 7.
There are your stats. And I mentioned Renegade, 25 and 16 for him. A fantastic game from the Demon. But it's interesting you talk about that Halo World Championship trophy, right? Because let me tell you, it doesn't move on that stage. It stays in the same place. But depending on how the last game went, it feels a little bit closer or further away, depending if you come out on top or if you're the team who loses it. For Optic, I think 2 games ago, it felt quite close.
Yeah,
but now,
maybe within reach,
moved away a little bit further.
It certainly has. Maybe feels a bit more equidistant from both sides. By the way, as we take a look at some highlights, FaZe Clan will outslay in that game 75-61, and they show up when they needed to in game number 4.
Always looked like FaZe Clan were just one step ahead of Optic, and obviously that's going to be helped by the Slaves, but I think they just had a little bit better understanding on how they wanted to approach that game type, right? They were happy to give up a stronghold to try and out-rotate another. And most of the time in that game, you never really felt that Optic were going to get more than a 2-cap. They had a momentary triple cap, but a couple of kills came in that slowed that down almost immediately. But FaZe just felt they were always on, pushing for a triple cap instead of holding the 2. And with the numbers consistently in their favor with those stats that you just mentioned, it's no surprise to see them take it 250 to 147.
Also worth noting, take a look at Optic's 2 wins here. They're a bit more narrow than FaZe's most recent 2 games, which were a bit more convincing, not just on the scoreboard, but in terms of overall gameplay as well. Needs to be taken into account when we think about things like momentum with these 2 teams. Yes, it's 2-2, but I think everyone in the building and everyone at home would agree that right now that momentum lies with the FaZe Clan as we head into game number 5.
Game number 5, Recharge Slayer. Very interesting game type as well, because this has been one that's been a pretty good Slayer for FaZe. We talked about Solitude Slayer being the Optic Gaming game type. Well, Recharge Slayer historically, you can remember some pretty big moments for FaZe. Royal 2 on your screen. One of the, I would say, most iconic clips came against Formal, as Formal jumped up with that camo.
That's right.
And found out that Royal 2 had a shock rifle.
I think an important stat to talk about too is the man on your screen, Lucid. We saw him in the last Slayer go 18-9 with 9 kills towards the end of the game. We have to look back to yesterday as well. Lucid was the only player across their 2 Slayers against FaZe Clan to go positive. Optic Gaming in Slayers has been relying on Lucid, which is fine as long as the wins are on the board. But the question is, how long can you rely on Lucid to go double positive in your Slayers? See if he can do it again.
Series is on a knife edge. And there's a silence, a hush in the room here as well in Seattle. I think everyone can feel it. They know how important this next game is. If it goes the way of FaZe, it will be 3 games consecutively, which will put them a little bit closer to resetting that bracket. But for Optic, they need to reset things, and they need to try and answer back, because FaZe look like they've just gathered some momentum here.
They really do, as we get ready for Recharge. And it feels like this grand final is already fitting of a world championship. I think as Optic started to gain momentum, everyone in the room's thinking, is this gonna be over as quick as we think?
Early dinner reservation.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe Clan says not so fast, and I think a lot of that comes down to the work that FaZe has done, not just over the last year, but specifically over the past 6 weeks since the last LAN championship, undoubtedly putting in the hours to prepare for this exact moment. Here is some stats on your screen through your first 4 maps of the series. Let's take a look at how things have played out.
I think the outstanding story really is, no surprise, FaZe Clan outslaying their opponents. Only Trippy in the positive for Optic Gaming. I would have liked to see the stats after 2 games. They might look very, very different. And I think that last game that we just saw really does influence how heavily those stats have just swung back in the way of FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said earlier, this stat is actually a really nice parallel to what we discussed with the actual games and how they've played out in terms of overall score lines. Yes, it's 2-2, but as you see, FaZe is the team here with several of the positive KDs on your screen. We're going straight into the gameplay here in your game number 5 Slayer. This will be the go-ahead game. The team that wins this one will be 1 game away from winning the series.
Well, it's a big game. And we start off with the POV of big game Trip. He's got that camo early on. We'll be able to take down Renegade. Easy kill for him. Shock rifle's going to be up as well. And he should be able to lock this one down. Beautiful shot to take down Snakebite, and Royal 2, he knows his angles.
Oh boy, a dangerous peek, and he knows it. You talk about big game Trip, and Trippy has been unbelievable in Slayers this year. It seems that he just hits a different level, not just this season, but specifically in Slayers, so often with enormous stat lines all year long. Can he do it again here in game number 5? Shock rifle in hand, tied up 2-2.
Well, I can guarantee you this game isn't going to be a fast-paced one. It's going to be slow-paced for every shot that is taken. He's going to swing the momentum one way or the other. And the pressure on your shoulders if you are the player that is holding this shock rifle in your hands, it's pretty difficult to recreate it unless you're sat in a chair in the grand finals of the Halo World Championships.
Mark, you put it perfectly. There is a hush over this room, not just on your main stage, but throughout the entire venue. Sold out crowd, by the way, here at the Halo World Championship. And everyone very, very tentatively on the edge of their seat, seeing how this might play out. As you said, only 2 kills on the board, but it only took 1 to blow things wide open for Optic Gaming.
Will Optic push off the back of it? That's the question, right? They get those kills, and now they're going to try and flood. They have the information of where the last 2 players from FaZe are. Trippy trying to anchor, Frosty going to give away his position, but now the flank of the reach ball comes in. Trippy has to be careful.
He's thinking about playing the shock. He has to play the shock. 4 dead for Optic Gaming, and FaZe answer back. Despite finding themselves 2 dead and on the verge of being pushed, they dig deep, and they force the play of the shock. So that rifle will no longer be in play, and they lead by 2.
Camo coming up as well. Royal 2, or a plasma pistol just playing behind the crates. Nobody made a move on the camo quite yet, but Lucy's going to get that kill, and that's going to open the map. Trippy has, for the 2nd time in the game, now found himself the camouflage. Question is he going to try and play for a weapon, or is he going to try and play for some trades? Did he get stuck? Ooh, it was a little bit spoopy, but he got away with things.
Whoa.
Trippy, it's Neo! This is not Trippy anymore, it's Neo!
Speaking of spooky, 3 plasma nades and 3 of them avoided, and then very Matrix-esque, as you say. Trippy trying to stay alive, but he gets forced out.
Has he done enough damage for Lucy to hit this flank? And now he comes back. Snakebite stays alive. Frosty there to support him.
Oh boy,
Lucy comes in now, though, gets 1. He's trying to clean up the damage, but with how tight the 2 players are playing, can't overextend and know that giving away that death is not going to be worth it. But at the end of it, Optic going to a lead. It's 10-9 in the favor of the green wall.
Man, just so nuanced there. Look at Lucid staying alive just long enough to do 1 more shot into Snakebite, which allows the trade at bottom tower. That's what we're talking about. It is a game of inches in every single engagement, and now, once again, it's tied up at 10.
Repulses Royal 2 back, as well as that grenade. But the bigger story here is I think the Renegade just got that shock rifle. You saw it pop up in the kill feed. Optic have FaZe trapped, though. FaZe are going to try to escape, and with the grapple, Renegade's going to take some space, but can he take some faces?
Damage on Trippy, however, not a headshot. Forced to retreat. Both teams happy to see how this one plays out for just another moment. Optic will get the opening kill from APG, though.
Renegade answers back. 1 headshot good enough. APG gets another one to keep that 1 kill advantage here in the hands of Optic. Lucid will take down Snakebite. APG learns where Renegade is, and even though the kills have been going the way of Optic, you've now got shock and camo in the hands of FaZe.
And how fitting. Trippy goes bottom middle. He says, usually when I'm down here, there's a camo. What's going on? Royal 2 had already snuck away with it, and this will be FaZe's first camo of the game. They're down by 1. Royal 2 able to make the play here. How does he do?
And look how tight Optic are playing right now, all playing next to each other. Formor does have a shock himself, though. So Royal 2 is very aware that if he makes a play right now, that he's going to be running into multiple Optic players, and Optic just waits it out.
They wait it out, and Royal 2 actually tries to bait with his frag there and hoping that a tower push would come to the camo, but Optic Gaming, like you said, they play perfectly tight. They bait out the camo, and FaZe is not able to use that camo to push at all. That will maintain the 2-kill Optic Gaming lead.
Snakebite should fully repulse, but he might have done it a little bit too early. Renegade on the flank though. Snakebite bought just enough time for Renegade to come in and get 2 kills. Royal 2 looking to move in and clean up some damage. Royal 2 somehow comes out of that situation with a double kill, and we have a tie game.
Ooh, big kills.
We need to watch a Royal 2 POV.
Yeah, Royal 2 and Snakebite.
He just ran out of shock ammo.
Long time duo picking up those 2 kills. Eventually he'll have a sidekick, and knowing him, he'll put on a show with that weapon as well. 6:38 left in the game, and 2 kills there from Royal 2 and Snakebite will give them a little bit of a lead here for the first time in several minutes of play.
Another example of how you have to make a huge play to get any advantage on the map at the moment. It was Royal 2 who flies in, cleans up 1, uses that shock rifle, crunches another kill. And that's where the swing came in. 15 seconds till the camo comes up.
Formal was bottom middle. He actually hits a very nice drop slide that needed to off of the camo boxes to retreat to stacks. He actually gets punished though. Renegade decides to wrap that. And in the trades, it's going to be FaZe that wins the battle in a 2v1 battle, bringing us now to 21-18, a 3-kill lead.
Lucid trying to make a move for that camo. Does pick it up. And it looks like FaZe are happy to let Optic have that and not trade out a kill for it. However, Renegade will go down. So now there's a chance for Optic to get back into this. They have momentary 4v3 on the map, and they have Lucid on the prowl.
They've kept Lucid here to 4 and 3. Low numbers by his standards. Ping's going down. Doesn't want to waste the camo, just giving the info here. Lucid with the game in his hands, but not much camo left.
And FaZe doing exactly what Optic did a few moments ago, trying to play close, trying to make sure they can trade. But look at Optic, they're trying to isolate the 2. The only problem is, one of those 2 players was Royal 2. He gets the kill, Renegade gets another, Optic fall apart on the push. And even though APG is trying to clean up the pieces, it's FaZe that holds strong. It is brilliance from FaZe.
It's a very interesting timing push there. The reason that Lucid does that with the camo is he grapples across to heaven to avoid the pipe sideline. If everything else in the Optic push works out, that's a great play because all of a sudden he has an unbelievable vantage point on the rest of Elevator. However, as his teammates fall, the whole push crumbles and it leads to a 5-kill lead here for FaZe Clan at the midpoint.
Could be extended as well because Frosty has this shock rifle in his hand. You can see he's trying to play some angles, trying to find some bodies. He's going to spy out APG. Does he get the stick? Doesn't need to, because Lucid will peek and Frosty will accept.
Should be cleaning up this one as well. 2 dead for Optic, and now what was a 5-kill lead extends to 7. You get the feeling that FaZe's momentum has continued here into game 5 as well, with 4:23 left on the clock.
7 kills the advantage, but just remember, it's around a 7-kill advantage in game number 2, if I'm not mistaken, that was in the favor of FaZe, and they threw that game away. So Optic will keep that in the memory. It's the recent memory as well, knowing that they can make these comebacks.
Things have slowed down to a crawl. You get the feeling that Optic knows just how much is on the line here. Only about 30 minutes ago, they were leading by 2 in the grand final. And how much things have changed. They don't want to throw this game away as well. 2 more kills for FaZe.
Frosty going to reach out as well onto Trippy. He wants this, but can't connect with the head. Royal 2 will be there to clean up some damage though, and he gets the camo for FaZe. Almost more important for him to get the camo and keep it out of the hands of Optic than it is to do anything with it himself. 24 kills for Optic. The lead still heavily in the favor of FaZe though.
Plenty of time here in the end for a team like Optic Gaming to bring it back. The question is, can they do it against FaZe's current momentum and composure? Looking too strong. 3 players in tunnel, this is dangerous.
It's a repulse battle at the moment. This is like something out of Star Wars, but Lucid surviving for now, as is Renegade. Renegade flies in! It's 3 dead for Optic though, and Snakebite gets the final. Optic fall on their push. They had to make the play, Andy. They had to try and force the pace, and FaZe once again just hold strong in their setup.
And what a sequence of events for FaZe. Whenever you see Optic Gaming with 3 players in repulsor tunnel having to push with their backs turned, you know things are bad for Optic Gaming, and FaZe has pinched them in the perfect way. 36-28 now after several sequences of 4 dead. Here comes the Optic push.
Frosty's good. He's going to try and get out there. He does have the grapple if he wants to try and escape a little bit quicker. Renegade will get a trade. But you can see now, with the way the game is formulated, Optic are just being forced to push. They're down by such a margin. With only 2.5 minutes left, they have to keep trying to push the pace. They have to keep trying to make FaZe fall into a 3 or 4 dead situation where they can cycle them, and it's so tough against a team that's so talented and has a player like Frosty with a shot in his hand too.
And FaZe is doing so well on what we talked about earlier in the series. You cannot give Optic repeated opportunities to bring the game back, because as we saw earlier in the series, even if they're down by 10 slays, they will come back, they will bring it back. FaZe has been so disciplined in getting the first kill, the first pick every single time here.
10 kill advantage. Camo is coming up, and maybe this is the last roll of the dice. It's going to be Formal who gets it. Renegade, though, once again in the kill feed, just working around the Camo. And before they can even make a play, Formal's going to be there.
Formal going to be wondering what on earth might have happened there, but it looked like it would have been a free 2.
Formal around 2,000 people, everyone watching at home, but it's not going to count. And maybe that is a sign of things going well for FaZe. Renegade with a double. Making a triple! Renegade trying to close this one out in style here. It's 4 to go here for FaZe.
Only 4 to go, 46-34, 1 minute left, and as you said, Formal with the camo play, hoping something might happen. Instead, disasters in the long haul. Melee doesn't connect there.
1 minute remaining.
59 seconds on the clock here with 46-34, really just a bit of a formality with FaZe.
I think the one thing you can maybe say that will bring some sort of comfort is that the lead for FaZe was such that even with the double kill, it may not have influenced that game this game too much. Optic making a little bit of a late game rally though. However, it looks like unfortunately we're going to have to wait for a resolution to that game. Snakebite's game, unfortunately, looks like it might have just needs to restart at the wrong time.
Okay, interesting, and we're going to have, of course, the admins under review at exactly where that will start. Looks like at the time of the reset, both teams were around, of course, different stages of the 40s. We'll have to get word from our station referees at exactly where both teams were at the time of the issue on the main stage, and exactly what the remake conditions will be.
Still interested to actually go and find out how we do this. We were talking a little bit earlier, abacuses.
We think a few, yeah, I don't even know what the plural, I don't even know what the plural of abacus is.
Abaci.
Abaci sounded right.
I was worried about saying that because that could mean something I don't know what it means.
I just didn't want to say it on broadcast. They're using mathematical tools that they don't let you and I touch, which for good reason, and we don't do any of the numbers work. That'll all be done backstage, whether it's pen and paper or quantum computers. We're not exactly sure how the work is done for the game remake conditions, but I think all of us in the room wondering exactly where the score will be, and probably no one more so than the 10 folks on stage each side, 4 players and a coach per side, wondering exactly where and how this game will start in terms of score.
We'll find out as soon as we do. We'll, of course, let everybody who's here in the arena and at home know, but I think the biggest story here, Andy, is FaZe, right? What a comeback this has been. They are looking like they're on the precipice of taking the lead in this series and teaching Optic what it feels like to receive the reverse sweep. Yes, there's still a little bit of work to do. This is a best of 7, not the best of 5 that we've been playing previously. But losing 3 in a row after being up by 2 is going to hurt.
It really will, and how different this series looks. I think when we saw exactly what Optic Gaming was doing, not just this weekend, but also how they came into this grand final. Looked like they might have not even looked back after 4 games. However, as we said, FaZe had prepared for this moment for quite some time, and the work would have been done to know that when their backs were against the wall, they would need to dig deep. They win the next 2, and after just about all of a recharged Slayer, are poised to go up in this series.
Well, an update for everybody who's watching. Some sportsmanship actually coming in from the side of Optic Gaming. They're going to forfeit that game. They knew that they weren't going to win that one. They thought that one was done and dusted. So it will be FaZe Clan credited with the win in that game. And I've got to say, a hats off to Optic Gaming for that decision. A lot of teams would not have made that. But it does allow them to refocus. It does allow them to think about this next game. So FaZe Clan do indeed go up 3-2.
Indeed. And looks like it was before we saw the game end, it was right around 40-30, so it was a pretty convincing lead that was coming in from FaZe. In the end, it might have been even more points on the board in terms of when the actual game was restarted. Regardless, as you say, fantastic sportsmanship out of Optic Gaming, knowing that that one had been rightfully won by FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan, as you say, takes the lead 3-2. We'll take a look at some highlights from the game.
couple of moments in this one, and I think the one that started kind of tipping the scales in the favor of FaZe actually came from Royal 2. There was a double kill that happened in the elevator when the game was pretty close that just gave them the shots, that just gave them a lead. And from there was a few picks that came in that just gave an advantage over to FaZe. But Optic just, it felt like sometimes they were getting the first pick in team fights, Andy, but then FaZe would just flood, and they would manage to come out of it the better. This push that was formulated by Optic, though, you could see the idea, you could see everything was in place for it to work. The problem was FaZe are pretty good, and FaZe saw it coming.
And in the late game, here you go. This is where I think it was pretty close, 35-27, but in the end, 41-30, as we said, was the scoreline.
Oh, I think he actually, like, dropped on the box.
I think you're right. Melee'd
over the top of his head.
Exactly, yeah. Melee, much to the chagrin once again of a Halo 2 player. As that Melee sends him over the box. 41-30 was the score there. 47-41 will be your official score on paper for your final score of exactly when that game was ended. A 6-kill win, the biggest margin we've actually seen in a Slayer between the two in a very long time.
It had to give us a weird ending to get what is a weird score, essentially, for us. But I want to talk about the next game type, Andy, because we have King of the Hill Solitude, which is, I would say, a more of an Optic-based game type, based on the fact that they love that control-based game type. They love game types where they can set up around an objective. And if there's any game type you'd probably say Optic would want, it would be something like a King of the Hill against FaZe.
Certainly, I think we've always seen Optic gaming, not just this season, but in the World Championship as well, right? They prefer the methodical gameplay. They love to have a foothold. They love to be in a position to get that first pick. And I think the reason that FaZe is finding so much success in that last game is FaZe is always getting the first damage. They're getting the first kill. When Optic is not able to get that first pick, they really start to struggle. So I agree. I think they're going to look forward to being able to lock down the map, keep things controlled, focus on the comms.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing to highlight here as well is FaZe wait their way back to our main stage, which is a more difficult sentence than I thought it was to say, by the way. They're one game away now from resetting this bracket and giving us yet more Halo Infinite on our screens. And essentially sending us to a shootout of a series where it'll be the next series that will decide who is our Halo World Champions.
We always knew that if there was a team that was going to be able to potentially bracket reset Optic Gaming, it was always FaZe Clan. We've seen FaZe and Optic all year long, to be honest, for even longer than this season, of course. And FaZe Clan was the team that was poised to be able to do it if anyone could. And while that looked unlikely only about 45 minutes ago, the tables have undoubtedly turned. FaZe Clan now one game away from resetting your grand finals bracket into a second best of 7.
Or, of course, Optic can tie up this series at 3-3 and send us to a game 7. And how many times have we seen this? Every time we have seen a chat like this that Optic Gaming take, they come back to the stage and seem to have something different about them. Formal is at the head of the table right now. He is barking out the orders, and everyone else is listening.
I tell you what, you're seeing history written again. And very often when we see this, in just about 1 week's time, there's a mini documentary about exactly what was said, and it's quite often with Optic hoisting a trophy as well. We'll have to wait to see what was said backstage, but we will not have to wait to see what happens on the stage.
I was going to say, I'm not going to attempt to lip read, and luckily there wasn't enough of it to really make out what was being said, but I can imagine it's something along the lines of, we can't lose this next game, guys, otherwise you've got to play another series. Let's try and get it done right here, right now. Optic back on the main stage.
The ultimate test for both of these teams, and it goes without saying, two of the most resilient, if not the most resilient squads in the Halo Championship Series. We have seen them each time and time again, backs against the wall and finding a way to win. Each of them have 2 major LAN events wins this season, and we know that both teams, when pressed, when challenged, can do the impossible. Question is, can Optic Gaming send us to a game 7 here?
Well, let's not forget, the Halo World Championship Grand Final has a funny habit of having bracket reset.
It does.
And of course, the same happened last year with SSG, and it was Optic Gaming who managed to see that off in that second best of 7 and win the Halo World Championships. Well, a long way to go before we talk about that. King of the Hill head-to-head in front of you. That's going to be our next game type on Solitude once more. The Slayer was won by Optic, remember, in the most ridiculous and hectic ending that you can possibly imagine. But the fact that Optic are 4-0 here at the Halo World Championships on King of the Hill must be some sort of comfort after a very rocky 3 games.
It does set us up wonderfully here, and it feels like whenever we have a next game type to look forward to, and you're wondering if the series might be tied, we get a stats card from the fantastic team in the back, who lets us know that yes, indeed, the team that is down by 1 game does have a winning record and an undefeated record on this game type at the Halo World Championships. Optic Gaming, as you say, is going to be looking to that 4-0 record and looking to add to it in your first best of 7.
That's how it looks right now. And it's crazy how about an hour's worth of gameplay can change everything, right? We were probably thinking it's gonna be a quick evening. Optic looking like they're going back to back, looking like they want a second Halo World Championships. Well, that certainly hasn't changed that sentence, but now it's a more arduous road in front of them. And it's down to the 4 guys sat across from them. FaZe Clan, the experience that these players have. This never say die attitude, and also maybe a little bit of a willingness to play the bad guy at times. Well, enough time for talk. It's time for some guns to start firing. A massive game in the context of the Halo World Championships. Solitude King of the Hill. If it goes the way of FaZe, we reset the bracket and we go once more.
Last time we saw these 2 teams play this game type, Optic Gaming 4-0 in the King of the Hill match to bounce back in your series in the winners finals in a huge way. We'll see if they can do it again here and send the series the distance. We're underway.
On board with the demon himself. A couple of kills going to go the way of FaZe, and that's an opportunity for them to jump into this hill. Instead, he's going to try and challenge bottom middle. Trippy's there to support Formal, but Formal will be cleaned up as Frosty now moves towards that hill. Sniper rifle in the hands of FaZe as well, and we saw what Frosty could do with this weapon.
Trippy was your last player alive. He comes out a yard in the cafe. He's split. Notice that. We'll see if they can isolate the 1v1s here.
Double push coming in on those soda stairs. APG is going to jump up towards Cine and manages to survive for now. Renegade will get that first pick though. Renegade will be traded out by Lucid, and you can see that no team wants to step inside that vulnerable top middle hill until they have the slaves to go alongside it.
Staying alive on truck. Pressure is coming in here. Trippy was the first to fall. Formal falls yet again, so that will be continued man advantage here. 2-man advantage, 3-man advantage for FaZe.
Beautifully done by FaZe, and now Renegade says, I'm happy to step in that hill. Bit more of a chunk of a time going over to the side of FaZe, and now they're just looking for those spawns. Optic's still 2 dead, make it 1 dead. APG gonna poke. Frosty can't connect with that shot. All the second, they're narrowly missing, but missing they are.
And it's safe to say that FaZe has really continued where they left off in game number 3. It felt like, oh, it hits another one. It feels like they've been in control since game 3.
And that's the pressure shot, right? Because he misses 2, his teammates fall around him, and then the most difficult shot of them all, you would say, he has to hit and he hits it. That's what this game is about. That's how tight it is. Snakebite now steps inside of that objective. Trippy going to be challenging. Trippy could fall as well, but no, a big win here from Chippy on the snipe side.
Very big win. Needs to stay alive. He does have Lucius spawning truck as well. And that is going to turn the tide. Look at that. 1 battle, like we said. Keep an eye on these pivotal 1v1s. They will decide the series. They will decide the World Championship.
Royal 2 moving out. Frosty and Renegade get 2. Optic Gaming on the back foot. APG trapped on the snipe side. Royal 2 looking for him. The thrust is good, but the trade comes in from bottom middle. Formal was there, but he's nowhere near this hill. FaZe Clan completely controlling it and decide to overslay once more to make sure that Formal was not a problem.
Renegade drops down to try to help out. Trippy wins the battle, a key one against Snakebite. And just as quickly as we thought FaZe might be closing out the top middle first hill, they do find themselves 2 dead, make it 3 dead. 1 is a spawn recycled. Now Optic trying to stay alive on your first hill.
Trying to look a little bit desperate, this from Optic, moving towards that hill. Snakebite comes in for the help. 2 dead here for Optic once more. Renegade trying to survive. As Lucid will win his 1v1, but Frosty's there. APG moves out, and FaZe are 3 dead. Frosty last alive once more.
Let's see what Frosty does.
He wants his sniper rifle.
He's probably going to get away with it as well. And based on the timing, Optic needs to go now. They do. APG knew that Frosty was going to have respawning teammates around Snipe 1 and Snipe 2. It's a great push from APG. Eventually, they'll trade it out with Royal 2.
Beautiful shots coming in from Royal 2. The shots look pretty good from APG, but Royal 2's looked even better, and now FaZe move on that hill. Formal trying to control S3, and Trippy will get the kill on the hill to just stagnate that scoring once more, but look how close FaZe are. But Formal, he's found a sniper, and he's found the body and the toes of Frosty.
2v2 here. Snakebite gets in. Formal has to challenge.
Challenge he does. Body he does. He's got to be a one-man army right now, Formal. Everybody's pushing in. He can't quite connect. Royal 2 just giving him so much pressure that he has to deal with, and Frosty continues. 3 dead here for Optic, and surely FaZe will step inside this hill.
Trippy knows he has to challenge, but he's not going to be able to.
FaZe go up by 1. It's a 1-hill advantage, as now we move to the driveway.
And keep in mind that first hill takes a lot of time off of the game clock. There's only 2:17 left in the game clock, and of course in Halo Infinite, when you are in the hill, that game clock will freeze. So there's more than 2:14 total. However, with 3 dead for Optic Gaming, FaZe is already looking good here on your driveway hill.
Certainly are. They won the rotate as well, so it's not just that first hill. You can see they're around 20% done on the next one, and they still have those tram spawns coming in. A couple of kills starting to favor Optic Gaming though. Trippy gets one, but immediately the trade is there, and the efficiency at which FaZe are trading out kills, Andy, has really stood out to me ever since that game number 3.
You put it perfectly, Mark. FaZe is outslaying 34-23, an unbelievable margin at this stage of the game. And now with less than 2 minutes on the game clock and about 30 or 40% of the way done on your second hill, FaZe still looking good. However, Optic Gaming may be able to get 3 dead here if they get the kills on Loop.
Yeah, Lucid just did some magic, just dancing around the loop and managing to survive long enough to come back out, get those shields back, and pick up 2 kills on his way to helping Optic break. But here comes Royal 2. He's trying to hunt down a Formal.
So let's go Optic chant in the room. And they're going to look to their all-star players here as Trippy and Lucid who tag team together on the driveway to make it 2 dead. Let's not forget in that last game, FaZe did so well. Oh my, good shots from Lucid. Eventually he's traded out. FaZe did so well to shut down Lucid. What did we say? He was the only player to go double positive in that last layer. However, in that last game, he was reduced to only +1. If they continue this, they will continue to find success. But Optic Gaming now taking a slight lead on your second hill.
It's so close. It's pretty much tied up. There's nothing between the 2 teams. Royal 2 will go down. APG. A little bit of assistance will get that kill. Renegade trying to survive. Renegade will come back out and get 2, but there's Lucid. So 2v2 at the moment is a consistent scrap for these spawns. Lucid in a 1v1. The thrust from Frosty does not save him. And Lucid wins such a vital battle.
A pivotal moment in that 2v2, as you say. That will lock down driveway here for Optic Gaming. They will stay in the lead in your second hill. Only 1 minute and 4 seconds left on the game clock. Right now, they are poised to tie the game, but here comes the push.
3-man push. They just want to get him out of the hill. However, the grenade comes in, Formal comes in, 2-4 for FaZe, and with APG and Formal still stood inside of this hill, it's up to Frosty to get him out. Optic Gaming are 4 dead, and now they're on the back foot. FaZe stand inside of the hill. The game plan might have just changed with 55 seconds left. They can't afford to just play for slays.
Look at the timing, look at the scoreboard here. Optic Gaming was moments away from closing out the hill. The 3-man push pays off through the light rifle tunnel now, and it only needs to be 1 additional hold, and FaZe is still outslaying.
Royal 2 gets another one. Formal. He's been spotted out, but he's not going to be able to get there, and FaZe double up. 52 seconds left on our game clock, and FaZe. I mean, the resilience this team has shown in this series is absolutely unbelievable.
Unbelievable. 48 seconds left now because those first 2 hills were such well-fought battles from both sides. FaZe Clan will lead 2-0 with only 43 seconds left on the clock. All they need to do is defend, wait, and bait out the hill.
APG still alive, but he'll go down. We saw where Trippy was. He was top of the sniper tower. Frosty will take down Lucid. Is 3 dead. Trippy nowhere near. And FaZe are just adding to their stats right now. If they can keep Optic Gaming out of this hill, they will win the series, and we will go again, everyone.
Trippy wins the 1v1. There's the last player alive, but it took so much time off the clock. Only 25 seconds left, and on the FaZe side, you know that they know they have so much time here. 20 seconds left on the game clock. That's all they have to do is get through this period.
Formal inside of the hill. Royal 2 trying to force him out. Just remember, if Optic are in the hill, the game clock does stop. So even though 20 seconds might not seem like much, it's a little bit more than you think. But with the kills starting to stack up, and Trippy is last alive, surely FaZe are going to win this game.
Back-to-back 3 deads yet again. Formal does spawn and snipe. It needs to be a Hail Mary play from Optic Gaming here and now.
They're not going to be able to do it. Last two alive from Optic are in the hill. If FaZe can take them both out, then FaZe Clan will have closed out this game. FaZe Clan reset the bracket in Seattle. The Halo World Championships is not done yet.
And I think every Halo fan in the room, us included, and watching at home, was hoping that we might just see another bracket reset at the Halo World Championship. We want more games, and as you say, the story
really
is not yet finished.
We want more games. We want more series. And that's exactly what we're going to get here. FaZe Clan win, but not quite the Halo World Championships yet. But now they have a shot at doing so. That is your series layout. Optic Gaming 2 up, probably thinking, we got this in the bag. But then I think that game number 3, Aquarius captured the flag. The fact that it's such a heavy game type in the favor of FaZe gave them a little bit of momentum, a little bit of hope, Andy, that they could turn this series around.
I mean, having Aquarius CTF as your game number 3, being 10-0 in that game type, it's unbelievably placed, and it feels like the story was written for a FaZe Clan reset. As you said, off the momentum of that game type, FaZe did not look back. And when you think about the resilience of a player like Snakebite, the general, as we call him, what was he gonna do to captain this team to a victory? And not just a victory, but a 4-0 sweep in your first grand final after losing the first 2. Unbelievable mental fortitude from all of Snakebite and FaZe Clan, Snakebite and all of FaZe Clan to close out that series and send us to a second best of 7.
Well, while the players get set up for the second best of 7 and we catch our breath, we're going to send it back to Lottie on the desk because we're going again here in Seattle.
You know what, boys, I never say this very often, but I wish you wouldn't, only because I need to compose myself here after what we're just witnessing. Wow. What an answer back after those first 2 maps that went Optic's way. It really is just such a back and forth between these two. Honestly, it is so unbelievably close. But I've got to say, the maps that FaZe Clan have won have been pretty dominant. That first 2 maps, for me, were just terrifyingly close. Optic had the better of them at so many different times here, but Wes, talk to me about the transition, the adjustments that FaZe Clan were able to make, especially when their favorites started popping up in the series.
I mean, these games, every single one of these games, although like the score line might not be 1 kill here or there, it really is just such small margins deciding these like entire games, which is incredible to think about. One wrong play, one 1v1 going one way. Formal makes an incredible play on Aquarius that keeps the flag alive. You think that's going to be a cap, but somebody else counters it, and these guys are actually just playing chess out here with each other. The level of Halo that's being played right now is the greatest level of Halo I think we've seen in Halo Infinite, and that's testament to how talented everyone is. It's no surprise we get the bracket reset.
You're 100% right there. I think in terms of tiny little marginal mistakes, Tony, one of those happens and it tends to snowball out of control for either side. And I think that's what shows you how good these teams are. When they regain control or take control of a map, they start to pop off, and it just kind of dictates the pace for one another. And adjusting to that has been really, really difficult for Optic, and FaZe have often got the better of them in the last 4 in the series.
Yeah, lots of times you play it for 15, 20 minutes and it goes down to 1 or 2 single plays. Back in that game number 3, which was the first win that FaZe got, that play that Snakebite made was huge. He ends up in the base when his team is 3 down, pulls that flag off the base, rotates back towards util side, stays alive, wraps towards car, puts down damage for the P side player, and eventually relays that flag back and ends up putting it out of reach. It ended up being the second flag cap where Optic never get to it. And kind of the same thing goes in that game number 4 and game 5. And I really want to point out Renegade as well. Renegade was on top of his game, 25 kills, 6,500 damage in that game as well.
Keep listening out the stats, because that's what I was going to talk about as well, is Renegade showed up to this series. Yesterday, Renegade was the only player on FaZe to go negative in the series that they lost. This time around, Renegade started hitting shots, and good things happen for FaZe when that is the case.
Now, Wes, looking across the series, looking across the stats here, what has been really standing out to you? I know, obviously, having a best of 7 is a lot longer than normal, but any moments in particular or individuals that you're really looking at here going into the second one, because this is going to be another tall order, honestly, for both teams.
Looking at the stats, I mean, Renegade is matching the level and slaying power of Royal 2. And I think that when that duo is going up, that slaying dominance that these two bring, that's usually when FaZe Clan is at their best. It was a quiet series for Lucid. To see Lucid go negative in a series I don't know if I've ever seen that, and if it has been, it wasn't an important one. Lucid was not able to get going throughout that series a lot of the time, and that's testament to the amount of pressure that FaZe was putting in him in those last 4 games. I'd love to be able to see a little bit more support to Lucid to allow him to shine, because I don't feel like we ever really saw him with the shock rifle or the snipe for too often.
Now, we're going to have a talk about the next best of 7. I can't believe I'm actually saying that. The next best of 7 in this grand final. We're going to another one, folks. You heard it here. You can see on the winners bracket here, Optic. They have to do it again. But what I will say, Tony, looking at this kind of happened to them last event, right, with Space Station Gaming. And it wasn't as close in that first grand final series. They got 4-0'd. So let's talk about this second part. How Optic bounced back, which they have done all season long, the resilience for this roster. How can they get this done, do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be tough now, because one thing that Optic had going for them going into this grand final is the fact that they hadn't lost a Slayer to FaZe all tournament long, despite the fact they matched them earlier. Now FaZe actually won that Game 5 Slayer, so when you go into the next series, I think it's going to be Solitude Strongholds to start things off. We know Optic are good at Solitude, but when you get to that Game 2 Aquarius Slayer, I'm sure FaZe is going to feel quite confident within that Slayer, so that could be really kind of the turning point, is that Game 2, even if FaZe go down in the first game.
And as we take a look at the series layout, I just want y'all to know I'm not worried about Optic at all. They have been here before, to your point, Watt, and they have proven that no matter what happens in this best of 7, if it goes the distance, they still have what it takes to get the job done. No matter how we feel mentally about the team, you know that they are a rock-solid mental squad that can battle through any testament. So I'm looking forward to seeing Optic start this series on the right foot.
100%. We've seen them do it before. It has been tested and proven, tried and true. And I think that's something incredible about Optic and their resilience with this squad. And I think, look, they have a cushion for a reason, right? They have a cushion of 2 series to get this done in. I want to ask you a little bit about the series layout, though, Wes, and how much do you think that actually is going to dictate things? We kind of saw it dictate quite a bit in that first one. FaZe really did kind of rip through their favorites, and were really kind of a little bit more on the kind of nervous edge on the first 2. So how much do you think that will actually play into the second?
Yeah, I think Aquarius CTF saved FaZe in that series, because that is their bread and butter. When I think of how Optic got back on their feet against SSG in the grand finals that got reset, it was Empyrean CTF. That was one of Optic's strongest game types at the time. However, this time around, Solitude Strongholds kicks this one off. And if you remember, Solitude Strongholds is a game type that they played yesterday, and it was 250-17 in FaZe's favor. They won that same map in dominant fashion at Fort Worth, did Optic, but you gotta have concerns. You don't have your bread and butter to kick it off like an Empyrean CTF, and is that potentially a problem if you're not able to get on the right foot on Solitude?
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree more with that, to be perfectly honest with you. But like you said, you know, it's been 2 kind of faces of the coin there with that literal map and mode in 2 different events. And the question is, which one will come up here? We're going to actually talk about 2 different individuals here with our player head-to-head. We have Lucid and Renegade on your screens right now. And obviously, in terms of the KD here, it is a bit skewed because obviously FaZe coming off a hot kind of 4 in a row here. Lucid, you know exactly what he's going to do when it counts. I mean, Tony, this guy has been absolutely lights out this entire tournament, has also in that first grand final series. So I'm not too worried about the KD here. Are you picking up on anything in particular, though, from the side of FaZe? I mean, John, stepping up to the mark like you asked him to.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Renegade's been absolutely out of control. That Game 3, 26 kills and 9 assists. Game 4, 25 kills, 6,500 damage. Even that Game 5 Slayer, which was the first Slayer that FaZe were able to beat Optic in, who was showing off Renegade with 20 kills. So he's really been kind of the anchor for this team, and the reason why they were able to go back to back to back to back in that series, and why we're going into a second best of 7.
The big difference between those 2 stats and why Renegade was so favorited in the damage and the KD ratio, yes, FaZe won 4-2, but it was because Renegade got his opportunities with the power weapons. On Snipe on Live Fire, he had Shock Rifle several times on Recharge. Lucid was not able to have the same opportunity as Renegade throughout that series, You give either one of those two superstars the opportunity to go off, I guarantee you they will.
I will also say about Renegade, I think something that has really pushed him forward and excelled him, especially in the later half of that series, was the fact that his channeling, his ego channeling, so to speak, that he's known very well for, was working out very nicely. I think the main reason it was working out is because the second phase regained any type of control or had control, they were able to pick off Optic. They weren't able to then run together. They were able to dictate where they were placed. That way, Renegade has a clean 1v1 or potential challenge that he can then go and win. He's not getting team killed. He's not getting surprised from behind or, you know, to the side. There are clean challenges Renegade can take. He sees that path, he's let off the leash, and he's able to go and do just that. And anyone that he misses, anyone that he manages to get really, really weak, there's someone there to clean it up. That was working very nicely for FaZe. And I think if they can do that once again, we might be in for a very, very long night if we get to the rest of it. But what did you make of maybe the kind of discipline that we're seeing from Renegade and the likes of FaZe 2?
Honestly, I saw Renegade going rogue a couple times and was kind of worried. I was like, he's throwing his life away, but Renegade kept getting those kills. I'm honestly expecting Optic to start catching on to Renegade going rogue and maybe being able to find a pick and then gain numbers, and off those numbers do we have some success. Because I do think that Optic started to catch on throughout that series and found opportunity in those. It's a matter of counterbalance, because sometimes Renegade going rogue is hard to stop.
It is hard to stop, but if you can stop it, that is your way in. That literally is a given way in, an open door, so to speak. We're seeing Optic on our screens right now, and Tony, I just want to say, talking about picks, Formal, he often gets the first pick. Talk about opening a door, he often does that for his team. You see him on the kill feed first after a little bit of a stalemate. That is so important for this Optic gaming roster. You get the numbers down for FaZe, you can start pushing and collapsing, and we see them do that so perfectly. The teamwork is so strong. So Formal for me is a massive focus. What do you think he can bring to the table as well for this roster?
I think Formal is huge, and the one thing we use the word when talking about Renegade is confidence. It's one player that has that level of confidence on the other side of it is definitely going to be Formal. His centering is always on point, which is largely the reason why he's able to put down that damage, get first shot on his opponent, and put in that work. So really leading to Formal to go alongside what Lucid was able to do. We had Lucid and Renegade on the side by side. I also want to give Lucid a shot in that game number 1. 39 kills and 21 assists. That game 2, 18 kills and 7 assists. So the side-by-side did lean towards Renegade, but Lucid, give him a few flowers as well.
Speaking of confidence, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall with that Optic Gaming huddle backstage. Those are the moments that you remember as a player. Those are the moments that create champions. The last time I remember Optic going backstage was when they got the bracket reset on them and they came out guns a-blazing. I would love to go to an Astro listening very early on in game 1 to see how the vibes and the confidence of Optic are, because that will tell me how this series will go.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, whatever is said backstage, especially at the last event, the regain came in hard. It came in strong. It was very difficult to stop. Of course, a very close series, but I think the mental fortitude you have to have to lose the first one is just unbelievable, but they have done it before. Optic have come back from a bracket reset and won the whole damn thing, but FaZe, they're looking pretty good at the moment too. I hope you guys are enjoying this ride, because we're going to get into the second best of 7. I'm going to head on over to our 2 wonderful casters, Onset and Brav.
Well, here we go then. Wonderful job breaking down what we just saw, and we're about to expect to see as well. FaZe reset the bracket, and with all the players on both teams back on the stage, Andy, well, you need to find a world champion, man. The bracket reset is here.
Only 7 games separating these two, and I'm not gonna lie, you know, I've been talking about it backstage a lot. We would do anything for a bracket reset at the Halo World Championship. There's just something special about it. Here's a reminder of what your reset series layout will be. And let's not forget, you just heard about it, but Stronghold's Solitude game number 1. The last time we saw these two play it, FaZe beat Optic 250-17 in your winner's bracket final game 1. We'll see if they can do it again.
I was about to say that's the wrong adjective. They absolutely smashed them. 250-17 is not close, but Optic would have learned a lot from that, of course. And we'll have to see if the little team talks that have gone down affect the teams on our main stage. Because let's remember, it's 4 back-to-back games now that FaZe have won. But take yourself back 1 year ago, and it was 4 back-to-back games that sent SSG to a bracket reset. From there, Optic Gaming went on to become your Halo World Champions. There's a lot more Halo left in this series, but now it's a shootout to decide who will become
your Halo World Champs. Your second series here and the final series of not just the Halo World Championship, but the entire season. Only one team will hoist the trophy. Right now, it sits equidistant from them at the center of the stage, and we're in to game number 1 of your reset.
Well, this is a much better start here from Optic. They've already got B, bottom middle control so important. Renegade, he's been pushed by Trippy. It's 1 dead, but it's 2 caps. And Optic Gaming will start scoring here with controller snipe and controller bottom middle.
Optic Gaming knows what FaZe can do against them on this game type. As you said, devastated by FaZe earlier on this exact game type earlier in the weekend. They know the work that needs to be done and just how talented FaZe can be on the game type. Snakefight wins the 1v1.
Formal has the sniper rifle though, and we know that playing around this truck and hotel, he's so good at locking down these angles. However, FaZe are stacking bottom middle at the moment, and they will get the conversion. Player sliding by Formal at the moment, and Formal's under pressure, and here comes Renegade. He hits the body, but it's not good enough.
2 dead here for Optic then. Kill traded out in the favor of FaZe. That's 3 dead here.
Might be a triple cap as well here for FaZe, and warning signs starting to show for Optic Gaming. They've got more points than they did the last time these two teams met on this game type, but this situation is what led to FaZe running away with it.
It was. Kills cleaned up as well, and it has been constant spawn rotations yet again, and the damage continues to come in for FaZe Clan. Right now, outslaying 9-5 off the open.
APG last alive, first off spawn, waiting for the spawns. Look at Renegade, didn't look at those spawns to try and influence where Optic Gaming were going to be spawning on the map. Lucid, very aware of what's going on, but this triple cap is continuing, and Renegade's reign of terror, it continues alongside it.
And how about the side of FaZe Clan? What a good omen for them to see this game type as their game number 1 in the series, knowing they already wrecked Optic Gaming in this exact game type this weekend already.
I was about to say, a triple cap's been in effect for quite some time, and the crazy stat was Frosty didn't even have a kill. Optic Gaming are 4 dead again. And now they're spawning down on the bottom of the snipe, and they're going to get cycled again, you would imagine.
2 dead still, yeah. Renegade's going to continue to apply the pressure here, likely lift up here on S2.
APG has no idea he's there. There's the bandit, and even with a repulse, APG can't survive. Optic are against the ropes right now. Renegade looking for yet another kill here. Lucy gives him the wiggles, but it's a killing spree. 3 dead again for Optic. They're barely on the map here, Andy. This is getting ugly.
It is, and like you said, more points on the board for Optic Gaming, but if we're honest, not by much. It's already 151-22.
Trippy first spawner already taking damage. APG trying to force spawns himself, or force himself off of the spawn, I should say. Snipe's coming up in a second as well, and even though Optic stemmed the bleeding, that cut is deep. It's 170 points to 22, and Renegade has got the long stick in his hands again.
A deep cut indeed, he's not done! Connects with Lucid out of the loop. And just because we might not have much time left in this game number 1, let's get to a listening with FaZe Clan.
I'm on I got you.
You're on Edgar, girls.
Yo, they're aping hotel, guys. Aping hotel. There's 2 hotel. Trigger 1 bottom left. No, 3 open field.
I'm give me a sec. I'm gonna down to fight this guy hotel.
Nice, Brad.
I'm fighting off.
He's weak.
Win in blue.
Oh, just as Formal looked like he was gonna get the cap, he gets cut down. The triple cap has destroyed Optic Gaming, and FaZe Clan just moments away from closing out game 1.
This is unbelievable, devastating here. Optic just doing whatever they can to try to stay alive.
Oh my God!
Renegade has been a menace.
Blink and you would have missed it. FaZe Clan tear apart Optic Gaming in game number 1. It never felt close.
FaZe outslay Optic Gaming by almost triple. It's 29-10 in the kills category, but more importantly, it's 250-22 on the board. Only a 5-point total difference, but either way you look at it, it is an absolute decimation from FaZe. What a game number 1 to start off your reset.
4 minutes and 20 seconds is all that Strongholds game took. It was an absolute bloodbath. Optic just couldn't get on the map. I can't remember a time they were 3 or 4 alive, honestly. Constantly cycled on the spawns, constantly under pressure. And there's your punctuation mark. Renegade taking down Trippy.
Renegade goes 8-1, and no player in the game even hits double-digit kills. That tells you just how fast that game was. And once again, how different things look. FaZe now leading, having managed to get to the bracket reset for the first time, leading here in what will be the final best of 7. An unbelievable game number 1 from them. Next up, Slayer Aquarius.
That man on your screen is on a mission. He wants to be known as the greatest to do it. Well, that performance from him and his 3 teammates is probably one of the best performances you could expect in a grand final in a particular game type and mode. But now we have to look ahead. That's in the history books. That is done and dusted. And even though it was, you know, a game loss and it was a devastating game loss, it's one game, right? It's essentially a 0 or 1. And one man who's going to have to bounce back is Formal.
Take a look at Halo World Championship on the left side versus the grand final alone. Of course, very different numbers that you're seeing on each side of the board. To see what he can do, and the rest of Optic Gaming to bounce back here.
One thing to highlight here though, Optic, bad news game 1, forget about it. Aquarius Slayer is the game that they won against SSG to close out the reverse sweep a little bit earlier on. They won 50-23 against SSG as well, so they know how to get it done, Andy.
We've seen them decimate. That SSG game you referenced, that was at Fort Worth. 50-23 is an unreal scoreline for them. We'll see if they can do it here. Backs against the wall, Optic Gaming need to tie up the series here. FaZe, though, looking to go up 2-0.
Backs against the wall. Kind of the story of Optic season so far. But they came out of it at the last event to prove they are still one of the best in the world. The question is, are they good enough to deal with what FaZe are bringing to the table right now? What the first kill will go in the favor of FaZe, and the heat wave will go there as well.
Look how non-traditional this start is, right? Everything slowed down. It becomes just a battle at the 50-yard line with both teams trying to just play chess with one another, getting the opening damage.
3-2 the score. Formal will be cleaned up. The heat wave will stay in the command of FaZe Clan. Optic got themselves a couple of really important trades in that opening battle as well, because it felt like for a second that it was going to be a 4-0 start for FaZe Clan, and the Optic were going to be under pressure even more. But Formal with a couple of kills has kept his team in this one.
Big kills, as you say, big damage there. Very easily could have been 4-0 had they not answered back in the way they did, but they get 3 dead for FaZe, now tied 5-5.
Oh! Renegade doesn't even get a shot. You can see 2 players actually pinched him there, and I think the audio cues were a little bit confusing what way he wanted to look. Was it left? Was it right? And even with the heat wave, if you can't decide on one target, you're not going to get to pull that trigger, and Optic go into a lead. And after that last game, I think they would have forgotten how that felt.
Certainly here. And it's just the fact that we have these 2 teams here with just the ability that they are finding each game. Tries to get the trade, can't. Frosty eventually takes down Lucid bottom middle in a very impressive micro battle. Keeps FaZe within 2.
Optic fans trying to will their team back into the winning side of the column, get those games on the board. They know what a difference they can make to their team. And Trippy, with that commando, is going to get one just to give Optic a little bit of a foothold. But look how slow this game is, Andy. It's Aquarius Slayer, and it is almost at a standstill.
Exactly what I was going to say, Mark. I think everyone watching is thinking the same exact thing. How often do you see an Aquarius Slayer play this way? The gameplay specifically, and the flow of the gameplay is just indicative that so much riding on this game type. We never see it play this slow, this methodical, but neither team wanting to be the one that makes the mistake here.
And again gets the QT. Is that going to allow him the freedom to make some plays? He will find Trippy, and Formal will fall as well. So the lead extinguished here. We're tied up at 11-11, and Renegade keeps flying forward. He has the QT, so he should be gathering info. He just played scout.
And each time we're in a Slayer, you're going to hear the same theme. Once again, it's been Lucid. Gets the trade there, by the way. 3 dead for FaZe. It's a 2v1, Trippy and Formal versus Frosty at the moment. Frosty likely going to scarper back to teammates.
Frosty gets away. And with FaZe Clan all respawning, Frosty comes back and says, Trippy shouldn't be chasing us. Because that's what can happen. 14-14, 9 minutes left. And with the speed this game is being played at, Andy, it wouldn't surprise me to see yet another Slayer game not go to 50.
And how often do we see these teams tied throughout these games? It's truly just so evenly matched at 14-14. Let's get to a listening with Optic Gaming.
Blue card jump. 2 guys pink. Card team on shot. Blue card jump, jumping up.
Card 2 weak, guys.
Nice. Last 2 pink. Nice spawn.
Probably up, guys.
Play for thrust. Red thrust is up, guys.
Yeah, I have yellow gen, guys. I have yellow gen.
Yo, guys,
Blue pink, one push me.
Grab these, guys.
I'm
I'm looking at blue fire.
Blue pink street. P1 weak. Blue street.
Absolute blue street. There's two there. Fridge hiding. One shot street.
They're second heavy.
They're second really heavy.
Yellow pink. They're all pink, guys. They're all pink.
One's P2. One's P2.
Blue bridge, one shot.
Yeah, they're both bridges, guys. Be careful.
Three blue bridge, going blue. I gotta back up.
Bottom center. Front blue. Cross around. You're good.
Yo, one guy P2. Blue P2.
Nice.
Shot pink 2 with a heat wave. 9 down, 2 down.
Blue gen. One blue gen.
I can push this. Heat wave is down. Yellow street.
Blue gen. Stay by weak. Blue gen.
I got back up.
Stream's absolute. Blue stream's absolute.
Pink on red. Cross tap on heat wave.
Yo, one shot on heat wave. One shot.
There, blue bridge also.
I'm one shot.
I'll go yellow pink jump. I got one. Blue street. Blue pink one.
Yeah, I can fight pink one.
Absolute. Yellow cover, one shot. Yellow pink, they're aping. They're aping kind of. Front yellow right now. Big one. Yellow pink jump.
They have
a hiding. I'm baiting.
I have heat wave here, guys.
Yo, 2 pink, 1. Oh, nice. E2, go. 5 yellow. 5 pink. I'm in yellow fridge. I'm trapped yellow fridge.
Yeah, watch
I don't think. Yo, one's L3. We gotta get out somewhere, guys.
Yellow pink now.
Guys, let's go.
Yellow P jump.
Nice, we got one.
Yellow P jump.
We should go front.
Here. Watch out for yellow fire. One shot, John.
Optic have a 1-kill advantage as we head into the mid game here. Lucid looking to clean up some damage on Renegade and does so. Snakebite still with his QT and a little shoulder peek, which is cute itself, but Optic keep that 1-kill advantage.
Back and forth tug of war throughout not just the series, but also this game specifically, of course, as you say, 23-22, and it's not really a surprise. FaZe is 12-2 in this game type this season. Optic Gaming with an impressive record as well at 9-5. The question is, who will pull away here at the midpoint?
APG, probably the most experienced player on the main stage when it comes to Halo. He's been doing it for years. He's a world champion. Can they lean on his experience in these moments? Gets one trade and the finish onto Renegade, but Snakebite is there to keep this game inseparable by score.
I think we have to highlight once again, it was always a matter of keeping Lucid and the Slayer specifically limited in what he's able to do in terms of total game impact on the Optic Gaming side. When FaZe was on the receiving end of losses, it was Lucid going double positive in Slayers. And since FaZe caught fire in your first grand final, they have kept Lucid to only 7-8 in this game, and also limited once again in terms of overall damage and output in the Slayers overall. It has been a key to success, but there's still half of the game yet to play.
Renegade just collected that thrust that spawned on the FaZe side of the map, so he's going to be probably a little bit more likely to be the aggressor in this situation. As Royal 2 is going to be playing anchor and trying to bait some players in from Optic. Renegade on your screen now. Like I mentioned, 2 thrusts to play with. APG going to be pushing, but he's got to reload. There's a thrust, but Formal's got one as well. APG there to keep him alive, but look how weak these players are from Optic. 3 of them trapped in the fridge.
Wow, that is a strong, strong fridge holding all of Optic Gaming roster weak. And they do manage to get their shields recharged and push back out. As you said, Formal picks up another one. So Formal staying alive with that thrust 1v1 not only gets him that first kill, stays alive for the second and helps them get back out of fridge. That is now a 3-kill lead here for Optic Gaming.
Formal getting aggressive as well. He went for that stick, but he's going to pay for it. And that's what you see in the risks having to be calculated. APG! Oh! Frosty with that win and the thrust has just dragged FaZe back into this. It's a 1-kill game. Optic still in the lead, but 2 dead at the moment. Lucid just gives them a cushion.
An excellent thrust there. Comes back with the heat wave as well. And just like you said, it was always going to be the heat wave and thrust that were going to be the difference maker in these Aquarius games. No surprise, it's the case here as well. Royal 2 barely gets away from the Dynamo damage. He will live to tell the tale and circle back with the team. But look how Optic is stacked here, making the car side push.
Frosty's trying to bait out. APG gets the kill though onto Renegade. And now FaZe having to escape. Frosty manages to do so, knowing the value of this weapon. Lucid going top middle, survives. As Frosty goes on the hunt, making sure that he's clearing out the closet to make sure that FaZe have got a base to push from.
And how fitting that once again it has fell silent here in Seattle despite the sold-out crowd. So much on the line. It's a 1-kill game at 30-29.
4 minutes left. 1 kill the difference, and it's Frosty who starts to burst to life. Renegade looking to move forward. Game's still going, everyone. Don't panic too much.
And based on player reactions there,
hey, maybe we're not.
Game's still going. Looks like we might have lost the observers here. We'll get word from our station referees on exactly how we'll continue to play out, but we have an eye on player cams, and so do you. It looks like still in game here. Have to see how this progresses here. The all players still in the match. However, just losing an observer, we should be able to get back in shortly.
Yeah, we should do indeed. We've got a feed at the bottom of our screens we can just about make at the moment, and we'll update you on the score because it's the 34-32 lead for FaZe Clan. It's going to be a bit of radio commentary for now for you, but we'll do our best to keep you up to date with what we can see, and hopefully you can enjoy as well.
There we go, we're back into the game.
Thank goodness, that was going to be awkward.
Big shout to the team in the back for finding a feed, finding a way back into the gameplay here, 35-32.
FaZe making the push. And FaZe with that 3-kill advantage, make it 4. And now all of a sudden Optic find themselves 3 dead. Last alive is going to be Trippy. He's trying to survive. Frosty taking some damage, but FaZe now with the most commanding lead we've seen. We were tied up at 30. FaZe have taken over in the late game.
They have, and what a time to do it now. Optic, you can see they're going to slow the game down. Again, no surprise there. Need to dig deep. Now let's not forget, Optic Gaming and late game Slayers, we have seen historically them able to slow games down in an unbelievable fashion. However, they'll find themselves falling 1 and 2 dead here.
One player is just really struggling on the map at the moment. It's Trippy. Usually Aquarius Slayer is a game type, which I would say usually is the standout. 5 and 12 in this game, but with a few kills going their way, Optic keep themselves in it. That last few moments, Andy, was so important, I think, not just to the context of this game, but maybe to the context of where the Halo World Championship goes.
It really was. To bring this game back now within 3 after being down by 6. Quite a statement, and it's just another chapter in the Optic Gaming book. When you have a player and a coach like Lunchbox behind you, you find a way.
APG finds a way, he gets the stick onto Snakebite, survives. Trippy gets taken down by grenades though, and now the flank coming in from Lucid, but is he going to have the timing? It looks like FaZe might have escaped, but APG doing some huge work himself at the moment. He's 11 and 8 in this game. He is trying to drag Optic into this game.
Well, Lucid, even while screen watching, does such a nice job there to check low gen, almost gets the kill. However, unable to do so, so they will stay in a 2-kill deficit. However, 1 heatwave shot left for Lucid on the pink push.
Frosty's stat line at the moment, by the way, is 10, 11, and 10. 0 on the KD, but contributing to 11 assists as well for his team, shooting everything that moves.
Lucid just getting a little bit of opening damage. More important, though, is the info on that moment. They know the entire team is trapped. They're checking every bit of gen here.
Let's take ourselves back. The last time that Optic were forced to make a push, they did not come out the better side of it. But this time they've got the heat wave for Frosty. Look how annoying he's being. But not annoying enough. It's a tie game here. Formal with double. Formal still alive as well. QT's away. Here comes Trippy. Optic into a lead.
50 seconds left. 43-42 here. Optic only up by 1. The Let's Go Optic chant starts in the room as well. The next push will determine the game.
Optic fans start to believe once more. Maybe Optic themselves on that main stage start to believe once more. We've still got time left. Lucid gets 1 though. Traded out immediately. It's a 1-kill game.
They're going to flood there. It's a perfect flood into the fridge to make sure that kill is traded out here. 44-43.
Lucid in the 1v1. Oh, he got windy in there. The pressure may be felt by Lucid as Renegade comes out with a kill. 15 seconds remaining. Oh, and Renegade cuts down Formal. 1 kill, the advantage here for FaZe.
Gets a free kill. He knows he needs to clear out the base here. They're up by 1. 7 seconds left on the clock. Here's the push.
Royal 2 gets 1. 3 seconds left. Formal ties the game up once more. It's absolute carnage in the base. Optic make the push. Optic make the push.
APG's controller was down. We're into overtime.
If we went into overtime, it was tied up as the game finished.
48-47. It was tied 47-47 there. Now into OT.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
And it's just how it goes with these two teams. 2:38, but you won't need that much time on the clock here. Optic Gaming needs 2, FaZe needs 3.
We've just learned there's new margins. We thought it couldn't be closer. We've just learned it could be. Overtime in a Slayer. Trippy with some shot grenades. Optic want to make the play. They want to be aggressive, but Trippy's got to be careful. Look at Frosty. He's ready to jump up onto this. They have to make the play. Half shields is Trippy. No shields is Trippy, but can he survive here?
Here goes Formal.
Formal's got the heat wave. FaZe have to retreat. And even though FaZe are down by 1, they cannot afford to give away a few kills. Snakebite, he'll go down. It's 1 more for Optic to tie up the second series we find ourselves in.
49-49!
Oh my god, Royal 2 gets the kill. It's 1 kill. It's 1 kill. Lucid kind of trapped on the bottom of pink here. FaZe do not know where he is though. It's a complete standoff. This might be the closest Slayer game you'll ever see.
Lucid 16 and 12. Guess what? Optics right back in it, and Lucid, unsurprisingly, is your standout Slayer player. We've seen it time and time again. FaZe unable to keep him down, and now he's +4 game in his hands here.
60 seconds or so left. So a few long-range grenades coming in as well from Formal. Checking those corners. Who's the bravest player on this main stage?
Getting a bit of info here. Here comes a little bit of push from FaZe. I've never seen anything like this. OT has been extended all the way. Here comes the push.
APG's got the info. Who's going to win this fight? Stay boys! The captain! The general! And the one that FaZe can rely on in the closest Slayer game you will ever see. FaZe will win it. 50-49.
And as you see the FaZe members chanting "break the wall," you also saw Optic Gaming fans stunned at what they just saw. We have got to take a look at the end of that game again. I meant what I said. I have never seen a Slayer like that, a finish that deep in overtime. This is the first in history that we've seen anything like that in Halo Infinite.
I'm going to give you a little bit of a story here, a little bit of backstory about Snakebite. He has always said in a standoff, he would rather be the player that dies trying to win a game than the player that dies not trying to go and take that game away.
Push, yeah.
FaZe make a play call. It's a 3-man push onto Car. Lucid cannot escape. APG has to watch Lucid fall in front of him. And one of the most experienced players, one of the most storied players in the Halo Championship Series, in Halo history, gets the 50th kill to put FaZe Clan 2-0 up in the series.
And I tell you what, for the second year in a row, I'm so happy to say that at the Halo World Championship, we are getting what we came for. This has been already a historic grand final, it goes without saying, but for that game to end the way that it did, 50-49, about 2.5 minutes into overtime, and I'd have to go back and watch the tape, but I'm pretty sure some controllers were placed down on the main stage, unaware that the 48th kill had been registered and overtime had been added there. FaZe closes it out after another Slayer standoff. And somehow, despite Lucid going 16-13 and leading his team in the game, it's Renegade on the other side who, guess what, goes 17-13. The original Halo Infinite rivalry on display yet again, and it's one kill that separates them in KD, and it's one kill that separates them in a 50-49. You could not write the story any better.
Speaking of writing the story, I remember we were having a conversation right before the first bullet was fired, Andy, about previous grand finals we've seen this year, and how we're like, there's no way it could get better. Well, after Charlotte, we had Fort Worth. After Fort Worth, we have what's in front of you right now. Some of the closest games you will ever see. I don't think you can't have a closer Slayer than what we just had.
Absolutely not, and I mean it, especially due to Halo Infinite's new overtime mechanic. It is without a doubt safe to say that that Slayer was the closest we've seen in competitive Halo history, especially the fact that you go into that deep into overtime. And for it to be here in a bracket reset at the Halo World Championship is something special. As a result of the 50-49, it's 2-0 in favor of FaZe. And you look at the players on FaZe and you have to think, if there was one team, like we said earlier, not just in terms of matchup, but in terms of mentality that was going to send Optic Gaming the distance, it was always FaZe Clan. But let's not forget, there's more series to play here.
What's the one thing that's been missing from the HCS this year? somebody coming from the elimination bracket to win a tournament. FaZe are looking to change that and change it on the biggest stage of them all, at the Halo World Championships, dethroning the current defending world champions. We've talked about how Optic have had to dig deep in some series and really look at themselves throughout the season. Well, maybe they're going to have to do it one more time. Go to that well as we take a look at some of the objective players on our respective squads.
Oddball stats here at Worlds. APG, 86.3 seconds per game. Snakebite, even more at 111.3. See both of them with quite a chunk of the team's time, but with Snakebite, it's even more. 41% of his team's time. A lot of objective work from Snakebite. We should mention, Mark, you and I backstage during the bracket reset break, as players, of course, have a chance to grab water, compose themselves. You saw it in the feed as they huddle up. We took a look at FaZe Clan, and I've never seen Frosty and Snakebite with more fire in their eyes.
Two men who just looked like they were on a mission, who just wanted to get back on that main stage and claim the Halo World Championships. I think anyone who wins a tournament deserves it, right? They have been the best team. But if FaZe come from the position they find themselves in and call themselves Halo World Championships, it's the hardest earned way to do it.
I think a lot of Halo fans would have said, if FaZe Clan is playing their absolute best, they might just have a chance to take the World Championship. And I tell you what, so far, they have been looking unstoppable in the last 6 games straight across both series. As we get ready for our game number 3, it's going to be live fire oddball.
For Optic fans, don't lose hope just yet. Take yourself back to before this even got started, this grand final. Take yourself 2 games in. You were the team who were 2-0 up, and FaZe turned it around. Well, FaZe are 2-0 up now. Optic are going to need all of your energy here in the crowd to make them believe there's a chance to get back into this. Renegade are POV, and why wouldn't it be? A monster previous performance.
And the green wall's getting loud. Let's also not forget, even just take yourself back to yesterday as well, right? Optic Gaming down 2-0 against FaZe Clan in the winner's bracket final, and they reverse sweep 3 in a row. As you said, far from over this grand final. Even though we've seen FaZe pick up the first 2, there's a lot more Halo yet to be played here at the World Championship.
They pick up the first 2, but the oddball's just been picked up by Optic. Trippy's got himself an overshield as well, but all of FaZe are challenging him. And the overshield will be extinguished. Formal has the snipe, but at least Optic have started this game with a little bit of promise. 18 points on the board for them, but finally, fatal break.
This will come as no surprise based off of what you've seen in this grand final so far, but the 2 teams' records pretty close in this game type as well. Optic Gaming is 6-1 in oddball live fire. However, this season, FaZe Clan is 8-0, undefeated in the game type.
Trey comes in from Frosty.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the
As
ball.
Optic make their push back tower. The only problem is a couple of players have already fallen. APG down, Lucid down as well. And this means that FaZe Clan might be able to turn this game back in their favor. They will go into a lead, but it will only be the most slender. Formal, they somehow just poked through and got a kill onto Royal 2, and all of a sudden, it's going to be a forced play ball as we repulsed off the map just to make sure that Optic don't get a hold of it.
I like that play from Snakebite because rather than having to actually play the ball really close to the end or maybe even having to play yourself off, you could repulse that ball eventually. More repulse battles happen at top tower, and it's a little bit awkward. It's a 2v1 momentarily for Frosty and Royal 2 up against Formal. Snakebite, though, with a very good spawn here on Overshield side. That's where the attention will now turn.
And Repulse again, winning the battle here. Speaking of winning battles, it's going to be the Overshield battle that's being won. And the man who won the last game for FaZe Clan with that final kill. He gets a double kill, and it's Optic Gaming who are 4 dead. And FaZe establish their lead.
Already quite a lead, 41-18 now, and they know the Nest pressure's coming in. They get the opening damage again. This is what we've talked about. FaZe Clan has been the best at shutting down Optic Gaming's original pushes here. They get the opening damage. It's 3 dead again for Optic. FaZe answers back. Trippy's the last player alive back tower. He gets taken down. It's another clean wipe for FaZe.
Optic cannot get a push together at the moment. With how well I mean, look at these shots coming in from Snakebite, by the way. Gets de-scoped, immediately snaps back onto APG. Sometimes there's not much you can do when someone is shooting this well, and Snakebite has risen to another level.
FaZe is showing no signs of slowing. The scoreboard is not only 70-18, but right now they're outslaying 22-13.
Renegade with a triple kill.
Oh boy.
Doesn't get the overkill. But he might have just done enough damage here to keep Optic at bay from that elbow, and that's what this game type is all about. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left in this round, but FaZe only need 30 points of that.
Oh my. Snakebite here. With a nice rat tunnel choke. It's a perfect pinch here. Keto and rat tunnel. Snakebite though getting pushed from A. He has to try to rotate the ball and stay alive.
Throws it towards teammates, says, hey, let's double back and kill this player. I've already dealt with 2 players. But there's Foreman with that sniper. Here's Snakebite again. And this man is not missing.
74 on the board, and honestly, it just feels like an extension of the previous games that we've seen for FaZe Clan. Especially when you think about that game number 1, how dominant they were in their slaying within an objective game type. They're doing it again here in game number 3.
Oddball still in the hands of FaZe. The time is ticking up. And all of Snakebite was having that battle with 2 players inside of A. FaZe had that ball over at tower. And even with APG cutting them down with that sniper rifle, it's going to have to be near perfect from Optic to get back into this round. Trippy does have that overshield. APG will be taken down. Renegade continues his reign of terror. 4 points to go. Forces Lucid out of that shroud. And then comes back for a kiss.
3 dead for Optic Gaming as well. This will be a grab here, and that'll be it.
Round number 1 goes to FaZe Clan, 1-0. And Frosty has a smile on his face. And let me tell you, even a little bit of a Royal 2 smile there.
I think that smile is sneaking out there for Frosty as he's feeling good. Not only do they put that round on the board, but as we said, 6 consecutive games across your grand final straight. Even though they found 2 receiving losses early on, they have not looked back, and they are continuing to look just as strong here. Continuing to outslay, 35-21.
Lucid gonna challenge.
Oh! No.
That's how the series is going right now if you're an Optic fan. Renegade gives you 2 warning shots and then removes your skull. It really is that simple. There's another shot onto Lucid. Lucid can't get near him, and now, as if it wasn't horrible enough to go up against him, he's got himself an overshield, and Formal might be finding out that sniper rifle hurts as well.
Well, they call him the demon, and this is going to be a nightmare for Optic Gaming. Renegade's tough enough to take down like this. Don't give him the overshield as well.
He's gonna do it through the shroud. The only thing that stops him is the ammo. The clip is running out. And while this carnage is going down, FaZe still have the oddball, as of course Renegade wins yet another battle.
We are witnessing amazing scenes from the side of FaZe Clan. They're already up 30-0 in this game as well. Let's get into a listen with FaZe Clan.
And Lucid got Matthew. Rat on Keto, I think. No, Matt Keto.
Nice, one more Matt. No, no worry.
Blue's Matt. He's Keto and Matt. Watch out, Blues.
They're gonna spawn B. They're gonna spawn B. I hear you, Matt.
He's training, guys, training. APG.
I can get ball. Training one. Nest dead.
Nice.
Any ballers? I got ball.
Watch out.
OB in 30.
Yo, 2 speed. What a tunnel. He's going tunnel with T-Wave. Repulse on you. Right, close. Nice. Holy fuck. Yo, he was down there.
OB in 20.
No,
I'm dead with ball, guys.
I spawned this. PJ's
You're in dummies, open field and top mid in vet.
I'll shoot dummies.
Yo, top mid is lost. Top mid is lost.
Two-way
plat, you did?
OB in 10.
Two-way plat, two-way top mid. Yo, on OS, guys. On OS, APD.
I got shots. Cuts. Signing cuts.
Cuts and Keter. Cuts his half. Keter, guys. Tower. Shit, PJ. Run it, big guy.
Yeah, PJ. I'm not gonna lie. Play for new. Trust.
Did anyone check he whip?
Already played. They're gonna spawn APG. He does get me. He spawn OS, PJ. Spawn OS. They're gonna be tunnel. One A plat.
One shot, John.
He coming. Nice.
Dead. One more speed.
PJ tunnel.
Eyeball. Yep, PJ, you're good. Keep going to tower.
He's challenging cuts on it.
There's a tone about these comms from FaZe. You get the feeling that they feel like they are completely in control.
It's truly FaZe Clan on a different level. We saw them start to catch fire earlier in the season. As we said earlier, we thought we were in the FaZe era. It was interrupted. The FaZe with their backs against the wall. Perfect play ball, of course, from Snakebite. 3 dead. Ball will be reset though, and Frosty's just gonna hold pillars beautifully. Wins the 1v1 against APG as well. Not the first time we've seen APG and Lucid split different ways there.
I mean, Frosty was the last player alive, and he still comes out of it with a kill. Still challenges. Royal 2's going to donate another one there as he turns the wrong way. And allows Trippy to get back into this, but, I mean, Trippy finally has his heat wave. Can he make it work though? Snakebite challenging, odd ball in his hands, and Optic finally have some sort of semblance of map control, but I've got to be honest, Andy, it feels like an age since I've seen them win an individual battle. FaZe Clan have just been dominant.
It really just, we need to see some slaying control coming out of Optic Gaming. They're being outslayed 55-39 at this stage, and it has shown certainly on the scoreboard in that first round and also on this second round. But now, with 3 dead, Optic now finding some footing for the first time in what feels like a while. Only 20 points away from tying up this round and maybe changing the course of the series.
It's funny how momentum can change so quickly. It could be one shot, it could be one bullet, it could be one hold. But it's Trippy who will fall first. Snakebite gonna poke, no connection this time, and now the flood, the timing of the push from FaZe, all of them, just a sea of red descends upon that overshield. Renegade challenging. Overshield's still up, the body gets hit, but APG is last alive. Renegade should be able to get this overshield, should be able to pop it. APG can do nothing about it.
Was a 1v1 there between APG and Renegade. Renegade knew if he got the positioning, he maybe could get around the pillar. He does that, forces himself away from sandbags, and gets an ever-important overshield to continue the push.
Optic just seem to be getting picked apart one by one at the moment. The teamwork that they're synonymous for. They have made their championships happen off the back of just doesn't seem to be there. Playball comes in from Renegade. Optic gets some kills. Can they get their hands on the odd ball?
So cleanly done there from Renegade. The way he just pushes in with the heat wave, plays the ball on the way as if it's a minor errand. And then comes back around. Renegade, by the way, 20-13 in this game, in a game where they lead by double.
The only thing that can stop FaZe, and we've said this a few times this season when we've been having discussions before tournaments, is FaZe. Sometimes they get carried away with things. Sometimes they'll try and do a little bit too much individually. And when they're playing so well, you can understand sometimes that you think you can do what you want. But that might just open the door for Optic. Our ball is in their hands and they're trying to rotate it here. A couple of kills going the way of FaZe. Playball comes in and this round is a lot closer than we thought it was a few moments ago.
Exactly, 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. And keep in mind, even though it feels so slay dominant by FaZe, this second round has been very different for Optic Gaming. They trail here by only 15.
Oh my god, I mean, Renegade is challenging everything. Why wouldn't you? When you hit your shots like that. That's Lucid, by the way. That's not matchmaking. That's one of the best players in the world.
We should mention, Lucid doing everything he can here. He's 20-16. Now they find themselves, though, down by 30 in this round. And FaZe only needs 10 points to close out the game.
Snakebite's got that ball. He's holding it over a nest. APG trying to force his way forward. He will go down. Renegade finds himself a sniper rifle, and I'm pretty sure the ball might have been moved towards back green here. 4 more falls. Optic fall. All of them in the death screen. As Royal 2 shakes his head at Optic and puts FaZe within 1 game of calling themselves world champions.
What a performance from FaZe. An unrelenting and unforgiving live fire oddball in 2 clean rounds finds them 1 game away from a Halo World Championship title.
This is the team that was put together to win the Halo World Championships. And this game was a good indication of what they believe they could do. It's taken them a little bit of time, don't get me wrong. There's been a few tournaments where we're like, was this the right thing to do? If they can win this next game, Andy, there will be no doubt about how good this team is.
How about a shake of the head from Royal 2? Some extra style points. He said, you better not have counted us out a few hours ago, because we planned on going on quite a spree. That will now extend FaZe's unbeaten streak across your 2 grand finals to 7 total games. And as you can very clearly see in your series layout, they're 1 game away from winning the Halo World Championship.
First they reset the bracket. Then they put themselves on championship point. This was their run. And if anyone's earned a win here in Seattle, it would have been FaZe. They have had a hell of a run to get to the grand final, Andy. Dropping down, having to take down Sentinels earlier today, then taking down Space Station, but just take a look at the scores. Maybe we should have known something was up here in Seattle. 3-0s across the board.
Don't forget, one of the most important matches, that winner's semifinal, Optic versus FaZe. FaZe was up 2-0 there. Optic Gaming comes back and wins 3 straight. Now, let me tell you, in this series, Optic Gaming only needs to do one better here. They need to win 4 straight to reverse sweep your bracket reset grand final. But that's only 1 game away from what they've already done this weekend. It is not over yet.
Well, Optic say to FaZe, we're going to make you wait. They take a second to take a break here. And it might be their last opportunity to do so. But what words could be said at this point, Andy, that haven't already been said? We've seen the players leave the stage numerous times now to have these conversations, to have these team talks, to try and refocus their mental game.
Tell you what, Lunchbox is a wizard. I'm not going to try to guess what he's saying to the squad, but he finds the words, he finds the way. And let's not forget the veteran experience that's also on the side of the stage. Take a look at your last 7 maps since the 0-2 start. Royal 2 is 1.36 overall, and Renegade a 1.52. How do you play against that?
You can't. The last game, the last round of oddball we saw, the start the Renegade had, you can't play against it. If someone is just going to no-scope you with a sniper rifle every time you challenge, you just have to say, hey, this guy's just on fire. And that's exactly what Renegade has been.
He was positive 10 in that last game as well, by the way. 23 and 13 with 10 assists in a game where they outslay by 22 and do not even drop a round in oddball. As you say, it's a little bit of a late break as well. Keep in mind, players on the main stage do have optional player breaks they could take kind of as tactical timeouts. And we do see Optic Gaming call that one in a bit late. They didn't exit the stage immediately when the game concluded, which tells us that maybe they had a quick chat on their side of the stage and said, actually, let's take this right now. Let's get backstage.
Maybe it was a shock. Honestly, they probably just sat there and just went, what just happened? That game is over. But they find the time to take the break. No surprise to see FaZe taking their time, maybe just sitting there and thinking about all that is good. But I think you're looking at that series, Andy. Game number 1, absolute domination from FaZe, right? But Optic, I think, that wouldn't have been the game that broke them. That would have been the game that they were like, okay, that happened to us before. FaZe are really good at it. But 50-49 overtime, that kind of loss in a series like this, having lost the games previous from the previous series before the bracket reset, that can break you. And that is so hard to come back from.
It's a tough blow. But for Optic fans and for the Optic roster, there's good news in that game number 4. And just like FaZe's bounce back game, in the first series, King of the Hill recharge between these two teams has a very interesting history. And most notably, in the winner's semifinal just yesterday, Optic 4-0 over FaZe in that exact game type. And it was the game type that started the reverse sweep for them. Could we see history repeat itself just one day later? Could this be the option, the opportunity that Optic Gaming needs to get back into this series? And they will find no greater test than this grand final. We already said this was going to be the most difficult Halo World Championship for any team to win here due to how tightly matched these teams were this season. We've never seen it in 2 decades of competitive Halo, and I think that is being showcased here at the Halo World Championship.
Funny how that happens, isn't it? King of the Hill recharge being that game number 4, the game that started the Optic Gaming comeback. Well, a comeback it's going to have to be, but I think if you're Optic right now, you're probably looking at each other around you backstage and saying, hey guys, just win 4 games in a row. That's it. Just win 4 games in a row. Everything that happened before doesn't really matter. Win 4 games in a row and we're world champions. FaZe will be thinking, win the next one. Don't let Optic back into this. Get it done. 4-0.
And I think weaker teams mentally would say, don't worry, we've got cushion here, right? They'd say, don't worry, we were going to win this best of 7. We're already up 3-0. FaZe Clan knows all too well you don't let Optic Gaming back in a series. And you already know backstage, FaZe says, let's do it here, let's do it now.
FaZe back on the stage. And we were talking about how far away that trophy felt for the teams? Well, to be honest with you, for FaZe, it might be feeling like a fifth member of the team right now with how close they can be to touching it, to lifting it above their heads. Let's remember, there's a few world champions on this team who know how it feels, Andy.
There certainly are. Optic going to be very thankful to take that breather after what was a very difficult first 3 games, and as you said, none maybe more difficult than that Game 2 overtime 50-49 loss. On a perfectly timed card push that comes out, snakebite the man on your screen, the one who got the 50th kill. A Let's Go Optic chant in the building though, signs of life from the green wall.
Well, the Optic fans are always going to support their boys. They're always going to try and push them. The same can be said about the FaZe Clan fans, who have been making some serious noise in here in Seattle as well, because they know how close they are. What a tournament it's been, man. What a tournament.
I mean,
I feel like, honestly, like, just lucky to be a part of it, you know?
Absolutely, so lucky to be a part of it. I think we were just hoping that we might see a bracket reset. You and I were saying we would kind of do anything to make sure we see a bracket reset, and we have had that and so much more.
Within reason.
It has been, such a treat to see these two go at it, and it feels like fate was always going to have these two at the end of the season. Not just since the start of Halo Infinite, but also right at the start of the season, with these two teams going to a Game 7, and as we said, a 1-kill difference Game 7 gave you the feeling that it was always going to be about Optic and FaZe, and yes, we would see more members of the supporting cast coming in and out, exchanging wins, exchanging series throughout the season, but it always had to come down to these two. But I don't think any of us were quite ready for just how dramatic this grand final would be.
Pretty wild that the one thing that's been missing from this season is a bracket reset win, right? We're on the brink of it right now.
And here they come.
Here come Optic. Fresh air. Fresh mentality, maybe. Fresh thoughts. And in the front of their minds, Andy, just a simple task now. Win 4 games of Halo. Call yourself world champs again.
And also not entering here from the backstage, entering past the entire crowd. Maybe just gives them a reminder of what's on the line here. So many people in Seattle here to watch, of course. Many, many more online watching what's going to happen. As they will make their way around the back of the stage and back into their seats. But how many times has this team won 4 games in a row? Of course, think about scrims. How many times this team will know that all they need to do.
Finals.
Exactly. Just yesterday, as we said, beating this exact same FaZe lineup in 3 games straight to reverse sweep them in the semifinals. You have to think that that is what is on Optic Gaming's mind. They've done it before. They could do it again. The question is, can they do it here and now?
Formal leads the team back out onto the main stage. The Optic fans are doing everything they can to restore the belief to a team who needs it more than ever. It's going to have to be perfect from here, Andy. It needs to be 4 in a row.
And I tell you what, you couldn't have really asked for a better re-entrance to the stage or a more dramatic re-entrance to the stage here. They're down 3-0, as you say. They need to put 4 consecutive wins on the board, but the Optic fans getting loud, cheering their return to the stage. And now they just need to take it 1 game at a time, but they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that, as we said, that next game type is one they've already 4-0'd FaZe in this weekend, only about 18 hours ago.
I was about to say, I think Frosty actually had time to jump into a game of matchmaking there before we got this back underway, but these are some stats through 3 maps that we have seen that FaZe Clan have dominated, and you can see there's not really too much to talk about on the Optic Gaming side of things. It's been all FaZe. Renegade with a 1.78. Just doing what he does best, doing what he expects of himself to do in these kind of matchups.
Devastating numbers coming in there. Also worth mentioning overall stats here. Optic Gaming 7-1 in this game type. FaZe Clan 5-3. So not surprising that we saw Optic not only edge out FaZe yesterday in this exact game type, but also shut them out in a very quick 4-0. They're going to look to do the same thing here. They're going to look to extend your grand finals even further into the evening. By the way, we want to give a shout out to everyone here. It's been such a special grand final. Everyone watching at home from around the world, keep in mind, we are deep into the evening here on the West Coast in Seattle. That means it's even later on the East Coast. And of course, everyone joining us from around the world, whatever time it might be, we know there's no place that you would rather be than the Halo World Championship Grand Finals. It's a pleasure and a treat to guide you through this one, and it could be our last. It's Recharge, King of the Hill. FaZe Clan lead 3-0.
FaZe Clan on the brink of greatness, on the brink of history. As we head into Recharge, King of the Hill. The tension has been built, the drama has been there. Question is, do Optic have something to say about it still?
They're going to need to dig deep, and dig deeper than they maybe ever have here. As we said, it would be the most difficult World Championship. I don't even think Optic Gaming knew that it could play out this way. Certainly not after they were up 2-0. This wouldn't have been the situation they would have thought they found themselves in. On the other side, it's FaZe Clan, who probably, knowing that they were coming from the elimination bracket since yesterday, always saw themselves in this exact scenario. Maybe didn't think that they'd win 7 games straight, but they've done.
Actually, you would probably ask FaZe, yeah, they'd probably go,
yeah,
we've been done by now. It's actually taking us a little bit longer than we thought.
It's true. A few fist pounds being exchanged on both sides of the stage as the players get ready to load in. And how does Optic Gaming slow down the FaZe momentum? Will it come in the form of King of the Hill Recharge?
That's the comfort, right? That's the crazy thing. You summed it up perfectly. This is the game type that gave Optic life. And at the moment, there barely are any signs of it. But one hill, and all of a sudden Optic probably realized, hey, we can beat this team. We can beat FaZe. It's those little things that just trigger that brain that works in funny ways sometimes to give you that belief. FaZe and Optic will continue the epic that we've been watching so far.
And it has already been a historic grand final, and we get at least one more. FaZe 1 game away from a world championship, opting to maybe do it here. Optic Gaming, though, will need to win 4 straight. 3 dead for Optic off the opening.
Snakebite looking around because there's no one to kill. Looking at his teammates' screens and sat inside of that hill with the camo. And I'm pretty sure the Optic's still not aware of his actual position inside of this hill.
And you have to wonder if that King of the Hill siren is the death knell. Maybe the beginning of the end for Optic Gaming. What a start it was from FaZe.
YPG gets a really important kill and FaZe do break. They took their time, Andy. Boy, did they take their time to break this. But break they did. APG with a little poke, but no connection with that shock rifle. The crowd trying to get behind him. As FaZe will be 3 dead. There's life in Optic here.
Royal 2 was your last player alive. He stays top tower. Stays alive long enough for the help to come on the way. And just like that, they flip it. It's 2 dead for Optic.
Lucid finds the kill onto Royal 2. You wonder if FaZe are going to try and stack this hill. Just try and get that last bit of time. Well, APG is going to make sure that isn't going to be the case. FaZe are 3 dead. Lucid picks up yet another. 3 dead again. Trippy takes down Royal 2.
Renegade spawns Whirlpool, which is big. Frosty was your last player alive. Renegade, though, with big damage off of mid-bridge, and that could be the point.
That's going to be the point. Maybe no. He goes down. Optic jump into it.
3 dead.
Trippy last alive. Snakebite will fall. Trippy stood inside of that hill. It's a 1v1. Frosty versus Trippy. Frosty will win it.
Frosty doesn't drop, though. He doesn't go for the hill just yet. He knows that spawners should come in the form of APG. He does not go for the hill just yet. All they need to do is step in with just 1 toe, and they will secure that first hill. But Optic not too far away themselves.
Showing their experience, though, knowing they can't get desperate for it. Now is the time to step in. They put the pinky toe in. They put the hammer down. Optic Gaming, 3 dead. FaZe up by 1. They win that first hill.
Just in case you needed a reminder of how closely these 2 teams are matched, how about that first hill? In the end, though, the story continues in favor of FaZe. They have their first of 4 hills on the board. 4 minutes left on the clock.
There's Renegade, baby. Another headshot picked up. That camo's going to allow him to do whatever the heck he wants, and the thing he wants to do by the looks of things is find Optic heads. APG with a double kill though, and then you see Trippy come in. Shock has been turned over. This was the flawless hill, remember. For Optic Gaming the last time these two teams met, they need something like that now.
It's a great point you make. FaZe already looking very different than they did yesterday in this game type against Optic Gaming. As we said, Optic was able to 4-0. That won't be the case this time. We'll see if Optic can answer back on this second hill. So far, they lead by just a hair.
Formal repositioning, watching bottom mid. FaZe have backed up here just to re-establish themselves on the map and formulate their push. Optic take the chance to just step into that hill for a second.
Oh boy, that's the opener they needed.
Maybe Formal's going to be that guy once more. One kill apiece. FaZe though, they've collapsed from the long haul side, and now Formal under pressure to hit more shots. He's got 3 FaZe players in front of him.
Now keep in mind, the longer this drags out, the more dangerous and the more high stakes these hills become. Trippy on Camel, not burned based on the timing, should still be up.
Should be a trade here coming in from Formal. 2v2 on the map at the moment. Snakebite dropping down to the double stacks. Lucy gets that camo. Can he finish off the kill though? Yes, he can, but it's a burn on the camo. It's a 1v1, but Royal 2 is the player next to the hill, and because of that, FaZe get those spawns at blue.
Look at this play from Royal 2. Steps in for just a second, but more importantly, grabs the shock and rotates back Hydro. Knows that it's more important to play the position here, but like we said, this is very low scoring. Still just 1-0 with less than 3 minutes left. The more that the time ticks, the higher stakes this specific hill becomes.
Good Formal just shoulder peeking again. Doesn't want to give an easy shot here to Royal 2. Frosty though comes in and cleans up the damage. FaZe ahead ever so slightly on this hill. But it really is just a matter of millimeters between the two.
Not an exaggeration to say that this hill could decide the tournament here.
Took the hill.
As we say, very low scoring for this game type. Will we see FaZe go up 2-0? Will Optic tie it? 2 dead for Optic.
Now's their chance to push in. Renegade's collapsing. Renegade gets the final 2, and FaZe break. FaZe now hold. And will go into a lead on this second hill.
Take a look at World 2's route here. He knows he needs to clean up that kill bottom middle. Fantastic communication coming in from FaZe.
Oh! Send it back to Trippy. The repulse might have just shoved the hopes of Optic down as well. Optic now trying to break, but you can see how close FaZe are to going up 2-0. Lucid caught off guard. Renegade picks up another kill. Now he's going to clean up APG. Another kill bottom middle. Formal stops him in his tracks.
Trippy though, last player alive. It's 2v1, and the second point goes in for FaZe. Off a fantastic play from Renegade. Look at Renegade on bat ledge. Optic Gaming had no idea he was on bat ledge. He's able to drop down on Lucid, do more damage on Formal, help with the last battle bottom middle to get 3 dead, and now FaZe Clan up 2-0 with 150 left.
Lucid's got the shock. Royal 2 though, he's got all the confidence in the world right now. 3 players stacked up. Inside of the hill for Optic. Trippy trying to escape, and Trippy doing so. Trippy needs to find some kills. He's been a bit quiet ever since Optic went down in this series. 2 dead. Momentarily on the side of FaZe, but now they're back on the map. Optic holding this elevator hill strong.
About to score.
It feels like FaZe has had a slaying advantage since game 3 of the first series, and they have not looked back. Once again, they're outslaying 43-34. 149 left.
Royal 2 goes in, doesn't get that kill. Snakebite gets 1. There's the help as well from Frosty. It's 3 dead. And even with Optic so close to capping that hill, Andy, FaZe just won't give them anything.
Look at the stop there, unbelievable. Once again, Optic just needed 1 extra, not even a second, a fraction of a second to put that first hill on the boarded elevator. FaZe gets the break. Optic, though, does have time for a break here. Can they make it happen?
1 dead per side. Renegade taking damage. Snakebite and Royal 2 holding strong though. This could be the tournament right here for Optic. And the same can be said for FaZe. Snakebite gets the first kill. Formal and APG though. They get 2. Renegade and Snakebite down. Lucid will fall. Royal 2 trying to shut the door on the hopes. Trippy flies in. Royal 2! with what might be a championship-winning triple kill in the elevator.
Want to stop there from FaZe. The timing was just off for Optic Gaming. They tried to make it happen. Formal comes through the A door late. Trippy knew that when he was flying into Whirlpool, it probably was not going to happen. Royal 2 takes advantage of it. An extra triple kill on the board for him as well. 3-0. FaZe Clan is one hill away from being your Halo World Champion.
That's a moment you'll remember for quite some time. Royal 2 with the perfect shots to shut down Optic Gaming. Snakebite now with that repulse, and Royal 2's looking for more. He's got one. Trippy falls as well. He's got the camo, and he says, hey, someone else get the hill. Optic are 4 dead, and I want to add to my stats.
And once again, it's good time on the board in this hill specifically for Optic Gaming, but the break is too easy for FaZe. Oh no. World 2 almost makes it happen in the same exact place where it once happened before. Still a man advantage, 2-man advantage for the side of FaZe. They get the stop, but notice they are not tracking on the hill. They have not been holding this hill. They want to burn the game clock. There's 60 seconds left, and they are up 3-0.
Formal and APG trying to push. Renegade flying straight in. Royal 2 with some nades. He'll get a trade. Trades are perfect. Trippy last alive. Trippy's going to fall as well in just a few moments, you would imagine. Lucid trying to keep his teammate alive. His long-term duo. And Optic are inside this hill. And Optic are giving it everything. They are not letting this one slip away, but it might just be too much at this point.
Here comes the tower push as well as... Nice team shot there. 2 dead for Optic, though. This might be it. It might be another clean wipe here on the end. 40 seconds left.
Formal and APG trying to push out the tower, but at the moment, look at Royal 2. He is playing with such confidence. And I think he knows, even with Optic getting that one hill on the board, that as the seconds tick by, he might call himself Royal 3 Rigs.
There was 2 dead here for FaZe. As you said, there's just not time on Optic Gaming side. Trippy is the last player alive. And despite the fact that he's in the hill, his spawners will not be. Trippy should be neutralized here. Should be. Taken down now. 20 seconds left.
Oh, Royal 2 now with camo. Just playing with his food at this point. It's 2 dead for Optic again. Formal taken down. Last player alive, APG. He will fall as well. And for the first time this season, the bracket gets reset. And FaZe Clan will be your Halo World Champions.
A historic run, not just for FaZe, but for the entire Halo franchise. From the elimination bracket, they went back-to-back best of 7s against your defending world champions to become your 2023 Halo World Champions.
A team put together for this one moment to call themselves the Halo World Champions. Well, that's exactly what their title is right now. Resetting the bracket, fighting their way through the elimination bracket. And Renegade, who made the switch, now can feel justified as FaZe will lift your trophy.
And what a way to do it. To 4-0 the way that they did in your second best of 7. This was not just a win, but this was a statement. They claim the Halo World Championship away from Optic Gaming. And in front of a packed house in Seattle, make history.
And every single player who's on that team you can see in front of you right now had a special moment in the series. Whether it was Snakebite with the 50-49, that final kill. Royal 2 running rampant in that final game. Renegade with that sniper rifle. Or Frosty with the takeover that we saw on Solitude. No man was left not doing a job and part of the history they just created.
And when you talk about ice, I don't think there will be a better example to point to for a very long time than the ice in the veins of these 5 members of FaZe Clan. A devastating victory, winning 8 straight games to close out your grand finals.
Well, for Bravo and myself, as always, it is an absolute privilege to be a part of these moments. But the moment doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the 4 gentlemen on that stage right now. Blaze, take it away, my friend. FaZe are your world champions.
Thank you so much, Onset and Bra, for the amazing cast. Seattle and everyone around the world, give it up for your world champions, FaZe Clan! Man, Frosty, I talked to you this morning. You told me on the stage, you said, the job is not done yet. You had a ways to go. Talk to me about what this series means for you to become a world champion for the 3rd time here in the fashion in which you did it.
I mean, it meant everything. Winning this with this team felt so good. We put in the work. This guy's the best in the game. We're all insane. We put in so much work to win this, and we deserve this.
Now, you guys definitely do deserve it, okay? Pass the mic on over to the demon himself, Renegade! Man, and talk about how this event, comes full circle. We saw the unlocked piece on you, okay? Talked about your Halo career, and you come up here, you get another world championship. You look so cool, calm, and collected on that main stage. How did you feel getting this one?
Dude, I am lost for words right now. I think that was the craziest tournament I've ever played in my life. And I'm happy I did it with these guys.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. The gameplay was insane up there. Definitely one of some of the best matches that we've seen here in Maps, okay? Now, let's pass this mic on over. Let's get a little trophy shuffle happening over there. Royal 2, okay? Might call him Royal 3 now. We saw the triple kill you got to get that 3rd point, to get your 3rd victory of the season, and get your 3rd world championship. How do you feel?
I'm actually a loss for words too. I mean, I just shout out to my teammates. They're amazing. We worked so hard from Charlotte to now. I mean, we just did a losers bracket reset for the first time, and I'm just super proud of them, and I can't be more happy to do it with them.
Yeah, give it up for FaZe Clan, everybody, right? Now, let's get the mic on over towards the captain, all right? Snakebite. Give it up for Snakebite. PJ, the Slayer that we watched you get that last kill in was absolutely insane to put you guys in a great position. Talk to me about the games. How was it for you playing it and also winning this championship?
Yeah, just feeling great. The games that we won, we just really bought into our game plan. I'm so proud of these guys, man. We put in so much prep. Yeah, I can't say anything more than that. I'm so happy. I appreciate these guys' hard work, and we did it. Let's go.
You did it again, okay? I do want to talk to Coach over here, Royal 1. Give it up for the coach of FaZe Clan, everybody, Royal 1. Now, Coach, you've been through so much with these boys throughout this entire season here. Talk to me about what they've been through and what this win means for the whole team.
This win means everything. Like, I cannot believe, like, no one has worked harder than us this whole year. A lot of people doubted us after those last 2 losses that we had. All we did was just put our heads down and work. We worked harder than everyone. We did exactly what we needed to do going into this tournament. We did the unthinkable with this losers run, and I'm lost for words, bro. These guys are the best in the game.
They are the best in the game, and you're a world champion once again. Now, lastly, pass the mic back over to PJ. PJ, any last words you want to say to these FaZe Clans fans that's been supporting and cheering for you this entire season, entire event?
Yeah, thank you to all our fans all year round. Thank you so much for all the support. My family's here, friends is here, my beautiful wife up there. Thank you so much for all the support. I could not do this. We could not do this without you guys. We love you. We love the Halo community. Thank you.
Hand me that mic and bask in the glory one more time as your world champions are FaZe Clan!
And against all odds, a bracket reset, 2 best of 7s, and the second series was a clinic from FaZe. Unbelievable is probably the word that you have to use here when you're looking at those 4 boys on the stage. Just incredible Halo Infinite that has been played all season long, but then just ending with that type of resilience, that type of skill and talent. Clutch, what's coming to your mind when you just think about what we just witnessed?
Yeah, you know, I have a history with these guys, and they've been tried, true, and tested throughout their Halo careers, but I do believe that this is by far the most impressive thing that these guys have done, and this elimination bracket run was one to remember.
It certainly was indeed. I've got to say, Tony, talk about accolades. The rings on this roster are unbelievable. They would, honestly, at this point in time, most jewelry stores probably don't have that many rings in them. My goodness me. Tony, what is coming to your mind when you think about this series? You look back at some of these faces, these historic players who have worked so hard to be at this point in time.
It was absolutely amazing. You know, they've got to give a shout out to Frosty. I think he played so well throughout that entire series. Well, being able to anticipate what his opponents are doing. Big shout out to obviously World 2 and its ability to consistently slay and keep his debts down. Obviously, Snakebite being the overall player that he is, kills, assists, and objective time. But that man, Renegade, that's the main slayer right there. He cannot be denied. And honestly, after that Grand Finals performance, I think Renegade might be the best player in the game.
There's no might about it. Renegade put his mark on the history of competitive Halo, and especially Halo Infinite. He is once again a world champion, and he is the best player in the game at this event and in the world.
Certainly is indeed. I'll tell you what, you're staring at the best team in the world right now. FaZe. Just unbelievable. And just to let you guys know, if you are new to Halo Infinite, this has never happened before in the 2 years that we have been in this title. No one has ever reset the bracket and won. This is a first time. And not only that, in terms of history being made, again, the accolades, nobody has got 3 World Championship rings. Those boys up there do. Absolutely incredible stuff. Clutch, when you're kind of reminiscing on some of the moments that you've had with that team, and you think about that they're still accomplishing at the highest level possible, what do you think?
I think these guys are the GOATs, right? Like, they set the bar, and they just continue to maybe not have the smoothest pass, but what they do is they continuously make the unbelievable possible. And as we take a look at the bracket now, they fall short to Optic 3-2. And when you lose Slayers like they lost in that series in winners bracket, I look at that and I say, teams that lose those type of games do not win tournaments. So often do you see a highly contested match, and it really is a matter of winning the clutch games. Well, they shut me up because that elimination bracket run was unbelievable, and they flipped the script entirely. Every clutch game, they figured out a way to win. Snakebite getting that 50th kill in that Aquarius Slayer solidified what was going to be any bit of momentum for Optic Gaming, ripped it away, and FaZe never looked back.
I'm not gonna lie, I predicted that FaZe was gonna win this tournament. They were looking different, but I didn't think they would have the road that they did. I thought it was gonna be through the winners bracket finals, and when they got dropped down to the lower, not gonna lie, I thought it was over for them, but for them to come out, reset the bracket, 7 straight games, and the last 4, pretty darn dominant if you ask me. That was quite an impressive performance, and that was a world championship that was earned by FaZe Clan.
I do want to give my hats off to Optic Gaming, though. There's got to be some respect shown to the former kings and the belt holders. I said at the start of the series, if you want to get the belt, you have to take the belt. Well, FaZe took the belt here today, but Optic Gaming has no shame walking away from the way that they played this weekend all year long. Optic Gaming were an absolute unit. Those guys, I couldn't be more proud of how they played their journey. It is so difficult to stop a team when they get that kind of momentum that FaZe got from the elimination bracket, knocking down SSG in 3-0 fashion. It is so hard to stop that train. And unfortunately, Optic fell to the sword as well. So those guys, I know that that's going to be such a hard loss for those guys, because I remember when I got second at a Worlds, honestly, I'll be honest, I cried because it meant so much to me, and it was such a hard loss because you're right there. You're right at the finish line, but you can't take the next step. And you always think, if I could go back, I would change something. I know Optic have accomplished so much more than I could ever imagine. But I know that this one is one that they will want to quickly forgive, but it's not going to happen. And I can't wait to see what they bring next year with the resilient team that they have, because we always talk about how Optic rebound. I expect that rebound next year.
I just want to follow up with the similar sentiments there. Absolute utmost respect for Optic and what they are capable of doing time and time again, and the bounce back and resilience this team has shown. I've got to say as well, FaZe put on one hell of a show as well as Optic, so I hope you guys at home have loved every second of this incredibly magical experience that has been this World Championships, because these series have been off the charts, not just the grand finals, the winners finals, the elimination finals. So many different parts of the bracket and pool play have just been insane. And it gets better and better every single time we come to an event here for the HCS. The Halo Infinite is just unbelievable. And you folks at home, of course, with our champions now, can rock, of course, the championship bundle items. They are looking incredible. We have the wings effects. They're available from the October 3rd to 31st only, so limited time. Make sure you go and pick those up to go and support your champions, which of course are FaZe. And just to remember that actually a portion of this will actually go to the champions. So make sure you do go and support those guys as well. But my goodness me, I'm just about done up on here, apart from obviously talking about some of the most amazing slayers that we do have, of course, in the HCS. And who's still up on that top of the leaderboard, Wes? It's Royal 2.
It's no surprise Royal 2's at the top, but look who made his way into third is Renegade. After maybe some statistically poor performances yesterday against Optic in the winners bracket, Renegade answered the ring of the bell like a champion. And that is why he's the best player in the world, because when you need him most, when he's got to dig the deepest, he dug the deepest. He played absolutely out of his mind in that grand finals, and FaZe needed every bit of all four of those guys showing up in order to get the job done.
And that's exactly why they picked him up. You know, I think having Renegade on this roster has made such a big difference, I think, to the cadence of this team, the way that they are able to execute things. And I also feel like in the last month between Fort Worth and here, Tony, they have found a rhythm. They found a way that they want to play with each other. There was question marks, right, about having some serious slayers on the team. Would that work? How is that going to happen in terms of objective efficiency? Will it take a hit? It hasn't taken a hit. It has paid off, and I think that they have just been performing so well. Are you really pleased with the difference that you're seeing in terms of the actual Halo, the details of the gameplay from FaZe at Fort Worth and FaZe now?
Yeah, I think that one of the things we can say about FaZe is that their ability to be able to adapt. Like you said, there was times where they were maybe overslaying, times where maybe the objective efficiency was in question. Not this time. This was a very efficient and well-oiled FaZe roster, and it showed time and time again. And that's why I'm glad you gave everybody their flowers of World 2 and its ability to stay alive, Renegade and his playmaking ability, and Snakebite obviously stepping up and playing that main objective role while also being a great support player as well, having the most assists on his team. It takes a full team effort to do what FaZe did, turn things around and take this World Championship.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been an absolute pleasure to be up here with both of you guys for another season. It has been so special, and to also share this World Championships with you, Tony and Clutch. Thank you so much for all of your hard work all season long. Folks at home, I hope you have enjoyed what has been such an amazing experience here in Seattle, Washington. And folks at home, I hope you've enjoyed all of the action coming across your screens and all the incredible people behind the camera, in front of the camera, and playing for the camera to give you all of this amazing entertainment. That's going to do it from us. Thank you so much, but what an amazing weekend this truly has been. That is a wrap on year 2. It is very bittersweet, but we've had so many incredible moments, from all the cosplay, the Halo festivities, to the gameplay on the main stage. It has been a highlight reel that I will never forget. Next season though, we of course have season 5 coming. We have many different starts, meta shifts, all sorts of changes to put all of our incredible teams back in the mix to try and get another World Championship under their belt. Congratulations to FaZe, and that's going to do it for your 2023 Halo Championship weekend.